Supreme Pupillary Master, Peerless Eldest Miss Chapter 1047 to Chapter 1225. Pfft. What do you know? I think she's afraid of losing face as the honorary chief disciple, so she deliberately said that. That's right. Don't compete if you can't afford to lose. I'm speechless. Such a person can also be the honorary chief disciple? Did the grand principal and the rest make a mistake? The crowd below the stage whispered to each other. Xianxia and the others glared at them for a while. What are these people talking about? How could boss be the kind of person to slander others? If she said it's not a pill elixir, then it's definitely not a pill elixir. As soon as their words came out, they immediately provoked mocking laughter from all around. Pfft, if you say it's not a pill elixir, then it's not a pill elixir. That aura is obviously different from the elixir. And we saw it refined with our own eyes. It's fused with the aura of the elixir. How can it not be a pill elixir? That's right. You heavenly demon group people are also quite shameless. I thought you were not bad before, but now it seems that you're also a pile of trash. All kinds of voices came from all around, making Xianxia and the rest angry. They knew Luo Qingtong's identity. As the evil Dr. Ghost Eye, Luo Qingtong did not need to use such a dirty method to slander Yu Qingwei, but without Luo Qingtong's permission, they could not casually say the other party's identity, so they could only secretly sulk. 12 However, just as his voice fell. With a swoosh, the thick smoke on the stage dispersed, revealing the scene inside. In an instant, the pride and emotion Xuan's eyes froze. The noise and the surroundings also disappeared in an instant. Everyone looked in shock at the golden-colored liquid in the medicine cauldron with a rich aura. Waves of aura were emitted from it, rising and falling along with the fluctuations of the liquid. A burst of indescribable, refreshing and pleasant medicinal fragrance spread out in all directions. Everyone smelled this aura and looked at the pill elixir refined by Yu Qingwei not far away. They immediately felt the huge difference in it. Even Imo Qianxian and the others, who harbored the greatest malice and wanted to deal with Luo Qingtong and the others, when they looked at the comparison between the two liquids, they had to admit that in comparison, the liquid refined by the honorary chief disciple could be called a real elixir. If one were to say that Yu Qingwei's pill elixir contained the aura of a pill, then Yu Qingwei's pill elixir could be said to be a medicinal elixir. Then, what Luo Qingtong refined was like the liquid form of a real medicinal pill. The difference was so great that no one could go against their conscience and say that Yu Qingwei's was better than Luo Qingtong's. What the latter refined was true pill elixir. Everyone looked at the cauldron in front of Luo Qingtong. Only now did they understand why she had said that what Yu Qingwei refined wasn't pill elixir. The difference between the two was simply too great. But how did Luo Qingtong do it? Everyone was shocked. Even the students of the Sacred Institute who didn't know anything about alchemy knew that once the refinement process started, it was either a success or a failure. If it succeeded, it would become a pill, and if it failed, it would become a waste. The loud sound on the stage just now was clearly the sign of a cauldron explosion. Why wasn't the cauldron in front of the other party destroyed, but instead refined pill elixir, and the aura in it was already no different from a real medicinal pill? Everyone looked at Luo Qingtong in shock. As for the Grand Dean and the head of the Medicine Institute, they were also shocked. I got it. His eyes flickered as he looked at Luo Qingtong, who was on the high platform. His eyes were filled with surprise. You didn't fail. That loud sound just now wasn't a furnace explosion. The Medicine Institute's master spoke frankly, as if he had discovered a new continent. He looked at Luo Qingtong with amazement. You were refining the elixir just now. That loud sound was the sign of your success. He looked at Luo Qingtong and said with certainty, I've read in ancient books that there was a transitional process before an alchemist became an alchemist, and that was to refine a semi-finished elixir. I thought that the semi-finished elixir was refined by Qingwei, and the elixir's aura was integrated into the elixir. But now it seems that it wasn't like that at all. Instead, during the refining process, she omitted the final step of condensing the elixir. The elixir refined like that is the real elixir. Because condensing the elixir is the most important process in refining elixirs. After successfully condensing the elixir and going through the baptism of heaven and earth, it can be called a real elixir. And when an ordinary alchemist becomes an alchemist, this is the most difficult thing to control. I was wrong. I thought it was the fusion of heaven and earth energy with the elixir. As soon as the Medicine Institute's master spoke, everyone knew what was going on with the elixir Luo Qingtong refined. No wonder the other party's elixir's aura smelled no different from a real elixir. That was because the elixir she refined was only one step away from completely forming the elixir. What was a real quasi-alchemist? This was a real quasi-alchemist. She was only one step away from successfully refining the elixir. Everyone was shocked. Only now did they know how powerful Luo Qingtong's alchemy skills were. Yu Qingwei had only grasped a little bit of alchemy. But Luo Qingtong had already grasped more than half of the alchemy ability. Just by looking at this comparison, it was clear who was more powerful between the two. While they were overwhelmed with shock, they did not know that the shock in the hearts of the elders of the medicine institution and the Grand Supreme Headmaster was even more intense than theirs. One had to know that they knew Luo Qingtong's identity as the evil Dr. Ghost Eye and that she was an alchemist. Under such circumstances, how the hell was she going to transition? She didn't have this transition process, therefore, if Luo Qingtong wanted to refine the elixir, she could only crush the elixir the moment it was formed. Waste pills turned into liquid. The alchemy prowess displayed here was astonishing. Even those old monstrous alchemy grandmasters wouldn't be able to do this, right? One had to know that in the process of refining pills, the slightest mistake would result in the entire pill being scrapped. Who would dare to play like Luo Qingtong, if word of her actions were to spread, it would be extremely frightening and unbelievable. The two of them were deeply frightened. Then, he was pleasantly surprised. Luo Qingtong's alchemy skills were too frightening. As long as she was here, the Empire of Qin's holy institution's alchemy prowess would be unparalleled. In that event, they would definitely amaze the world and wipe away their previous humiliation. The two of them were pleasantly surprised, but the rest of the Qingwei group were only frightened. Now that Yu Qingwei had lost, their plan to write off their grudges with the Heavenly Demon group had failed. Thinking that the other party would be punished by the Heavenly Demon group for them, the group immediately knelt down and said to Luo Qingtong on the high platform, they were going to plead with Luo Qingtong, but the girl was not here, so they could only plead with the honorary chief of the pharmaceutical department. Since the other party stood up for the Heavenly Evil group, she must have a good personal relationship with Luo Qingtong. Luo Qingtong should listen to her. No one doubted that the mysterious honorary chief of the pharmaceutical department was Luo Qingtong. In the eyes of the crowd, Luo Qingtong came from a low-level country, and it was already a blessing for her to have such talent and strength. How could she have such powerful alchemy skills? Their deep-rooted thinking made them never think that the other party was Luo Qingtong. Yes. Luo Qingtong looked at them and nodded. She did not intend to pursue the Qingwei group. It was just right that she agreed to their pleading. She just needed to ask them to apologize. With this thought, Luo Qingtong immediately left. When the crowd in the medicine battle arena recovered from the shock, the masked girl was no longer on the high platform. They were enthusiastically discussing the other party's identity, and where did the Grand Principal find this genius? The Grand Principal and the Grand Principal of the pharmaceutical department were also surrounded. But they kept their mouths shut, and no one asked. The instructors and students of the pharmaceutical department were dying of curiosity. At this moment, Luo Qingtong, who had finished changing, reappeared in the medicine battle arena. She stopped Mo Xianxia and the others, who were pale and wanted to leave the medicine battle arena when no one was paying attention. Your Highness King Wu is in such a hurry, where do you want to go? Could it be that you can't wait to fulfill the bet? Luo Qingtong's voice sounded, and the crowd, who were immersed in the atmosphere of joy, surprise, and shock, suddenly looked over. They saw Mo Xianxia, whose face was ugly, being stopped by Luo Qingtong at the entrance of the medicine battle arena. Only then did the crowd remember that there was a bet between them. Oh my god, there was a good show to watch. Thinking of the bet between Luo Qingtong and Mo Xianxia, everyone gathered around excitedly. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Mo Xianxia's face darkened. Luo Qingtong, don't go too far. He gritted his teeth and spat out each word. He thought that since the girl hadn't come, he could leave quietly. At that time, when Luo Qingtong and the others came to ask to fulfill the bet, he could make an excuse and say that he wasn't here. In this way, this bet would naturally be over, but he didn't expect that Luo Qingtong would rush over at this time and block him at the gate. This made him extremely embarrassed. Was this woman doing this on purpose? In fact, Luo Qingtong did it on purpose. She had just arrived and saw that Mo Xianxian and the others were about to leave when Su Xiaoxiao and the others were not paying attention, so she deliberately waited for him at the gate. Didn't she catch him at the right time? Your Highness, you must be joking. Luo Qingtong looked at Mo Xianxian indifferently, and the smile on her lips was indescribably evil. She raised her head slightly and looked at him casually with a smile. I didn't propose the bet. I didn't set up this bet. How can this be me going too far? Or is it that you can force me to fulfill the bet, but it's wrong for me to let you fulfill the bet? There's no such logic in this world, right? As soon as Luo Qingtong's words came out, everyone instantly remembered Mo Qianxuan's arrogance when he thought that Yu Qingwei was going to win. Under such circumstances, he said that Luo Qingtong had gone overboard. This was a bit of a distortion of the truth, and it was inexcusable. What was more, this bet was indeed set by Mo Qianxian himself. The content of the bet was also set by him. How did it become that Luo Qingtong had gone overboard? He was not forced to bet by others, everyone thought so, and suddenly looked at Mo Qianxian with indescribable contempt. Although they did not dare to do so blatantly because of the latter's identity, the meaning in their eyes was very obvious. It seems that His Highness King Wu wants to go back on his words. Yes, he is so shameless. He was so proud and arrogant just now. Yes. He wants to run away after losing, but he is so arrogant after winning. Whispers could be heard from all around. Mo Qianxian listened with an indescribable look on his face. At this moment, Ma Qianye's voice sounded. Brother, it is said that one must accept defeat. I'm afraid it's not good for you to do this, right? The handsome and elegant young man walked out of the crowd with his hands behind his back, followed by a group of people from the Gue Yuan group. He looked at Mo Qianxian, who looked terrible, and said with a faint smile, I will be the witness of this matter. If you don't want to fulfill the bet and want to go back on your words, then I will have to enforce it. I'm afraid you don't want to see such a result, do you? He looked at Mo Qianxian with a faint smile, but the threat and coldness in his words were very obvious. Ma Qianyi would definitely not mind helping Mo Qianxian fulfill the bet, and he would feel more comfortable by then. Mo Qianxian obviously knew this. If he really let Ma Qianyi do it, he was afraid that he would suffer more humiliation than now. With his identity as King Wu, others did not dare to do anything to him, but Ma Qianyi did not have any scruples. Thinking of this, he suddenly gritted his teeth angrily and said, I will fulfill the bet. As soon as these words came out, Mo Qianxian almost broke his teeth. Thinking of how humiliating the bet he made with Luo Qingtong was, he was so angry that his blood rushed to his brain, and he almost fainted to the ground. But Mo Qianxian knew that even if he fainted, Luo Qingtong and the others would wake him up and ask him to fulfill the bet. These two be asterisk cheese, Ma Qianyi, it won't be long before you die a horrible death, and that bitch Luo Qingtong. Mo Qianxian was angry and resentful, but he had to take action. For a moment, the words I may be asterisk tch resounded in every corner of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. Mo Qianxian almost vomited blood and fell to the ground several times while running. He gritted his teeth and persevered. However, when he finished running 10 laps and the whole Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin almost knew he was AB asterisk tch, the people sent by Ma Qianyi to collect the debt for Luo Qingtong arrived. At this time Mo Qianxian remembered that in addition to the humiliating bet with Luo Qingtong, he also bet a large sum of money with the other party. He bet the whole fortune of the King Wu's mansion, thinking that he could cheat Luo Qingtong and the others. But unexpectedly, Yu Qingwei lost. He was facing a huge amount of money. Thinking of the gambling odds he set, Mo Qianxian was so angry that he could no longer control the surging aura in his body. In an instant, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Luo Qingtong did not stay in the drug battlefield for long. She believed that the other party would naturally teach Mo Qianxian a lesson. It was better to leave it to him than to leave it to anyone else. It was the truth. For the sake of that bet, Mo Qianxian almost tore down the entire martial imperial mansion, but he couldn't do anything about it. Mo Qianxian was so angry that he almost vomited blood. At this moment, Tong Hu and the others came back. Your Highness, this is the information you wanted. A group of people respectfully handed over the information they had received. Mo Qianxian opened it with a gloomy face and then sneered. Good. Good. He cheered. It's just as the master of the Soul Institute said. He sneered and said, "Send this news to the master of the Soul Institute. I want Luo Qingtong and the others to be consigned to eternal damnation." Emo Xianxian had found out that Luo Qingtong didn't have any ice soul imprint talent, she was just an ordinary martial artist. How could a martial artist use Yuanma's soul skill? Like Su Diheng said, Yuanma must have used a forbidden and evil sorcery. Just this point alone was enough to consign Luo Qingtong to eternal damnation. At that time, the Empire of Qin's Holy Academy and even the Holy Dynasty of the Empire of Qin would not tolerate her. At that time, he would teach her a lesson. Emo Qinshuan's face was cold. He was really screwed over by Luo Qingtong this time. The entire martial imperial manor was almost an empty shell. Not only that, but it also became the laughingstock of the Empire of Qin's Holy Academy. The news of him running 10 laps around the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin and shouting that he was AB*TCH spread out from the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin. It almost spread throughout the entire holy capital of the Empire of Qin. When Emo Qinshian went out now, he felt that everyone he met was laughing at him. He was going to be the crown prince of the Empire of Qin and the ruler of the Holy Dynasty in the future, but he had to bear such a stain. He would become the laughingstock of others for the rest of his life. Even if the other party feared him because of his power and status, they could still laugh at him without restraint in private and in their hearts. Thinking of this, Emo Qinshian wished he could eat Luo Qingtong alive. He didn't think that it was because he wanted to plot against Luo Qingtong that he ended up in this state. He would only think that the other party was being disrespectful to him. Emo Qinshuan's eyes were gloomy and cold. After sending the message to Su Diheng, he smiled gloomily. "Luo Qingtong, I'll make you wish you were dead this time." Previously, he had wanted to use Su Diheng to force evil Dr. Ghostai to make a move, then think of a way to get the other party to play in his backyard. Even now, he would still do the same. However, after playing with that bitch for a bit, she would be thrown into a brothel. She had caused him to suffer such heavy losses. Naturally, he had to make it up to her. As for Ma Chenyi, Emo Qinshian sneered. Luo Qingtong's incident this time was really an excellent breakthrough point. He didn't need to wait until the future. Perhaps he could pull him down in one fell swoop. At that time, the Empire of Qin and the Holy Dynasty would be under his control. Without Ma Chenyi, who in the royal family would be able to compete with him, when he became the crown prince, and with the help of that grand event, he would enter the realm of his dreams. By then, the old man sitting on the dragon throne would have to give up his position. Thinking of what he had done to the emperor of the Empire of Qin, Emo Qinshian laughed loudly and was very proud of himself. At the same time, in the residence of the Soul Institute master in the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin, the aura of the noble woman was not weaker than that of Su Diheng. She had an extraordinary aura. Her entire body, including her red hairpin and jade bracelet, seemed to be a very powerful spiritual weapon. "Jinyue, my daughter." The noble woman was lying at the head of Su Jinyue's bed. She looked at Su Jinyue, who was neither a human nor a ghost, with a sorrowful expression. "What's going on?" After crying for a while, she turned around and looked at Su Diheng, who was standing behind her with a dejected look. She said angrily, "My daughter was fine when I left. How did she become like this?" "Su Diheng. Is this how you take care of my daughter?" She looked furious. "Who on earth did this to her?" Xianxia did not expect that her daughter would become like this after she was summoned back to the Celestial Palace. Su Jinyue grew up in the palm of her hand. She gave her everything. She wanted and spoiled her to the extreme. But today, someone made her look like a ghost. When Xianxia came back, she almost thought that she had seen a demon at first glance. If it weren't for Su Diheng holding her back, she would have slapped her daughter to death with a slap. As the external deacon of the Celestial Palace, she was quite respected in the 4 great holy dynasties. Even if she went to the other 3 holy dynasties, the experts there had to be respectful to her when they heard of her identity. Now that her daughter had become like this, how could she bear it? Xianxia's face was furious. Her gorgeous face, which was like a hibiscus in autumn, now looked like a ghost. "I suspect that it's Luo Qingtong." Su Diheng's face was as gloomy as hers. He and Xianxia doted on their daughter. Even if Su Jinyue broke the sky, they would be there to support her. Now that she had become like this, how could he not be heartbroken? He told her about his conjectures and the recent happenings. Shin Chuyue's face became more and more furious. That Luo Qingtong is so arrogant? Shin Chuyue did not expect that not only was her daughter bullied, but her husband was also humiliated, and the Grand Dean and the others were still helping her. When she heard this, she could no longer bear it. She stood up and said, "I'm going to waste her now. Let's see what Zhu Feng can do to me." Her face was gloomy. Zhu Feng was the name of the Grand Dean. Shin Chuyue called him by his name, as if she did not put him in her eyes. In fact, it was. The celestial palace she came from was a sect in the hidden world, and its ranking wasn't weak. Of the celestial palace, Shin Chuyue was an outer court deacon, and she had only killed a student of the Great Qin Sacred Academy. She didn't believe that the Grand Principal would dare to do anything to her. However, as soon as she got up, she was stopped by Su Diheng. "No." Su Diheng shook his head. "Zhu Feng and Ma Chenyi are not obstacles to us. But that Luo Qingtong is said to be related to evil Dr. Ghost Eye. You also know that behind evil Dr. Ghost Eye is the Blackfield's underworld venerable. We must have a good reason to deal with her. Furthermore, my daughter's appearance, which is neither human nor ghost, is very likely caused by that evil Dr. Ghost Eye. Even if it's not, we can only ask him for help if we want to cure her. We can't touch Luo Qingtong now. If it weren't for his daughter and the evil Dr. Ghost Eye, he wouldn't have stopped Shin Chuyue. In fact, in his opinion, if Luo Qingtong hadn't entered the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin, maybe nothing would have happened to them, even if the human-faced ghost sore on Su Jinyue's body wasn't caused by her. It should have been caused by her anger, not to mention the humiliation he suffered and Yu Wenma's crippling. All of these made Su Diheng wish he could kill Luo Qing immediately. Blackfield's Mingzun? Shin Chuyue was still angry, and she had a feeling that Su Diheng wouldn't give up no matter what he said. However, when she heard the words Blackfield's Mingzun, her body instantly froze. Shin Chuyue relied on her identity as an outer elder of Celestial Palace to look down on most of the powerhouses of True Spill Continent. But only the Blackfield's Mingzun, Celestial Palace, and even many sects in the hidden world didn't dare to provoke him. When she heard the name of Xianxia, her aggressive attitude suddenly weakened. "So, we can only let that little bitch be arrogant?" She felt a burst of hatred in her heart. Su Diheng was about to say something when suddenly, Tong Hu and the others asked to see him. Su Diheng let them in. After hearing their intentions, he took the message from them. After he finished reading, his eyes lit up. "Okay." After sending Tong Hu and the others away, Su Diheng laughed and looked at Shin Chuyue. "Madam, we have a reason to deal with that little bitch now," he said, and told Shin Chuyue the content of the message sent by Mo Chinxian. Then he said to her, "This time we will force her into a desperate situation. Let her ask the evil Dr. Ghost Eye to save her daughter." Su Diheng said coldly. Shin Chuyue glared at him and said, "It's rare that we have something on her, of course we have to kill her. You're really old and muddle-headed. Since she has a relationship with the evil Dr. Ghost Eye, we can force her to let the evil Dr. Ghost Eye treat our daughter. Who knows what he will do to our daughter? Not to mention, you said that the evil Dr. Ghost Eye is backed by the Blackfield's Mingzun. If she asks him to help her, with the Blackfield's Mingzun, what could happen to Luo Qingtong? Shin Chuyue's Mingzun's Mingzun. While it just so happens that in these 2 days, my sect's outer sect elder, Elder Xia, will be coming. When the time comes, I'll ask him to help me mediate and invite the evil Dr. Ghost Eye from the Blackfield to treat our daughter's poison. This way, by the time she knows that something happened to Luo Qingtong and wants to avenge her, it will already be too late. Not to mention, she might not even help Luo Qingtong. After all, who knows if Luo Qingtong is her subordinate? If that's the case, the other party might not offend us for her," Shin Chuyue said confidently. Su Diheng heard this and seemed to agree with her. "Then we won't let Luo Qingtong go?" "We won't let her go," Shin Chuyue said viciously. "She caused our daughter to be like this, and your precious disciple. Don't you want to avenge them?" When she said this, Su Diheng nodded fiercely. "Okay. We'll do as you say." Luo Qingtong didn't know this yet. She was taking a stack of things from Xianxia at the moment. "What are these?" Luo Qingtong blinked and looked at these things in front of her. Aren't you going to deal with Xianxia recently? These are things that are useful to you. Yi Qianmin said as she gently stroked her hair. Her eyes were filled with indifference. He wanted to kill Xianxia last time. But Luo Qingtong stopped him and didn't let him do it. He knew that this woman must be useful to Xianxia. In this case, he helped her to collect some things from Xianxia's power, so that she could use them when she wanted to kill him. Oh. Luo Qingtong responded and then looked through these things. The more she looked, the brighter her eyes became. When she saw that Xianxia even killed the holy emperor of the Empire of Qin and did something to him, Luo Qingtong suddenly jumped up from the chair and threw herself on the man who was sitting lazily on the couch. Haha. With these materials, it's much easier to deal with Xianxia. My lord, you are so nice. Luo Qingtong's eyes narrowed, and she laughed so hard that her eyes could not be seen. It involved many secrets of the royal family of the Empire of Qin. If it weren't for Xianxia, Luo Qingtong might not be able to find it out. Xianxia was the king of martial arts of the Empire of Qin, and he was known as the first person after Ma Chunyi. Over the years, some people had regarded him as the candidate to replace the crown prince of Ma Chunyi in the future. Under such circumstances, it was still a little difficult for Luo Qingtong to kill him. Now that Yi Qianren had made a move, everything was resolved. Luo Qingtong kissed Yi Qianxian on the lips. Seeing her action, Yi Qianxian's cold eyes, which seemed to contain countless blood swords, suddenly narrowed. He tilted his head and kissed the girl's lips. After kissing for a while, he snorted in a low and hoarse voice, "Since I am so nice, why don't you give yourself to me?" This woman only knew how to coax him with sweet words. Luo Qingtong's eyes turned slightly, and then she said, "Okay." She said with a smile. Yi Qianming's hand that was staring at her suddenly froze. Then, she abruptly turned around to look at her. "What did you say?" "I said give yourself to me." "Okay." Luo Qingtong said with a smile. "Come." Before Yi Qianxian could show his happiness, the girl took out the little pig from her sleeve and stuffed it into his arms. "Okay. Use this to give yourself to me." "Humph." Yi Qianxian snorted and threw the little pig away. "I am not interested in its body." Luo Qingtong had already died of laughter. She laughed so hard that she fell into Yi Qianxian's arms. Her clear eyes, which were rippling with a faint mist of blood, were soaked with tears, as if they had been washed by water. Her feather-like eyelashes were covered with fine droplets of water, and she looked indescribably cute. Luo Qingtong couldn't stop laughing. She laughed and wiped her tears. "Pork is very good, okay? You still dislike it. My family's Humji is a divine pig." Divine pig Humji, who ran far away while howling, "Please, you must dislike it." Yi Qianxian looked at her complacent smile and couldn't help but grind his teeth. He lowered his head and nibbled on her lips. Luo Qingtong held back her laughter and nibbled back. The two of them laughed together. She was no match for this man at all. If he didn't go easy on her, she would be suppressed in a short while. It wasn't fun at all. Luo Qingtong, who didn't gain the upper hand, lay in Yi Qianxian's arms. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and raised her hand to take his pulse. Yi Qianxian subconsciously blocked her hand, but the girl turned her wrist and avoided it. Luo Qingtong might not be as strong as Yi Qianxian in terms of strength, but in terms of technique and dodging, she was much stronger. After avoiding Yi Qianxian's hand, she took the man's wrist that was exposed outside his sleeve. "Let me take a look at your body's condition." This man always showed a very valiant side in front of her. So much so that Luo Qingtong almost forgot that this man's body actually had an extremely serious hidden danger. Normally, when facing her and begging her to save their lives, they would always remind her of their own condition. However, this man didn't say anything, but he was so valiant that it was difficult to detect the weakness in his body. As Luo Qingtong thought of this, she immediately rolled her eyes at Yi Qianxian. Last time, he didn't let her take a look at him because he was afraid that it would affect her cultivation and make her foundation unstable. This time, he did it again. She had already advanced to the martial emperor realm and her realm was temporarily stable. If she didn't take a look now, when would she delay it? The moment Luo Qingtong grabbed Yi Qianxian's wrist, he gave up resisting and withdrew all the strength in his body. Otherwise, if he resisted, it would be easy to injure the girl holding his wrist. Luo Qingtong opened her blood-red eyes. When her aura entered Yi Qianxian's body, she also used her eye technique to check his body. The data of this man's body was still so inhuman. The data of his meridians was still so pitiful. Luo Qingtong took a look and found that the data of his meridians was so weak that it almost fell to the single digits. She immediately frowned and poured her aura into his meridians. Repair. Luo Qingtong's pupil technique flickered. After she had broken through to the martial emperor realm, the mental strength in her body had increased once again. Her pupil special ability had been awakened once again, and she had unlocked a new pupil special ability, Repair. Luo Qingtong's blood-red eyes stared at the incomplete product. Under the influence of her eye technique, the incomplete product would be repaired in her mind. Of course, this kind of completion was done subconsciously. It wasn't really something that was only half left. After Luo Qingtong glanced at it, it became complete. It just became complete in Luo Qingtong's mind. After using this eye technique, a diagram of the man's meridians appeared in Luo Qingtong's mind. The blood-red light in Luo Qingtong's eyes flickered violently, and the numbers on the meridian diagram in her mind were quickly filled up. Luo Qingtong demonstrated how to repair the man's meridians in her mind. She wanted to see what his meridians looked like when he was at his peak, and then compared it with his current situation to see where the problem was. However, the numbers on the meridian diagram in Luo Qingtong's mind only jumped twice. In an instant, with a bang, the blood-red light in Luo Qingtong's eyes suddenly extinguished. Her vision went black, and a sharp pain and dizziness hit her. In an instant, her body leaned back and fell backwards. Qingtong. Seeing her fall backwards, Yi Qianxian's eyes instantly shrank. He raised his hand and pulled her into his arms, not letting her fall backwards to the ground. What's wrong with you? I just overused my mental strength. Everything in front of her was pitch black. She had used her eye technique too much, causing her to temporarily lose her sight. Yi Qianren also noticed the strange look in her eyes. He narrowed his eyes slightly and raised his hand to gently caress the corner of her eyes. You can't see? His voice was low, slightly hoarse, and mesmerizing. It's nothing. I'll be fine in a while. Luo Qingtong didn't hide the abnormality in her eyes in front of him. If it were anyone else, she definitely wouldn't let them discover the secret of her eye technique. But Yi Qianxian was different. She had already exposed most of her secrets to this man. And after spending so much time together, she was already used to trusting him. If he wanted to harm her, he wouldn't have waited until now. Yi Qianxian nodded and didn't ask any more questions. But he didn't let go of Luo Qingtong's hand. Instead, he tightened his grip on her hand. He had long known that her eyes were different from ordinary people's. They seemed to be able to see through everything in the world. Luo Qingtong's various amazing abilities seemed to come from her eyes. This woman had many secrets. But so what? Just like how his heavenly vein body was different from others, what was so strange about her having her own unique abilities? But this woman's abilities were a bit too coveted. Spirit Array Master, Alchemist, Weapon Refiner, as long as it was something that could be seen through with her eyes, she could do it with ease. If others knew about her abilities, she would probably be captured by those large sects and sacred grounds and raised in captivity. She would live a life of imprisonment like a puppet. She would neither live nor die, living like a tool. This was something Yi Qianxian couldn't tolerate. He had to protect this woman firmly. Let her fly freely under his wings, without any scruples. Luo Qi, become a bit stronger. Yi Qianxian gently stroked the girl's smooth face and said in a low voice. That deep voice seemed to drill into Luo Qingtong's ears and into her heart. Only if this woman became stronger could he eliminate the hidden dangers in his body. Only then would he be able to protect her better. Yes. Luo Qingtong nodded. She also felt that she was too weak compared to Yi Qianxian. She had thought that being a martial emperor would be enough for her to probe the other party's body. However, she had not expected that she would exhaust her mental strength as soon as she started probing. This man was truly a pervert. Luo Qingtong raised her hand and poked the man's chest. In the past, it was always others who called her a pervert. Now it was her turn to scold this man. However, Luo Qingtong was never one to admit defeat. The stronger Xianxia became, the more motivated she became. Sooner or later, she would crush this man under her body. Luo Qingtong muttered to herself as she looked at Xianxia's devilishly handsome face. Her eyesight had already recovered. Don't poke randomly. Xianxia groaned as he grabbed Luo Qingtong's small hands that were randomly poking his chest. Did this woman know that this was ***? She had just poked the 2 points on his chest several times. Xianxia was afraid that if he didn't grab her now, he wouldn't be able to hold himself back. Don't play with fire, he said in a hoarse voice. Otherwise, don't blame this sovereign for forcing you. Did this woman really think that he was Lu Shaohui? She wanted to try poking him again. You'll have to be able to catch me first. She laughed. There was a hint of arrogance in her innocence, and an indescribable charm in her wickedness. Especially that pair of bright and colorful eyes, which gave people an indescribable feeling of intelligence and dazzling as they turned craftily. It made her look very charming. Why don't you try? Xianxia looked at Luo Qingtong like this, and his eyes instantly darkened. The emotions inside were surging, more turbulent than before, and undercurrents were surging. He didn't mind if she gave him a chance to make a move. When he caught her, he would never stop. Then forget it. Luo Qingtong looked at him, and her pair of claws, which were held by the man, were indescribably restless. Her unyielding character made her want to continue poking. However, Xianxia's words were too threatening. Luo Qingtong felt the man's unblinking gaze on her. She thought for a moment. Xianxia was all on her now. If he poked her, there would be no chance for her to escape. Thinking of this, she immediately gave up. A wise woman submits to circumstances. She smiled and held the man's hand, saying, "Come on, business is more important. I'll continue to look at your meridians." Xianxia was amused by her crafty look. He knew that this woman wouldn't dare. Cunning. He snorted and pulled her into his arms. His action was overbearing and gentle. See. He snorted and lowered his head, kissing the girl fiercely. Then, he restrained himself and let her go. Luo Qingtong responded to him with a smile, not hiding her little thoughts and cunning at all. Anyway, in front of this man, her nature had been exposed. So what if she was scared? So what if she only knew how to take advantage of him? Luo Qingtong smiled and transferred the aura in her body into Xianxia's body. This time, she didn't use her ocular ability to restore the man's meridian map like before. Xianxia was too strong. She didn't have enough mental strength to restore his full strength, so she might as well save her energy for something else. Luo Qingtong's aura circulated in his body, just like what she had done to Xianxia in the past. At the same time, she activated her ocular sorcery, which had recovered, and watched as her power flowed through the man's body. Under Luo Qingtong's eye technique, she saw the power she had transferred into the man's body move around in his body and seep into his meridians. Then, another wave of energy came out from it and flowed into her aura. Luo Qingtong snorted softly. When the energy returned to her body after a cycle, she stopped it. What's wrong? Xianxia raised his eyebrows as he looked at her and stopped checking his body. Something's wrong. Luo Qingtong told Xianxia what she had just checked. Before me, did anyone check your body and find something like this? No. Xianxia said straightforwardly. The drawbacks of the heavenly vein body were obvious. It wasn't that no one had checked his body to find an opportunity to extend his life. But without exception, no one had found anything. Only Luo Qingtong. Xianxia lowered her head to take a look at her own body. She could clearly feel that her meridians had become stronger. That's strange. Luo Qingtong knitted her eyebrows. If only her aura had an effect, then it meant that there was something in her aura that Xianxia's meridians needed. Wait a minute, Luo Qingtong's eyes suddenly lit up. Tian Mingzi said before that I have an innate mixed element body. Does this have anything to do with it? She looked at the man in front of her, her expression full of hope. If this was the reason, then Xianxia could find another innate mixed element body. Her strength alone wasn't enough to restore a man's meridians. But if there were a few more people, then it wouldn't be a problem, Luo Qingtong thought and guessed. could it be because I have an innate mixed element body that can absorb all the power in the world, so after my aura circulated in your body, it absorbed some of your aura? Then this aura was assimilated by my aura, and when it entered your body, it was mistaken for your own aura and then absorbed back, strengthening the meridians in your body? She thought that this was the only reason that made sense. But she just didn't know if this innate mixed element body was easy to find in this different world. In fact, Luo Qingtong didn't know if this body came from the original owner or from herself. If it was because of the injection of her soul that caused the original owner's body to change and become the same as her previous life, then it would be troublesome. Because Luo Qingtong didn't care about anything in her previous life, she could learn it as soon as she learned it. Although she was ranked first in the ability world, her strength wasn't limited to eye techniques. She had practiced all kinds of martial arts without any hindrance. In fact, if it wasn't for the lack of spiritual energy on Earth in the 24th century, Luo Qingtong might have been able to cultivate successfully. This was also the reason why Luo Qingtong was quickly familiar with the power system and martial arts cultivation here after transmigrating to this different world. Otherwise, even with the eye technique, she wouldn't have been able to immediately use the original owner's power to kill all the black-clothed people when she transmigrated. That shouldn't be the reason, Xianxia said in a low voice. If that's the case, then storing the energy in my body and transferring it back to my body, wouldn't it strengthen my meridians? But in reality, he looked at the beautiful girl in front of him with sparkling eyes. The strength of my meridians has always been weakening. He looked at Luo Qingtong and nodded slightly. In this world, the one who wants me dead is the heavenly Tao. Therefore, what Luo Qingtong said about his power being assimilated after entering her body and then being absorbed by his own power to repair his meridians was impossible. Otherwise, with the strength of his heavenly veins body, how could his meridians be so weak? Therefore, Luo Qingtong's power was able to repair his meridians. There must be other reasons. Heavenly Tao. When Luo Qingtong heard him say this, she remembered the special nature of Xianxia's heavenly veins body. Before, she subconsciously treated Xianxia's condition as a general difficult disease to treat. But in fact, Xianxia's condition wasn't an illness, she was able to repair his meridians not because of her medical skills. It was because of another reason. Luo Qingtong thought so and frowned. Apart from her innate mixed yuan body, was there anything special in her body that Xianxia needed? Luo Qingtong shook her head as she thought of this. Her Do technique was an auxiliary ability, which had nothing to do with the power in her body. This shouldn't be the reason. Luo Qingtong couldn't think of anything, so she could only give up in the end. It couldn't be because her power was more delicious than Xianxia's, so the way of heaven absorbed her power and let go of Xianxia's meridians, right? She curled her lips as she thought of this, and then suddenly froze. Wait, the way of heaven absorbed her power, but it didn't absorb Xianxia's. Luo Qingtong carefully recalled this sentence that suddenly appeared in her mind, and she seemed to think of something. If the way of heaven could absorb her power, it wouldn't absorb Xianxia's. Then could they find a way to replace it with something else? Luo Qingtong thought of this, and in an instant, a certain thought in her mind became clearer. Xianxia was the same as her. Maybe he also went astray on this matter. She remembered that the man had told her before that except for her, other people's power had no effect on the meridians in his body. But if he didn't have the power of people, what about the power of things? Luo Qingtong thought of this, and in an instant, the light in her eyes became brighter and brighter. She suddenly threw herself into Xianxia's arms and said happily, "I got it." She told him all her thoughts, and then said to the man, "You've tried countless ways. Have you tried to guide the power of some kind of treasure into your body to see if it can weaken the weakening of your meridians by the way of heaven?" After hearing her thoughts, Xianxia was also thoughtful for a while. Then he shook his head and said, "No." He used to treat the weakening of his meridians as a kind of disease. He relied on the power of a medicinal liquid to temporarily repair and stabilize the strength of his meridians. But as he became stronger and stronger over the years, those medicinal liquids were no longer useful. Elder Yu was also helpless. Now that he heard Luo Qingtong's idea, he felt that he might be able to give it a try. Luo Qingtong also had the same idea. She nodded seriously and said, "Go and collect some treasures related to the power of the heavenly Tao. Who knows, maybe one of their powers can counteract the power of the heavenly Tao that is weakening you." The weakening of Yi Qianxian's heavenly vein physique came from the mysterious influence of the heavenly Tao. Since his power was effective against him, perhaps those treasures would be effective as well. Even if he could not completely cure the hidden danger of the man's meridians constantly weakening, he could try his best to prolong and reduce the heavenly Tao's influence on him. Yes. I'll give it a try then. Yi Qianxia nodded. Indeed, he had never thought of such a method before. Once he was done with the matters here, he would return to the other side to collect such treasures. Haha. Luo Qingtong laughed happily. If this method really worked on Yi Qianxian, that would be great. In this way, the hidden danger in the man's body could be controlled to a certain extent. Once his strength increased in the future, he could specifically help him investigate and see what exactly was in his body that affected his meridians. Then he could prescribe the right medicine and completely solve the hidden danger in his body. Luo Qingtong thought like this, and suddenly her heart was greatly shaken. She continued to pour her aura into Yi Qianxian's body, circulating it in his meridians. Both of their auras were slowly changing and strengthening. His aura overflowed like a gentle breeze, blowing his and Luo Qingtong's sleeves and hair. Inside the room, it was as if they were outside in the courtyard. While Luo Qingtong was in this cycle, the man's aura constantly mixed with her aura and surged into her body, causing the aura in her body to constantly rise. However, her current cultivation was not as weak as before. When Yi Qianxian's aura entered her body, it was no longer uncontrollable like before, soaring like a rocket. This made Luo Qingtong feel a lot more relieved. The two of them were busy in the room for most of the day. When Luo Qingtong's aura no longer had any effect on Yi Qianxian's meridians, Luo Qingtong's strength had entered the level of a low-level martial emperor in this continuous cycle. Although she did not know how much Yi Qianxian's strength had recovered, the dignified and deep aura around him had deepened a lot. The blood-red sword in his eyes was even sharper, as if it was going to materialize and rush out. Luo Qingtong knew that Yi Qianxian's strength must have recovered a lot. No, the word recovered could not be used. The man's strength had always been there. It was just that because of the limit of his meridians, he could not exert it. How much have you improved? Luo Qingtong looked at Yi Qianxian with a smile and asked. Now I should be able to exert 1/10 of my strength. Yi Qianxian felt the strength in his body and narrowed his eyes slightly. I'll go out for a while. As he spoke, he dashed out of the room with a whoosh. In the courtyard outside, Fengyu was hiding in a dark corner. Then he heard Yi Qianxian's voice. Follow me. He wanted to find a place to test his strength. Yes. At this time, Fengyu also felt the difference in his master's aura. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he rushed out with Yi Qianxian. Seeing the two figures disappear in the courtyard, Luo Qingtong's lips twitched and then she fell asleep. After working for half a day, she was exhausted. She did not even have time to check the situation in her body before she fell asleep. The next morning, Luo Qingtong woke up with a yawn. There was still no sign of Yi Qianxian. She did not know where he and Fengyu went to test their strength. However, when Luo Qingtong thought of Yi Qianxian's extraordinary strength, she knew that the two were definitely not near the holy capital of the Empire of Qin. Otherwise, she did not know how big a commotion. She wanted to get out of bed and wash up. Then, she began to check the condition of her body. Her strength was already at the level of a low-level martial emperor. However, there were no signs of breaking through to the mid-level martial emperor. After all, Luo Qingtong's current strength was no longer like when she was at the martial master or great martial master level. She could not break through by just absorbing a little bit of Yi Qianxian's strength. Moreover, after reaching the martial emperor level, she could only rely on her own comprehension to advance. It was impossible to rely on external forces. After all, at this level, she had already begun to touch the power of heaven and earth. It was not just a simple increase in strength that could continue to advance. As Luo Qingtong thought about it, she stopped probing her body. At this time, Su Xiaoxiao and the others' voices came from outside. Luo Qingtong stepped into the hall. In the hall, Yu Qingwei was waiting with a group of people from the Qingwei group. Seeing Luo Qingtong come in, she immediately stood up and nodded to her. Junior sister Luo, I brought them here to apologize. Yu Qingwei had wholeheartedly accepted her loss in that battle. That masked girl's alchemy skills were simply too strong. Her title as the honorary lead alchemist was well-deserved. And the people from the Qingwei group were extremely grateful to Luo Qingtong for not pursuing Yu Qingwei's responsibility. They were originally going to apologize after the battle. But because of that battle, Yu Qingwei had been inspired by Luo Qingtong's pill refining process and went into seclusion for a while. Her alchemy skills had greatly improved. That was why he had waited until today to apologize to the Heavenly Evil group. Junior Sister Luo, we're sorry. Luo Yiran and the others stepped forward and bowed to Luo Qingtong after Yu Qingwei's words. They were already filled with regret for the previous matter. Speaking of which, they didn't have any conflicts or grudges with Luo Qingtong and the others. Just because of Mo Yufei's words, they had developed prejudice against Luo Qingtong and attacked the Heavenly Demon group. They couldn't blame anyone else for falling to this state. They apologized one by one. Especially when facing Su Xiaoxiao, Luo Yiran and the others were even more sincere. Their faces were burning with pain. They had ruthlessly humiliated Su Xiaoxiao before, but the result was that they were slapped in the face by her. Standing in front of Su Xiaoxiao now, they were really embarrassed. Their previous arrogance had all turned into unbearable memories. They wished they could dig a hole and hide in it. After the Qingwei group finished apologizing, Yu Qingwei looked at Luo Qingtong and nodded. Junior Sister Luo, please help me tell the honorary lead alchemist that I thank her this time. Yu Qingwei didn't know that the honorary lead alchemist was Luo Qingtong. She had benefited a lot from the battle this time. He had truly entered the realm of a quasi-alchemist. In her opinion, if the other party had not pleaded for leniency, Luo Qingtong would not have forgiven the Qingwei group so easily. Thus, Yu Qingwei was very grateful to him. Sure. Luo Qingtong looked at her and smiled. At this moment, she saw Yu Qingwei say, but I won't give up on His Highness. Junior Sister Luo, I will compete with you fairly in the future. Pooh. When Luo Qingtong heard this, she almost choked on her own saliva. Oh my god, when she came back to her senses, her first reaction was that it was a good thing that Xianxia was out. Otherwise, who knew what would happen if he heard what she had said? This was simply too deceptive. Little Pig, who was squatting on her shoulder, also twitched his lips. You misunderstood. I have no relationship with His Highness. Luo Qingtong waved her hand and hurriedly clarified her relationship with Ma Chenyi. She didn't want to carry the title of Ma Chenyi's love and Ma Chenyi's love. It wasn't that she was afraid of what Yi Qianxian would do to her if he found out. She was afraid that he would cut off Ma Chenyi's head, then the latter was simply too wronged. Really? On the other side, Yu Qingwei was still bashfully challenging Luo Qingtong. When she heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up. She looked at Luo Qingtong with pleasant surprise. It's true, it's true. Luo Qingtong hurriedly nodded. Yu Qingwei didn't want to cause more trouble for Ma Chenyi. If Yi Qianxian really misunderstood, Ma Chenyi wouldn't know how unlucky he would be. Good. I believe in you. Yu Qingwei looked at Luo Qingtong and solemnly nodded. Her eyebrows rose up, her eyes filled with joy. Then I'm sorry, Junior Apprentice Sister Luo, I misunderstood you. After learning that Luo Qingtong wasn't her love rival, Yu Qingwei's entire being seemed to come alive. She was originally a quiet young girl that had walked out from a painting of an elegant lady. Now, her entire body was brimming with vitality. Hearing that, Luo Qingtong heaved a sigh of relief. She waved her hand towards Yu Qingwei, about to speak. At this time, a group of people rushed in from outside. Luo Qingtong. This group of people wore the uniform of the Holy Academy's Council of Elders. They coldly looked at her and said, someone reported that you cheated in your gambling match with UNMO and used evil techniques. This matter is of great importance. Please come with us. As these words came out, Su Xiaoxiao and the others were startled. They originally wanted to ask why they had rushed in. That's impossible. It's impossible for my boss to use evil techniques. Su Xiaoxiao and the others were no longer the same as when they had just entered the Holy Academy. They naturally knew that being accused of using evil techniques was a serious accusation. In the True Spill continent, martial artists and soul cultivators that used evil techniques were the most despised. This was different from forbidden techniques. No matter how sinister a forbidden technique was, the ones that were harmed were the martial artist and soul master that used the forbidden technique. but evil techniques were different. If one said that forbidden techniques sacrificed oneself to harm others, then evil techniques harmed others to benefit oneself. Forbidden techniques harmed oneself to obtain strength that surpassed oneself. But evil techniques robbed others to obtain strength that one didn't have. The nature of these two were completely different. In the True Spill continent, once someone that used evil techniques was discovered, they would immediately be besieged and hunted down. But in the four great holy dynasties, evil techniques were explicitly forbidden. Once discovered, they would be severely punished. Luo Qingtong had been accused of using evil techniques. Once this crime was established, crippling her cultivation and banishing her would be a light punishment. As Su Xiaoxiao and the others thought this, their hearts were suddenly filled with unspeakable anger and anxiety. Humph. Whether or not it is true, we'll know once we arrive at the Holy Academy's Council of Elders. The leader of the law enforcement team of the Sacred Academy said. Take him away. He waved his hand fiercely. Immediately, a group of law enforcement team members behind him rushed out and grabbed Luo Qingtong. Boss. Seeing this, Su Xiaoxiao and the others panicked. They rushed forward and stood in front of Luo Qingtong. Right at this moment, stand down. Luo Qingtong's voice sounded. Then, her body suddenly moved. Bang bang bang. The members of the law enforcement team, who were trying to grab Luo Qingtong, screamed and flew backwards. Their bodies crashed heavily onto the ground. When the leader saw this, his expression suddenly changed, and he glared at Luo Qingtong and said angrily, "You dare resist? Luo Qingtong, are you admitting that you used evil techniques and want to escape punishment?" As he said this, he looked at Luo Qingtong with vigilance, his hand already holding the signal to gather everyone. Luo Qingtong coldly looked at them. She waved her hand and brushed off the dust on her sleeves, her voice cold. "I'll go with you. But, if you dare to touch me again, I'll cripple you." The young girl's eyes flashed with a faint blood-red light. Luo Qingtong would never be courteous to those who dared to lay their hands on her. Did these people really think that she was a prisoner? Luo Qingtong sneered. With a wave of her sleeve, she walked towards the elders of the Holy Academy. She already had a premonition that someone was trying to deal with her. Boss. Seeing Luo Qingtong walking towards the elders of the Holy Academy, Su Xiaoxiao and the others quickly followed. They didn't believe that Luo Qingtong would use sorcery. With the latter's strength and ability, how could she need to use sorcery to win against Yu Wenma? Knowing Luo Qingtong's identity and strength, Su Xiaoxiao's people didn't believe a word of the Holy Academy's law enforcement team. However, it was true that someone was trying to deal with Luo Qingtong. They didn't know who was so vicious. They actually framed their boss with such a crime. It was really hateful, Su Xiaoxiao and the others thought and immediately gritted their teeth. After they left, the people of the Qingwei group also looked at each other for a while. They didn't expect that when they came to apologize, they would run into such a thing. Luo Qingtong used sorcery to deal with Yu Wenma. This crime was not an ordinary one. If it was true, then Luo Qingtong would definitely be crippled. They looked at the girl next to them who was like a willow tree. Senior sister? They looked at her inquisitively. Let's go and take a look together. Yu Qingwei pondered for a moment and said. Then she said to a member of the Qingwei group, "Go and inform His Highness the Crown Prince that something happened to Luo Qingtong. Tell him to hurry to the elders of the Holy Academy." Let's go. Yu Qingwei didn't have much interaction with Luo Qingtong, but the girl didn't look like someone who would use sorcery. There might be something going on. Thinking of how Machin Yi protected her, Yu Qingwei thought for a while and decided to take people to take a look. The elders of the Holy Academy supported Mo Qianxian. For the sake of Machin Yi, Yu Qingwei naturally couldn't just watch and do nothing. What's more, after this gambling battle, Luo Qingtong did not continue to pursue the matter of the Qingwei group. Yu Qingwei still owed her a favor. With that thought in mind, she immediately said to the Qingwei group member, "Also, inform the Grand Dean. Let him know about it." After explaining everything, Yu Qingwei and the others immediately headed towards the Holy Institute's elders. At the same time, in the Elders Guild of the Sacred Academy, Su Diheng and Shen Qiuyue were already waiting there. Beside them sat Mo Qianxian, whose face was full of joy. I didn't expect Great Teacher to change his mind and not let go of Luo Qingtong. This is exactly what I want. Mo Xianxian smiled and said to Su Diheng. He also greeted Xianxia respectfully. Xianxia was the person he had been trying to win over. If he had her support, he wouldn't be afraid of losing to Ma Chengyi in the imperial court. She was the external deacon of the celestial palace. The latter had been the crown prince for a long time. So what if he had a lot of power and connections? As long as Xianxia supported him, he could pull the other party down from the throne before his strength surpassed Ma Chengyi's. Mo Xianxian was so close to Yuan Ma before because of this. And not long ago, Xianxia told him coldly that she would support him to fight for the throne. Thinking of this, Mo Xianxian suddenly smiled proudly. Speaking of which, he had to thank Luo Qingtong. If Ma Chengyi hadn't been on good terms with her and protected her in every way possible, how could Xianxia support him to fight for the throne so easily? Thinking of this, Mo Xianxian felt indescribably happy. He said to Su Diheng and Xianxia, since you two hate Luo Qingtong so much, why don't you send her to me for training? He smiled viciously and said, it just so happens that I also have some grudges against her. I have plenty of people under me who can teach her a lesson and make her wish she was dead. I don't need to dirty your hands. Okay. Xianxia sneered. Then I'll leave her to you. I will take Jingyue to see what kind of miserable situation she is in at that time. Su Diheng also sneered and nodded. Killing Luo Qingtong directly was certainly not better than torturing her and then killing her. Anyway, as long as it was confirmed that she used witchcraft, who knew what would happen to her after she was expelled from the hospital? Even if she was kidnapped by them, no one would know. At that time, they would see how miserable Luo Qingtong was, which could be regarded as revenge for Jingyue and Yuan Mo. In the seats of the elders of the Sacred Academy, the first elder of the Sacred Academy and others also looked cold. Humph, I didn't expect that Luo Qingtong would have such a day. The people of the elders of the Sacred Academy hated Luo Qingtong no less than Su Diheng and Mo Xianxian. Since they were slapped in the face by Luo Qingtong when they tried to expel her from the hospital, they were completely excluded from the core of the Sacred Academy. All the core of the Sacred Academy was controlled by the Grand Dean's faction. Not only that, they also became the laughingstock of the Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin. When they heard that Su Diheng and others sued Luo Qingtong for using witchcraft, they immediately sent people to catch Luo Qingtong. Not only that, they also had the same idea as Mo Xianxian. The latter wanted to lead the matter to Ma Chengyi. They wanted to shift the blame onto the Grand Supreme Dean. After all, how could someone like Luo Qingtong, who came from an inferior country, come into contact with things like witchcraft? Naturally, someone had given it to her. What kind of person was that? The group of elders from the Holy Academy sneered. The biggest possibility was evil Dr. Ghost Eye, but who would find trouble with her? They would only put this hat on the Grand Supreme Dean's head. As for evidence, wouldn't it be easy to forge? As long as they could confirm that Luo Qingtong had indeed used sorcery, they could guarantee that the Grand Principal would not be able to get away with it. Apart from that, there was also the Crown Prince. By then, he would be able to kill 3 birds with 1 stone, and the matter would be resolved perfectly. As for the evil Dr. Ghost Eye, as long as she wasn't an idiot, she wouldn't jump out and say that she was the one who gave him the sorcery. What's more, he might not even know about this. By the time she found out, the matter had already been settled. As the group of people thought about this, they all began to laugh coldly. He calmly waited for Luo Qingtong's arrival. At this moment, Luo Qingtong might have been escorted here with a disheveled look. The first elder of the Holy Academy and others sneered. They specially told the law enforcement team of the Holy Academy to come here in a disheveled and humiliating way. Just when this group of people was thinking about this, bang! The door of the Elders' Academy of the Holy Academy was suddenly kicked open. Then, a figure was kicked in from the outside. Ah! Hearing the person's painful cry and the figure rolling in, the group of Elders' Academy of the Holy Academy showed a trace of satisfaction and sneer on their faces. Was Luo Qingtong kicked in? The group of people thought calmly. Because they suddenly realized that something was wrong with the cry. It didn't seem to be a woman's voice, but a man's. Thinking of this, they immediately raised their eyes and looked ahead. With one look, their faces were instantly filled with rage. Luo Qingtong. What do you mean by this? At the front gate, the golden bronze door was wide open. The figure who was kicked in was lying on the ground. A figure dressed in fiery red clothes suddenly walked in from the gate and stepped on the figure. Only then did the elders of the Sacred Academy see clearly that the red figure was Luo Qingtong, and the figure under her foot was the member of the law enforcement team they sent to catch Luo Qingtong. Luo Qingtong. Seeing that the scene before them was completely different from what they had imagined, the group of elders from the Sacred Academy was infuriated. "You're too arrogant!" the crowd shouted angrily. This woman had already been exposed for using sorcery, but she still dared to be so arrogant and wanton. Did she really think that they wouldn't dare to do anything to her, or did she think that the Grand Dean would be able to protect her? Unfortunately, she was wrong, not to mention her. Even the Grand Dean would be in trouble today. Facing the anger of the elders of the Sacred Academy, Luo Qingtong looked indifferent. She looked at them with a sneer and said, "Elders, what do you think is not arrogant?" As she spoke, she kicked the figure of the law enforcement team away with a sneer. She had just said that if anyone dared to touch her again, she would cripple them, but they still dared to do it. Did they think that she wouldn't dare to do anything to them at the elders of the Sacred Academy? Luo Qingtong's face was cold. Her eyes swept over the law enforcement team members who came in behind her. First elder. Elders. The law enforcement team members limped in while supporting each other. They looked at Luo Qingtong with fear and resentment. Especially the leader of the law enforcement team. This woman dared to cripple them, and in front of the elders of the Sacred Academy. How dare she? His expression was one of shock and fury. He was the one who had ordered the law enforcement team member to sneak attack Luo Qingtong. She had thought that Luo Qingtong would not dare to make a move after arriving here since she was so fierce. However, she didn't expect that she would directly cripple the law enforcement team member who had just made a move. The leading member of the law enforcement team was about to pounce on him. After Luo Qingtong made her move, he didn't dare to move. "Great elder, elders, you must uphold justice for us." The group of people knelt on the ground and cried. "We were ordered to capture her, but she beat us up." Elders, Luo Qingtong is completely ignoring the rules of the Holy Academy and the Elders Association. The group of people knelt on the ground and cried. The members of the Elders Association of the Sacred Academy looked at the group of law enforcement team members who limped in from outside and almost fainted in an instant. It turned out that Luo Qingtong not only beat up a law enforcement team member of the Sacred Academy, but also beat up all the people they had sent. How dare she? Luo Qingtong. You've gone too far. You've despised the Elders Association and ignored the rules of the Sacred Academy. Guards. The members of the Elders Association of the Sacred Academy flew into a rage. They were about to call people to arrest Luo Qingtong. Luo Qingtong's voice sounded. That's because they deserve to be beaten. Luo Qingtong's eyes were cold. She stood in the middle of the hall of the elders of the Sacred Academy and slowly walked to the front of the members of the law enforcement team. She lifted her leg with a sneer and kicked the leader of the law enforcement team out with a bang. Luo Qingtong. Before the members of the elders of the Sacred Academy could do anything, Luo Qingtong's cold voice sounded. Since the elders want to talk about the rules with me, then I'll talk about the rules with you. I'm still a student of the Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin. Before I'm expelled from the Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin, these members of the law enforcement team have no right to beat me up. Luo Qingtong sneered and flicked her sleeves. According to the rules of the Sacred Academy, if they beat me up, I'm qualified to fight back. Beat them up? Luo Qingtong lifted her leg and kicked another member of the law enforcement team out. That's because they deserve to be beaten up. Luo Qingtong had long known that the members of the elders of the Sacred Academy were up to no good. Why did they send people to catch her? Why, even if someone accused her of using witchcraft, before she was officially expelled from the Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin, she was still a student of the Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin. These members of the law enforcement team dared to beat her up, let alone beat them up. Even if she beat them to death, what could the members of the elders of the Sacred Academy do to her? Did they really think that she was a little girl who had never seen the world? She would be beaten up by the members of the law enforcement team just because she was a little frightened by the complaint. Luo Qingtong's words instantly made the members of the elders of the Sacred Academy speechless. Previously, they had indeed thought that Luo Qingtong would be scared silly by this battle and wanted to teach her a lesson in advance. At the same time, they could also vent their resentment from being humiliated by her previously. They thought that Luo Qingtong wouldn't dare to fight back. He didn't expect her to be so bold and so meticulous. At this time, he had already been exposed for using sorcery, yet he still dared to be so high-profile and arrogant. Good. Good. All right. Everyone was so angry that their hearts hurt. They gritted their teeth and sneered at her. You're right this time. Luo Qingtong, the law enforcement team of the Sacred Academy attacked you. You didn't do anything wrong by fighting back. As the group of people spoke, their hearts were filled with hatred. Just bear with her for now. Once she was convicted of the crime, she would suffer a fate worse than death. She had to return all the slaps to her face. With that thought in mind, the group of elders of the Sacred Academy wanted to drag the members of the enforcement team away. The latter and the others had failed to complain and were beaten instead. Their faces were filled with dejection and they no longer dared to make a sound. He was about to leave with his tail between his legs. Luo Qingtong opened her mouth. Wait, have I finished talking about this? Luo Qingtong looked at them coldly. Luo Qingtong, what are you trying to do? This is the elders of the Sacred Academy. It's not a place where you can behave atrociously. The group of elders of the Sacred Academy was instantly furious. Were they trying Luo Qingtong or were they trying Luo Qingtong? Luo Qingtong had gone too far. They attacked me. Shouldn't they be punished? How could Luo Qingtong be so easy to deal with? The people of the elders of the Sacred Academy were already coming for her. In this case, it didn't matter whether they shed all pretense of cordiality or not. She wasn't the kind of person who would suffer losses. These people wanted to attack her and put her on trial. Fine, let's wait until she was done. Let's take care of everything. Didn't you already beat them up to this state? Isn't this a lesson? The elders of the Sacred Academy were almost angered to death by Luo Qingtong. She had beaten up the law enforcement team sent by them, and now she was still talking to them. What else did she want? Luo Qingtong, they attacked you, and you have already fought back. This matter is now even. The elders of the Sacred Academy said coldly. Even? Luo Qingtong looked at them with a faint smile. Su Xiaoxiao and the others had already caught up with her at this time. When they saw Luo Qingtong standing alone in the hall of the elders of the Sacred Academy and confronting the members of the elders of the Sacred Academy, they immediately rushed over and stood behind her, expressing their support for her with practical actions. Luo Qingtong glanced at them from the corner of her eyes, and suddenly felt a wave of warmth and comfort in her heart. She raised her hand, and a chair not far away was instantly pulled over by her. After placing the chair behind her, Luo Qingtong flicked her sleeves and sat on it. She looked up at the elders of the Sacred Academy, who were so angered by her actions that they were dizzy and were about to scold her. She raised her hand and took out a token. She fiddled with the token in her hand, then looked up and smiled. As a student of the Heavenly Palace, they are indeed even with me. But as a holder of the Saint token, they attacked me, which is an offense against their superiors. After being beaten up, they should be punished more severely. Otherwise, where will the rules of the Sacred Academy exist? Where will the dignity of the Sacred Academy exist? The words that the elders of the Sacred Academy had scolded Luo Qingtong before were all returned by her. Luo Qingtong beckoned Yuan Hu and the others to press all the law enforcement team members to the ground. Cripple them. Her voice was cold. These law enforcement team members were ordered by the elders of the Sacred Academy to arrest her, but they secretly wanted to humiliate her. They even wanted to plot against her, and then they complained in front of the elders of the Sacred Academy. Did they think that she didn't see their resentful eyes just now? Luo Qingtong sneered. Since they hated her so much, it didn't matter if they hated her more. Luo Qingtong was not the kind of person to be unforgiving. But if they were courting death, then she didn't mind fulfilling their wish. Saint token. Looking at the thing in Luo Qingtong's hand, the elders of the Sacred Academy were shocked and then furious. The Grand Principal actually gave such a thing to Luo Qingtong? What a bastard! What did he take the Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin, his personal territory? Even something like a saint token could be given away so casually. The elders of the Sacred Academy's TT, especially the first elder of the Sacred Academy. He originally thought that using such a despicable method to pull down the Grand Principal and the others wasn't good, but now, looking at the saint token in Luo Qingtong's hand, he was so angry that he trembled all over. He wished he could drive Dean and the others out of the Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin right now. However, They didn't know that the saint token in Luo Qingtong's hand had nothing to do with Ding Ding at all. They were the spoils of war that she had obtained after defeating Saint Meng. Ding Ding had wanted to take it back, but he didn't succeed. Now that Luo Qingtong took out the saint token, these law enforcement team members made a big mistake by attacking her. Bang, bang, bang. Ah! Amid the shrill screams, the members of the law enforcement team were rolling on the ground. Their hearts were filled with regret. If they had known that provoking Luo Qingtong would lead to such a result, they would never have attacked her in order to curry favor with the elders of the Sacred Academy. It had nothing to do with them at all. It was the elders of the Sacred Academy who wanted to deal with Luo Qingtong. They only needed to bring her to the Sacred Academy. It was too late for them to regret. No one had expected that Luo Qingtong would have the Sacred Academy token. The latter had never been revealed, and had never been taken out. They were in pain and regretful. The shrill screams almost resounded throughout the hall of the elders of the Sacred Academy. Hearing these ear-piercing screams, the members of the Council of Elders of the Sacred Institute turned pale. Luo Qingtong's slap was very loud. They had sent these people to catch Luo Qingtong, but now they were crippled in front of them, and they couldn't do anything to Luo Qingtong. The group of people gritted their teeth so hard that the sound of grinding could be heard. Luo Qingtong, how are you? You're doing very well. The elders of the Sacred Academy pointed at her, their faces full of ferocity and anger. Of course I'm doing very well. Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent as she squinted her eyes. These people wanted to deal with her. It was ridiculous. She was sure that the one who would be punished later would not be her. Well, didn't the elders of the Sacred Academy come to me to talk about cheating? We can start now. Luo Qingtong raised her hand and flicked her sleeves. Her face was indescribably careless, as if she didn't take the elders of the Sacred Academy seriously at all. The girl's face was gorgeous, delicate, enchanting, and domineering. Sitting on the wide chair like this, his aura instantly overwhelmed the group of elders of the Holy Academy opposite him. People who didn't know better would think that the people who were waiting for trial were the elders of the Sacred Academy. Looking at Luo Qingtong's domineering and careless appearance, the elders of the Sacred Academy gnashed their teeth even louder. Luo Qingtong, wait and see, she would regret it later. The elders of the Sacred Academy inhaled and exhaled again, and finally calmed down. If they couldn't calm down, they would probably faint on the spot. Good. Good. They said coldly, let's start. The rhythm of the elders of the Sacred Academy was smashed by Luo Qingtong's unconventional moves. They were going to punish Luo Qingtong directly, and then snorted and led her to confess the matter. In this way, they could vent their anger and see Luo Qingtong in a sorry state. Then, they could finally beat her to the bottom of the mud. But the result? The elders of the Sacred Academy looked at Luo Qingtong, who was sitting comfortably on the chair. The word start was incomparably sullen and gloomy. The Seoul Institute's great teacher and the others also stared sullenly at the scene. This is that Luo Qingtong? Xianxia looked at Luo Qingtong, who was sitting on the wide chair, and said with a serious expression. When Luo Qingtong arrived, they were prepared to see a joke. In the end, they saw a joke. However, it wasn't the joke of Luo Qingtong that they had imagined. Instead, it was the joke of the elders of the Sacred Academy, who had been humiliated to the point that they wished they were dead. Xianxia, who saw Luo Qingtong for the first time, finally understood why her husband, daughter, and Yuwenma had suffered so much at the hands of Luo Qingtong. She was indeed not ordinary, but so what? Xianxia's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Luo Qingtong also looked over at Su Diheng and the others after the elders of the Sacred Academy spoke. When she saw Xianxia's murderous gaze, she suddenly narrowed her eyes. Who was the other party? She looked up slightly and glanced at the position and distance between Su Diheng and Xianxia. She suddenly guessed the relationship between the two. If she guessed correctly, the other party should be Su Jingyue's mother. As expected, they were a family. Were they here to seek revenge from him? When Luo Qingtong came, she had already guessed that Su Diheng and Mo Chenxian were probably behind this. Now it seemed that it was indeed so. However, Su Jingyue's mother was also involved in this matter. It was said that the wife of the Seoul Institute's great teacher had an extraordinary status. Su Jingyue relied on their love and care to be very arrogant in the Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin. Almost no one dared to provoke her. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes slightly. At this moment, the people from the Qingwei group arrived. Junior sister Luo. Yu Qingwei led her people to Luo Qingtong's side and saw the latter sitting on a wide chair with a relaxed and comfortable look. She was instantly stunned. Why was this not the scene she had imagined? Yu Qingwei's expression was blank. She thought that she would see Luo Qingtong being targeted when she came over. She had originally planned to bring the people from the Qingwei group to block for Luo Qingtong if the elders of the Sacred Academy went too far. But now, what was going on? The group was a little confused. However, Yu Qingwei still subconsciously led the people from the Qingwei group to stand on Luo Qingtong's side. Senior sister Qingwei. Luo Qingtong was also a little surprised to see the people from the Qingwei group. She didn't expect Yu Qingwei to bring the people from the Qingwei group here, although she had left in front of the Qingwei group. However, in such a situation, wouldn't most people be wise enough to protect themselves? Junior sister Luo, don't be afraid. Yu Qingwei's lips couldn't help but twitch. Luo Qingtong didn't look scared at all. Her lips twitched as she continued, I've already informed His Highness the Crown Prince and the Grand Principal. The two of them should be here soon. Yu Qingwei had just finished speaking when Ma Chenyi and the Grand Principal appeared outside the door at the same time. The two of them were followed by a group of people. They were in a hurry as they strode into the hall. Qingtong. Girl, are you all right? The Grand Principal took a step forward and rushed in front of Luo Qingtong. Nothing must happen to this girl, otherwise, that fiend Xianxia would tear down the empire of Qin's Holy Academy, and it was the kind that couldn't be stopped. The Grand Principal's figure was anxious and Ma Chenyi wasn't much better behind him. He stepped through the door with a heavy expression. After seeing that Luo Qingtong was safe and sound, his expression relaxed a little. Whether it was in terms of justice or personal relations, he didn't want to see anything happen to Luo Qingtong. First Elder. Why did your Elders' Council attack Luo Qingtong? Ma Chenyi's voice was cold and dignified. His gaze swept over the members of the law enforcement team who were wailing on the ground and his expression instantly darkened. His expression was sullen. At this moment, the might of the Crown Prince of the Empire of Qin was fully displayed. They attacked Luo Qingtong. It was Luo Qingtong who attacked them, okay? That group of law enforcement team members were disabled by her. The group of people stared at Ma Chenyi and others, speechless for a long time. However, Mo Qinshan and others looked at the arrival of Grand Dean and Ma Chenyi and smiled coldly. It seems that everyone is here. Mo Qinshan chuckled and stood up. He looked at Ma Chenyi and said, Brother, you don't have to complain for Luo Qingtong. She's fine. It's the law enforcement team members who are in trouble. However, Grand Dean even gave the saint token to Luo Qingtong to play with. This protection is really rare. However, although you have a good relationship with Luo Qingtong, it's not right to cheat for her and find sorcery for her to attack you in Mo. What do you mean? Ma Chenyi came in a hurry. The member of the Qingwei group who came to report only said that something happened to Luo Qingtong, but did not say what happened. Ma Chenyi came in a hurry. Now it seemed that Ma Chenyi and others actually accused Luo Qingtong of using sorcery. Moreover, he had even plotted against him and the Grand Supreme Dean. Thinking of this, Ma Chenyi's heart suddenly froze. No wonder he found out that Mo Qinshan was investigating Luo Qingtong. He originally wanted to remind the latter, but he did not expect that before he could do it, the other party attacked. Brother, you should understand what I mean. And Grand Dean, you should also understand. Mo Qinshan smiled sinisterly. He looked indifferent and looked at Ma Chenyi and Grand Dean calmly. Today, these two people, neither of them could escape. They would all be unlucky together with Luo Qingtong. It was a pity that Yi Luo was not here, otherwise, he would also be dealt with, Mo Qinshan thought and smiled coldly. Grand Dean stood beside Luo Qingtong. After seeing that the latter was fine, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then he heard Mo Qinshan say that he gave the saint token to Luo Qingtong to play with. In an instant, he almost could not breathe. That saint token was not given by him, he was wronged. The Grand Supreme Headmaster felt a wave of depression in his heart. He didn't realize that his focus had deviated. But Ma Chenyi's face was cold. I don't know what you're talking about. Luo Qingtong used sorcery to cheat. How could this be possible? knowing that Luo Qingtong was the princess of Chu, Mo Xianxian didn't believe it at all. Humph. I knew that you would not admit it. Fortunately, we were prepared. As Mo Xianxian spoke, he threw out the information he had found about Luo Qingtong. Of course, Luo Qingtong was the great Qin Empire's princess. He did not find out. At this moment, he raised his head slightly and looked at Ma Chenyi coldly. Here is all the information about Luo Qingtong's cultivation, strength, and talent. Luo Qingtong, can you explain how you could have the same ice soul seal as you and Mo and use the same soul skill as him during the gambling battle? You are just an ordinary martial artist and have never shown any soul seal talent. Besides, the soul seal formed by the cold air in Yuan Mo's body is different from other ice soul seals. Even if you really have an ice soul seal, it is absolutely impossible to use Yuan Mo's unique soul skill. Mo Xianxian sneered. He glanced at the girl who was sitting on the chair without any change in her expression. Luo Qingtong looked at him indifferently. It turned out that Xianxia said that Mo Xianxian and the others were investigating her just to set up this trap of cheating and using witchcraft to deal with her. Luo Qingtong's lips curled up slightly. If so, Mo Xianxian and the others found the wrong way. As Luo Qingtong thought so, Su Xiaoxiao and the others beside her were also surprised. It turned out that Mo Xianxian and the others caught their boss with great fanfare through the Elders Guild. Because of this, the group of people suddenly felt speechless. When they thought of the false soul seal on their bodies, they felt more confident about this trial. If Mo Xianxian and the others wanted to slander their boss through this, they would end up badly. It was a slap in the face. As the group of people thought about it, their hearts, which had been in their throats, were immediately put back at ease. On the contrary, Ma Chenyi and the Grand Dean were nervous after hearing Mo Xianxuan's words. They didn't believe that Luo Qingtong used witchcraft. They were afraid that Mo Xianxian and the others were so well prepared that Luo Qingtong couldn't defend herself. Oh no! The two couldn't help but feel nervous. Looking at their expressions, Mo Xianxian burst into laughter. Luo Qingtong and the others couldn't defend themselves, but it wouldn't end here. He sneered, threw the documents in his hand to the ground, and then said, "You can't say anything, right? Because you helped Luo Qingtong to practice witchcraft, so that she could attack Yuan Ma." He said coldly to Luo Qingtong, you hate Yuan Ma, so you didn't hesitate to destroy him. The collapse of the cold air in his body was the result of your witchcraft, right? Mo Xianxian sneered. After you disabled him, you said that he deserved it. Push the blame to him for being ungrateful in the past. In any case, Yuan Mo is already crippled. He can't defend himself. Even if I try to defend myself, no one will listen. Everyone will only think that he's trying to slander you. It's a pity that you were too vicious and exposed yourself in the end. Mo Xianxian said righteously. Luo Qingtong's lips twitched at his words. Mo Xianxian really had a talent for telling stories. She almost believed the story, hearing Mo Xianxuan's words. The elders of the Academy of Saint Academy, who had just been humiliated by Luo Qingtong, suddenly shouted angrily as if they had caught something that could be used against them. Luo Qingtong, the evidence is here. What else do you have to say? They raised their hands and pointed at the documents that Mo Xianxian threw out. And the two of you, in order to protect Luo Qingtong, you actually found sorcery for her to cultivate. Especially you, Grand Dean. You helped Luo Qingtong to harm the students of the Saint Academy. What right do you have to be in charge of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin? The group of elders of the Sacred Institute said righteously. In an instant, behind the Grand Dean, the group of mentors who followed the Grand Dean changed their expressions. Obviously, the elders of the Saint Academy wanted to take this opportunity to get rid of the Grand Dean. The group of people's faces suddenly became serious. The expressions of the Dean and the others behind the Grand Dean also turned solemn. Master! Grand Dean! The group of people looked at the Grand Dean nervously. The Grand Dean also frowned. The situation was not good. These people not only wanted to deal with Luo Qingtong, but also he and Ma Chenyi were involved. The Grand Dean had no doubt that the other party had already done something to him in Ma Chenyi's mansion. The Grand Dean thought so, and so did Ma Chenyi. Behind him, the group of people who followed him suddenly became restless. At this moment, Ma Chenyi and the Grand Dean seemed to have fallen into the trap set by Mo Chen and the elders of the Saint Academy. Su Diheng and Xianxia sat there and looked at Luo Qingtong with a sneer. They didn't need to do anything at all. Mo Chen had already helped them to do it properly. Luo Qingtong would definitely not be able to get away this time. Even Ma Chenyi and the Grand Dean were in the same situation, who asked them to shield and protect Luo Qingtong. Now they would be buried with her. The two of them laughed complacently. After the elders of the Saint Academy blamed Luo Qingtong, the Grand Dean, and Ma Chenyi, they immediately sent people to the place where they lived to search. Naturally, they searched a pile of letters and materials on behalf of them, looking for evil arts for Luo Qingtong to practice. Those things were thrown in front of Luo Qingtong, Ma Chenyi, and the Grand Dean. What else do you have to say? The elders of the Saint Academy asked. Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows and said, I have nothing to say. She usually only liked to fight. The Grand Dean and Ma Chenyi both frowned. Especially the Grand Dean, when he looked at Luo Qingtong, his eyebrows were tangled, he was almost like a fried dough twist. Hey! Do you have a way to get out of here? If you can't, I'll send you out. The Grand Dean frowned as he spoke to Luo Qingtong. The matter this time was really too big. It was obvious that Su Diheng wanted to harm Luo Qingtong and wanted to use Mo Chen to do it. The Grand Supreme Dean didn't care about the situation on his side. In any case, those people from the Elders Guild only wanted to seize his authority, but Luo Qingtong was different. If she really couldn't escape and something happened to her here, the Grand Supreme Dean didn't dare to imagine the consequences. No matter what, he had to make sure that she was fine. It's okay. Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. Let them continue to play. Don't worry, I can turn the tables. As she spoke, she raised her eyes to look at Mo Chen, who was sitting with Su Diheng and the others, looking very smug. The latter was currently talking to Ma Chenyi. Brother, why are you so careless? Mo Chen looked at Ma Chenyi with a smile, and his words were full of pity and sarcasm. For a woman, you didn't hesitate to find sorcery for her to practice. As the Crown Prince of the Empire of Qin, your behavior is very inappropriate. It's okay that the Grand Supreme Dean is muddle-headed. Why can't you figure it out? As he spoke, he deliberately sighed heavily and said, if father knows this, he will be very disappointed. Brother, why do you have to do this? Ma Chenyi looked at Mo Chen coldly and didn't speak. On the contrary, Yu Qingwei stood out at once. Mo Chen, you deliberately set up the Crown Prince. She looked sullen. She had been watching from the side just now. Senior sister Qingwei, you have to be responsible for your words. The evidence here is conclusive. How can you say that I framed them? Mo Chen sneered at her. He didn't take Yu Qingwei and others seriously at all. Even if they knew that he framed Ma Chenyi and others, so what? There were witnesses and evidence. Unless Luo Qingtong could turn the tables, Ma Chenyi and Grand Supreme Dean would not be able to defend themselves. Who asked them to defend Luo Qingtong so much? If they wanted to blame someone, they should blame Luo Qingtong. If she didn't give them a chance, how could they lay their hands on Ma Chenyi and Grand Supreme Dean? Mo Chen said to Mo Chen. The person behind him said, if you know what's good for you, leave Ma Chenyi quickly. Otherwise, when you get out of here, you will be in trouble with him. When he said this, the group of people behind Ma Chenyi suddenly looked at each other. The latter was furious. At this moment, Luo Qingtong's voice sounded in his mind. Don't worry about him. Just treat it as a monkey show. Let him jump around. The girl's voice was faint. She didn't say anything, but inexplicably gave people a feeling of wanting to believe her. The anger in Ma Chenyi's heart disappeared instantly. His eyes lit up slightly, and an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Could it be that Luo Qingtong had a way to deal with Mo Chen and others? He thought so, and his heart was full of expectation. When he looked at Mo Chen again, he was almost like a clown. Many of the people behind Ma Chenyi were swayed by Mo Chen's words. After swaying left and right for a while, many people stood out one after another. Your Highness, I'm sorry. Some people said as they stepped away from Ma Chenyi and walked to Mo Chen. Your Highness King Wu. Those people bowed to Mo Chen. Haha. Good. You follow me, and I won't treat you badly. Xianxia looked at this scene and was very happy in his heart. Finally, one day, he could poach the people around Ma Chenyi. He wondered if Ma Chenyi would be heartbroken when he saw this scene. Xianxia thought, and he was very proud. Seeing this scene, Grand Supreme Dean immediately said to the mentors behind him, "It seems that I'm going to be in trouble this time. If you want to leave, hurry up. Otherwise, if you miss this opportunity, there won't be another one." When he said these words, those mentors who followed him looked at each other for a while. Finally, a few people stood out with their heads lowered. "Dean, I'm sorry." After they left, they walked to Ma Chenyi's side to leave. After getting rid of the Grand Dean and Mo Chenyi, the elders of the Saint Academy, Mo Chenxian, and the others all focused on Luo Qingtong. "It's Luo Yu." The Machin elders of Ma Chenyi sneered at her. They all looked very unfriendly, and their eyes on Luo Qingtong were like knives. This woman was so arrogant just now, and now she fell into their hands. A group of people said coldly, "Luo Qingtong, you practice evil magic, and you use it to deal with your peers of Machin Academy. You can't be forgiven. We're going to destroy your cultivation, arrest you, and punish you severely." When they said this, the group of people's gazes became abnormally sinister and vicious. At this moment, Luo Qingtong's voice suddenly sounded. Luo Qingtong, who had been silent all this time, raised her eyebrows and stood up. She looked at the elders of the Sacred Academy who were about to attack. The show was over. It was her turn. Today, she would let them know what it meant to be too late to regret. "You? Humph." The elders of the Sacred Academy looked at her and sneered. "Luo Qingtong, don't think that you can buy time for someone to save you. Are you waiting for the chief instructor of the Sacred Academy?" The group thought that they had seen through Luo Qingtong's plan. "However, if he can save you, what about the people around you?" The group sneered and threatened her. "I advise you not to play any tricks. Otherwise, the people around you won't have a good ending." The group was unspeakably fearless. Even if the other party had the supreme holy token, they were not afraid. "You are not qualified for me to play any tricks." Luo Qingtong snorted coldly. Only someone like Xianxia who wanted to kill her was worthy of her careful escape. Just these people from the Council of Elders of the Holy Academy, they still wanted her to play tricks on them? They should see if they were qualified. "How shameless," Luo Qingtong snorted disdainfully. "You." As they spoke, they were ridiculed once again. The people from the Elder Council of the Sacred Academy flew into a rage. Just as they were about to take her down, the Grand Dean stood in front of Luo Qingtong with the rest of the instructors behind him. "This girl is asking you a question. Did you not hear her? Are you deaf?" The Grand Supreme Dean's face was filled with anger and displeasure. "If she didn't use any sorcery, why did you touch her? Do you think we are dead?" As he spoke, Mo Chenyi led the only remaining supporters behind him and stood in front of the elders of the Academy of the Saint Academy. "Elders, you'd better talk nicely." He flicked his sleeves coldly. "Otherwise, it won't be a good thing if you hurt me." Ma Chenyi was still the crown prince, the heir to the throne of the Empire of Qin. If the elders of the Sacred Academy hurt him, it would be interesting. The group was aggrieved and didn't know whether to advance or retreat. The last elder of the Sacred Academy said angrily, "Okay. We will give you a chance. Luo Qingtong, let's see what you can prove." "Idiot." The group of people looked very disdainful. So did Mo Chenxian and others. How could Luo Qingtong prove that she didn't practice sorcery? Yuan Ma was lying on the bed. She had used her opponent's unique soul skill to defeat him. Furthermore, according to the information he had gathered, she did not reveal any soul seal talent. In addition, the ice soul imprint in Yuan Mo's body was indeed very special. It was born from the cold energy in his body. Under such circumstances, they only believed in one thing. That was, Luo Qingtong had indeed used an evil technique to steal the soul seal attribute from Yuan Ma's body. No matter what she said, it was impossible to prove that she did not practice any sorcery. The group of people was extremely complacent. Luo Qingtong looked at them indifferently and said, "You haven't said what will you do if I really prove it? What will you do?" The group of elders of the Sacred Academy sneered, "If you can really prove that you don't practice sorcery, then we will kowtow to you and apologize. How many times have we slandered you? How many times have we slapped ourselves? How about that? Did Luo Qingtong want to use her goading method in front of them? Wasn't it just some conditions? They would satisfy her. Let's see what other tricks she could play. The group of elders of the academy had been tricked by Luo Qingtong. They felt that Luo Qingtong was deliberately provoking them to answer this question so that they wouldn't dare to answer. Then she could justifiably stall for time and bring this topic to an end. Therefore, when the group of people spoke, they were very neat and tidy, without any sloppiness at all. Let's see what other excuses Luo Qingtong could come up with. While they were thinking, they heard Luo Qingtong say, "That's it." Luo Qingtong looked at them with a sneer. "Just now when you swore that I practiced black magic, you wanted to destroy my cultivation and force the Grand Dean and the others to leave. If I prove that I didn't practice black magic, you have to treat the Grand Dean like you treated him before and get out of the Academy of the Empire of Qin. The Academy of Elders of the Academy will be completely disbanded. In addition, not only you, but all those who participated in slandering me will have to apologize to me, kneel down and kowtow. Do you dare to do it or not?" "Okay." The group of people was furious by Luo Qingtong's words. This woman said it deliberately, didn't she? Did she think that they would be paranoid and afraid because of what she said? They didn't dare to agree. It was ridiculous. The group of people agreed without hesitation, and then said in a gloomy voice, "But if you can't prove it, then kneel down and destroy your cultivation. Save us the trouble." "Okay." Luo Qingtong naturally agreed. The two sides were tit for tat. On the other side, Mo Xianxia also agreed to Luo Qingtong's conditions. In his opinion, whether Luo Qingtong really practiced black magic or not, it didn't matter. She couldn't find the evidence. Thinking of this, he suddenly sneered. However, just as he laughed, he heard Luo Qingtong say, "Come up and show them." "You, who?" Mo Xianxia was stunned. He looked up and saw that Su Xiaoxiao and others stepped forward as Luo Qingtong spoke. Boom, they already knew how to break Mo Xianxia's trap. Just now, he and Luo Qingtong were watching the show from the side. At this moment, he simply raised his hand. With a boom, the few of them unleashed Yu Wenma's unique soul skill that Luo Qingtong had taught them. In an instant, there were a few explosions in the air of the hall. What? Everyone stared at this scene with their mouths agape. Even the Grand Principal and Ma Chenyi, who already knew beforehand that Luo Qingtong had a way to turn the tables, were shocked and stunned. Holy shit! Were these people trying to defy the heavens? The Grand Principal and others stared at Su Xiaoxiao and others with their eyes wide open. They didn't know about the others, but Su Xiaoxiao, Yuan Hu, Sima Zhu, Ling Tianhan and the others couldn't have the ice attribute soul seal. Then how did they release the attack with the ice aura? Don't talk about using black magic. There were so many people. How many people's soul seal attributes would they need to rob? And these people's attribute strength was exactly the same. There was no difference. More importantly, the cold aura emitted by these people was exactly the same as Yu Wenma's. The latter's attribute soul seal was so special that Luo Qingtong could just rob it. Where could they find a few people who were exactly the same for Su Xiaoxiao to rob? The group of people was horrified in an instant. They looked at Su Xiaoxiao and the others in horror, with a look of disbelief as if they had seen a ghost. The people of the Elders Association of the Sacred Academy were even more shocked and speechless. Not to mention Mo Xianxia. He finally knew why Luo Qingtong said that she could prove that she didn't practice evil arts. The aura in Su Xiaoxiao and the others' bodies was the proof. They didn't practice evil arts, but they could have the same cold power as Yu Wenma and use the latter's unique soul skill. In this case, Luo Qingtong was immediately cleared of suspicion. Mo Xianxia and the people of the Elders Association of the Sacred Academy almost popped their eyes out. Especially Mo Xianxia, his words just now were so complacent. This was how shocking and unbelievable it was. How was this possible? He looked at the attacks released by Su Xiaoxiao and the others in disbelief and almost staggered back and fell to the ground. Bang! As he retreated, he bumped into someone behind him and almost fell to the ground. And that person didn't react, just looked at Su Xiaoxiao and the others in front of him in shock. Luo Qingtong and the others turned the tables. In such an impossible situation, they turned the tables. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open. Mo Xianxia staggered to stand firm, and finally rushed to Su Xiaoxiao and hissed, "Impossible! How could you release Yu Wenma's unique soul skill and cold power?" You must have used some means. Did he use some kind of special treasure? His figure and voice were extremely disheveled. Xianxia couldn't accept his failure. He was about to trample Ma Chenyi to the bottom of the valley, and the Grand Dean would also lose the control of the Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin. Luo Qingtong would be in big trouble. In such a case, how could he lose? It was one thing for Luo Qingtong to be able to use Yu Wenma's unique soul skill, but how could Su Xiaoxiao and the others be able to use it as well? Luo Qingtong's method of asking Su Xiaoxiao and the others to prove themselves was even more inexplicable than her choosing someone on the spot and copying their soul skills. Everyone present could see it clearly. The special treasure that Xianxia mentioned was impossible. Let's not talk about how such a special treasure was able to replicate Yu Wenma's unique soul imprint power. How could Su Xiaoxiao and the others have so many special treasures? It would be amazing to have even one that was a treasure, not some cabbage that could be found on the roadside. And Luo Qingtong's next words confirmed their thoughts. Of course I have my own methods. If you think that this is not enough proof, I don't mind if you randomly choose another person and let them have the same cold power. Luo Qingtong's words were said casually, but everyone present was shocked. Luo Qingtong could let people have the power of the cold soul imprint at will. Such a shocking method, but she said it so casually. This was the power of the soul imprint. She could let people have it casually. Didn't that mean that as long as Luo Qingtong was willing, she could let anyone in the world become a soul personage? Even if the power of this soul personage could be controlled by her, but it was still a soul personage. My God, everyone was shocked to the extreme. It's her, it must be her. If this means did not come from her, then it must be from Blackfield, but for so many years, this means had never been heard of. If it came from Blackfield, it was impossible that they had not heard of it at all. So this power must come from the evil Dr. Ghost Eye. Oh my God, thinking of that legendary reckless young man, that evil young man who created the fastest rising legend, but who was so mysterious that no one knew, everyone was panting heavily in their hearts. No one did not want to have such a powerful means, but thinking of the black field and the underworld venerable behind her, in an instant, the fire in everyone's heart seemed to be poured by a basin of cold water, and they did not have any other thoughts. And Luo Qingtong, who could be specially favored by the evil Dr. Ghost Eye, made them envious. She was really lucky. She actually had such a relationship with the evil Dr. Ghost Eye, and the latter helped her in various ways, while the others were envious. Xianxia and the people of the Holy Academy's Elders Guild were so embarrassed that they could not even stand steadily. Since Luo Qingtong could say such words, it meant that she really had such confidence, so they had racked their brains, but in fact, they had made a mistake. Luo Qingtong did not practice any sorcery at all, but got a kind of heaven-defying means, which could copy and use the power of other people's soul seals. Since it was not sorcery, they had no reason to judge Luo Qingtong at all. Those accusations and righteous words against Luo Qingtong, the Grand Dean, and Ma Chenyi just now looked extremely ridiculous. Just how confident were they before this, how badly their faces would be slapped, thinking of the words they had just accused the Grand Dean and Ma Chenyi. The Elders Guild of the Holy Academy and Xianxia felt a burning pain in their faces. No wonder Luo Qingtong did not say a word just now. This woman was simply laughing at them, to treat their performance as an act, thinking about how they had become clowns for no reason, trying their best to deal with Luo Qingtong, Grand Dean, Xianxia and the rest, but they were all treated as jokes. The elders of the Sacred Academy and Xianxia's eyes turned black. Was there anything more embarrassing than this? Su Diheng and Xianxia, who had been watching the development of the situation and waiting for Luo Qingtong and the others to be beaten to the bottom of the mud, also stood up abruptly with an unsightly expression and disbelief. Luo Qingtong actually has such means? Xianxia said in disbelief. It's not her, it must be that evil Dr. Ghost Eye. Su Diheng's expression was not much better than hers. The two of them looked at the beautiful girl who was surrounded by the crowd, and their hearts were filled with indescribable depression and hatred. Who would have thought that Luo Qingtong could turn this situation around like this? Originally, Su Diheng was 100% sure that Luo Qingtong must have practiced the evil arts to be able to make Yu Wenma become like this. All her performances were all in line with the conditions of practicing the evil arts, but who would have thought that Luo Qingtong had obtained the nature-defying means from evil Dr. Ghost Eye? It was through that means that Yu Wenma was defeated, and it also made him the Laughingstock of the Empire of Qin for having eyes but failing to see. Thinking of this, Su Diheng was so angry that his heart ached. His gaze towards Luo Qingtong was filled with incomparable hatred. Elders, do you still remember what you said just now? I have proved my innocence. I didn't practice any sorcery. So, shouldn't you fulfill your promise? Luo Qingtong sneered and said, please kneel down and apologize. By the way, don't stop the slapping. I'll ask someone to count it for you. How long has it been since you called me here? 1 slap for every breath. I'll wait. By the way, Your Highness King Wu. Luo Qingtong looked at Emo Xianxian and the elders of the Saint Academy with a smile. Their faces suddenly changed. The latter and the others felt extremely humiliated. But in this situation, they had to kneel down. The Grand Dean, Ma Chenyi, and the others were watching. The elders of the Saint Academy and Emo Xianxian had humiliated them before. Now they were going to pay back all the humiliation. Elders, kneel down. The Grand Dean snorted coldly. They were all mentors of the Saint Academy. In fact, he didn't want to make things so ugly. But who asked the elders of the Saint Academy to be so aggressive, thinking that if Luo Qingtong hadn't found a way to turn the situation around, he would have been slandered and driven out of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. He snorted coldly. The evils they brought on themselves were the hardest to bear. These people had made the promise themselves, so they had to eat it themselves. The faces of the elders of the Sacred Academy were ashen. Under the gaze of the Grand Dean and the mentors, they slapped themselves in the face. In the loud slapping sound, Ma Chenyi and the people of the Guiyuan group looked at Emo Xianxian coldly and said, brother, do you want to do it yourself? Or I'll ask someone to help you? Emo Xianxuan's face darkened. He pinched his palms hard and said, brother, I'm King Wu of the Empire of Qin. You humiliated me in front of outsiders. Aren't you afraid that father will blame you? He tried to escape punishment. No matter how ridiculous the bet with Luo Qingtong was, it was Emo Xianxuan's personal behavior after all. Worst comes to worst, I'll just take it that he's crazy, but this time if he had to kneel and apologize to Luo Qingtong and then slap himself in the face, it would be extremely damaging to the reputation of the imperial family of the Empire of Qin. Emo Xianxian tried to persuade Ma Chenyi to give up the punishment. However, he had been too ruthless in the past. He was about to dethrone the crown prince of Ma Chenyi. How could he still talk to him about the dignity of the royal family of the Empire of Qin? Even if Ma Chenyi had to risk being punished by the emperor of the Empire of Qin, he would never let Emo Xianxian escape punishment. What was more, Emo Xianxian put a pile of evidence in his mansion to prove that he had something to do with Luo Qingtong's practice of witchcraft. Just based on these, Ma Chenyi was enough to deal with Emo Xianxian. Those who supported the latter in the royal family of the Empire of Qin could not even let out a fart. I'm teaching my brother how to be a man. What's more, the dignity of the royal family of the Empire of Qin doesn't need to be defended by a villain who framed his brother and plotted to dethrone the crown prince of the Empire of Qin. Ma Chenyi looked at Emo Xianxian with a cold face. Don't think that you can fool me with those words. Emo Xianxian, just tell me whether you want to hit me or not. No. I'll ask someone to hit me for you. Slap. Slap, slap. After Ma Chenyi finished speaking, Emo Xianxian had already clenched his teeth and slapped himself hard. His heart was full of resentment. Ma Chenyi, don't think that you'll be fine after escaping this time. When I succeed, I'll kill you, and Luo Qingtong. Emo Xianxuan's face was extremely ferocious, and he kept slapping himself. As for the people from the Qingwei group, they were already dumbfounded. Oh my god, they watched Luo Qingtong turn the tables. In just an instant, she managed to reverse the situation that was about to kill her, as well as the crown prince and the grand principal. When they heard that Emo Xianxian accused Luo Qingtong of using sorcery, they knew that Luo Qingtong couldn't get over it. To put it bluntly, even if Luo Qingtong really didn't practice sorcery, so what? She and Yuan Mo's bet was suspicious, and with Emo Xianxuan's investigation, she didn't have the talent of Soul Seal. Then, Luo Qingtong couldn't defend herself. Just look at how the Dean of the Grand Hall and the Crown Prince were implicated, but who knew that Luo Qingtong would clear herself of suspicion in the next instant? This method was simply amazing. Yu Qingwei just wanted to protect Ma Chenyi desperately, but she didn't expect that Luo Qingtong resolved the crisis so easily. Not only that, she also let the elders of the Saint Academy and Mo Xianxian suffer the consequences of their own actions. Seeing that their faces were almost swollen, Yu Qingwei kneeled and apologized. Yu Qingwei's usually calm and elegant eyes widened as she kneeled and apologized. Fortunately, you listened to me and reconciled with them. After holding it in for a long time, she finally squeezed out such a sentence from her mouth. Hearing this, the members of the Qingwei group shuddered. They felt that their own group leader was really too amazing. If senior sister Qingwei didn't come back to reconcile with Luo Qingtong, but to fight with them to the end, then they would probably end up like the elders of the Saint Academy and Mo Xianxian. Thinking of this, the people of Qingwei group suddenly shuddered again. Oh my god, it was too scary. Fortunately, the group of people rejoiced. And those who originally thought that the Dean of the Grand Hall and Ma Qianyi had lost power and defected, looked at the scene in front of them, and their hearts were full of despair and regret. If they knew that the Dean of the Grand Hall, Crown Prince, was fine, they wouldn't have been so eager to switch sides. Wouldn't it be better to wait until things were settled? However, they thought that the sooner they switched sides, the more impressions they would have, so they directly took sides after Mo Xianxian spoke. Now it was too late for regrets. They were brought here by Ma Qianyi and the Grand Hall, almost all of the latter's confidants. So they decided to betray and show their loyalty to Ma Qianxian. Now that he hadn't shown his loyalty, his path had been completely cut off. This was especially true for those teachers who had betrayed the Grand Principal. They couldn't even cry. The elders of the Saint Academy and Crown Prince made the trial results of the Grand Hall were false. After this series of events, the Grand Qin Sacred Academy would be completely removed from the Grand Qin Sacred Academy. From then on, the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin would be dominated by the Dean of the Grand Hall. It would completely become the Dean of the Grand Hall. What did they miss out on? The group of people beat their chests and stamped their feet. It was too late for regrets. Let's go. A good plan turned out like this. Not only did they not get rid of Luo Qingtong and avenge their daughter and apprentice, but the Dean of the Grand Hall had the upper hand. Seeing the elders of the Saint Academy and Mo Xianxian kneeling on the ground and slapping themselves hard, Su Diheng and Shen Qiuyue's faces were extremely ugly, and they directly left. Luo Qingtong didn't stay too long in the Elders Guild. After watching Mo Xianxian and the elders of the Saint Academy slap each other for a while, she left the follow-up of the matter to Mo Qianyi and the Grand Dean. She believed that the two of them must know what to do best for them. In order to frame the Grand Dean and Ma Qianyi, Mo Xianxian and the Elders Guild of the Saint Academy dragged them into the water. They used a lot of forces and connections to do something in their mansions. After Ma Qianyi and the Grand Dean escaped this time, they immediately organized people to investigate this matter. They found out all the evidence that Mo Xianxian and the Elders Guild of the Saint Academy had slandered them. By the way, they also destroyed all their forces and connections. Those that should be dealt with were dealt with and those that should be destroyed were destroyed. For a time, Mo Qianxuan's forces were severely reduced and he suffered a great loss. His forces and connections were not as good as those of Ma Qianyi. Now he was even more miserable after being messed with like this. He was so angry that he flew into a rage and vomited blood continuously. If it weren't for the last belief that the dragon chi in his body was stronger than that of Ma Qianyi and that he could definitely defeat him in the future and climb to the top, Mo Xianxian would have been completely disheartened and unable to recover from the setback. With all kinds of dark thoughts in his mind, Mo Qianxuan's face became colder and more malicious. And the Elders Guild of the Saint Academy were all deprived of their status as elders and mentors and expelled from the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin under the evidence presented by the Grand Dean. It was not over. Because they were suspected of murdering the Crown Prince and distorting the truth, the Elders Guild of the Saint Academy were arrested by the elite troops sent by the royal family of the Empire of Qin as soon as they left the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. This group of people would be severely punished. For a time, all kinds of collapse and crying sounds were heard. At this time, the Elders Guild of the Saint Academy realized what they had done. They couldn't say how regretful they were. But at this time, there was no medicine for regret. Luo Qingtong, on the other hand, didn't care about these things. She handed these matters over to the Grand Principal and Ma Qianyi to deal with, and didn't care about it anymore. She was currently preparing to give Ma Qianyi the reverse luck seizing technique. A month's time was almost up, and Ma Qianyi's dragon energy was almost fully nourished. When the time limit was up, Luo Qingtong would directly help him reverse the luck-seizing technique. At that time, all the dragon qi that Mo Qianxian had absorbed from him over the years would be returned. Before that, Luo Qingtong still had some things to do. Here, this is for you. Luo Qingtong gave Ma Qinyi the information about Mo Qianxian that Yi Qianren had checked for her before. The latter took it and glanced at it. His eyes immediately widened. This? Ma Qinyi was shocked. Where did you get this information? It recorded all the things that Mo Qianxian had done in recent years, as well as the connections and forces of all parties. Both in the open and in the dark, it had everything, even some of the secrets of the royal family were involved, and even Ma Qinyi didn't know about it. Ma Qinyi was shocked by the details of this information. Then he thought of the relationship between Luo Qingtong and the evil Dr. Ghost Eye, and quickly felt relieved. Did the evil Dr. Ghost Eye give this to you? With that person's status in the black field and the manpower he could use, he could indeed find these things. Luo Qingtong smiled but didn't say anything. He looked at a page in the stack of documents in shock. This? How dare Mo Qianxian lay his hands on my father? Ma Qinyi looked at the information that Mo Qianxian had bewitched the emperor of the Empire of Qin. No wonder his father's attitude towards him had been getting colder and colder over the years. Ma Qinyi had thought that his father was too disappointed in him because he could not make a breakthrough in his cultivation. Coupled with Mo Qianxuan's strong rise, this was the reason. But now it seemed that all this was probably because Mo Qianxian had bewitched the emperor of the Empire of Qin. According to the information, Mo Qianxian had bewitched the emperor of the Empire of Qin by increasing the dosage little by little. Therefore, the effect was not obvious at the beginning. Only when the other party made important decisions, he would be confused and unconsciously lean towards Mo Qianxian. Ma Qinyi thought that over the years, many things and power in his hands had been handed over to Mo Qianxian bit by bit. The latter had the upper hand in front of him and was unscrupulously arrogant in front of him. And he could only retreat because his cultivation had not been able to make a breakthrough and the dragon qi in his body was constantly decreasing. It was said that he had been silent for the past few years, and many ministers and forces who followed him were extremely disappointed because of this. But who would have thought that Ma Qinyi did not want to be silent at all? But what could he do when his father was not willing to let him do things? Mo Qianxuan's strength and power improved step by step, and he had all the advantages. So in a few years, he had completely caught up with him, who had been the crown prince for more than 10 years. Ma Qinyi had also been disheartened by his father's favoritism. But now it seemed that all this was because Mo Qianxian had bewitched the emperor, and when this drug was taken for a certain time and amount, the person would completely lose his mind and become a puppet of the drug maker. Bastard! How dare he? Ma Qinyi looked at the records in his hands and was furious. At this moment, the blue veins on the forehead of such a gentle and elegant person were all exposed. Ma Qinyi clenched his fists tightly. He had been the crown prince since he was a child and was doted on by the sage emperor of the Empire of Qin. The relationship between father and son was very good. During the years when Mo Qianxian rose to power, his father became more and more estranged from him. It was not that Ma Qinyi was not sad. Now that he knew that it was all Mo Qianxuan's doing, he wanted to eat him alive. However, he soon had a new question in his heart. Father is powerful, and there are countless masters in the palace. He also has a saint to look after him. Mo Qianxian drugged him. It's too dangerous. Why didn't he drug me? Ma Qinyi was, after all, the heir to the throne of the Empire of Qin. His meticulousness was incomparable to that of an ordinary person. After a moment of excitement, he immediately realized that there was something illogical about this. Anyway, from Mo Qianxuan's point of view, it was much safer and more convenient to attack him than to attack his father. As long as he got rid of him and controlled him, who else in the royal family of the Empire of Qin would be his match? At that time, even if imperial father didn't want to make him the crown prince, it would be impossible. Why did he use such a dangerous and easily discovered method? Because the purpose of the person behind him is your father. Luo Qingtong looked indifferent. She knew that the person behind Mo Qianxian was the heavenly doctor. She first used Mo Qianxian to deal with Ma Qinyi. After Mo Qianxian succeeded, she would directly abolish Mo Qianxian through the emperor of the Empire of Qin that she had already controlled. At that time, the Empire of Qin would be under her control, she would be the queen behind the scenes. As for Xianxia, he was just a tool she chose. It was ridiculous that he didn't know it and thought that he was the one who benefited. The person behind the scenes? Hearing Luo Qingtong's words, Ma Qingyi was shocked. However, he soon realized what was going on. Yes, Mo Qinshuan's rise was too strange, and the loss of the dragon qi in his body was also very strange. In addition, now that he had the information of the bewitching drug, Ma Qingyi had already believed Luo Qingtong's words. There must be someone behind Mo Qinshuan, and the purpose of the other party was the throne of the Empire of Qin. Mo Qinshuan was just a pawn and a tool of the other party. Thinking of this, Ma Qingyi's face suddenly became very serious. Yes. The person behind the scenes. Luo Qingtong's face was indifferent. Do you remember what happened before the Great Chu? Luo Qingtong said. At that time, Prince Ning attacked Empress Dowager Yan Shi. There was another person behind him. Ma Qingyi paid attention to Luo Qingtong because of the royal family of the Great Chu. How could he not know about the royal family of the Great Chu? Now hearing Luo Qingtong's words, he immediately reacted. You mean, the person behind Mo Qinshuan and the person behind Prince Ning of the Great Chu are the same person? He asked. Yes. You should have heard of her name, Heavenly Doctor. Luo Qingtong looked at Ma Qingyi and said, I'll give you the information, together with the antidote of the bewitching drug. You can take it to the Emperor of the Empire of Qin. In addition, I can tell you that the Heavenly Doctor has an inseparable relationship with the royal family of the Great Yong. You can check it in this direction. I'm also looking forward to the real identity of this Heavenly Doctor. The smile on Luo Qingtong's lips rose slightly. In the slight curve, there was a bit of evil, a bit of frivolity, and a bit of cunning. She had received the news from Yen and the others. The bloodline power of this generation of the royal family of the Great Yong was almost all. Only the emperor of the Great Yong dynasty's royal family could not be compared with the royal family of the other royal dynasties. And Luo Xiong's. And the royal family of the emperor of the Great Yong dynasty, with the emperor with the emperoress had used. So. But Luo Qingtong already knew what was going on. If she hadn't guessed wrongly, it wasn't that the bloodline power of those royal family members didn't exist, but it had all been absorbed by Feng Yuan, right? That Heavenly Doctor and Feng Yuan definitely had a great relationship. Maybe it was her herself. Luo Qingtong was looking forward to the investigation of this matter by the royal family of the Empire of Qin. At that time, when Feng Yuan was dragged out, the scene would definitely be very beautiful. Her plot to seize the throne of the Empire of Qin failed, and she was dealt with. Luo Qingtong felt that if she heard this news, she would have to eat 2 more bowls of rice. With the temperament of the Emperor of the Empire of Qin, if he knew that Feng Yuan was involved with the person who plotted to kill him, even if the Great Yong royal family protected Feng Yuan, she would still be in big trouble, not to mention the price that the Great Yong royal family would have to pay. Ma Qingyi took the document given by Luo Qingtong and went back. According to the list given in the document, he caught all the spies arranged by Mo Qinshuan in the imperial palace of the Empire of Qin. Ma Qingyi knew that Mo Qinshuan couldn't turn the tables this time, so he didn't hide anything when he took action. In fact, he couldn't hide it. Most of the spies arranged by Mo Qinshuan were close to the Emperor of the Empire of Qin. Thinking about it, only these people could make the Emperor of the Empire of Qin fall into the trap without any warning, and the dosage of the drug was so little that no one could detect it. If it weren't for the document given to him by Luo Qingtong, Ma Qingyi wouldn't have believed the consequences. He was afraid that when they came to their senses, the whole imperial palace of the Empire of Qin would have changed hands. According to the document given by Luo Qingtong, the Emperor of the Empire of Qin had been taking the drug for nearly 5 years. After a few more months, he would completely lose his mind and become a dog under the feet of the other party. It was ridiculous that Mo Qinshuan thought that the other party did all these for him, but he didn't know that the other party almost controlled the whole imperial palace of the Empire of Qin with his help. Once the Emperor of the Empire of Qin was controlled by the other party, the imperial palace of the Empire of Qin would suffer a disaster. And the imperial palace of the Empire of Qin would completely change hands and be controlled by the other party. How terrible was this? Ma Qingyi was frightened as he caught all the spies and tied them up in front of the Emperor of the Empire of Qin. The Emperor of Qin was furious because of Ma Qianye's unscrupulous actions and thought that he was trying to usurp the throne. However, before he could do anything, Ma Qianye had already appeared in front of him with a group of people. Ma Qianye told him everything and put the detailed information in front of the Emperor of the Empire of Qin. "Father, these are the results of my investigation. Please have a look. In addition, I've also checked all these people. They are all under the influence of the drug and have completely lost their minds and been controlled by the other party. That's why they drugged you." The Emperor of the Empire of Qin was so strict that ordinary people couldn't get close to him. As for the people serving him, they were almost all his trusted aides and men of sacrifice. Under such circumstances, the other party wanted to poison him without him knowing it. Therefore, he could only make a move on his trusted aides and turn them into puppets first. When Mo Qianye caught them, he had already used the method taught by Luo Qingtong to check them. These people were all under the influence of the drug. And they couldn't be saved. Even if they were saved by force, they would become complete idiots. The Emperor of the Empire of Qin looked at the information and evidence in front of him furiously. This was especially so when the guards of the imperial palace found bags of medicine that had been used to drug the great Qin's sage emperor. The fury on his face reached its peak. Bang! He flicked his sleeves heavily and the energy in his body exploded. In an instant, those who were caught and kneeling on the ground without any change in their expressions and didn't know fear were all shattered into pieces. He shouted angrily in the rain of broken bodies and blood. "Send my order immediately to the Wu Imperial Mansion. Catch that unfilial son and bring him to me. Also, take away his title of King Wu from now on. Lock him up." The Saint Emperor of the Empire of Qin was furious to the extreme. At the same time, Mo Qianxian didn't know what had happened in Lord Wu's mansion. Because of the matter with Luo Qingtong, he had suffered extremely heavy losses. He had lost more than half of his forces and connections. But fortunately, he still had some trump cards in his hand that had not been exposed. And his strength was also very strong, which could finally solve some of his urgent needs. And his biggest trump card was the Saint Emperor of the Empire of Qin in the Imperial Palace of the Empire of Qin. "Ma Qianye, you destroyed my forces and connections. Do you really think I can't deal with you in this way? And you, Luo Qingtong. Bitch, I'll let you know my power sooner or later." Hiss. Mo Qianxian swore and pulled the wound on his face. That day at the Elders' conference, he slapped himself nearly 1,000 times. Even if he was strong, his handsome and gloomy face was swollen like a pig's head. He had not fully recovered after 2 days of recuperation in the mansion. He was so angry that he couldn't maintain his usual coldness and shrewdness at all. Not to mention that he had suffered such heavy losses in the past few days. Just as he secretly gritted his teeth and prepared to ask the Saint Emperor of the Empire of Qin to give Ma Qianye a difficult task to teach him a lesson and destroy some of his forces and connections, the guard outside suddenly ran in. "No. Something bad happened. Your Highness." The guard ran to Mo Qianxian, out of breath. His face was full of horror. Before he could speak, Mo Qianxian, who was already in a bad mood, directly raised his foot and kicked him out with a bang. "How dare you? Who allowed you to yell in front of me?" Mo Qianxian's face was extremely cold. He thought that these guards didn't have any respect for him because they saw that his forces were greatly damaged. The guard was kicked to the ground and couldn't speak for a long time. Before Mo Qianxian asked his men to drag him out, there was a sudden cry outside. "Seal them all." Following this angry shout, a group of people instantly swept in from the outside door like a whirlwind. Everywhere he passed, there was chaos and chaos. The people of the martial imperial manor immediately went into hiding, not daring to resist. Because those people were wearing the uniform of the personal guards of the Emperor of the Empire of Qin, the fact that they had moved out meant that they were acting on the sage emperor's orders. "How dare you? What's wrong with you guys? How dare you trespass into my martial imperial manor?" Hearing the sound in the room, Mo Qianxian immediately flew out of his main courtyard. When he saw the group of personal guards barging around outside, he immediately shouted angrily. He never thought that the fact that he had drugged the sage emperor had been exposed. In his view, if the other party was unable to notice it even after 5 years, there was no way the other party would be able to do so now. Moreover, as more and more people gathered around the Saint Emperor, it would be even easier for him to hide the fact that he had drugged the Saint Emperor, that heavenly doctor's methods were extraordinary. In the past, she was still trembling with fear. Now, it seemed that no one could see through the medicine she gave, so it was definitely not the sage emperor who wanted to deal with him. Xianxia wondered if Ma Chenyi had said something in front of the emperor, which made the emperor so angry that the emperor came to arrest him. Thinking of how he had framed Ma Chenyi for finding sorcery for Luo Qingtong, Xianxia's face turned cold. He even dared to bring this up in front of the emperor. However, he did not expect that the emperor would side with him. As long as he was willing, not only would he not be able to get justice, he would also be severely reprimanded by the emperor. He would like to see how unbelievable the emperor would be then. Thinking of this, Xianxia sneered and walked towards the guards, ready to reprimand them. However, before he could get close, the leader of the imperial guards, an expert of the sage state, glanced at him indifferently and waved his hand. "Take him down." Bang! In an instant, Xianxia was pressed to the ground by a group of bodyguards. His head smashed hard on the bluestone tiles below, making a dull thud. Xianxia's body was stepped on, and he was instantly stunned. "How dare you? I'm King Wu of the Empire of Qin. How dare you treat me like this? Let me go." He struggled and shouted angrily. These people must have been instructed by Ma Chenyi to deal with him. What a bastard! When he was in front of the emperor, he would definitely reprimand them. However, as soon as he spoke, the words of the Imperial Guard's commander made his mind go blank. King Wu of the Empire of Qin? Huh. The Imperial Guard's commander looked at him with disdain. "I'm afraid you won't have the chance in this lifetime. Xianxia, you colluded with others to assassinate the emperor. The emperor has ordered to arrest you and take away the position of King Wu. If you want to scold us for being presumptuous, you can continue to do so later. Because we will be even more presumptuous in the future." Haha. The Imperial Guard's commander suddenly burst into laughter. He waved his hand, and a group of people dragged Xianxia like a dead dog. These Imperial Guards served the emperor, and they all heard the emperor's order today. Xianxia would never have the chance to turn the tables. Naturally, they would not be polite to him. Moreover, everyone in the Empire of Qin knew that Xianxia and Ma Chenyi were not on good terms. Now that King Wu had been deposed, the heir to the throne of the Empire of Qin was the crown prince. Under such circumstances, they would naturally try their best to trample on Ma Chenyi and the Saint Emperor. Xianxia was dragged along by these imperial guards, and his heart was numb to the extreme. What's going on? How did things turn out like this? His face was filled with anger and disbelief. Shouldn't Ma Chenyi go to the Empire of Qin's sage emperor to complain? Then, he would rush over and use the effect of the bewitching drug to make his imperial father favor him and punish Ma Chenyi. How did he end up losing the title of martial king? And what was the meaning of colluding with others to harm the sage emperor? Could it be that the things she had done to imperial father had been exposed? Impossible, Xianxia thought and shook his head hard. That bewitching drug was not an ordinary drug. It was colorless and odorless, but it was extremely effective. He only used a little bit at a time, so it was impossible to be discovered. Even if they wanted to find out, they wouldn't have waited until now. But, what if it was this? Xianxia thought and his heart trembled. When he thought about the consequences of murdering the sage emperor, his legs went weak. Not to mention the fact that the imperial guards were dragging him around like a dog. Even if he had to stand up, he wouldn't be able to walk. Xianxia's confidence came from his control over the sage emperor and the dragon energy in his body. Now, although he had the dragon energy in his body, once the news of murdering the sage emperor came out, how could he still have the chance to become the heir to the throne? It was almost a dead end. When Xianxia was captured, a group of people arrived at the holy capital of the Empire of Qin. Is this the holy capital of the Empire of Qin? It doesn't look as prosperous as our subordinate cities. The group of people entered the city. A man with an aquiline nose who was at the front said coldly. His words were full of disdain and arrogance. Haha. Elder Xia must be joking. The holy capital of the Empire of Qin is only the capital city of the Empire of Qin's holy dynasty. The Empire of Qin's holy dynasty occupies less than a quarter of the eastern domain in the Truespill continent. How can its capital city be compared with our celestial palace's subordinate cities? It should be compared with the Blackfield's main city, the 3 islands and 7 lands of the southern domain, the wild city of the western wilderness, and the Sea Emperor's dragon court of the northern domain. This is the sacred capital of the great Qin Empire. It is already an honor for Elder to be able to set foot here. The people around Elder Xia all agreed one after another. His words were full of flattery. Haha. Elder Xia was in a very good mood when he heard this. He looked at the people around him with admiration and laughed heartily as he walked forward. Let's go. Let's go find Deacon Shin. We need her to take us to the western wilderness this time. We just came out of the hidden world, so there won't be any problems. The group of people immediately walked towards the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin. Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin, Seoul Institute Master's Residence. Su Diheng and Xianxia were sitting beside Su Jinyue's bed with a gloomy face. The human-faced ghost sores on the latter's body had just broken out. She was screaming and rolling on the ground crazily, tearing her hair and scratching her body. Her appearance was miserable and painful. Su Diheng and Xianxia felt sorry for her. They couldn't wait to kill Luo Qingtong in order to alleviate his daughter's pain. That little bitch. Xianxia's face was extremely cold. She originally thought that Luo Qingtong would definitely suffer at the Elders' Assembly, but she didn't expect that she would use such a heaven-defying method to turn the situation around. Not only that, but Mo Qinshan and the people of the Elders Guild were also in big trouble. As a result, they didn't have a single reliable helper. Fortunately, she had just received a message from the sect. Elder Xia and the others were about to arrive. Once she begged the other party to speak to Blackfield and let Luo Qingtong cure her daughter's illness, she would definitely make that Luo Qingtong suffer greatly. She didn't care who caused these human-faced ghost sores on her daughter's body. She would put it all on Luo Qingtong's account. Didn't that evil Dr. Guo Tong think highly of her? If he crippled her and let her experience more pain than Jinyue, the evil Dr. Ghost I would also be in great pain, right? Humph. Xianxia's face turned cold as she laughed. The noble and graceful face of a noble woman was extremely cold and stern at this moment. At this moment, there was a noise outside the courtyard. Deacon Shin. Seeing a group of people appear in the courtyard, Xianxia and Su Diheng hurriedly got up, opened the door and walked out. Elder Xia, you are here. Xianxia greeted him excitedly. Su Diheng also hurriedly saluted him. Elder Xia's aura was extremely tyrannical. Su Diheng was already an expert who was close to surpassing the sage realm, but in front of Elder Xia, he couldn't help but feel suffocated. This was the shock caused by the pressure of the expert. Before Su Diheng, only the transcendence of the Empire of Qin's holy dynasty gave him this kind of feeling. Su Diheng only knew that the hidden world was different from the rest of the True Spill continent. The sects there were extremely powerful. But he didn't think that they would be strong to such a degree. Celestial Palace could casually send out an outer court elder, and they were all at the transcendent saint realm. Then, what kind of strength did the inner court deacons and elders have? There was no need to mention the total faction masters, and Celestial Palace wasn't even the strongest sect in the hidden world. No wonder there was a saying among those who knew of the hidden world's existence. If one wasn't a saint, they couldn't enter the hidden world, unless it was a grand annual selection. No one below the saint realm had the qualifications to enter the hidden world. They didn't even know where the entrance was, and in the entire True Spill continent, how many people could enter the saint realm? Su Diheng himself had been stuck between the sage realm and beyond the sage realm. He had been unable to break through the barrier for a long time. The Elder Xia arrogantly nodded. His eyes swept over Su Diheng, completely ignoring him. To the sects of the hidden world, the saint realm powerhouses of the True Spill continent weren't worth their attention. The genius disciples of their sects were far stronger than this. Weak. He was too weak. If this person wasn't Xianxia's husband, and if Xianxia wasn't the great elder of the outer court, he wouldn't even bother looking at him. Elder Xia. After the Elder Xia arrived, Xianxia immediately spoke of her request. Elder Xia, I only have one daughter. Please help me. In the future, I will definitely repay you. Xianxia wiped her tears. Evil Dr. Ghost pupil? What kind of powerful alchemist could there be in the True Spill continent? The Elder Xia coldly snorted, his face full of disdain. He raised his hand and pointed to a disciple beside him, saying, Lu Tong, you go and treat her. Yes. The disciple named Lu Tong nodded and directly pushed open the door. He walked in front of Su Jingyue and began to treat her. However, when he touched Su Jingyue, all the human-faced ghost sores on her body seemed to be awakened. They opened their mouths wide and bit him with sharp screams. Su Jingyue screamed sharply. The awakening of those human-faced ghost sores was as terrible as being devoured by thousands of ghosts. The intense pain caused her to scream uncontrollably. Lu Tong was trying his best to control the human-faced ghost sores in her body. It wasn't as if he had never seen such a dark poison formed from yin qi before. However, what he encountered this time was exceptionally strange. The yin qi in the other party's body seemed to be inexhaustible. Lu Tong tried his best to use his medical skills to expel the yin qi from the man's body. He hoped that the human-faced ghost sores would calm down and then remove them one by one. However, the human-faced ghost sores were not affected at all. Instead, they became more and more aggressive. In the end, he had no choice but to retreat. Elder Xia, I can't. This poison is too strange. I can't cure it. He was sweating profusely as he walked to Elder Xia. What? You're the most outstanding disciple of the Outer Sex Pill Hall. You're actually unable to cure this poison? Elder Xia's face was stunned. He remembered that he had just said that evil Dr. Ghost Pupil was nothing special and that he didn't need to personally deal with him. His tone was full of contempt. Now, he had slapped himself in the face. For a time, his face was a bit ugly. Xianxia stepped forward and said, Elder Xia, you don't know that evil Dr. Gui Tong is a bit strange. She is already an alchemist at such a young age, and her alchemy skills are unfathomable. No one knows what level she has reached. But we heard that when Empress Dowager Xianxia of the great Chu royal family was looking for a husband, there was a bloodline pill at the wedding, and it was extraordinary. Otherwise, how could she make the Blackfield Mingzun think so highly of her? I didn't make it clear to you before, so you misunderstood. Xianxia's words gave Elder Xia a way out of the embarrassing situation. Oh. It turns out that this evil Dr. Gui Tong is so powerful. His face softened a bit, and he nodded and said, since she is the person that the Blackfield Mingzun thinks highly of, she is naturally different. As if the person who despised Luo Qingtong just now was not him. In this regard, Xianxia and others did not even change their faces, and they all smiled and agreed. Then, Xianxia said carefully, then Elder Xia, she meant that she asked him to help her. Elder Xia naturally understood what she meant. Seeing that the other party had spoken well and saved his face, he nodded proudly and said, sure. When we go to the Western Wilderness, I will find time to go to the Black Field to meet Mingzun and plead for you. When Elder Xia said this, he thought that Xianxia and others would be grateful, but she said awkwardly, she wanted to let evil Dr. Gui Tong make a move first, and then deal with Luo Qingtong. What's more, this time they made a move to deal with Luo Qingtong, although the first one was Mo Chenxian. The two of them were not involved from the beginning to the end. But who didn't know the role they played in it? If Luo Qingtong told this to evil Dr. Gui Tong, thinking like this, Xianxia suddenly became anxious. She asked, Elder Xia, can you hurry up? Shall we go to the Black Field today and invite that evil Dr. Ghostai over? Humph. Hearing this, Elder Xia's face fell. What was wrong with Xianxia, so tactless? It was enough that he had agreed to her request, but she still wanted a yard after taking an inch. Today? Putting aside the fact that he might not be able to meet Mingzun today, he had just arrived here today. How could he possibly be tired from the long journey because of her? As Elder Xia thought of this, he suddenly felt very uneasy. Seeing that his complexion was not good, the disciples around him suddenly stood up and said to Xianxia, Deacon Shen, it's better to be content with what you have. Elder Xia, you've worked hard today. Let's talk about your matter later. Since they had already said this much, Su Diheng and Xianxia naturally couldn't continue. But thinking that it was very likely that Luo Qingtong had already passed the news to evil Dr. Gui Tong. If they didn't invite evil Dr. Gui Tong over as soon as possible, it was very likely that after the latter received the news, he wouldn't come to treat them anymore. Thinking like this, the two of them suddenly felt anxious. At this moment, Ah! A mournful voice rang out. Then, a faint cold air came out of Yu Wenma's room. It was the innate cold disease in his body acting up. Hearing the screams, Elder Xia fiercely frowned and turned to leave, in case Xianxia and her husband asked him to do something again. Squeak squeak, a weak but sharp sound rang out. Then, a black shadow suddenly scuttled out from Elder Xia's sleeve and ran towards Yu Wenma's room. Gold-seeking hamster. Seeing the black shadow scuttling out, Elder Xia's expression suddenly changed and he hastily chased after it. However, the gold-seeking hamster's speed was extremely fast. In a flash, it had already scuttled into Yu Wenma's room. The door of the room opened a crack, just enough for the gold-seeking hamster to pass through. Gold-seeking hamster? Hearing Elder Xia's exclamation, Xianxia's expression also froze. She knew about the gold-seeking hamster. It was the treasure of their celestial palace. The gold-seeking hamster's sense of smell was extremely sensitive, especially when it came to finding treasures. It was simply like a natural radar, the kind that could naturally play back. As long as a treasure was in a place before, it would leave behind a long and dense scent. After that, even if the treasure was no longer there, it would still be able to follow it. Now that it suddenly ran into Yu Wenma's room, could it be that it discovered some treasure on his body? Thinking of this, Xianxia hurriedly pulled Su Diheng into the room. Elder Xia and the rest were already inside. Yu Wenma was lying on the bed, his expression incomparably painful. The cold air in his body would flare up every 2 hours. At that time, the cold air would invade his body, corroding his bones and devouring his heart. It was truly miserable. Every time this happened, his heart would be filled with regret. Why did he despise Luo Qingtong so much in the beginning? Why did he allow his own mother and sister to treat her badly? Why did he allow Tianyu's royal family to ignore her? If it wasn't for this, he would still be the Yu Wenma who enjoyed the reputation of being a genius in the empire of Qin's sacred academy. He would still be the proud student of the Soul Academy's great teacher. He would still be the genius expert who could possibly reach the peak in the future. It was laughable that for the peak, he despised Luo Qingtong in every possible way, thinking that she wasn't worthy of him, but only now did he realize that without her, he was nothing, he was even worse than a cripple. So what if he was a strong expert? In the end, he still couldn't withstand the onslaught of the innate cold. Thinking of this, Yu Wenma felt pain and regret in his heart. He knew that Luo Qingtong had deliberately left his strength intact. She wanted him to experience the feeling of being powerless despite having the strength to take revenge on him for despising her and the Luo family because of his strength in the past. Yu Wenma rolled on the bed in pain. The black shadow stopped in front of his chest. Creak creak. It was a golden mouse the size of a palm. Its fur was very smooth, soft, and round. There was even a tuft of white hair on its head. Creak creak. It was clawing at Yu Wenma's chest. Its 4 little claws were very happy, and its round little butt was shaking. Elder Xia rushed forward and picked it up. Then, he looked at Yu Wenma's chest. Seeing that there was a faint trace of a pendant, she immediately raised her eyebrows and asked, was there something hanging on his body? Xianxia looked at Su Diheng. There was a pendant, Su Diheng hurriedly said. It was said to be his and Luo Qingtong's engagement token. Luo Qingtong? Elder Xia's eyes turned. Bring me to where she lives. Okay. Especially Xianxia. She knew the peculiarity of the gold-seeking hamster. Naturally, she knew why Elder Xia went to Luo Qingtong's place. She didn't expect that little bitch to have a treasure that could cause the gold-seeking hamster to react. She was secretly happy, but then she felt some regret. They didn't know about this before. Otherwise, that thing wouldn't have fallen into Luo Qingtong's hands. The gold-seeking hamster's ability was strange. Ordinary treasures couldn't enter its eyes. Since it reacted to the pendant that Yu Wenma once wore, it meant that the pendant was extraordinary. She didn't know what level of treasure it was really a pity. On the other hand, Elder Xia was very happy. He brought the gold-seeking hamster out because of the incident in the far west wilderness. He didn't expect to have such a pleasant surprise here. Something that could attract the gold-seeking hamster's attention must be a treasure of the Saint Realm or above. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary treasure. Thinking of this, he suddenly smiled happily. The group arrived at Luo Qingtong's place. Elder Xia, this is where Luo Qingtong lives. Sudi Heng and Elder Xia stood not far from the courtyard of the Heavenly Demon Group's encampment. They raised their hands and pointed at the courtyard in front of them. It's here? Elder Xia looked at the courtyard and wanted to say something. Suddenly, the gold-seeking hamster in his arms broke free from his hand. Squeak squeak. The little gold-colored hamster with white fur scurried into the courtyard in front of them. Its movements were fierce and fast. It was even faster than when it went to find Yuanma. In the courtyard, Luo Qingtong was sitting in the pavilion and talking to Little Pig. This map of the Saint Monarch's tomb is only a part of the map. It's quite interesting. She fiddled with the jade thumb ring in her hand. After activating the repair eye ability, Luo Qingtong could easily see that the small map in the center of the jade thumb ring was incomplete. 4 maps had to be stacked together to reveal the true appearance of the map. This method was really novel. If Luo Qingtong didn't have this eye ability, she probably wouldn't know the mystery behind it. From the beginning of the Saint Monarch's tomb to the small map in the middle, every step was exquisitely made and concealed. It was really exciting. The tomb of a Saint Realm powerhouse wasn't easy to enter. The things inside wasn't easy to take. I don't know who the other party is. But this method is cunning. Little Pig listened to her words, his lips twitched. That's a Saint Realm powerhouse was too deceptive. It could already imagine the other people who had gotten the map running in excitedly, only to be cheated so miserably that they couldn't even cry out for their mothers. Luo Qingtong chuckled as she listened. Squeak squeak squeak, a soft and sharp voice rang out. Ants was. What is this? Luo Qingtong instinctively raised her hand to block. Paji. Something soft instantly stuck to her hand. Squeak squeak squeak. A small and soft mouse was hugging one of her fingers, squeaking as it moved its 4 limbs in her hand. It's little but was swaying from side to side. It was so cute. A hamster? Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows and looked at the little thing in her hand. She picked it up. Why did such a little thing run over to her place? Moreover, how did it enter the holy court of the Empire of Qin? There were actually hamsters as pets in this other world. Why hadn't she heard of it before? Luo Qingtong was just thinking when she suddenly heard Little Pig exclaim in surprise. Gold-seeking hamster? It looked at the little golden-furred hamster in Luo Qingtong's hand that was intimately and unceasingly rubbing against Luo Qingtong's body, and the corners of its mouth twitched as it spoke. This is a gold-seeking hamster. As it spoke, it bounced with its 4 hooves and jumped in front of the little hamster. Strange, why would it appear here? Little Pig used its little hooves to slap the little hamster in Luo Qingtong's hand. The latter's round and furry body was slapped here and there like a rubber ball, and it instantly became angry. It squeaked as it gave up its love of rubbing against Luo Qingtong and turned to glare angrily at Little Pig. What are you looking at? You don't like your Grandpa Pig? Little Pig looked at the little gold hamster's angry little eyes, and he immediately extended his little hooves to slap it. Speak quickly, where did you come from? His true body was an existence that crushed all beasts, and such a little hamster actually dared to be disrespectful to him. Little Pig's little hooves slapped even more cheerfully. Squeak squeak squeak. That little gold hamster became even more furious. Luo Qingtong watched the interaction between the pig and hamster from the side, and she couldn't help but laugh for a while. When she saw the little gold hamster being slapped by Little Pig to the point its fur stood on end, yet it was unable to struggle free from her hand to fight it with its life on the line, she instantly laughed and swatted away Little Pig's little hooves. Alright, stop bullying it. What's this gold-seeking hamster? Luo Qingtong raised her hand to tease the little gold hamster, and the latter seemed to be especially affectionate towards her. When it saw her finger move over, it instantly squeaked as it raised its pair of little claws and moved over. Little Pig was just about to say something when suddenly, the little gold mouse's body violently twitched at this moment. Luo Qingtong withdrew her fingers and looked at the little golden mouse struggling violently in her hand. Its little head was shaking left and right, and it looked like it was in great pain. As it cried out, it looked at Luo Qingtong with its big and cute eyes. The pair of round eyes that occupied almost half of its face were filled with attachment and reluctance to part with Luo Qingtong. But at the same time, there seemed to be some kind of force pulling it away. Luo Qingtong looked at it and frowned slightly. At this moment, Little Pig suddenly barked. Not good. Looking at the little golden mouse's pained appearance, it seemed to be struggling to break free from Luo Qingtong's hand and escape. It suddenly shouted, "Stop it. Don't let it run away." Little Pig's expression was grave. This gold-seeking hamster was raised by someone else, and it's being urged to go back right now. At that time, the existence of the 9 layers exquisite sword and the life and death sword in your body will be exposed. As a fellow beast, Little Pig naturally knew the ability of the gold-seeking hamster. It was an automatic treasure-seeking tool. If this gold-seeking hamster was wild, then so be it. But it was obviously raised by someone. Now that it was being urged to go back, it would definitely expose the fact that Luo Qingtong had many treasures here. It was said that a dog's nose was the most sensitive. In fact, this gold-seeking hamster's nose was the most sensitive. However, this gold-seeking hamster was very rare, and ordinary people wouldn't have it. Moreover, they couldn't afford to raise it. Where did it come from? Little Pig didn't have time to think too much and hurriedly had Luo Qingtong stop it. Originally, when Luo Qingtong heard that this little golden hamster was being raised by someone else, she was prepared to let it go. She wouldn't go so far as to snatch someone else's pet. However, when she heard Little Pig's words, her expression suddenly froze. The 9-layer exquisite pagoda and the life and death sword were her biggest secrets. At the same time, they were also her 2 trump cards. They absolutely couldn't be known by others. Although Tian Mingzi had said that there wouldn't be any enemies here, Luo Qingtong didn't want these 2 treasures to be exposed and attract unnecessary trouble. She immediately stretched out her hand. The instant the little golden hamster was about to leave her palm, she pressed it back. The young girl's eyes lit up. Layers and layers of blood-red color spread out from the inside. In an instant, she activated an eye technique. Under the gaze of Luo Qingtong's eyes, an array brand instantly appeared on the little golden hamster's body. It was a beast-taming array. Moreover, it was very profound. It couldn't be set up unless one was a spirit array master in the sage realm or above. At this moment, a spiritual power fluctuation was constantly emitted from the array brand, exerting pressure on the little golden hamster's soul, forcing it to listen to the order and immediately return. The little golden hamster obviously didn't want to leave Luo Qingtong. It was a gold-seeking hamster and naturally yearned for places with treasures. The higher the level of the treasure, the more it liked it. The life and death sword and the 9-layer exquisite pagoda that Luo Qingtong possessed were both rare treasures, especially the 9-layer exquisite pagoda, which was also the demon subduing pagoda. The benefits to demonic beasts were obvious. Of course, the little golden hamster didn't want to leave Luo Qingtong. However, that mental energy fluctuation was constantly urging it, causing it to feel extremely painful. At this moment, Luo Qingtong raised her hand and pointed at the core of the array imprint. The mental power in her mind surged out. In an instant, before that mental power fluctuation could react, the array imprint was broken. Creak creak. The little golden mouse was freed in an instant. It jumped onto Luo Qingtong's body and circled around her. It was so happy. From time to time, it would rub its little head against Luo Qingtong and look at her with sparkling eyes, as if it was looking at a big treasure. Outside the courtyard of the Heavenly Demon Group's encampment, Eldest Xia's mental power that was controlling the gold-seeking hamster to return was suddenly cut off. His expression instantly changed. This gold-seeking hamster was the treasure of the Celestial Palace. This time, he had brought it out for great use. Nothing must go wrong. Go. Let's go in. That gold-seeking hamster must be with Luo Qingtong. He didn't know what level of treasure the other party had on her that allowed the gold-seeking hamster to break free from his mental power control. If he let the gold-seeking hamster escape, he would be skinned alive when he returned to the sect. Moreover, Luo Qingtong had such a powerful treasure on her. He must get it. Thinking so, Eldest Xia immediately lifted his leg and was about to rush towards the courtyard of the Heavenly Demon Group's encampment. However, just as he made his move, Eldest Xia, no. This is the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin. Seeing that Eldest Xia was going to make a move on Luo Qingtong, the two of them were wild with joy. However, they couldn't let Eldest Xia make a move here. Eldest Xia, this Luo Qingtong is highly valued by the Grand Supreme Dean. The two of them said, if you make a move here, you will definitely alarm him. When he activates the defensive formation of the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin, even if you are a Saint Transcendence, you won't be able to do anything in a short time. What if that Luo Qingtong takes the opportunity to run away? Hearing their words, Elder Xia stopped in his tracks. Then what do you two mean? Elder Xia didn't think that Luo Qingtong could escape from his hands. But it was better to be safe than sorry. What's more, now that the gold-seeking hamster had broken free, it must be by her side. If that little girl saw his intention, she might use the gold-seeking hamster to threaten him. At that time, he would really have to hold back. Thinking like this, he suddenly looked at the two of them and said, in our opinion, we might as well. The two of them said their plan. After discovering that Luo Qingtong had a treasure on her, Su Diheng and Xianxia planned how to consign Luo Qingtong to eternal damnation, not only her, but also the Grand Supreme Dean and the others who had been shielding her. Therefore, they stopped Elder Xia and didn't let him make a move here. Otherwise, relying on the defensive formation of the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin, not to mention what would happen to Luo Qingtong, the Grand Supreme Dean and the others would definitely be fine, not to mention that after the matter became big, it might alarm the Saint Transcendence in the Imperial Palace of the Empire of Qin. At that time, the Grand Supreme Dean and the others would be even more fine. How could Su Diheng and Xianxia allow such a thing to happen? It was rare for such a good weapon like Elder Xia to come to their door. They must make good use of it. If you want to blame someone, blame Luo Qingtong for being too lucky. He actually had such a treasure in his hands. Humph, they should be thanking her for courting death. As the two of them thought so, they looked at each other with a gloomy expression. Then, they laughed coldly together. Good. We'll do as you say. After listening to the two suggestions, Elder Xia nodded his head and left. In the courtyard, after they stopped the little gold mouse, Luo Qingtong looked at Little Pig and asked, everything will be fine after we stop it? She furrowed her brows and looked at the little golden mouse that was squatting on her shoulder intimately. It completely treated her as a super treasure and loved her passionately, constantly rubbing against her body to sell its cuteness. Needless to say, her appearance was quite lovable. Luo Qingtong thought. She raised her hand and flicked the little guy's forehead. Then, she watched it fall to the ground with a thud. It took him a while to get up dizzily. The corner of Little Pig's mouth twitched when he saw her actions. This action is so familiar, isn't it? When I tried to act cute and wanted to follow Luo Qingtong, I was treated like this. Thinking of this, Little Pig resentfully glanced at Luo Qingtong. Is this guy a woman or not? Why is he so cold-hearted? Normally, when people see such a cute little animal, shouldn't they take extra care of it? Why does this woman like to bully them? However, Little Pig didn't know that there was a kind of cuteness that made people want to bully them whenever they saw them. It should be fine. It guessed that the gold-seeking hamster must have accidentally run to Luo Qingtong's place. In that case, the other party didn't summon it back, so naturally, they wouldn't know what happened to Luo Qingtong. But, you'd better put it into the 9-layered exquisite pagoda to avoid being tracked by its aura. Also, Little Pig said to her, make a fake treasure aura and bury it somewhere, then let people find it later. Lure them away. Otherwise, they will definitely look for this little thing all over the world. Little Pig glanced at the golden-furred hamster squatting on Luo Qingtong's shoulder. The gold-seeking hamster was a rare treasure beast that ordinary people couldn't afford to raise. Moreover, it was very rare. Now that it disappeared, they would definitely search for it. If someone saw it rushing into Luo Qingtong's courtyard, it would be troublesome. Okay. Luo Qingtong nodded. She also thought so. Just in case, it was better to make a fake treasure to lure them away. Luo Qingtong was very familiar with this matter. She casually took out a trashy ring and covered it with a layer of extremely dense energy waves. This energy fluctuation was the combination of the life and death yin-yang sword and the 9 netherworld phoenix ring. It was guaranteed to be able to fool people. Luo Qingtong took the useless ring and went out. At this moment, a group of uninvited guests came to the Imperial Palace of the Empire of Qin. Your Majesty. In the Imperial study, the sage emperor of the Empire of Qin was flipping through all kinds of things copied from Emo Qinshuan's residence. Emo Qinshuan's ambition was obvious. He even made the dragon robe for his coronation in advance. The sage emperor of the Empire of Qin was so angry that his whole body trembled. He flipped the table and ordered the people in the imperial study to teach Xianxia a lesson. They must find out who the ambitious heavenly doctor behind him was. Ma Qingyi sat on the seat below, listening to the sage emperor's furious outburst. At this moment, an urgent shout came from outside. Then, a guard of the imperial house suddenly walked in from outside and knelt down in the imperial study. Your Majesty, Eldest of Celestial Palace requests an audience. Your Majesty, Eldest is a saint. The sage emperor of the Empire of Qin's expression changed when he heard the guard's words. The saint that the other party spoke of was not the saint stage powerhouse that ordinary people spoke of. Instead, he was a transcendent saint. Quickly invite him in. Although he didn't know why the outer sect elder of Celestial Palace wanted to see him, the sacred emperor of the Empire of Qin wouldn't neglect him. As the supreme being of the sacred dynasty, he naturally knew about the hidden world. He also knew that Celestial Palace's influence was not weak. What's more, the person who came was a saint, who was on par with the saint transcendence of the royal family of the Empire of Qin. Immediately, he hurriedly asked someone to invite him in. On the other hand, Ma Qingyi's elegant and handsome face instantly darkened when he heard that someone from Celestial Palace had come to visit. If he remembered correctly, Su Diheng's wife was from Celestial Palace. He heard that she was an outer sect deacon, so she was very respected in the four great sacred dynasties. In the Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin, even the Grand Supreme Dean had to show her some respect. Su Diheng's achievements today were mostly thanks to her. Could it be that someone from Celestial Palace came to the Empire of Qin at this time to support her? Thinking of this, Ma Qingyi's original intention to leave when he heard that someone was coming was gone. Ma Qingyi sat down again and looked at the group of people who came in expressionlessly. Sure enough, Su Diheng and Xianxia were among them. The two of them accompanied Elder Xia. When they walked into the imperial study, they saw Mo Chenai sitting on the left at a glance and immediately smiled. Your Highness. After greeting the Holy Emperor, the two looked at Ma Qingyi sarcastically. Especially Su Diheng, who looked at Ma Qingyi with even more sarcasm. The other side helped Luo Qingtong to deal with them. Although the other side really wanted to deal with Mo Qinshian, it was a fact that he helped Luo Qingtong. This time, they wanted to make him fall to the bottom. The two's eyes made Ma Qingyi's heart sink. At this moment, Elder Xia's voice sounded. Your Majesty, I came here this time to ask the Holy Emperor of the Empire of Qin to make a decision for us. He tapped his fingers on the table in front of him and said coldly, I came to the holy capital of the Empire of Qin this time and will leave after a few days. But. He raised his head coldly and said, I went to the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin to see Deacon Shin. A student of the Holy Academy, when I wasn't paying attention, lured away the precious beast of the Celestial Palace, the gold-seeking hamster. The gold-seeking hamster still had the treasures we got along the way. Because the gold-seeking hamster liked those treasures very much, we didn't take them off but let it play with them. Now that the gold-seeking hamster and the treasures are missing, I wanted to break into the Holy Academy and take back the treasures. But I thought that this is the territory of the Empire of Qin and I can't go too far. So I came to ask the Holy Emperor to give us a perfect justice and explanation. As soon as Elder Xia said this, Ma Qingyi's face changed completely. The other side really came to make trouble, and the one who was looking for trouble was Luo Qingtong. Thinking of the way Su Diheng and Xianxia looked at him, Ma Qingyi's heart suddenly thumped. How could he not know that the student of the Saint Academy that they were talking about was Luo Qingtong? With this thought, he suddenly stood up and said to the sage emperor of the Empire of Qin, Father, you must investigate this matter thoroughly. It's impossible for Luo Qingtong to do these things. He cupped his hands and said anxiously, Father, Su Diheng and Xianxia have always been at odds with Luo Qingtong because of Su Jingyue and Yu Wenma. Previously, when Imperial younger brother falsely accused Luo Qingtong of cheating at the Elders' Assembly, the two of them were behind it. Father, you must not listen to their words. It's not good for her. As soon as Ma Qingyi said this, Su Diheng and Xianxia sneered. Your Highness is really interesting. Elder Xia hasn't said who that person is. You can't wait to be so sure that it's Luo Qingtong. You can see what kind of person she is. What's more. Su Diheng sneered, It's fine if you say that we slandered Luo Qingtong. Elder Xia is a dignified saint. Why would he slander Luo Qingtong? If it wasn't true, who would make things difficult for a little student? He deliberately emphasized the words little student. Hearing this, the sage emperor of the Empire of Qin nodded and said, that's right. Saint Xia really doesn't have to slander a student. What kind of status did a saint have? How could he make things difficult for a student for no reason, not to mention telling such a lie? The saint emperor of the Empire of Qin thought so and disagreed with Ma Chenye's words. He didn't know that it was impossible to avenge Su Diheng and Xianxia, but it was entirely possible to avenge the treasure that even the gold-seeking hamster was excited about. Come. The Saint Emperor of the Empire of Qin said in a deep voice, go to the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin and capture the student named Luo Qingtong. Ask her to hand over the treasure of the Celestial Palace and the gold-seeking hamster. Father. The voice of the Saint Emperor of the Empire of Qin sounded. Ma Chenye's voice suddenly sounded. The Saint Emperor of the Empire of Qin didn't even pay attention to him. Ma Chenye had no choice but to sit there and wait anxiously. He only hoped that Su Diheng and the others were talking nonsense. In this way, after Luo Qingtong was captured and brought to the palace, he could still exonerate her. At that time, with her identity as the Princess of Great Chu, she would be fine, that's right. And the Grand Dean, he must know about this matter and let him come with the Grand Tutor to support Luo Qingtong. Thinking so, Ma Chenye immediately winked at the people around him. Immediately, some of his trusted aides left the room and went to look for the Grand Principal and the others. Su Diheng and Xianxia had been paying attention to Ma Chenye's movements. Seeing these movements around him, they suddenly sneered. The smile on their lips was very gloomy and proud. Luo Qingtong was definitely doomed this time. The more the Grand Dean and the others stood up for her, the better. At that time, they could catch all of them in one fell swoop and avenge their previous hatred. Let them help Luo Qingtong. At that time, none of them would be able to escape. The group of people was very calm and composed. Luo Qingtong went back to the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin after burying the fake things. In the courtyard, Yu Qingwei was waiting for Luo Qingtong. Su Xiaoxiao and the others were chatting with her. Ever since the incident at the Elder Conference, the relationship between the Qingwei group and the Heavenly Demon group had been completely reconciled. Su Xiaoxiao and the others were grateful to Yu Qingwei for bringing the Qingwei group to help. Although they weren't able to help in the end, they didn't have any prejudice against them. The group of people got along very well. As for Yu Qingwei, Su Xiaoxiao and the others quite liked her. This was especially true for Su Xiaoxiao. As a member of the pharmaceutical department, she liked to interact with Yu Qingwei. The two of them didn't take the usual path when it came to alchemy, so they had a lot to talk about when they were together. But today, Yu Qingwei almost didn't speak. Not only that, she kept anxiously asking Luo Qingtong where she was, asking her to come out because she had something urgent to tell her. Boss has gone out. Su Xiaoxiao and the others looked at her and said. Seeing Yu Qingwei's restless appearance, they seemed to have sensed something and immediately said, Senior Sister Qingwei, why are you looking for boss? If there's anything, you can also tell us. The group said. That's right. Senior Sister Qingwei, is there something that you don't want to talk about? Just say it. That's right. Boss just went out and no one knows when she'll be back. If there's something urgent, you can tell us first. Yu Qingwei looked at them and didn't know what to say. She just received news from Ma Chenye. The latter thought about it and decided to let Luo Qingtong leave first. The Celestial Palace's people came aggressively and were probably prepared. Even if Luo Qingtong really didn't take their treasure, they wouldn't let it go. He had Yu Qingwei send a message to Luo Qingtong in order to not attract attention. After all, in the eyes of many people, even if the two of them had let go of their former enmity, their relationship wouldn't be that good. It was just a pretense. If the Grand Principal sent a message or Ma Chenye sent it himself, Luo Qingtong would probably be stopped before she could leave the Empire of Qin's holy courtyard. However, who would have thought that Luo Qingtong wasn't in the Empire of Qin's holy courtyard at this time? Unable to tell Luo Qingtong this news, Yu Qingwei couldn't sit still. At this time, Luo Qingtong returned. Senior Sister Qingwei? She saw Yu Qingwei surrounded by Su Xiaoxiao and the others in the pavilion and wanted to ask her what was going on. The latter also anxiously stood up and wanted to tell her what happened in the Empire of Qin's imperial palace. However, at this time a clamor suddenly sounded from outside. Luo Qingtong? Where's Luo Qingtong? Who's Luo Qingtong? Yu Qingwei's expression suddenly changed when she heard the series of shouts. Damn it, the sage emperor sent people, she hurriedly said to Luo Qingtong, junior sister Luo, quickly leave. The celestial palace's people found the sage emperor and said you took their treasure. They're going to capture you now. The situation was urgent, so Yu Qingwei couldn't explain to Luo Qingtong what the celestial palace was and why the other party went to the sage emperor and said she took their treasure. However, Luo Qingtong immediately understood. The gold-seeking hamster's master came. She narrowed her eyes and said to Little Pig in her mind. Apart from this reason, she couldn't think of any other reason why the other party said she took their treasure. Did they know she had a treasure in her hands? Perhaps the gold-seeking hamster's strange behavior was caused by them. They were nearby at that time, however, the celestial palace. Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows. She suddenly remembered that Su Diheng's wife was an external deacon of a mysterious sect. Could it be this celestial palace? As she thought of this, she immediately connected the dots. Just as Yu Qingwei's voice fell, a group of people barged in from outside. Miss Yu is wrong. She's not going anywhere today. After hearing Yu Qingwei's words clearly, the commander of the internal guards who had been ordered to capture Luo Qingtong suddenly gestured towards Luo Qingtong. Luo Qingtong, by order of the sage emperor, you are invited to the imperial palace of the Empire of Qin. Please don't make things difficult for us. When the commander of the internal guards left the imperial palace, he was warned by Ma Chenye's men to not disrespect Luo Qingtong. Mo Qinshian was already deposed. If there were no accidents, Ma Chenye would be the future ruler of the Empire of Qin. Under such circumstances, the commander of the internal guards was still very willing to do the crown prince a favor. Therefore, he didn't immediately attack Luo Qingtong. However, he didn't know that Ma Chenye's words had actually saved their lives. If they dared to attack Luo Qingtong, they wouldn't end up any better than those people from the Sacred Academy's law enforcement team. Okay, I'll go with you. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes at them, then nodded and walked out with them. Boss. Su Xiaoxiao and the others only just recovered from their shock and almost chased after them. However, this time was different from when they went to the Elders' Guild. The soldiers of the Imperial Guards didn't allow them to follow. What should we do? Bastards. What the hell is that celestial palace? Why are they targeting boss? Is there something wrong with their brains? Our boss wants to steal their treasure? How shameless. Yuan, who is so angry that he punches the stone pillar next to him. Boss is the evil Dr. Ghost Eye. What treasure doesn't she have? That underworld venerable in the Black Field can't wait to give her the entire Black Field. Moreover, even if the Black Field doesn't have a treasure, boss won't even bother to steal or snatch it. These people are too much. This is a false accusation. It is a false accusation, Yu Qingwei says. She bites her lip. In the end, she didn't make it in time. She doesn't know if anything will happen to Luo Qingtong. Celestial Palace is a very powerful sect from the hidden world. The one who came this time is their outer sect elder, a saint transcendence expert. He said that Qingtong took his treasure. No one would doubt it. And the celestial palace therein is the sect where Su Diheng's wife, Xianxia, is in. Yuan Hu and the rest instantly understand after hearing Yu Qingwei's words. F***CK. If that's the case, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for them to frame boss? No. Boss is in danger. The group of people immediately react. If that person from Celestial Palace was really called by Xianxia to deal with Luo Qingtong, then this time, saying that Luo Qingtong took their treasure is completely a conspiracy. No matter whether Luo Qingtong admits it or not, they won't let her off. Not good. The group of people instantly panics. Especially when they think that the outer sect elder from Celestial Palace is actually a saint transcendence expert, they panic even more. Quick! Let's go to the Black Field and inform the people in the Black Field that boss is in danger. As they speak, they stomp their feet and are about to run out. It's useless. Yu Qingwei looked at them and shook her head. Even if Luo Qingtong and the Blackfield's evil Dr. Ghost I have a good relationship, the latter may not be able to protect her. That's a transcendent saint we're talking about. Unless we can invite someone like Ming Zun from the Blackfield, only then would we be able to fight against him. But why would such a person fight against a transcendent saint for Luo Qingtong? Even if evil Dr. Gui Tong personally begs him, I'm afraid it's still impossible. Moreover, behind that elder Xia is the Celestial Palace. Yu Qingwei analyzed seriously with Su Xiaoxiao and the others. She wasn't trying to dampen their enthusiasm and confidence. But it was true. Ordinary people simply wouldn't go against a transcendent saint or even the sect behind the other party for a student like Luo Qingtong. In truth, the sage emperor might have known that Luo Qingtong was innocent. But between a student and a transcendent saint, or even the Celestial Palace, who was more important, naturally, it was the latter. That's why the sage emperor sent people to capture Luo Qingtong after listening to Elder Xia's side of the story. No, you're wrong. Su Xiaoxiao shook off Yu Qingwei's hand. She looked at her seriously and said word by word, Senior Sister Qingwei, you don't know what will happen if something happens to our boss. Not to mention Elder Xia, Celestial Palace, even your entire the Empire of Qin dynasty will have to use blood to wash away the anger of the Blackfield. Or it could be said that the anger of the Blackfield's Ming Zun, those who had seen how much Xianxia cared about Luo Qingtong wouldn't doubt that the Blackfield's Ming Zun would go to that extent for her. If something happened to Luo Qingtong, the world would be buried with her. Yu Qingwei was startled by her words, but before she could react, Su Xiaoxiao had already waved her hand away. Seeing them leave without looking back, Yu Qingwei's mind kept replaying Su Xiaoxiao's words. If something happened to Luo Qingtong, the Empire of Qin Holy Dynasty and Celestial Palace would have to use blood to wash away the Blackfield's anger. How much confidence did she have to be able to say something like that? And Su Xiaoxiao and the others were clearly only people from the Empire of Tianyu. How could they say something like that? What's more, Luo Qingtong was only a young girl from a marquee mansion from a low-level country. Even if Yu Qingwei never judged people based on their appearance or status, she couldn't deny the fact that Luo Qingtong came from a lowly background. The only thing Luo Qingtong could rely on was that she knew evil Dr. Gui Tong and had a relationship with her, but having a relationship didn't mean they would protect her unconditionally. Knowing her didn't mean the Blackfield would protect her. Did Su Xiaoxiao and the others think Luo Qingtong was that evil Dr. Gui Tong? Only that evil Dr. Gui Tong would be able to obtain the full protection of the Blackfield and the Blackfield's underworld venerate in exchange for the destruction of the Celestial Palace and the Empire of Qin Holy Dynasty. Thinking up to here, Yu Qingwei suddenly froze. Luo Qingtong. Evil Dr. Gui Tong? Information about both sides suddenly flashed through her mind uncontrollably. Luo Qingtong came from a low-level country, Dongli country. Evil Dr. Gui Tong rose from a Blackfield branch city in Dongli country. Evil Dr. Gui Tong's medical skills were unparalleled, his alchemy skills were superb, and his alchemy skills were top-notch. And when the Qingwei group was dealing with the Heavenly Demon group, a mysterious honorary lead pharmacist suddenly appeared. He obtained the approval of the Grand Master and the Grand Principal of the pharmacist group, defeated her in a challenge, and refined a real pill elixir, the elixir aura. Contained within the elixir liquid was incomparably dense, and it was no different from a real elixir. Thinking of this, Yu Qingwei immediately sucked in a deep breath. The things that he had never thought of before were instantly dispelled by Su Xiaoxiao's words. Luo Qingtong was the evil Dr. Ghost Eye. This was the evil Dr. Ghost pupil who had caused the Blackfield's deep revered to fall in love with her and protect her wholeheartedly. He had even said that no one in the entire True Spill continent would be able to harm her. That was why evil Dr. Gui Tong was so protective of the Luo clan. That was why he destroyed Tianyu's royal family for the Luo clan. It was only when the Qingwei group was dealing with the Heavenly Demon group that the honorary lead disciple of the Mystic Pharmacy suddenly appeared. If it was the evil Dr. Ghost Eye, then it was no wonder that the Medicine Institute's great teacher and grand principal would make her the honorary chief without any hesitation. Not to mention, no one could surpass her position in the Medicine Institute. How could he surpass it? The other party was already an alchemist. Moreover, his alchemy skills had reached the acme of perfection. Even those old monsters did not dare to say that they could compare to him. As Yu Qingwei thought of this, she realized just how great this matter was. If Luo Qingtong really was the evil Dr. Ghost Eye, then the Celestial Palace and the Empire of Qin's holy dynasty would be in deep trouble. Thinking of the anger of the Black Fields deep revered, she fiercely shivered. The Empire of Qin's Imperial Palace. Luo Qingtong was accompanied by the Imperial Palace's internal guards who had come to invite her into the grand discussion hall. In order to express the importance of this matter, the Empire of Qin's Holy Emperor had changed the location of the interrogation from the Imperial Study to the Grand Discussion Hall. The Imperial Palace's inner courtyard was heavily guarded. Wherever they passed, sabers, spears, swords, and halberds would shoot out cold light in all directions. Luo Qingtong, you didn't think you'd have such a day, did you? The two men's expressions were cold as they mouthed Luo Qingtong. Their murderous intent towards Luo Qingtong was evident as they opened and closed their mouths. Today, they wanted Luo Qingtong to never be able to walk out of this door. As for Elder Xia, a trace of amazement flashed through his eyes as he looked at the stunning young girl who walked in. He didn't think that this student, who Su Diheng and Xianxia hated to the bone, would be so stunning. If she could obediently hand over the treasures on her body, it wasn't like he couldn't keep her and play with her by his side. Presumably, she would be very happy to do so. After all, this was an honor that many people couldn't even ask for. Seeing his gaze, the little pig in Luo Qingtong's arms snorted and said, "Hey, woman, that Elder Xia seems to have taken a fancy to you." Oh my god. With a face full of wrinkles, he still wants to learn from others and eat young grass. Hearing its words, Luo Qingtong glanced indifferently at Elder Xia and didn't say anything. On the other side, Ma Chenyi had already stood up. Qingtong. Grand Tutor Jiang and the Grand Principal stood beside him. It was obvious that the two of them had been called over by Ma Chenyi. Luo Qingtong had just learned about Ma Chenyi's painstaking efforts from Yu Qingwei and immediately nodded towards him. It was said that true hearts were revealed in adversity. It was indeed so. When the Celestial Palace made things difficult for her, not only did Ma Chenyi not retreat, but he did his best to help her. It could be said that he didn't let her down for her previous help. She really didn't misjudge him. Qingtong. Ma Chenyi's heart was anxious. He didn't think that Luo Qingtong would appear here. Didn't he ask Yu Qingwei to inform her to leave? Could it be that something went wrong? When the Grand Principal saw Luo Qingtong's arrival, he frowned fiercely and transmitted a message to her. "Luo girl, this matter is not easy to handle. That Elder Xia has the strength of a saint transcendence and is considered a powerhouse among the ordinary saint transcendents. I think you'd better reveal your identity so that they won't dare to touch you." His expression was dignified. To the Grand Principal naturally hoped that Luo Qingtong's identity wouldn't be exposed so quickly. This way, they would have one more trump card in the saint court. But this situation was different. The Celestial Palace was be considered to be a big sect in the hidden world. As elders SSSSSSSB. TSSSS. SSSSSSTSSSSSSS have a SS after all. He wasn't a true saint transcendence. His was only slightly above the saint realms. In addition, he had been injured these years, which delayed his advancement. If nothing unexpected happened, his would have been. There was absolutely no possibility of a breakthrough. Under such circumstances, even if he tried his best, he wouldn't be able to stop the other party. Luo Qingtong was invited by him to the Empire of Qin's Saint Court. If something happened here, not to mention Ming Zun's anger, even he would feel sorry for Luo Qingtong. No need, Grand Principal. You don't have to say any more. It's too late. If the people from Celestial Palace had come specifically to avenge Su Diheng and Xianxia, it would be fine. If she revealed her identity, they would absolutely not dare to make a move. But they had come for the treasures on her body. Even if she revealed her identity, the other party would definitely force her to hand over the little golden mouse. But that gold-seeking mouse had already known the secret of the treasures on her body. In any case, Luo Qingtong would not return it to the people from Celestial Palace. Otherwise, under the investigation of the secret method, the other party would definitely discover the secret of the life and death yin-yang sword and the 9-layered exquisite pagoda. Under such circumstances, the enmity between Luo Qingtong and Elder Xia was set. Rather than letting them get the little golden mouse and leave in fear, which would attract the powerful people from Celestial Palace, it was better to continue to hide her identity and deal with their moves as they came. the best result would be to make Elder Xia and his party stay here completely, so that the people from Celestial Palace would not know what had happened. In this way, the secret of the treasures on her body would not be exposed. Luo Qingtong thought so and narrowed her eyes. She already had a plan in mind. But the specific implementation was still a little difficult. But now, she had no other choice. Luo Qingtong. The Grand Dean did not understand Luo Qingtong's words and did not know what she meant by "it's too late." When he wanted to ask for more details, Xianxia on the other side could not help but launch an attack. Previously, she had let this woman, who had dealt with her daughter and humiliated her husband, escape. This time, she would like to see how she could escape. Xianxia's eyes glinted coldly. She suddenly stood up with a stern shout. "You abducted my sex-treasured beast and stole my sex treasures. Quickly hand over all those things and return my sex-treasured beast. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude to you." Su Diheng was also here. While pretending to comfort Xianxia, he said to Luo Qingtong with a strong sense of righteousness, "Luo Qingtong, I know you have a grudge with my family. You hate my disciple Yuanma for abandoning you. Jinyue is not sensible. Because she loves Mo, she offended you many times. But in any case, you can't do such a disgraceful thing to the Celestial Academy when my wife returns home." He raised his voice. "Gold-seeking mouse is the sex-treasured beast of the Celestial Palace. Not everyone can get it. Even if you get it, you can't afford it. What's more, there are all kinds of treasures from Celestial Palace. The Empire of," he said Grand Dean to the Celestial Academy and Holy Dynasty of the Empire Dynasty of the Empire. "Once you provoke the Celestial Palace, I don't know how many lives you have to pay for it. Holy Emperor, please judge clearly." Su Diheng suddenly turned around and bowed to the Holy Emperor of the Empire of Qin, who was sitting at the top of the hall. Every word he said was closely related to the fact that Luo Qingtong had a grudge against them, so she deliberately lured away the gold-seeking mouse and caused the Celestial Palace's treasures to be stolen. His words were reasonable, and the people in the hall began to believe him. Even Ma Chenyi couldn't help but glance at Luo Qingtong. He wondered if Su Diheng had some conspiracy that Luo Qingtong found out, so she deliberately lured away the gold-seeking mouse to vent her anger. But he didn't expect that the gold-seeking mouse was the sex-treasured beast of the Celestial Palace, and there were treasures of the Celestial Palace on it. So, no. Let's not talk about whether or not Luo Qingtong was such a careless person. She was discovered by Su Diheng and the others when she lured away the gold-seeking hamster. Let's say that the gold-seeking hamster and the sex treasures were stolen together. Given the grudge between Su Diheng and Luo Qingtong, as well as Elder Xia's strength, how could they not snatch those things back on the spot? Thinking like this, Ma Chenyi's heart suddenly trembled. He immediately realized that it wasn't that Elder Xia and the others didn't want to snatch it, but that they couldn't. It was true that the gold-seeking hamster had gone missing, and it was most likely on Luo Qingtong's body. However, those stolen treasures were most likely all fake. The gold-seeking hamster had gone missing because it had discovered the treasures on Luo Qingtong's body. Elder Xia and the others had deliberately come to complain. They wanted to borrow Imperial Father's hand to force Luo Qingtong to take out the treasures on her body. After all, the Holy Court of the Empire of Qin had a protective formation. Luo Qingtong was among them. If Elder Xia and the others made a move and the Grand Dean defended Luo Qingtong, there was still a possibility that Luo Qingtong would escape. However, it was different in this imperial palace. Luo Qingtong had no one to rely on. As Ma Chenyi thought this, his heart suddenly couldn't help but sink. Luo Qingtong was in danger. "Luo Qingtong, what do you have to say?" After Su Diheng finished speaking, the Holy Emperor of the Empire of Qin, who was sitting on the main seat, raised his head and looked at the young girl standing on the other side of the main hall. That brilliant temperament made him faintly knit his brows when he saw it. It was no wonder that his Yi was so worried about such a peerless beauty. He heard that the other party's strength in the Holy Court of the Empire of Qin wasn't weak, and her talent was astonishing. However, all of this was nothing compared to the Celestial Palace. Yi paying too much attention to her was not a good thing. The Holy Emperor of the Empire of Qin didn't know that his bewitching medicine had been cured and Mo Qinshuan's plot had been exposed because of Luo Qingtong. He looked at Luo Qingtong with some displeasure and asked with a cold and indifferent face. "If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows and said indifferently, since Su Diheng and the rest are so certain, then let them show the evidence. Otherwise, I believe that the sage emperor will uphold justice for me. How could she not see the displeasure in the eyes of the holy emperor of the Empire of Qin, but she didn't care. She did not want to rely on the people of the great Qin sacred dynasty to escape. Elder Xia's strength was too strong, and there was the celestial palace behind him. The people of the Empire of Qin would never want to go against him. Ma Chunyi and the Grand Dean were protecting her. Even if she revealed her identity as the evil Dr. Ghost Eye, no one would believe it. They would only think that they said it deliberately to protect her, so this time, Luo Qingtong could only rely on herself. Humph. Of course we have evidence. However, Luo Qingtong, if we show the evidence, you and your accomplice will be punished severely and be at our disposal. Xianxia said and glanced coldly at the Grand Dean beside Luo Qingtong. Obviously, the accomplice she was talking about was the Grand Dean. That's right. If it weren't for someone helping you, how could you, a little student, lure away the gold-seeking hamsters and take away so many treasures of Elder Xia? Grand Dean, although I know that you are very indulgent and protective of Luo Qingtong, your way of doing things is really disappointing. Su Diheng said with a pained expression. Luo Qingtong looked at him and Xianxia, then thought of Su Jinyue. She suddenly felt that this family was full of drama. You guys. The Grand Supreme Dean was even more furious. He was indeed against Su Diheng becoming the great teacher of the Soul Institute. He felt that Su Diheng's strength and ability weren't enough for this role. He didn't have any selfish motives. But he didn't expect that he would be viciously blackened today. No wonder they came to the Saint Emperor to complain. He was afraid that they had already made up their mind to not only deal with Luo Qingtong, but also deal with him, right? What a good plan to kill two birds with one stone. The Grand Supreme Dean was so angry that he stomped his feet. He wished he could rush over and kill Su Diheng and the rest, then pull Luo Qingtong away. But in front of the Saint Emperor, he didn't have the right to be presumptuous. Moreover, Su Diheng and the rest had Elder Xia, a transcendent sage, by their side. Just as the Grand Supreme Dean was panting in anger, Luo Qingtong's voice rang out. Okay. As long as you can find evidence, I will plead guilty to the Grand Supreme Dean and let you punish me. But if you can't produce evidence, you have to let us go. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes and looked at Su Diheng and the rest. Okay. Xianxia immediately agreed. She sneered at Luo Qingtong, her heart filled with pride and coldness. She was waiting for Luo Qingtong to say this. At that time, she would get rid of her and the Grand Supreme Dean. This woman probably didn't know, right? The gold-seeking hamster was their celestial palace's precious beast. Naturally, there was a way to raise and control it. Previously, they didn't know what kind of treasure Luo Qingtong had on her that made the gold-seeking hamster so excited that it broke free from Elder Xia's spiritual control. But now that both sides were within reach of each other, no matter how tightly Luo Qingtong hid herself, as long as Elder Xia released his spiritual power, the gold-seeking hamster would obediently listen to his orders. When he crawled out of Luo Qingtong's body, the scene would be wonderful. At that time, Luo Qingtong would not be able to defend herself. With that thought in mind, she looked at Elder Xia proudly and said, Elder, please make your move. Elder, please take action. Su Diheng, who was beside her, also said respectfully and excitedly. Without the Grand Principal, the Elders Association would be disbanded. When he returned to the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin, he could easily become the principal with the help of Xianxia. At that time, they would properly deal with the Crown Prince of the Empire of Qin. The two of them sneered. That Elder Xia slowly raised his head and looked at Luo Qingtong. With an unfathomable expression, he said, You really don't want to plead guilty? He had the demeanor of an expert. As long as you hand over the gold-seeking hamster and those treasures, this elder won't look into your crime of theft. I'll even train you by my side. How about it? He looked at Luo Qingtong's devastatingly beautiful face and said covetously. The young girl's face was absolutely beautiful and her temperament was bewitching. She had an awe-inspiring domineering aura and a calm grace. She was truly a top grade. He couldn't bear to punish this kind of girl. As long as she was willing to hand over the treasures in her hands and the gold-seeking hamster, he promised to treat her well. As for the grudges between Su Diheng and Xianxia and Luo Qingtong, what did it have to do with him? As soon as Elder Xia's words left his mouth, Luo Qingtong smiled. Elder Xia wants to train me by your side? Unfortunately, I'd rather see Elder Xia being taken in and trained by someone. Why don't we raise the stakes? As Luo Qingtong spoke, the smile on her lips was cold and evil as she looked in Elder Xia's direction. In an instant, the latter was furious. Bitch! I gave you face, but you don't want it. Elder Xia's face was full of anger. The training he was talking about was naturally not an ordinary training. Luo Qingtong used his own words to reply to him, instantly making him think of that kind of unbearable scene, and his face darkened. Since you won't shed tears until you see the coffin, then I'll fulfill your wish. He originally thought that the other party was not bad looking. If she was willing to submit to him, the taste of pleasure under his body would definitely be very good, but he didn't think that the other party would be so unappreciative. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to have any tender feelings for the fairer sex. Once the other party was convicted, wouldn't she still fall into his hands? At that time, he would definitely let her know the consequences of what she had just said. As Elder Xia thought of this, he suddenly snorted coldly. He raised his hand and began to use the Celestial Palace's secret technique to control the gold-seeking hamsters. That was the beast-taming technique that the Celestial Palace had specially invited the most powerful array master in the hidden world to create for the gold-seeking hamsters in their sect. Under the activation of the beast-taming brand, as long as he poured his mental strength into it, he would be able to control the other party. This was also specially drawn to prevent the gold-seeking hamsters from being unwilling to return after finding an excellent treasure, or from wanting to escape. The control brand was divided into two types, the main array and the sub-array. When Elder Xia came out, he drew the sub-array in the palm of his hand. The method to control the main array was still in the sect, and was controlled by the sect leader. Therefore, when the gold-seeking hamsters broke free from his mental strength control, he didn't think too much about it. After all, the control of the sub-array was not as strong as the main array, so it wasn't impossible for it to break free, but that would definitely happen when the gold-seeking hamsters found a huge treasure. That kind of treasure would definitely be able to increase the strength of the Celestial Palace sect by more than 10 times, therefore, Elder Xia could not wait to deal with Luo Qingtong. He did not even care about the dignity of a transcendent saint and an outer elder of Celestial Palace, all for the sake of obtaining the treasures on the girl's body. It was definitely a rare treasure that could allow his strength to soar and contribute greatly to the sect. Just thinking about it made Elder Xia's body tremble with excitement. Quick! He pointed out with his finger. Gold-seeking hamster! Come out! In order to prevent the gold-seeking hamster from being attracted by the aura of the treasure on Luo Qingtong's body and once again resisting his summoning and control like before, Elder Xia exerted a lot of effort in pointing this finger. Almost all of the power in his body was poured into that point, and in an instant, it entered the subformation. However, it was quiet all around. No gold-seeking hamster jumped out of Luo Qingtong's body. Creak creak. In Luo Qingtong's sea of consciousness, the 9-layered exquisite pagoda. The little gold-seeking hamster was happily jumping around in the space of the first floor. It looked like it wasn't affected in the slightest. Creak creak. It raised its hand to fiddle with the huge cocoon of light that Snowball had transformed into. After the latter moved a bit, it hurriedly ran away with its 4 paws. It looked like it was having a lot of fun. How is this possible? He repeatedly raised his hand in disbelief. Quick! 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 Gold-seeking hamster, come out! He pointed his finger one after another, using all his strength, but there was still no movement on Luo Qingtong's body. Elder Xia was as tired as a dog, half leaning on the armrest of the chair behind him, gasping for breath. Even with his strength, he had almost exhausted all of his mental strength by activating so many of the formations in succession. He was so angry that he almost cut off his own hand. How is this possible? His face was ferocious as he supported himself on the armrest behind him, glaring at Luo Qingtong and saying, "The beast-controlling array given by the sect is absolutely not a problem. Slut, did you do something to it?" Elder Xia didn't believe that he couldn't summon the gold-seeking hamster. That sex treasure beast must be on Luo Qingtong's body, there was absolutely no doubt about it, but how could he not summon it? Compared to getting the treasure, Elder Xia was more worried that he would lose the gold-seeking hamster. everyone knew the difference between a fish and a fisherman. As long as there was that gold-seeking hamster, they could get the best treasure. But without that gold-seeking hamster, then even the best treasure couldn't make up for this loss. Slut, what did you do? Elder Xia looked at Luo Qingtong with a murderous gaze. At this time, he couldn't care less about being attracted by her beauty. If there was a problem with that gold-seeking hamster, then even if he got the treasure on Luo Qingtong's body, he would still die when he returned to the sect. Elder Xia, you're joking. Luo Qingtong looked at him indifferently and raised her eyebrows. Didn't you say that you have evidence, so you want to prove that I took your treasure and that gold-seeking hamster? Now that you can't take out the evidence, you say that I did something. If I could do something in front of a transcendent saint like you, then now, it wouldn't be your turn to interrogate me. Luo Qingtong said coldly. Her words caused the people around her to nod slightly. They could clearly see that Luo Qingtong didn't do anything. On the other hand, that Elder Xia clearly said that he would show evidence. In the end, after putting on an act, he said that Luo Qingtong had done something, that was why he couldn't produce any evidence. Was this *king joke? The young girl was only a martial emperor, yet she was able to play tricks in front of him, a transcendent saint. How could it make him so tired that he was sweating profusely, gasping for breath when he spoke, and his tongue was hanging out like a dog? This was simply an insult to their intelligence. This was too much of an act. He was really treating them like fools. In fact, everyone present could more or less guess that Elder Xia and the others had deliberately come to find trouble with Luo Qingtong, but to do it so obviously, he really did not put them in his eyes. This was especially true for the sage emperor of the Empire of Qin. His face instantly turned as black as coal. He was afraid of the Celestial Palace, so he was willing to give Elder Xia and the others face. But this didn't mean that he was afraid of them. Elder Xia was just an outer sect elder of the Celestial Palace. It wasn't like the imperial family of the Empire of Qin didn't have any transcendent saints. He suppressed the anger in his heart and said to Elder Xia, "Thank you, Saint." He gritted his teeth and reminded him word by word, "She's just a student in the martial emperor realm." So, you said she did something to you. Are you trying to say that you, a saint, can't even compare to a student in the martial emperor realm? She's not even the strongest in the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. Luo Qingtong is just a new student in the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. It's really amazing to have such a cultivation. But, you're *King Saint, you said she did something to you in front of so many people. Can't you come up with a better excuse? The veins on the Saint Emperor of the Empire of Qin's forehead were bulging. Elder Xia immediately snapped out of his daze after being reminded by Su Chen. But he was very sullen in his heart. The gold-seeking hamster is definitely in Luo Qingtong's possession. There's no doubt about it. He saw the gold-seeking hamster run into Luo Qingtong's courtyard with his own eyes. Damn it, he shouldn't have listened to Su Diheng's words and complained to the Saint Emperor because he was afraid that Luo Qingtong would run away. He wanted to borrow the Saint Emperor of the Empire of Qin's hand to kill her. Now, he didn't want to borrow the Saint Emperor's hand to kill her. His old face was about to be completely lost. More importantly, it was the gold-seeking hamster. Luo Qingtong. Elder Xia took a deep breath and looked at the beautiful girl in front of him. I don't know what method you used to get the gold-seeking hamster out of my control. But that gold-seeking hamster is the precious beast of the Celestial Palace. You must hand it over. And the treasure on you, you must also hand it over. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this door today. At this moment, Elder Xia had completely given up the idea of finding excuses. So what if he wanted to rob her? With his strength and the influence of the Celestial Palace, he did not believe that anyone could stop him. As Elder Xia spoke, he released his suppressive aura in an instant. Thank you, Elder. Don't go overboard. Ma Qingyi, Grand Supreme Dean, and the others were already overjoyed when Elder Xia's spell failed. Luo Qingtong was finally alright, however, they did not expect the other party to be so shameless. You can't slander Luo Qingtong, so now you want to rob her? These two sentences didn't even need to be pretentious. They were simply rude and unreasonable, revealing the nature of a bandit. The group of people were filled with righteous indignation. Ma Qingyi immediately stood in front of Luo Qingtong and said to the sage emperor of the Empire of Qin, Imperial Father, you also saw it. The people from the Celestial Palace are deliberately looking for trouble with Luo Qingtong. They are using you. Aren't you angry? Moreover, Luo Qingtong is the princess of Great Chu. Grand Tutor can testify. Imperial Father, you can also use the national seal to sense it. She has the power of Great Chu. Imperial Father, you can't let anything happen to her. As soon as Ma Chengyi said this, the sage emperor of the Empire of Qin's expression changed slightly. This Luo Qingtong is the princess of Great Chu. Of course, he knew that there was a princess of Great Chu. He even sent Grand Tutor Jiang to the inferior country where she came from to send gifts. However, he did not pay special attention to her name. So, this Luo Qingtong was the newly conferred princess of Great Chu. Ma Chengyi would not joke about this kind of thing. Moreover, the sage emperor of the Empire of Qin could also distinguish through the power of the country's fate. Thank you, Holy One. After confirming Luo Qingtong's identity, the Holy Emperor of the Empire of Qin's face turned cold. He said in a low voice, "You promised to let her go if you can't produce evidence. I was the witness and heard it with my own ears. I'm afraid I can't let you do anything to her." The Holy Princess of the Chu dynasty had a very high status. Moreover, the title of Holy Princess was personally conferred by the Chu dynasty's Transcendence Sage. Although the Holy Emperor of the Empire of Qin did not want to offend the Celestial Palace, he did not want to offend the Chu dynasty either. He was the witness of this matter. If he allowed Elder Xia to do anything to Luo Qingtong, he would not be able to answer to the Chu dynasty. Is that so? Elder Xia sneered. He looked at Ma Chengyi and the Grand Supreme Dean, who heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he raised his hand and sucked. Swoosh! Standing behind Elder Xia, Su Diheng and Xianxia, who were full of joy and pride because of his actions, were sucked into his hands. Pa! Elder Xia's hands suddenly clasped their necks tightly. Elder Xia? Su Diheng and Xianxia did not expect Elder Xia to do anything to them. They looked at Elder Xia, who was holding them in his hands in horror as they struggled to break free. However, Elder Xia was a transcendence sage. How could they break free? If they had been prepared when Elder Xia attacked, they might have been able to escape, but now, no matter how hard they struggled, they could not escape from Elder Xia's hands. The latter continued to tighten his grip on their necks. That promise wasn't made by this elder. Since the Holy Emperor wants an explanation, then I'll kill them and give you an explanation. But I must do something to Luo Qingtong. Whoever dares to stop me will be going against the Celestial Palace. I hope you know what's best for you, Sacred Emperor. As Elder Xia spoke, he clenched his fists and broke the necks of Su Diheng and Xianxia. The two of them didn't even make a sound before they died with their eyes wide open. Before he died, his eyes were filled with disbelief. They had never thought that the two of them would be the ones to die after setting up a trap to deal with Luo Qingtong. Bang! Elder Xia waved his hand heavily. With a loud bang, the bodies of Su Diheng and Xianxia were smashed to the ground. Can I make a move on her now? Elder Xia said with a sinister smile on his face. Get out of my way. Anyone who stands in my way will die. His voice was cold and harsh. With a bang, the aura around him instantly turned into a whirlwind and rushed towards Luo Qingtong. From the whirlwind, a pitch-black hand suddenly reached out and grabbed Luo Qingtong. Come over here. Elder Xia's voice was cold but full of confidence. As a sage transcendence, he couldn't make any mistakes. The other party was only a martial emperor. Qingtong. Run. At this moment, the Grand Dean stood in front of Luo Qingtong. Ma Chengyi had already been pulled away by the commander of the Imperial Guards. The Holy Emperor of the Empire of Qin would never allow his most outstanding son to risk his life. Elder Xia's movements were ruthless. With a loud bang, he struck the Grand Dean. Boom! Their attacks collided in an instant. Bang! In the main city of the Black Field of the Empire of Qin, a spirit ship crashed heavily into the anti-airspace barrier above the main city of the Black Field. Before the strong fighters guarding the Black Field on the city walls could shout, a series of urgent voices could be heard from the ship. Quick! Quickly bring us to see the city lord. Evil Dr. Gui Tong is in danger. A group of figures dashed out of the ship. It was Su Xiaoxiao and the others. At this moment, they looked anxious and rushed directly to the strong fighters guarding the Black Field on the city walls of the Black Field. What? Hearing their words, the strong fighters guarding the city walls of the Black Field were shocked. Then, someone immediately flew in front of Xianxia and the others. "Come with us." As they spoke, each of them took one person, and with a swoosh, the group of people disappeared from the city walls of the Black Region capital. The city lord's residence in the main city of the Black Field. Beiqing was listening to the reports of his subordinates. His mind was about to be tied up after hearing the things that the other party said. He kept dozing off, he really didn't know what his master was thinking. He brought Feng Yu out to test his strength and left him alone in the main city to deal with things. Shouldn't he be the one to look for a fight? Why did he look for Feng Yu, who looked calm and elegant but was actually sinister and full of evil tricks? This kind of messy matter was suitable for him to deal with. Beiqing felt a headache coming on. After the city lord of the Black Field reported another power dispute in the main city of the Black Field, he slammed the table and shouted angrily, "Tell them. If there are any disputes in the future, no matter what the reason is, we'll beat them up first. After they calm down, we'll let them deal with it themselves. Hurry up and do it." Beiqing waved his hand impatiently. What the F***ck is going on? To Beiqing, there was nothing that couldn't be solved with a fight. If that didn't work, then they would fight. Let's see who dares to bother him with such trivial matters. The Blackfield city lord's face twitched when he heard the right protector's words. He was just about to say something when suddenly, a clamor sounded from outside. The group of Blackfield guards appeared in front of him and Beiqing with Su Xiaoxiao and the others. "City Lord, right protector." They claimed to be Lord Ghostye's followers, saying that Lord Ghosteye is in danger in the Empire of Qin, and they are asking for our help. Before the group of Blackfield guards could finish their words, Beiqing had already recognized Su Xiaoxiao and the others. In a flash, she appeared in front of them and grabbed Yuan Hu, who was at the front, and asked, "What's going on? What are you talking about?" Beiqing had been with Xianxia for a long time, so he naturally knew where Su Xiaoxiao and the others were with Luo Qingtong. Seeing them appear in the Blackfield sub-city, Beiqing's heart sank. People from Celestial Palace came to the Empire of Qin to make trouble for our boss, saying that she stole their treasure. Our boss has been taken to the Empire of Qin's Imperial Palace. Hurry up and save her. That Elder Xia from the Celestial Palace is a transcendent saint. Our boss can't defeat him. Su Xiaoxiao, Yuan Hu, and the others quickly told Beiqing what had happened, and they were so anxious that their eyes turned red. Bastard! Beiqing's face fell when he heard this. Summon all the experts of the Saint Realm in the Black Field and follow me to the holy capital of the Empire of Qin. Master is now testing his strength with Feng Yu in that place, and I don't know if he can sense the danger of the evil doctor. Bang! In the conference hall of the Imperial Palace of the Empire of Qin. The power of the Grand Supreme Dean and Elder Xia clashed fiercely in midair. Rumble! A series of explosions rang out. From the place where the two attacks collided, countless cracks spread out in an instant. Waves of energy spread out from the center of their attacks and spread out in all directions with terrifying power. The conference hall was the place where the Emperor of the Empire of Qin usually dealt with urgent matters. Usually, when things got urgent, it was possible for the ministers to quarrel and fight with each other. Under such circumstances, the materials used to build it were all top-notch. The power of an ordinary saint would not be able to shake it at all. However, at this moment, this magnificent hall was shaking violently under the attacks of the Grand Supreme Dean and Elder Xia. Cracks spread out on the pillars of the hall, forming a spiderweb-like pattern. The entire main hall was emitting teeth-numbing creaking sounds under that powerful attack. A battle between experts who had surpassed the Saint Realm was so terrifying. Ah! Under the barrage of attacks, many of the internal guards were sent flying out of the hall. Screams of agony rang out. "Your Majesty, leave quickly!" The internal guards of the Imperial House hurriedly escorted the Emperor of the Empire of Qin away. Ma Qingyi wanted to stay, but the Emperor of the Empire of Qin ordered Grand Tutor Jiang to drag him out by force. In an instant, the hall was empty. Only Luo Qingtong, the Grand Supreme Dean, and Elder Xia were left. Humph! How dare you compete with the light of the sun and the moon? Elder Xia sneered. He did not take the Grand Supreme Dean seriously at all. He was merely someone who had surpassed the Saint Realm. In the eyes of ordinary people, he was a rare expert. However, in front of him, he was nothing. If he was not a saint, so what if his strength was above the saint realm? It was just a matter of a few more moves. Thinking of this, he immediately increased the intensity of his attacks. Boom! The Grand Supreme Dean was barely able to take one of his moves. He was injured internally and could not use his full strength. Moreover, Eldest's strength was above his. As the strength of the opponent's attack increased, the Grand Supreme Dean immediately felt his own strength being suppressed. An extremely violent force was constantly suppressing him from Eldest's side. Knowing that he couldn't hold on for much longer, the Grand Principal gritted his teeth and raised his hand to push Luo Qingtong out. "Little child of the evil doctor, leave now." The Grand Principal absolutely could not let anything happen to Luo Qingtong here. Otherwise, not to mention Xianxia's anger, he would not be able to bear it. Even his conscience would feel uneasy for the rest of his life. He had promised that he would take good care of this little girl. Bang! Just as the Grand Principal raised his hand to push Luo Qingtong, his attack power was also dispersed by Eldest's attack. The latter's power was like a torrential river, sweeping over like raging waves. "You want to leave? Dream on. All of you, stay here." Eldest's face was ferocious. His stay naturally referred to the Grand Dean's life and Luo Qingtong's people. Rumble. In midair, Eldest's power swept over like a violent storm. The spiritual energy giant hand, which was as tall as several people, fiercely grabbed at Luo Qingtong and the Grand Supreme Dean. Go! The Grand Supreme Dean's hand was about to slap Luo Qingtong's body and send her out. The young girl held his hand. Grand Principal. Luo Qingtong didn't even look at the raging waves of energy behind the Grand Principal that were as tall as several people. The large hand made of spiritual energy that had been standing on top of the mountain for a long time didn't attract the slightest bit of her attention. "Do you still remember what I said to you when we first met?" The young girl looked at him, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. Evil, domineering, enchanting, confident. Evil Dr. Doll. The Grand Principal's hand was grabbed by Luo Qingtong. He felt the raging waves of energy coming from behind him, and his heart instantly burned with anxiety. "Oh my God, what kind of situation is this, you doll? Don't reminisce about old times. If you continue reminiscing about old times, the two of us will die." How could the Grand Principal not remember what Luo Qingtong said to him when they first met? It was this evil Dr. Doll who exposed his internal injuries. That was why he was itching to kidnap Luo Qingtong to the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin. In the end, this little girl had given the heaven-grade student admission notice that he had given to the Sky Hall of the main courtyard directly to Chu Lingfeng, that blockhead. He had made himself happy for nothing. Later on, in order to persuade her to come to the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin, he had even sent out a bunch of purple-grade heaven-grade student admission notices, God knows how many times the Elders Guild had used this against him because of this matter, but now wasn't the time to talk about this. "Little doll, hurry up and leave." Feeling that the energy behind him was getting closer and closer, the Grand Principal couldn't care less anymore. Unable to break free from Luo Qingtong's hand, he could only directly push her away like this. However, before he could do anything, Luo Qingtong's voice rang out again. "At that time I said that I couldn't treat your injuries. But now, we can try." As Luo Qingtong spoke, the blood-red light in her eyes suddenly flickered. Ocular technique, activate. With Luo Qingtong's current strength, it was impossible for her to completely heal the Grand Principal's injuries and eliminate the raging waves of energy in his body. But she could temporarily open up a path in the midst of those waves of energy, allowing the Grand Principal's energy to pass through. Under such circumstances, she could completely allow the Grand Principal to temporarily recover his strength and not be limited to the suppression of that one injury. Boom! Luo Qingtong's energy flowed through the wrist of the Grand Principal and blasted into his body. "Follow me." Luo Qingtong's voice rang. "Evil Doctor Baby." However, something that astonished him happened. Boom boom boom. Luo Qingtong's energy swept through the area where the raging waves of energy were swirling without any obstruction. Her energy accurately passed through the gaps in those waves of energy and passed through the area where the waves of energy were swirling without alarming those waves of energy. The Grand Principal, who was controlling the energy in his body, was stunned. His power and aura followed Luo Qingtong's power and aura, crossing the place where the violent power was. Boom. Boom. Boom, the channel that had not been opened for many years was opened. In an instant, the aura around the Grand Supreme Dean skyrocketed. Haha. Feeling that he had recovered his peak strength, the Grand Supreme Dean was so happy that he couldn't control himself. It had been too long. How long had it been since he had felt so full of power? It was really refreshing. The Grand Supreme Dean's aura skyrocketed. Before he could say anything to Luo Qingtong, rumble. Behind him, Elder Xia's attack arrived. Bang! The Grand Supreme Dean waved his hand fiercely. Boom! The power of countless meridians in his body surged out in an instant and clashed fiercely with the power that Elder Xia had unleashed. Rumble! In an instant, Elder Xia's attack, which he thought was foolproof, was blocked by the Grand Supreme Dean. What's more, it was bombarded by the aftermath of the Grand Supreme Dean's attack. It formed a fan-shaped attack wave and retreated back to Elder Xia. Elder Xia was shocked and did not have time to defend. With a bang, he was blasted back several steps by the force and almost sat on the ground awkwardly. Bastard! Elder Xia was infuriated. He had been careless just now. He thought that there was no problem in the end, so he removed the power defense around his body. Otherwise, the Grand Supreme Dean's attack would not have hurt him. Go, go, go. Little Luo, let's go. After the Grand Supreme Dean blasted him back, he pulled Luo Qingtong and was about to run. This was the Imperial Palace of the Empire of Qin, which was not conducive to the battle between him and Elder Xia. Everything would be fine when they returned to the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. The people of the Imperial Palace of the Empire of Qin did not protect Luo Qingtong, but he would. Go. Let's go back to the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. Once they returned to the Sacred Institute of the Empire of Qin and activated the array formation, everything would be fine. The Empire of Qin's Saint Academy's protective array could only be broken by a Saint Realm Master. Elder Xia, this shameless person, definitely had no choice. However, if he could think of it, so could Elder Xia. Stop them. Su Diheng and Xianxua's idea was not without benefits. Sure enough, the Grand Dean did his best to protect Luo Qingtong. Fortunately, this wasn't the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to do anything to her, but now, Elder Xia sneered. Following his words, several figures instantly appeared at the entrance of the hall. He was the outer disciple of Celestial Palace who came to the Empire of Qin with Elder Xia. The Grand Principal had forgotten about their existence. Elder Xia's path was blocked. Elder Xia stomped his foot hard on the ground and stopped himself from retreating. In the next second, he appeared beside Luo Qingtong. Bitch, come here. Elder Xia waved his palm at the Grand Principal, while his other hand formed a bow and reached out to grab Luo Qingtong. With the help of the outer disciple of Celestial Palace, the Grand Principal had no time to deal with Luo Qingtong. Little girl. Elder Xia's claw was about to grab Luo Qingtong, and the Grand Principal's pupil shrank. Just as Elder Xia's claw was about to touch Luo Qingtong, buzz, Luo Qingtong's body suddenly lit up with rays of light. Rumble. The entire Imperial Palace of the Empire of Qin trembled. What? What's going on? The Sacred Emperor of the Empire of Qin, who was escorted out of the Imperial Palace by the Imperial Palace's internal guards, looked at the scene above the Imperial Palace in shock. Wisps of ferocious dragon-shaped auras were surging and gathering in his direction. In the holy capital of the Empire of Qin, the sound of a dragon's roar resonated from the ancestral Imperial Ancestral Temple, which was located far away from the Imperial Palace. A huge, invisible dragon suddenly appeared on top of the ancestral Imperial Temple and roared at the sky. Countless streams of the imperial providence of the Empire of Qin and the powerful energy stored in the ancestral Imperial Temple surged out and appeared above the Imperial Palace of the Empire of Qin. Buzz. Streams of dragon-shaped aura flew up one after another. The entire Imperial Palace of the Empire of Qin was like a giant beast that had been awakened by someone. Powerful energy surged out and filled every corner of the Imperial Palace of the Empire of Qin. The Sacred Emperor of the Empire of Qin and the others watched this scene with their mouths agape. The Empire Protecting Array. The Empire Protecting Array, which had been built by the founding saint to protect the imperial family of the Empire of Qin and protect the imperial family of the Empire of Qin, had been activated at this time? In order to activate such a formation, the Saint Emperor had to personally use his bloodline and the power of the nation's destiny to activate it. This was one of the last barriers in the war between the Empire of Qin. It was so powerful that the guarding array of the Sacred Academy couldn't compare to it. At the very least, it would take an army of thousands of men and countless Saint Realm experts to break through. To break through this array with one's own strength, one would need to be at least at the nascent Venerable Realm. What everyone was surprised about was how this array formation could be activated under such circumstances. After all, the Sacred Emperor was still here. He didn't go to the heavenly altar and perform the heavenly ritual. He didn't use his own bloodline and imperial providence to communicate with the ancestral imperial temple to activate this array. The Sacred Emperor of the Empire of Qin was also shocked speechless. He couldn't explain what was happening in front of him. How could an array left behind by their ancestors be activated for no reason? Moreover, judging from the direction of the aura, it was coming from the conference hall. After all, Elder Xia, the Grand Dean, and Luo Qingtong were still inside. What was going on? While the crowd outside was shocked, Elder Xia was also shocked beyond words in the great conference hall. How is this possible? Elder Xia himself couldn't even count how many times he had called out. It was impossible. He was in shock on the imperial providence. In front, Luo Qingtong was dressed in red. She was enchanting and charming. The young girl's body was enveloped in a bright silver light barrier. Countless dragon-shaped auras were entrenched around her, completely nullifying the power of his claw attack. Luo Qingtong's long hair fluttered in the wind, and the lock of hair on her forehead danced in the wind. The black shadow floated in her blood-red eyes. It made the girl look like a goddess of the 9 heavens. She looked like a devilish ghost. Her devilish charm and alluring aura was so mesmerizing that people couldn't take their eyes off her. There was a type of person who could amaze time just by standing there. Luo Qingtong raised her hand and stroked Little Pig in her arms. Little Pig had already turned a blind eye to her perverted behavior and was numb to it. To think that it had been so anxious just now, thinking that this woman was doomed this time. Damn it, a Saint Transcendence had made his move. Little Pig had used up most of his accumulated strength when he was dealing with that Silver Sword Elder. He couldn't transform into his true form. Who would have thought that this woman already had a plan in mind? When she was arguing with Elder Xia, she had already activated her eye technique to secretly observe and crack the nation-protecting array above the imperial palace of the Empire of Qin. Now that she was protected by this array, Elder Xia wouldn't be able to hurt her. Elder Xia should be glad that she was only a martial emperor. Even if she used all her strength, she could only activate a little bit of the nation-protecting array's power to protect herself. Moreover, she could only activate its defensive function. Otherwise, if Luo Qingtong was a little stronger, she could control the entire nation-protecting array in a matter of minutes. When she activated it, he didn't want to die too miserably. The Grand Supreme Dean also looked at Luo Qingtong with a dumbfounded expression. Little doll, he raised his finger and pointed at Luo Qingtong and the bright silver array covering her body. He was speechless for a long time. A protective shield that could block the attack of a saint. Transcendence, damn it, how strong was its defensive power? Even if Luo Qingtong had such a treasure, she shouldn't have enough strength to activate it, right? Moreover, why did the dragon-shaped power swimming around Luo Qingtong look so familiar? While the Grand Supreme Dean was still in a daze, Elder Xia had already recovered from the shock and continued to attack in disbelief. Impossible. You can't block my attack. He shouted harshly. With a ping sound, the sleeves of his robe shook. An extremely violent power surged out. Under the control of his aura, all the heaven and earth spiritual chi in the great assembly hall was sucked dry, forming the shape of a huge mountain above his head. 5 great mountains suppression. One after another, huge mountains of spiritual energy appeared, and then heavily pressed down on Luo Qingtong. The latter narrowed his eyes and looked at him with a pleased expression. As long as Luo Qingtong was in the imperial palace of the Empire of Qin, under the protection of the Empire Protection Array, she would never be harmed. Elder Xia and the others thought that once they lured her away from the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin, she would have no one to rely on. What she didn't know was that wherever her pair of blood-red eyes passed, there would be something to rely on. Boom boom boom. As soon as the 5 mountains came crashing down, the entire conference hall began to tremble, and a series of deep gullies appeared on the ground. Luo Qingtong was still unscathed. The dragon-shaped aura around her surged, weakening the violent aura layer by layer until it finally disappeared into nothingness. Elder Xia's face turned ugly as he continued to attack. Universe Blazing Sun Palm. Star Seal. Heaven Tyrant Fist. He launched one attack after another, but he couldn't even touch a hair on Luo Qingtong's body. The veins on Elder Xia's forehead were exposed, and his face was as ferocious as a ghost. Seeing this scene, the Grand Supreme Dean at the side immediately laughed out loud. The Grand Supreme Dean had already recognized the dragon-shaped aura surrounding Luo Qingtong. It was the power of the Nation Protection Array. Luo Qingtong was actually protected by the Nation Protection Array. No wonder Elder Xia couldn't do anything to her. Although he didn't know how Luo Qingtong did it, the Grand Supreme Dean felt very happy when he saw this scene in front of him. It was like drinking a bucket of ice water on a hot day. The veins on Elder Xia's forehead bulged one by one, and he looked like he was about to explode. His malicious gaze wandered around Luo Qingtong's body. He wanted to find out where her defensive barrier came from. How could it resist so many of his attacks? Even if it was Luo Qingtong's treasure, she didn't have enough power to activate it, not to mention that he had attacked her so many times. If it was her treasure, she wouldn't have been able to withstand it by herself. Suddenly, Elder Xia's gaze suddenly froze. His cold, snake-like gaze stopped on the dragon-shaped aura swimming around Luo Qingtong's body. He didn't pay much attention to it just now, but this dragon-shaped aura, in an instant, Elder Xia seemed to have thought of something, and the veins on his forehead bulged fiercely. Bang! He waved his sleeve heavily, and a violent force fiercely bombarded the ground. Good. 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 He laughed sinisterly and said good 3 times in a row. The veins on his forehead bulged more and more. It's good to have a good face. Bitch, I underestimated you. Elder Xia had already recognized that this dragon-shaped aura was clearly the power of providence of the imperial family of the Empire of Qin. The imperial family of the Empire of Qin was protecting Luo Qingtong. Bastard, the anger in his heart was bursting. He had clearly warned the imperial family of the Empire of Qin not to interfere in this matter. He didn't expect that they would still make a move. They actually used the Nation Protection Array of the Empire of Qin to protect Luo Qingtong. No wonder he couldn't beat them. Elder Xia, who thought he had found the crux of the problem and the reason, instantly flew up. I'll go tell the imperial family of the Empire of Qin to remove this array, or I'll kill the crown prince. Let's see what else you can be arrogant about. Elder Xia said coldly, and with a swish, he disappeared from the hall. Not good. The Grand Supreme Dean, who was laughing loudly, suddenly stopped and rushed out. Bastard, he really didn't want to lose face as a Transcendence Saint. In order to deal with Luo Qingtong, he even wanted to go against the imperial family of the Empire of Qin? And even attacked the crown prince? He was simply crazy. In fact, Elder Xia was almost crazy. He would never let Luo Qingtong go. It would be fine if it was only for the treasures in the other party's possession. At worst, he could just leave first and wait for a suitable opportunity to make a move against the other party, but now, that gold-seeking hamster was in Luo Qingtong's body. This time, he brought the gold-seeking hamster out for great use, and it would be used soon. Under such circumstances, who knew how long Luo Qingtong would stay in the imperial family of the Empire of Qin? Even if she left the imperial family of the Empire of Qin, there was still the Celestial Institute of the Empire of Qin. He couldn't wait that long. Today, he would capture Luo Qingtong in his hands, even if he might provoke the Saint Transcendence of the imperial family of the Empire of Qin. It didn't matter. Anyway, he had the Celestial Palace behind him. What could they do to him? Elder Xia sneered. Swish. His figure suddenly appeared outside the conference hall. Humph. Elder Xia snorted coldly. Then, he waved his sleeve. In an instant, the few Imperial House internal guards who were holding Mo Chenai back were sent flying with blood gushing out of their mouths. Elder Xia raised his hand and waved. In an instant, Mo Chenai's body flew towards him uncontrollably. Your Highness. Seeing this, Grand Tutor Jiang, who was standing beside Ma Chenyi, immediately attacked. However, as soon as he attacked, he was slapped back by Elder Xia. Grand Tutor Jiang was not as strong as the Grand Dean. Yi Er. Seeing this, the Saint Emperor of the Empire of Qin was shocked and then angry. Elder Xia, what is the meaning of this? It was fine that the other party attacked Luo Qingtong, but the imperial palace of the Empire of Qin did not intervene. Why did he suddenly attack Yi Er? Humph. Saint Emperor of the Empire of Qin. The imperial palace of the Empire of Qin deliberately went against the celestial palace, but it doesn't matter. I'll capture your son now. You must immediately deactivate the defensive matrix in the imperial palace of the Empire of Qin. Otherwise, I'll kill him. Elder Xia's voice rang out. In an instant, the Saint Emperor of the Empire of Qin felt even more wrong than Doi. What did he mean by the imperial palace of the Empire of Qin deliberately went against the celestial palace? If he really wanted to go against the celestial palace, he would have asked the elder ancestor for help. What's more, he wasn't the one who activated the nation-protecting magical array. How could he possibly deactivate it? The Saint Emperor of the Empire of Qin felt his vision go dark, and he was about to vomit blood. Seeing that Ma Qingyi was about to fall into Elder Xia's hands, he quickly shouted, "Elder Xia, don't do anything stupid." The imperial palace of the Empire of Qin really did not intervene in this matter. How did the nation-protecting formation activate? I really don't know. But how could Elder Xia believe him? Humph. The Empire of Qin can only be activated by the power of the royal bloodline of the Qin Empire and the Qi meridian of the nation. How do you not know how to activate it? The Sage Emperor of the Empire of Qin. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? Since you don't care about your only son, then I'll kill him. Let's see if Luo Qingtong can still be a coward. Elder Xia said coldly. He remembered clearly that the Crown Prince had been protecting Luo Qingtong ever since he came in to complain to the Saint Emperor in the main hall. He even used all sorts of methods to find support for the other party. He didn't believe that Luo Qingtong would still hide in her turtle shell when he was about to die. As he thought about this, his 5 claws formed into a bow and shot towards Ma Qingyi's throat. Spirit energy surged from the palm. Once Ma Qingyi hit the palm of his hand, his collarbone would be torn apart and he would die on the spot. Just like Su Diheng and Shen Qiuyue, he would die miserably. Bastard! Seeing that Elder Xia was about to kill, the Sage Emperor of the Empire of Qin was anxious and angry. He suddenly used the secret method passed down by the royal family to communicate with the Sage Transcendence who was in seclusion, hoping that the Sage Transcendence could come out and stop the other party, but the Sage Transcendence was in seclusion. It would take a few seconds for him to wake up. It was too late. Luo Qingtong was going to kill his best son. How did she trigger the great Qin imperial family's nation-protecting formation? The Sage Emperor of the Empire of Qin was really angry. At this moment, Luo Qingtong suddenly stepped out of the hall. Bang! She transferred the bright silver shield from her body to Ma Qingyi. Then she suddenly jumped up and rushed out of the imperial palace of the Empire of Qin. Bang! Elder Xia's claw landed on Ma Qingyi's throat, but the dragon-shaped aura around him dissipated it. However, Elder Xia wasn't angry. Seeing Luo Qingtong's figure dashing out, he laughed loudly. His figure suddenly dashed out and chased after her. Bitch, you really came out of that tortoise shell. Elder Xia's eyes flashed with a cold light. He knew that he could force this woman out by attacking the Crown Prince, without the protection of the nation-protecting array formation. Let's see how that woman can escape from my grasp. As he thought about it, he quickly chased after Luo Qingtong. Ahem. After Elder Xia left, Mo Qingyi's body fell heavily on the ground. He coughed violently. At this moment, a loud explosion sounded from the depths of the imperial palace of the Empire of Qin. In the next second, a figure rushed out, giving off a terrifying aura as he appeared before Great Qin's Holy Emperor and the others. What's going on? The imperial palace of the Empire of Qin frowned and looked at the mess around them. There were traces of the nation-protecting array being activated. What's going on? Did someone attack the imperial palace of the Empire of Qin? Great-grandfather. Ma Qingyi hurriedly covered his throat and knelt in front of the imperial palace of the Empire of Qin. He begged, "Great-grandfather, please save Qingtong." Mo Qingyi's words rang out, and before that transcendent saint could say anything, the great Qin's Sage Emperor had already begun to berate him. Shut up. Don't you think she's done enough harm to you? If she hadn't provoked the people from the Celestial Palace, the Imperial Palace of the Empire of Qin wouldn't have ended up like this. You almost died in the hands of that elder Xia. How dare you ask the ancestor to save her? Do you know what it means for the Imperial Palace of the Empire of Qin to go against the Celestial Palace? The Imperial Palace of the Empire of Qin looked at Ma Qingyi with disappointment. Father. Ma Qingyi stood up, covering his neck. Luo Qingtong has helped us a lot. I didn't tell you before because I was afraid that you wouldn't be worried. It was Luo Qingtong who found out about Imo Qinshan and the Celestial Doctor. She also gave me the antidote to the bewitching drug you took. Father, if it weren't for Luo Qingtong, the Imperial Palace of the Empire of Qin would have fallen into Imo Qinshan and the Celestial Doctor's greedy wolf. It's reasonable for us to help her. Ma Qingyi had been wanting to talk to the Emperor of the Empire of Qin about this, but he hadn't found a chance. Now he told him everything. Hearing this, the Emperor of the Empire of Qin suddenly frowned. Those things were done by Luo Qingtong, but even if she did, it wasn't worth it for them to go against the Celestial Palace. Elder Xia obviously wouldn't give up Luo Qingtong. In such a case, if they saved Luo Qingtong, it was equivalent to going against the Celestial Palace behind Elder Xia. Luo Qingtong wasn't worth the risk. Well, don't talk about it. Even so, I've already defended her before. It was Elder Xia who refused to give up. The Imperial Palace of the Empire of Qin can't do anything. The Saint Emperor of the Empire of Qin said coldly. Father. Ma Qingye's heart sank when he heard the Saint Emperor's refusal. Before he could say anything else, the Saint Master of the Empire of Qin waved his hand and said, the Saint Emperor is right. The imperial family of the Empire of Qin shouldn't interfere in this matter. Let's leave it at that. Since the other party had left the Imperial Palace of the Empire of Qin, it had nothing to do with them anymore. The Saint Master of the Empire of Qin naturally wouldn't chase after Luo Qingtong to save her. It would be unwise to go against Elder Xia and the Celestial Palace. The Transcendent Saint, who had already guessed the gist of the situation from the conversation between Imo Qianai and the Great Qin's sage emperor, made a decision. Great-grandfather. Ma Qingye's heart sank when he heard the Saint Master of Qin's words. If even his great-grandfather refused to help, wouldn't Luo Qingtong be doomed? How could she deal with Elder Xia, without the Empire protecting array of the Imperial Palace of the Empire of Qin? How could she escape from the Saint Master of Qin with her martial emperor strength? Ma Qingye's heart was filled with grief as he thought about it. He sat down on the ground, not knowing what to do to save Luo Qingtong. At this moment, the Grand Principal who had lost sight of Luo Qingtong returned. He was furious when he saw this scene and said coldly, Saint Emperor, Saint, you think this is the best for the Empire of Qin, but you don't know that standing aside like this is a disaster for the Empire of Qin. Ma Qingyi has created a good situation for you, but you've ruined it all. Just stay here and do nothing. If anything happens to Luo Qingtong, let me tell you, the imperial family of the Empire of Qin will be destroyed in an instant. Celestial Palace? The Celestial Palace is nothing compared to that fiend. The Grand Supreme Dean was truly furious. If it was any other time, he definitely wouldn't point at the sage emperor of the Empire of Qin and curse in front of the Transcendent Saints. But today, he really couldn't hold back anymore. If the sacred emperor of the Empire of Qin had not insisted on seeking justice for the people of the Celestial Palace and brought Luo Qingtong to the Imperial Palace of the Empire of Qin, nothing would have happened to Luo Qingtong in the Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin. They wanted to curry favor with Elder Xia and the Celestial Palace behind him, but they did not know that compared to Xianxia, Elder Xia and the Celestial Palace were nothing. Let's see how the imperial family of the Empire of Qin will explain themselves when that demon comes. If Luo Qingtong was lucky enough to be fine, then everything would be fine, but if something happened to her, perhaps the entire imperial family of the Empire of Qin would be buried with her. That would be digging their own graves. The Grand Supreme Dean didn't even bother to pay attention to them. He directly pulled Ma Qingyi and was about to leave. At this moment, boom! A huge roar sounded. In an instant, the entire holy capital of the Empire of Qin was filled with sharp alarms. It seemed that some defensive barriers had been triggered. In an instant, the sharp alarms resounded through the entire holy capital of the Empire of Qin. What's going on? Everyone in the imperial palace of the Empire of Qin raised their heads and looked up at the sky. The sacred emperor of the Empire of Qin was originally annoyed by the Grand Supreme Dean's attitude and tone. He was about to scold him. But when he heard the alarms, he immediately raised his head and looked up. With one look, he instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. Countless spiritual boats and spaceships appeared outside the holy capital of the Empire of Qin. The pitch-black hull of the ship, which was decorated with dark domain totems, burned his eyes. Swish! Swish, one by one, figures flew out from the spirit ships. Hiss! At the sight of these figures, the people in the imperial palace of the Empire of Qin gasped even louder. Saint Realm, all of them were Saint Realm experts. Everyone in the holy capital of the Empire of Qin was shocked when they saw the figures who were all wearing black field uniforms and emitting powerful and terrifying auras. What was going on? Is Black Field going to attack the Empire of Qin? So many Saint Realm experts had been dispatched. While everyone was still in shock, Bei Qing had already appeared in the imperial palace of the Empire of Qin with the city governor of the Black Field and several other experts who had surpassed the Sage Realm. Where's Luo Qingtong? Bei Qing's face was filled with anxiety. He scanned the palace with his spiritual will and sensed the traces of the battle between transcendent saints. He did not sense Luo Qingtong's aura and his heart sank. Could something have happened to the evil doctor? At the thought of this, Bei Qing couldn't help but release the aura around her. In an instant, the people from the imperial palace of the Empire of Qin were so suppressed that their faces turned pale. If it weren't for the transcendent saint from the Empire of Qin's imperial family protecting them in time, they would have been forced to kneel in a sorry state. If a protector of the Black Field was already this strong, then how strong would Ming Zun himself be in the Black Field? The group looked at Bei Qing and the city lord of the Black Field main city and the others and could not help but feel shocked. They all knew that Black Field was very strong, but they didn't expect them to be this strong. In fact, the city lord hadn't even made a move yet. The Saint Emperor of the Empire of Qin was also shocked. He didn't know that the Black Field's people would come in such an aggressive manner and ask about Luo Qingtong as soon as they arrived. Judging from the other party's anxiousness, they weren't here to cause trouble. Were they here to help Luo Qingtong? If that was the case, the sacred emperor of the Empire of Qin instantly paled. Beside him, Ma Qingyi didn't think too much about it. After Bei Qing finished speaking, he suddenly stepped forward and even rushed in front of the Grand Dean. He said to Bei Qing and the others anxiously, "Quick! Hurry up and save Qingtong." She lured Elder Xia away. The other party was a transcendent saint, she definitely wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Go and find her. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed in the direction that Luo Qingtong and Elder Xia had left. All right. Bei Qing and the others didn't have the time to deal with the Saint Emperor of the Empire of Qin. Once they found the evil doctor and he was safe and sound, they would slowly settle the score with him. The Saint Emperor of the Empire of Qin and the others had better pray that the evil doctor was safe and sound, otherwise, their master's anger couldn't be quenched even if the whole world raged. In the 100,000 mountain range in the holy capital of the Empire of Qin, Luo Qingtong's figure flitted through the mountain range at lightning speed. As soon as she left the imperial palace of the Empire of Qin, she immediately headed towards the 100,000 mountain range. Elder Xia had already threatened the imperial palace of the Empire of Qin once. There was no guarantee that he wouldn't do it again. If Luo Qingtong continued to stay in the holy capital of the Empire of Qin, even if she could avoid being detected by Elder Xia's aura, her whereabouts would still be exposed when the imperial palace of the Empire of Qin activated the holy capital's magic array. Luo Qingtong wouldn't put her safety in the hands of others. Moreover, the imperial palace of the Empire of Qin wouldn't protect her at all. Therefore, the 100,000 mountain range was the safest place for her. She had the eye technique, so she wasn't afraid of encountering sudden dangers in this dangerous mountain range. Boom! 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 Elder Xia was hot on Luo Qingtong's tail. He waved his hand, one attack after another. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth was boiling. Under the control of his strength, it formed a wall of spiritual energy in an instant and enveloped Luo Qingtong. If Luo Qingtong had not advanced to the martial emperor realm, this cage formed by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth might have caused her trouble. After all, she had almost been caught by Xianxia several times in the past. But now, Buzz, Luo Qingtong's eyes flashed with a bloody light. She activated her pupil technique in her eyes. In an instant, she could clearly see the surging and condensing of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around her. The aura around her shook. The aura of the martial emperor realm gushed out and condensed around her. She seized the opportunity to poke at the core of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth condensed by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In an instant, the speed at which the spiritual energy of heaven and earth condensed suddenly slowed down. Taking advantage of this pause, Luo Qingtong rushed out of the cage formed by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in an instant. Bang! Behind her, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth did not catch the target and shattered into pieces. Bastard! Eldest stomped his feet in anger. This woman was more slippery than a loach. Eldest had thought that after he had forced Luo Qingtong out of the imperial palace of the Empire of Qin, the girl would be at his mercy. After all, was there any suspense between a saint transcendence and a martial emperor realm? However, this woman just had to find a way to escape from his hands again and again. Obviously, with her strength, it was impossible for her to shake his technique. Eldest did not know what the problem was, but it did not matter. Eldest sneered as he watched the spiritual energy of Luo Qingtong explode every time the spiritual energy of heaven and earth exploded. With the spiritual energy, he was not afraid that this woman could escape from his hands. He wanted to see how many times she could escape from his hands with her martial emperor realm strength and how many times she could resist his technique. He was waiting for her to be exhausted. In Luo Qingtong's arms, Little Pig looked at her with a worried face and said, "Woman, this is really troublesome. We can't get rid of this old chrysanthemum. His spiritual energy of heaven and earth is on your body. It's fine if he's a martial emperor realm saint, he can't hide. However, he's a saint transcendence and earth spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This time, you can't escape." This time, Little Pig was really anxious. The previous few times when Luo Qingtong was in danger, even if the girl could not escape in the end, it had something to rely on. But this time it had only revealed its true form once, and killed that silver sword sect elder. It's over, it's over. Is this woman really going to die here this time? Is she going to be caught by this old man with a face full of wrinkles? Thinking of how Elder Xia was drooling over Luo Qingtong, who knew what he would do to her if he caught her, at that time. Why are you panicking? Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes. In her previous life, she had been hunted down countless times. Before she became strong, she had always escaped from death. She knew very well that she had to remain calm in this kind of situation. But this time, it was indeed troublesome. Luo Qingtong sensed the spiritual energy of the surroundings. Under the control of Elder Xia's spiritual energy, she simply couldn't absorb any energy to replenish her body's aura. If this continued, the aura in her body would inevitably be exhausted. At that time, even if she had the eye technique, without enough strength, she still wouldn't be able to dodge Elder Xia's attack. What should she do? What should she do? Luo Qingtong's mind was spinning rapidly. At the same time, in a desolate land far away from the true Spill continent, a silver silhouette and a blue silhouette were crossing each other at lightning speed. Waves of terrifyingly powerful energy rippled out from the center of the collision between the two attacks. In this desolate land, countless mountains and boulders were flattened. All of a sudden, the silver figure came to a stop. High Lord? That blue figure also hurriedly retracted his attack to prevent his attack from accidentally injuring Yi Qianren, who had suddenly retracted his attack. The latter didn't speak. He only raised his hand and rubbed the 10-directional dragon ring on his left ring finger. Was it an illusion? His heart suddenly palpitated. Yi Qianxian's finger gently rubbed the 10-directional dragon ring. Then, he fiercely waved his sleeve. Go back. No matter whether it was an illusion or not, he had to go back and see for himself. Only then could he feel at ease. Outside the holy capital of the Empire of Qin, in the 100,000 mountain range, Luo Qingtong's figure fiercely jumped, avoiding the wall of energy that Elder Xia had condensed behind her. She fiercely rushed into a nearby dense bush. Humph, you take it with you. Put all these things in the places I marked on this map. Luo Qingtong quickly summoned the little golden mouse from the 9-layer exquisite pagoda. Then, she tied 2 small parcels on its body. Finally, she placed a mountain range map on the little pig's little hoof. This map was a topographic map of the mountain range that Luo Qingtong had used her eye technique to half-heartedly memorize as she ran. There were small red dots scattered on the map. The specific locations were recorded on the map. It was very clear at a glance. Remember, you have to put all these things in. Don't miss a single one. As Luo Qingtong spoke, she raised her hand and pushed the pig and mouse, who had been tied up, into the depths of the bushes. This might be the only way she could escape. Whether it succeeded or not, it all depended on the little pig. The little pig was usually very unreliable, but at this time, Luo Qingtong could only trust it. She was being chased by Elder Xia. It was impossible for her to free time to do those things. Of course, Elder Xia wouldn't let her take them. This time was different from the last time when she dealt with Silver Sword's group. At that time, Luo Qingtong was prepared in advance. But now, if she dared to do anything in front of Elder Xia, he would definitely find out. Hey, what's this? Little Pig stared at the map in his hoof and the small package on his body. Woman, don't tell me you're thinking of using the move you used on the Silver Sword sect? I'm telling you, it won't work. This Elder Xia is a Saint Transcendence expert. No matter how many beasts there are, they can't do anything to him. And there are no sacred beasts in this mountain range. In the end, this was the mountain range near the holy capital of the Empire of Qin. Sacred beasts wouldn't live in such a dangerous place. Last time, in the mountain range near the main city of the Black Field, there were no sacred beasts in the beast tide that Luo Qingtong summoned. Nope. Luo Qingtong waved her hand at it, then leaped and flashed away. Oh my god. Let's fight. Seeing Luo Qingtong leave, Little Pig gritted its teeth and carried the small package on its back. Although it was called a small package, it was actually bigger than its body. However, when it turned around and saw the appearance of the little gold mouse, its heart instantly calmed down. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse was pressed under the package, and its round little butt twisted and struggled with all its might. It was about to use all its strength, but it was still unable to escape from the package. It could only pitifully open its cute and large eyes, and its eyes were filled with tears as it watched Luo Qingtong's figure disappear into the distance. Its great treasure, wah. All right. Obediently listen to your Grandpa Pig, and I'll take you to find her later. Little Pig said as he patted Little Pig with his little hoof. Then, he lifted Little Pig up. Let's go. The little gold mouse was lifted up by Little Pig, and after swaying left and right for a while carrying the small package, it finally steadied its body. Its 4 short little legs struggled, and when it heard that Little Pig would take it to find the great treasure, its round mouse face was instantly filled with fighting spirit. Its pair of round eyes even sparkled brightly. Squeak squeak. It wanted to find the great treasure. The little gold mouse stomped its 4 limbs and followed Little Pig's footsteps. 1 pig and 1 mouse ran out with its short little legs. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. When Little Pig and a little gold mouse ran out, Luo Qingtong had already led Elder Xia away. Bang bang bang. The latter's attacks came one after another. Luo Qingtong tried her best to conserve the strength within her body, and exerted her eye technique to the limit, ceaselessly moving about in the dense forest of the mountain range. Boom boom boom. In the mountain range, the figures of the 2 people, one chasing and one fleeing, ceaselessly flashing towards the depths of the forest. Elder Xia's extraordinary sage aura was sufficient to scare away any demon beasts patrolling in the surroundings. Along with the passage of time, the distance between Luo Qingtong and him was pulled closer bit by bit. Haha. *TCH, let's see how long you can run later. Sensing that Luo Qingtong was getting closer and closer to him, Elder Xia sneered in his heart. It would not be long before he could catch her. He laughed heartily, looking at Luo Qingtong with eyes full of lust. When I catch you later, I'll have a good taste of you, and then I'll let you die a painful death. He licked his lips as he spoke. His wrinkled face was filled with a disgusting smile. It was a pity that he couldn't train such a rare talent by his side. However, such a difficult woman was indeed too dangerous. This was Elder Xia's first time encountering a martial emperor who could escape from him for so long, but it didn't matter. Soon, all of this would be over. Elder Xia's lewd laughter was extremely horrifying. Luo Qingtong was not affected at all. She glanced at Elder Xia and continued to move forward quickly. In her mind, spiritual connections were established one after another. 1, 2, 3. Through her eye technique, a huge topographic map of the mountain range appeared in her retina. Following the establishment of the spiritual connections in her mind, one red dot after another appeared on the topographic map of the mountain range in her eyes. A vague outline of a figure suddenly appeared on the topographic map. At the same time, Elder Xia's voice, which was as sharp as an L, rang out. Bang! 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 Luo Qingtong's figure was forced to a corner of the stone wall by the qi wall that he had created. At the same time, Elder Xia's figure instantly moved from not far away. In an instant, his hands were like sharp claws, fiercely grabbing at her. Under such circumstances, Luo Qingtong was surrounded by qi walls on her left and right, a stone wall behind her, and Elder Xia, whose gaze was cold and ruthless, with a perverted expression, was in front of her. She was practically forced into a desperate situation. At this moment, she didn't have much strength left in her body. It wasn't enough to break through the qi walls on her left and right, so she could escape from the side. Haha. Slut, let's see how you escape this time. Elder Xia looked at Luo Qingtong with a perverted gaze. His hand suddenly grabbed at Luo Qingtong's chest. Looking at his movements, Luo Qingtong's eyes suddenly flashed with a ruthless aura. Buzz, just as Elder Xia was about to grab her, at the last red dot in the mountain range, the little pig was using its little hooves to dig a hole. As it dug, it muttered, "Why in the world do you want to bury these things?" As it spoke, it used its hind hooves to kick the little golden mouse next to it. "Hey, bring the things here." Squeak, the little golden mouse, who was half squatting at the side, hastily opened a small bag beside it and took out a spiritual tool brimming with rich aura. Then, it held it in its mouth, flapped its limbs, and ran to the little pig's side. It buried the spiritual tool in the hole that the little pig had dug. Or rather, it was inserted in the hole. Buzz, as the spiritual tool entered the hole, the last connection point in Luo Qingtong's mind was confirmed. In the next second, the huge topographic map of the mountain range was reflected in her eyes. The red dots on the map impressively connected to form the outline of a huge soaring dragon. Pulse raising. As the last red dot appeared on the topographic map of the mountain range, Luo Qingtong's eyes lit up instantly. Facing Elder Xia's attack, she suddenly half-squatted on the ground. Boom! She pressed her palm onto the ground. In an instant, the entire mountain range began to tremble violently, with the river as the vein and the mountain as the dragon head. For extremes 8 desolations, heaven and earth, soaring dragon formation, rise. Luo Qingtong pressed her palm down. In an instant, with the place where she stood as the center, the ground cracked and the stone walls cracked. Behind Luo Qingtong's feet, a huge and sturdy body suddenly appeared. An incomparably huge transparent dragon suddenly rose from the cracked earth. The dragon head was right where Luo Qingtong was. The girl stepped on the dragon's head and held the dragon's horn in her hand. Following the high-spirited roar, it stood tall on the dragon's head and looked disdainfully in all directions. The heaven and earth dragon veins rise. 8 desolations, soaring dragon. Luo Qingtong used a formation to gather the mountain aura in the 10 directions mountain range into a dragon and summoned it all at once. Rumble. As the soaring dragon rose, Elder Xia's attack fiercely collided with the power of the soaring dragon. In an instant, that soaring dragon was formed from the mountain range in all directions. Elder Xia's claw bombarded its body. The force of the explosion was all absorbed by the surrounding mountain range. Rumble. Plop. Little Pig and the little gold mouse had just finished filling up the hole they had dug. In an instant, they felt the earth tremble. Plop. The pig and the mouse were shaken and fell to the ground. Hey hey, don't sit on my head. Little Pig stretched out his little hoof and pulled away the little gold mouse that was lying on his head. Holy shit. This woman. He was dumbstruck as he looked at the huge dragon head in the distance. This woman was simply too awesome. She actually thought of using the energy of the mountain range to form a dragon. That's right. Since ancient times, there had been this idea of a mountain range resembling a dragon. Not to mention, this mountain range was close to the holy capital of the Empire of Qin. It had also received a lot of dragon energy and luck from the holy dynasty of the Empire of Qin. The phenomenon of the mountain range resembling a dragon was stronger than other places, and the energy of the mountain range was also denser. My master is too awesome. Little Pig flapped his 4 little hooves and ran toward Luo Qingtong. Halfway through, he suddenly felt that he had forgotten something. When he turned around and saw the little gold mouse was still spinning around dizzily, he immediately rolled his eyes and ran back. So troublesome. As he spoke, he lifted one of his little hooves and threw the little gold mouse onto his body. Then, he spread his 4 hooves and ran toward Luo Qingtong. At the same time, Bei Qing and the others, who had followed Elder Xia's attack into the mountain range, also felt the intense tremors in the depths of the mountain range. Let's go. Let's quickly go and take a look. Feeling the powerful aura spreading in the air, the faces of the few people instantly hardened, and they hurriedly rushed over. Rumble. In the depths of the mountain range, Luo Qingtong controlled the mountain range to transform into a dragon. After blocking Elder Xia's attack, she suddenly slapped the dragon's horn. Roar. The huge transparent dragon head instantly rose up. After a long and resounding roar, the huge dragon formed by the energy of the mountain range completely rose from the ground. Then, with a sweep of its tail, the entire body of the dragon swept towards Elder Xia, who was still in shock. Bang bang bang. When Luo Qingtong controlled the dragon to make such a move, in the surroundings of the mountain range, the spirit tools that the little pigs and little gold mice had dug and buried in the pits had shockingly exploded one after another and shattered into powder. The spiritual chi inside was exhausted, and all of it sank into the ground, turning into a rich array formation energy that helped Luo Qingtong control this mountain range dragon. Rumble. The dragon's long tail slammed into Elder Xia's body. Before he could recover from the shock of Luo Qingtong's sudden awakening of the mountain, he was sent flying by the dragon's tail. Then, in the next second, that thick dragon body instantly coiled up, then, the head of the dragon raised up high and bit down violently. Rumble. In an instant, Elder Xia's figure was completely submerged in the attack of the huge dragon formed by the mountain range. As for Luo Qingtong, she had already jumped down from the top of the dragon's head when she commanded the dragon to attack. Bang! She stood on top of a huge tree nearby and slightly raised her eyebrows as she looked at the billowing dust and violent energy in front of her. Master! At this moment, Little Pig ran over while carrying the little gold mouse on his back. Oh my god, that was so cool. This time Elder Xia is definitely going to die. Let's go back and celebrate. Be careful. Bang! When Little Pig's voice rang out, Luo Qingtong's sharp intuition also detected the terrifying killing intent behind her. Boom! She quickly dodged to the side. In the blink of an eye, the huge tree she was standing on was blasted into pieces. Luo Qingtong's long hair fluttered in the air as she suddenly knelt down on the ground in a half-kneeling position. She raised her head and saw Elder Xia's figure appear in the area where the dragon was violently attacking. Elder Xia was in an extremely sorry state. His robe was almost torn to shreds and hung on his body in tatters. His entire body was covered in dust and his hair was completely charred. He looked no different from a beggar. However, although Elder Xia was in a sorry state, the aura around him was even stronger than before. Slut! Elder Xia looked at Luo Qingtong as if he wanted to eat her alive. He had been accumulating strength for many years and was waiting for the right time to break through to the Saint Sovereign realm. This way, he could consolidate his realm and it would be more beneficial for his future advancement. But now, under the attack of the dragon, he had no choice but to use so much of his stored strength to forcefully break through the barrier between the Saint Sovereign realm and the Saint Sovereign realm. Although he was fine, he had completely cut off his path of advancement. Just based on this point alone, he wouldn't be able to vent his hatred even if he ate Luo Qingtong alive. This slut, Elder Xia's anger reached the heavens. At this moment, he didn't have the slightest bit of romantic feelings for Luo Qingtong. He wanted to capture Luo Qingtong and use the most vicious and sinister method to torture her to death. Only then would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. Ah! Elder Xia roared furiously. In the next second, he suddenly flew up. Like a vulture, he opened his sleeves and attacked Luo Qingtong. Elder Xia didn't hold back in this attack. The strength of a Saint Sovereign Realm expert was revealed without a doubt. Although using the strength of a sage expert to deal with a martial emperor girl was really too much of a waste of talent. However, Elder Xia had suffered so many losses at the hands of Luo Qingtong. It was impossible for him to treat her as an ordinary martial emperor. Which martial emperor realm expert could escape from his hands one after another, and which martial emperor realm expert could make him so miserable? He would use all his strength to capture this woman and not give her any chance to escape or fight back. At this moment, Elder Xia had already treated Luo Qingtong as an expert of the same level as him. This woman was too cunning and had too many strange tricks up her sleeves. Rumble. The power around Elder Xia was extremely violent. From the moment he leapt up, the waves of energy extended from where he was, causing the surrounding air to tremble violently. The surrounding mountains were also trembling. Ravines and crevices were formed. Countless boulders and trees began to collapse under the tremors. Around Luo Qingtong, countless spiritual energy condensed into a domain, enveloping the space around her. Saint Sovereign Realm, condensing spiritual energy into a domain. In the Saint Domain, all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had to listen to his orders and be controlled by him, others couldn't snatch it. Buzz. As soon as the Saint Domain appeared, all the spiritual energy around Luo Qingtong froze, imprisoning her inside. Slut, let's see how you're going to run now. Elder Xia's face was full of malevolence. He appeared in front of Luo Qingtong in an instant and grabbed her fiercely. Scram. An incomparably cold voice resounded through the sky. As this voice sounded, in an instant, the entire mountain range and even the air trembled violently. The spiritual energy that had been imprisoned around Luo Qingtong instantly boiled up. Then, bang! 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 Countless violent sounds rang out. In an instant, the sacred domain that froze the space around Luo Qingtong shattered. What? Seeing this scene, Elder Xia's eyes suddenly widened. His hands were still in the posture of grabbing Luo Qingtong, but the expression on his face was horrified to the extreme. A single voice was enough to shatter his Saint Domain. How strong was the other party? Could it be a powerhouse above the Saint Realm? But how could there be such a powerhouse in the Truceville continent? This place was simply, wait. Suddenly, Elder Xia seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes widened. His bulging eyes looked as if they were about to pop out of their sockets at this moment. There was someone who could do this, but how could it be? How could the other party inexplicably attack him? Just as Elder Xia was horrified, Luo Qingtong's eyes suddenly lit up. She recognized the voice. Yi Qianxian. She was about to turn around when a man's voice rang in her ears. Don't worry about me. This Elder Xia, how did he deal with you before? Bully him back for me. Behind her, Yi Qianxian stood in the air, wearing a silver robe, looking down at the 9 heavens. Okay. Listening to the man's domineering words, Luo Qingtong's eyes instantly curved. Her figure leaped up in an instant. In the next second, the life and death dual polarity sword appeared in her hands. Heaven battling art. Luo Qingtong fiercely slashed out with her sword. Elder Xia, who was still immersed in his shock, didn't notice it and was immediately sent flying. Bastard! Elder Xia smashed onto the ground with his face covered in dust. His originally distressed appearance became even more unbearable. A dignified Saint Master was sent flying by a martial emperor. Shame and humiliation caused Elder Xia's body to tremble violently. He slammed the ground with a bang and was about to fly up to teach Luo Qingtong a lesson. However, just as he was about to move, an extremely terrifying pressure descended on his body, ruthlessly suppressing the power that was about to overflow from his body. Pooh! Elder Xia was unable to use his power and was suppressed instead. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Ming Zun. He looked at the silver-robed man who appeared behind Luo Qingtong in shock. His expression was extremely shocked. How? Why did Ming Zun suddenly attack him? Before Elder Xia could come back to his senses, boom, Luo Qingtong's next sword light arrived. In an instant, he was like a huge rubber ball. With a boom, he was sent flying by Luo Qingtong's sword light again. Bang, bang, bang. The sword light in Luo Qingtong's hand slashed out again and again. Old dog, did you have fun chasing me just now? Luo Qingtong's smile was indescribably evil and enchanting. However, the gaze in his eyes was extremely cold and callous. She remembered all the words that Elder Xia had said before. He wanted to snatch her treasure and train her by his side. She was going to grant him his wish. Boom! 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 Luo Qingtong's sword light bombarded Elder Xia's body. Each of the sword lights slashed him into the sky and smashed him down. The defensive strength of a sacred expert prevented Elder Xia from suffering any injuries. However, the humiliation and embarrassment in his heart were indescribable. He was a sage master, but he was beaten up like this. The one who beat him was a young girl in the martial emperor realm. Elder Xia was going crazy with anger. However, he could not fight back at all. Ming Zun. He struggled and shouted in Xianxia's direction while Luo Qingtong was attacking. I am an outer elder of Celestial Palace. This Luo Qingtong stole our precious beast, the gold-seeking hamster, and many of our treasures. Ming Zun, are you going to help this woman deal with our Celestial Palace? Elder Xia did not know why Xianxia suddenly appeared to help Luo Qingtong. However, now that he had moved out of Celestial Palace, Xianxia should have some scruples, right? After all, it was not worth it for Xianxia to go against Celestial Palace for such a young girl, right? However, just as he spoke, Xianxia's voice sounded, which made him completely dumbfounded. My woman would not do such a thing. Moreover, even if she did, it is not up to others to teach her a lesson. Xianxia's figure was in the air as he stared coldly at Elder Xia, who had been sent flying. The latter was already stunned by his words. Woman, his woman? Elder Xia's eyes widened to the extreme. He looked at Luo Qingtong in front of him in disbelief, then looked at Xianxia, who was high in the air. He could not believe what he had heard. Luo Qingtong was Xianxia's woman? Wasn't it said that Blackfield's Ming Zun was infatuated with evil Dr. Gui Tong, that legendary young man? How could it be Luo Qingtong again? Wait, thinking of this, Elder Xia's body suddenly stiffened. Luo Qingtong. Evil Dr. Gui Tong, he quickly connected the two of them in his mind. When he thought of the various methods Luo Qingtong used to avoid his attack, he was shocked to the extreme. You are evil Dr. Gui Tong? Luo Qingtong looked at him indifferently. She did not speak. She just waved her hand, another sword light. Bang! This time, Elder Xia's entire body was smashed into the ground, leaving only his head above the ground. Coincidentally, there was feces from an unknown demon beast. Elder Xia's body was smashed into the pile of feces, and his head was stuck in the pile of feces. Exclamation point. Elder Xia was on the verge of collapse. Bitch, kill me if you have the ability. I'm afraid you can't kill me. After knowing Luo Qingtong's identity, Elder Xia did not have any hope in his heart. His eyes were bloodshot. If not for the Blackfield's Ming Zun, what do you think you can do to me? Bitch. Bang. Luo Qingtong raised her hand and sent him flying again with a heavy sword light. Looking at Elder Xia, who was lying on the ground, she laughed coldly. If not for the Celestial Palace, what do you think you can do to me? Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes. She looked at him coldly and said carelessly. I asked the Lord to imprison your strength. You can only keep that sacred region. Before Elder Xia could say anything, Bei Qing and the rest were shocked by Luo Qingtong's words. No. The city master of the Black Field of the Empire of Qin quickly said, Lord Evil Doctor, don't be provoked by his words. He has sealed all of his strength and power. As long as the sanctuary is around, no one can break through his defense. Yes. The other experts from the Black Realm who had transcended the saint stage also hurriedly said, Lord Evil Doctor, it was he who shamelessly attacked you first. You don't have to care about what he says. The group of people was extremely angry. They knew what had happened. Elder Xia had taken a fancy to Lord Evil Doctor's treasures. He thought that Lord Evil Doctor had no one to rely on, so he wanted to use the power of the Celestial Palace to snatch it from him. A transcendent sage dared to attack a martial emperor. He even threatened Lord Evil Doctor time and time again. How shameless, how dare he say that Lord Evil Doctor relied on the Lord? If Lord Evil Doctor relied on the Lord, he would not have the right to attack Lord Evil Doctor. As everyone thought about it, they immediately felt that Elder Xia was extremely shameless. However, Elder Xia was overjoyed. Luo Qingtong, is what you said true? Elder Xia was already prepared to die. Yi Qianxian's strength was not his match. Yi Qianxian did not even make a move. His aura alone was enough to suppress him. How could he fight? Elder Xia was disheartened after knowing that Luo Qingtong was his woman. That was why he scolded her. He did not expect Luo Qingtong to be so stupid. She wanted to compete with him just because of a few words. Ha ha ha. If not for the fact that the situation was not right, he would not have laughed and angered Yi Qianxian. Elder Xia really wanted to laugh out loud. Luo Qingtong was really a stupid woman. He did not expect Ming Zun of the Black Field to be infatuated with such an arrogant and stupid woman. But this was good too. If it wasn't for this, how could he have found a chance to escape death this time? Humph. Luo Qingtong snatched the sex treasure beast and had many treasures on her. When he returned to the Celestial Palace and reported to the Celestial Palace, he would definitely make her suffer. So what if Ming Zun in the Black Field was protecting her? Celestial Palace wasn't weak either. Moreover, the forces of the Black Field were not located in the Hidden World. Unless Luo Qingtong decided not to go to the Hidden World for the rest of her life, there would always be a chance to make a move. It was impossible for the Black Field's Ming Zun to guard her forever, as Elder Xia thought of this, he suddenly laughed coldly. Of course it's true. I never joke. Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows and looked at his face, which was first surprised, then happy, and finally cold. Her eyes were indifferent, and her heart was pondering. She was waiting to play with him slowly. How could the grudge of being hunted down just now be vented by killing him? Good. I hope you can make the decision. As Elder Xia spoke, his gaze swept across Yi Qianxian. Her words are my words, said Yi Futian. The man's gaze was cold, and he was too lazy to look at Elder Xia. He raised his hand, and in an instant, Elder Xia felt that his strength and power were all confined. Not only that, his body's strength was also reduced. This man was simply terrifying. Elder Xia looked at Yi Qianxian, who had confined his strength with just a raise of his hand, and his heart was filled with fear. This kind of strength, no wonder when they left the Hidden World, they were strictly warned not to provoke him. However, it was a pity that he did not know that Luo Qingtong was his woman, otherwise, he would never provoke him. Elder Xia was extremely vexed. At this moment, Luo Qingtong's voice rang out. Begin. Elder Xia's heart skipped a beat when he heard her voice. Then, he hurriedly ran out. Yi Qianxian really kept his word. He only sealed his strength and power, making him as weak as an ordinary person. However, he could still use the sacred domain. Humph. Luo Qingtong, that bitch, thinks too highly of herself. So what if she has some tricks up her sleeve? This sacred domain can only be comprehended by a sage after reaching the Sage Master realm. It condenses the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual qi into a domain. Even if my strength is sealed, I can't support this domain. As long as I have this domain, it's equivalent to having a sacred domain's protective shield. She's just a martial emperor. How can she break my sacred domain? What a joke. She's so stupid. Elder Xia sneered. The sacred domain was the main means of defense for experts above the sage realm, even if his sacred domain had just been condensed and was only half formed, and his strength was sealed. He couldn't support the sacred domain's defense, but it was definitely not something that Luo Qingtong, a mere martial emperor, could break. She was so stupid that she let him go for no reason. Elder Xia was very pleased with himself when he thought of this. He kept running out at an extremely fast speed. However, because his strength and strength were sealed, there was a limit to how fast he could run. Luo Qingtong looked at his running figure and narrowed her eyes. Lord Evil Doctor, seeing that Elder Xia was running far away and Luo Qingtong still didn't move, the city lord of the Black Field of the Empire of Qin suddenly became anxious. Could it be that Lord Evil Doctor had other plans? She deliberately wanted to let Elder Xia go, but there was no benefit in letting him go. If the Celestial Palace knew about this, they would definitely do everything possible to deal with Lord Evil Doctor. At that time it would be troublesome. Just as the group was panicking, Luo Qingtong moved at this moment. She saw that Elder Xia was about to run out of her sight. The other party must be feeling very proud right now, right? Was he about to escape? Do you think I'm stupid? Don't worry, she would soon let him know. Who was the fool? My lord, can I have a kiss? Just when everyone thought that she would chase after Elder Xia, Luo Qingtong's figure flashed and suddenly appeared beside Xianxia. She raised her head and hooked her arms around the man's neck. She smiled sweetly and leaned towards Xianxia with a devilish charm. The girl's red lips were burning, like the world's strongest wine, the most intoxicating flower brew. Xianxia's eyes darkened. He immediately knew what she wanted to do. However, he gladly endured it. The man raised his hand, clasped the back of her head, and kissed her deeply. At the same time, he released the defenses in his body, allowing Luo Qingtong's power to enter. Buzz, the power in Xianxia's body flowed continuously along with the girl's aura and poured into her body. Boom, Luo Qingtong's aura suddenly soared, his meridians began to ache from the sudden surge of power. Even though she was already a martial emperor, Luo Qingtong still couldn't determine the upper limit of Xianxia's strength. This was great, this way, she wouldn't have to worry about not having a goal to strive for and reaching the peak she wanted to surpass. She wouldn't be lonely in the future. This was because she knew that no matter what level she reached in the future, this man would definitely stand there and wait for her. This feeling of having someone waiting for her and traveling with her made Luo Qingtong's heart swell so much that it was about to jump out. She looked deeply at the man in front of her. Then, she sucked on the tip of his tongue. Under his dark and seductive gaze, Luo Qingtong smiled wickedly and suddenly escaped from the man's arms. My lord, that's enough. She licked her lips wickedly. Then, she stood up and flew into the air. Crack! The life and death yin-yang sword in her hand instantly transformed into the shape of a death blade. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes. She looked in the direction Elder Xia had fled in. Her pupil technique was quickly activated. The color of blood instantly filled her eyes like a waterfall. Luo Qingtong's red robe fluttered in the wind. The aura around her surged. The power that overflowed from her body caused the space to tremble faintly. The power of the sage state? The city lord of the Empire of Qin and the others who had never seen Luo Qingtong's abnormal power were shocked. How did the evil doctor's power suddenly increase so much? Where did she get so much power? Only Bei Qing, who had seen Luo Qingtong absorb Xianxia's power to kill the sage state assassin from the Supreme Assassin Pavilion, remained calm. Rumble. The power around Luo Qingtong's body surged violently. The death blade in her hand was infused with the power in her body, and it instantly extended several meters. Heaven-conquering art. Luo Qingtong brandished the death blade in her hand. In an instant, there was a ray of light in the sky. The dark black sword light in her hand seemed to cut through the night and day as it flew towards Elder Xia. Luo Qingtong's eye technique was operating at lightning speed as she stared at the weakest point of Elder Xia's sacred domain defense. A sacred domain's defense could not be forcefully broken by anyone below the level of a sacred expert. However, Luo Qingtong had locked onto its weakest point. She could use the power of the sage realm to break through it, saying that she relied on Ming Zun. Then she would let him see what was called a true backing. Only she could rely on him. Only she could rely on him. Break! Rumble! Elder Xia was running with all his might. He felt that he had already run far away. When he looked back, he couldn't see the figures of Luo Qingtong and the others. Haha! As expected, Ming Zun and the others didn't chase after us. Even heroes can't resist the charms of beautiful women. Unfortunately, that beauty is stupid. While he was laughing, he suddenly felt an oppressive pressure from behind him. He suddenly turned his head, only to see an extremely fast and dazzling sword light that seemed to have traveled through time and space, flying towards him. What? This sword light was clearly sent out by Luo Qingtong. But, how could she be so strong? Elder Xia stared at this sword with bulging eyes. Before he could react, in an instant, that sword light fiercely slashed his body. In the blink of an eye, he was slashed away. Bang! Elder Xia's figure fiercely smashed to the ground. But soon, he stood up. Haha! Luo Qingtong, you can't hurt me. Sacred domain can't be broken through by force unless one is a sage master. You! Elder Xia's eyes widened. He looked at the Saint Realm domain that enveloped his body in shock. Ka, the sound of fragments rising and falling continued to ring out. From the place where Luo Qingtong's sword slashed over, his Saint Realm protection was constantly shattering. Just as Elder Xia was laughing maniacally, the fine lines on it had also reached the end. The moment his voice came to an abrupt end, it shattered with a bang. No, no, no. Elder Xia's eyes widened as he watched the Saint Realm protection shatter. He desperately used his hands to pick up the fragments of the Saint Realm protection. But the shattered Saint Realm protection turned back into spiritual energy and quickly dissipated from his palms like snowflakes. No. No. Elder Xia's eyes were filled with extreme horror. One had to know that his strength and power had been completely sealed. Without the Saint Realm protection, he was no different from an ordinary person. By then, how could he escape from Luo Qingtong's attack? Damn it, how could this be? How could this be? How could she suddenly launch such a powerful attack? And even if she launched a Saint Realm attack, how could it break his Saint Realm protection? Elder Xia was about to cry. He didn't have the thought of crying when Xianxia appeared, and he also didn't have the thought of crying when Luo Qingtong hit him like a rubber ball. At this moment, he really wanted to cry. If he had known that this Luo Qingtong was so abnormal, he definitely wouldn't have provoked her, he definitely wouldn't have. At this time, Elder Xia knew what was called deep regret. Luo Qingtong gave him the last hope of survival, but she ruthlessly destroyed it. This was more painful and unbearable than the despair he felt at the beginning. Bang! Just as he couldn't help but cry bitterly, Luo Qingtong's next sword light blasted and directly cut off his head. Luo Qingtong wouldn't allow a powerhouse like Elder Xia to have any chance to turn the tables. Otherwise, there would be no end of trouble. The reason why the other party had failed this time was because he had underestimated the enemy too much. If he had used all his strength at the beginning, he would not have had the chance to activate the Empire Protection Magic Array of the Imperial Palace of the Empire of Qin, let alone leave it. It was Elder Xia's underestimation of the enemy that gave her the chance. But Luo Qingtong couldn't give others the same opportunity. Bang! Elder Xia's corpse fell heavily to the ground. His power spread out. A translucent soul body instantly emerged from his body. Luo Qingtong flew over at this moment. Her eyes lit up when she saw this. Who would have thought that Elder Xia would directly become a ghost after his death? It seemed that he must have practiced a soul cultivation technique before. With this thought in mind, Luo Qingtong waved her hand and summoned the 100 ghost streamer from her ring. Ah! The translucent soul of Elder Xia was instantly absorbed by the 100 ghost streamer. At the same time, Luo Qingtong took out the heart of the 1,000-year soul guiding wood and absorbed all the death energy around Elder Xia. In the future, these would be her trump cards against her enemies. After putting these two things away, Luo Qingtong turned around and prepared to find Xianxia and the others. However, just as she turned around, a man's figure appeared beside her. Should we talk about the kiss just now? What do you mean by enough? Xianxia pressed her against the tree trunk. His tall figure directly enveloped Luo Qingtong's petite figure. The man narrowed his eyes and looked at her dangerously. This sovereign still doesn't think it's enough. As Xianxia spoke, he suddenly lowered his head and kissed Luo Qingtong's lips. Luo Qingtong wanted to say something, but her lips were sealed by the man at this time. Her eyes curved as she looked at the man's handsome face magnified in front of her. She immediately raised her hand, hooked the man's collar, and kissed him back. That kiss was deeper and more intense than Xianxia's. How is it? Is it enough this time? The two separated their lips with a long silver thread. Luo Qingtong licked her red and swollen lips. She chuckled and asked seductively. Xianxia looked at the tip of her pink tongue licking her lips. The light in his eyes dimmed even more. The dark waves in his eyes seemed to want to swallow Luo Qingtong whole. What if this sovereign says it's still not enough? He raised his hand and gently rubbed Luo Qingtong's red and swollen lips with his index finger. His coarse fingers slowly moved around on it, rubbing it. The man's gaze was deep, and he deeply seized her. It's still not enough. Luo Qingtong looked at the man in front of her with a wicked smile. She opened her mouth slightly. Xianxia's finger sank into her lips, as if she was holding it. The girl's warm breath and soft touch, as well as her soft and fragrant tongue, made Xianxia's gaze darken in an instant. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded not far away. Master! Master! Look what I found. Ow ow ow. Little Pig ran over while carrying the little golden mouse on his back. Just as he saw Luo Qingtong, he didn't even have time to be happy before he came face to face with Yi Qianren's dark face. He saw Yi Qianxian pressing Luo Qingtong against the tree trunk, then saw Luo Qingtong's ambiguous action with Yi Qianxian's finger between her lips, and his eyes instantly darkened. Oh my god! I came at the wrong time. I'm dead, dead. Little Pig instantly cried out anxiously when he saw that he had obviously interrupted Yi Qianxian's good time. His forehooves flapped as he tried to stop his footsteps and ran back. However, the little golden mouse on its back didn't see anything wrong with the scene in front of him. Seeing its treasure in front of it was right in front of its eyes, Little Pig happily pounced towards Luo Qingtong. Squeak squeak. The little golden mouse's two little claws fluttered and hugged the hem of Luo Qingtong's dress. After tugging on the young girl's red dress a few times, it suddenly scurried onto her shoulder. Squeak 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 squeak. Great treasure! Great treasure! The little golden mouse happily squatted on Luo Qingtong's shoulder and used its round little head to rub against Luo Qingtong while acting cute. It even used its two little claws to hug Luo Qingtong's face. Ha ha ha! Luo Qingtong looked at the little golden mouse on her shoulder that kept acting cute, then looked at Yi Qianxian's dark face that was about to drip water. She couldn't help but laugh. She raised her head and kissed the man on the lips. Then she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yi Qianxian fiercely ground his teeth when he saw her laughing so hard that she was convulsing. Then, he fiercely pulled her into his arms and bit her lips with neither too much nor too little strength. As he spoke, he clasped her hand tightly without hesitation. The 9 Netherworld Phoenix ring and the 10 Directional Dragon ring on the ring fingers of their left hands immediately interlocked with each other as their fingers intersected. The dragon and phoenix were connected, complementing each other. Okay. Luo Qingtong looked at him with a smile, then nodded with a smile. Tiandu, is that the place Elder Yu and the others mentioned? Luo Qingtong's smile was wanton. Since this man wanted to take her back, why wouldn't she dare to do it? Those who wished for this man to die early, just wait for me. As long as I'm here, I won't let anything happen to this man. Yi Qianxian had been waiting with bated breath for Luo Qingtong's answer. The moment the girl said okay, the haze and coldness in his eyes disappeared. Like the spring breeze, the ice and snow melted. In an instant, the flowers bloomed like spring. Haha. He couldn't help but laugh. His 10 fingers tightly clasped the girl's soft hand, hating that he couldn't melt her into his flesh and blood. This lord will wait for you. Yi Qianxian looked at Luo Qingtong cautiously and said word by word. He would wait for this woman to fully mature and give her the most beautiful and best future. The matriarch of the Black Field was not the best position he could give her. Okay. Luo Qingtong nodded with a smile. She wouldn't let this man wait for too long. As Luo Qingtong spoke, she called Little Pig over. Humph, what did you say you found? At this moment, the latter was lying on the ground with her round and bare buttocks sticking out. Her 2 little hooves were covering her eyes, as if she had seen nothing and heard nothing. She looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of being scalded by boiling water. It couldn't be helped. Who told it to come at such a bad time? In a moment of excitement, it forgot that Luo Qingtong was with that man. Ow ow ow, was there such a pitiful ancient divine beast? It was going to be ravaged again. Why was it so unlucky? It was one thing to meet such a perverted master. There was an even more perverted master by her side. The great ancient divine pig was suppressed to the point that it didn't even have a chance to turn the tables. Ah, Grandpa Pig's heart hurts. I don't know how to love. Just as Little Pig was groaning and crying in his heart, someone grabbed his tail and lifted him up. Hey! Get up, I'm asking you a question. Luo Qingtong lifted it with one hand and flicked its pink nose with the other. Why was it moaning and moaning by itself? Was Yi Qianxian that scary? If Little Pig knew about Luo Qingtong's inner thoughts, he would definitely tell her with extreme grief and indignation, you don't understand Daddy's pain. Of course this stinking man isn't scary to you. To it, that was extremely terrifying. Little Pig could still remember the terrifying experience of being tied to the outside of the spirit ship as a flag. There was simply no explanation for the psychological trauma. It would ruin that man's plans. Little Pig could already foresee its miserable life. No, it was a pig's birth. Little Pig lay there for a long time, but Xianxia didn't make a move. Instead, it was lifted up by Luo Qingtong. Ah! It let out a cry and let go of its two little hooves that were covering its eyes to cover its nose. Then, it saw Luo Qingtong looking at it calmly. Although Xianxia had a cold expression on his face, he didn't show any signs of making a move. Huh? Is this a fantasy world? Little Pig's heart was filled with horror. This man actually didn't make a move to teach him a lesson, although he didn't know why. Little Pig instantly came back to life. He quickly struggled and jumped down from Luo Qingtong's hand. Then, he hugged her thigh and said with a flattering expression, "Master, I found this." As it spoke, it hurriedly took out something from the waist ring on its little hoof. Luo Qingtong looked at the item that Little Pig took out and immediately raised her hand to take it. "This is a map?" She looked at the map marked on it and saw the 3 words Sage Monarch's Tomb at the top. She immediately raised her eyebrows. Sage Monarch's Tomb? How could it be so coincidental? Luo Qingtong thought of the Sage Monarch's Tomb map she obtained from the Jade Ring. How could there be another Sage Monarch's Tomb map here? Were these 2 maps marked the same place? Or, Luo Qingtong looked at the map with a frown. Then, she took out the Jade Ring from her ring and displayed the map inside. As soon as the 2 maps overlapped, some terrains and outlines that had not appeared in the previous 2 maps vaguely appeared. Sure enough, they're together. Luo Qingtong's eyes lit up. She looked at the map, then looked at Little Pig and asked, "Where did you get this map?" Luo Qingtong asked. In fact, she already had a vague answer in her heart. This item was most likely obtained from Eldest. Sure enough, as soon as she asked, she heard Little Pig say, "From that Eldest. But that bastard is really too sinister." He knew he was going to die, so he threw this thing away halfway. If it wasn't for this guy's sharp nose, I'm afraid he would have fooled us. As Little Pig spoke, he raised his little hoof and pointed at the chubby little golden mouse squatting on Luo Qingtong's shoulder. The little girl puffed out her chest proudly, looking as if she was asking if she was very powerful. In the end, he even affectionately rubbed Luo Qingtong's cheek. Luo Qingtong chuckled and stroked it. Well done. If it wasn't for the little gold mouse discovering this map and allowing it to be discarded here, he was afraid that the people of the Celestial Palace would have recovered it when they found it. Luo Qingtong didn't think that Eldest didn't leave any clues on the map. It was even possible that he had left behind information about himself. Sure enough, just as she was thinking, Yi Qianren on the other side had already raised her hand and received the map. Then, a ball of light emerged from his palm and enveloped the map. Soon after, Eldest's wrinkled old face quickly appeared on the map. Luo Qingtong is the heretic Dr. Ghost Eye. She killed me and seized the sex-treasured beast. Avenge me. Avenge me. Before he could finish speaking, Xianxia clenched his fist. In an instant, the light in the man's palm exploded and crushed the image that appeared into pieces. It's just an afterimage. There is no longer any mark of Celestial Palace on it. You can take it and use it as you wish. Even if the people of Celestial Palace were in front of you, they would not be able to sense that this map is in your hands, he said in a deep voice. Luo Qingtong nodded. She put the map into her ring and prepared to study it slowly when she returned. Let's go back first. Luo Qingtong still remembered that in the imperial palace of the Empire of Qin, there were still a few disciples of Celestial Palace that needed to be taken care of. Moreover, she might be able to get some information about the Saint King's tomb from them. At the same time, in the imperial palace of the Empire of Qin, the Saint Emperor of the Empire of Qin sat in the main hall with a look of uneasiness. The powerhouses of the Black Field outside had not yet evacuated and were eyeing the holy capital of the Empire of Qin covetously. Although the Saint Emperor of the Empire of Qin was not afraid of the other party's strength, this was only a Saint Realm powerhouse from a main city. There was more than one main city in the Black Field. The other party's dispatch of troops today represented the attitude of the entire Black Field, that was, if anything happened to Luo Qingtong, the Black Field would not let it go. The Saint Emperor of the Empire of Qin could not understand it. Wasn't she just a student of the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin? Even if she had some strength and was the holy conferred princess of the Great Chu sacred dynasty, it was not worth the Black Field's attention. one had to know that the Blackfield's Ming-Zun had signed an agreement with the Four Dynasties. Now, the main city had dispatched troops to besiege the holy capital. Even if it was just a gesture, it was already a violation of the agreement. Under such circumstances, if it were not for the approval of the Blackfield's Ming-Zun, the people of the Blackfield's main city would not dare to do so. Thinking of this, the Saint Emperor of the Empire of Qin was instantly frightened. This was what he was most worried about, otherwise, the Blackfield's main city alone would not make him so flustered. The supreme transcendence of the Empire of Qin also frowned. He looked at Ma Chenyi, who was sitting next to him with a worried and anxious expression, and asked, "Do you know who Luo Qingtong is?" The sage emperor of the Empire of Qin seemed to have come to his senses and hurriedly asked Ma Chenyi, "That's right. Do you know if Luo Qingtong has another identity?" "I don't know." Ma Chenyi shook his head. "I know she has a deep relationship with evil Dr. Ghost Eye. When Tianyu's royal family was destroyed, evil Dr. Ghost Eye helped her and the Luo clan." As he spoke, the sage emperor of the Empire of Qin flicked his sleeves. Nonsense. How could the Dark Region dispatch so many Saint Stage experts just because they have some relationship with each other? Or is this simply the evil Dr. Ghost Eye acting on his own? If that's the case, then the other party has gone too far. I'll ask them to leave immediately. As the sage emperor of the Empire of Qin said this, he flicked his sleeves and stood up. However, before he could reach the entrance of the main hall, Luo Qingtong and Xianxia walked in through the door. Bei Qing, Feng Yu, and the others followed behind the two of them. Even the Grand Principal, who had followed Bei Qing and the others to find Luo Qingtong, was among them. He looked at the sage emperor of the Empire of Qin and the others and shook his head. The sage emperor and the Saint Stage experts had made a big mistake this time. Ming-Zun? The sage emperor of the Empire of Qin and the supreme transcendence of the Empire of Qin were shocked when they saw Yi Qianxian. Before the sage emperor of the Empire of Qin could react, the supreme transcendence of the Empire of Qin blocked in front of him. Bang! The supreme transcendence of the Empire of Qin stood in front of the sage emperor of the Empire of Qin. Ming-Zun. The sacred emperor of the Empire of Qin was both shocked and angry. He didn't expect Yi Qianxian to appear here. He didn't expect him to attack them without saying a word. If it wasn't for Granduncle blocking Yi Qianren's attack, wouldn't something have happened to her? The sacred emperor of the Empire of Qin didn't dare to think about the consequences. But what he didn't know was that if Yi Qianren wanted to take their lives, not to mention a transcendent saint of the Great Qin Empire, even if all the experts of the Great Qin Empire who were in seclusion attacked together, they still wouldn't be able to stop him. Ming-Zun. What do you mean? First, you Blackfield soldiers surrounded the holy capital. Now you're attacking us again. Just because Luo Qingtong has a relationship with the evil Dr. Ghost Eye? We don't care if you spoil your people. But you attacked the royal family of the Empire of Qin for an insignificant person. Isn't that too much? Don't think that the royal family of the Empire of Qin is a pushover. Your Blackfield might not be able to stop the combined forces of the Four Dynasties. The sacred emperor of the Empire of Qin was furious. Ming-Zun was too much. For the sake of the evil Dr. Ghost Eye, he even interfered in the affairs of a student, so what if he didn't interfere in Luo Qingtong's affairs? Was it worth it for him to go against the royal family for her? He even attacked him. However, the sacred emperor of the Empire of Qin didn't finish his words. Yi Qianxian just glanced at him coldly and didn't say anything. But the Grand Principal next to him shook his head and stood up. Ah! Sacred Emperor, you've made a mistake this time. Luo Qingtong is the evil Dr. Ghost Eye. As he spoke, he glanced at the indifferent Luo Qingtong, who hadn't said a word or tried to stop Yi Qianxian. He sighed and said, "I've already said that I won't protect Luo Qingtong. You'll regret it." The Grand Supreme Dean sighed in his heart. The Sage Emperor was truly too obstinate. Ma Qingyi repeatedly asked him to help Luo Qingtong, but he refused. Even if Luo Qingtong's identity as the holy conferred princess of Great Chu was exposed, he would only watch with folded arms. In the end, Luo Qingtong was forced out of the imperial palace of the Empire of Qin. If the Sage Emperor had helped Luo Qingtong from the start, would things have turned out this way? That attack just now was what they deserved. In truth, if it weren't for Ma Qingyi helping Luo Qingtong and the Grand Supreme Dean helping her from the side, with that evil god Yi Qianxian's protective nature towards Luo Qingtong, it was likely that he would have attacked the imperial palace of the Empire of Qin today. He would have wiped out the entire imperial palace of the Empire of Qin from the face of the Truespill continent. What 4 dynasties agreement? Only the sage emperor of the Empire of Qin and the others who didn't know Yi Qianxian's true strength would think that he would follow this agreement. The reason that Lin Ming hadn't attacked the 4 great sacred dynasties was because he wasn't interested. Did the sage emperor of the Empire of Qin really think that he feared the strength of the 4 great sacred dynasties? As the Grand Supreme Dean thought this, he suddenly recalled the scene of Yi Qianxian shattering Eldest's holy domain with a shout. A holy master's domain was shattered with a shout. What could the imperial palace of the Empire of Qin use to compare with Lin Ming? Even if all of the hidden powerhouses of the imperial palace of the Empire of Qin were to come out, they still wouldn't be Lin Ming's match. The only ones that could contend with Yi Qianxian were the several Saint Venerables of the hidden world. As the Grand Supreme Dean thought this, he shook his head and sighed. What? The sage emperor of the Empire of Qin was fiercely shaken. It wasn't just him, but the Saint Venerable of the Empire of Qin was also the same. The dignified crown prince didn't even know how to lift his feet. He almost stumbled and fell to the ground. You! Evil Dr. Ghost Eye? Ma Chenyi was both surprised and delighted. He raised his finger and pointed at Luo Qingtong, speaking incoherently. Thinking of the information she gave him before, thinking of her saying that she could help him get rid of the luck-stealing technique in his body, Ma Chenyi had always thought that Luo Qingtong was asking for evil Dr. Ghost Eye's help, but it turned out that she was evil Dr. Ghost Eye. Ma Chenyi thought of all the things Luo Qingtong had done all this time, the talent she had displayed, and the stunning ability she had against Elder Xia in the imperial palace of the Empire of Qin. He had an inexplicable feeling that the other party being evil Dr. Ghost Eye was completely unexpected, but within reason. In the past, he had wondered what kind of appearance a young man like the evil Dr. Ghost Eye, who was so astonishingly talented and devilish, would have. How stunning would the face and temperament under the Rakshasa ghost mask be? Now that he heard that Luo Qingtong was evil Dr. Ghost Eye, the image of the two people completely overlapped in his mind. Incomparable compatibility. Haha. As expected of a jade pearl, it should shine brightly. Ma Chenyi's heart was filled with indescribable surprise. He thought of his evaluation of Luo Qingtong before, and suddenly felt that his evaluation of her was too low. Luo Qingtong wasn't just some pearl, she was clearly a rare luminous pearl from the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Once it bloomed, its brilliance would be incomparably dazzling, illuminating the horizon. It was a pity that this kind of pearl had already been discovered by someone else first. She was properly protected in the hands and in the heart. Ma Chenyi looked at Yi Qianxian, who was beside Luo Qingtong, and his heart dimmed. Congratulations, Qingtong, he said sincerely. Since Luo Qingtong was evil Dr. Ghost Eye, then the trouble of Elder Xia and Celestial Palace was no longer trouble. At the very least, under that man's protection, it would not be considered as trouble at all. Thinking of his previous powerlessness, Ma Chenyi felt bitter in his heart, but he was still sincerely happy for Luo Qingtong. In this way, Luo Qingtong would not be afraid of the threat from Celestial Palace. Thank you. Hearing the happiness in Ma Chenyi's voice, Luo Qingtong chuckled and nodded at him. Then, he raised his hand and tugged at Yi Qianxian's sleeve. He whispered, "My lord, just teach him a lesson. After all, the Grand Supreme Dean and Ma Chenyi have helped me a lot." Yi Qianxian ignored her. He had just returned and found out that Luo Qingtong was in the imperial palace of the Empire of Qin. She used her eye sorcery to activate the protection of the Empire of Qin. She should have been fine. However, Elder Xia thought that the imperial palace of the Empire of Qin secretly activated the Empire of Qin to protect her, so he threatened her with Ma Chenyi's death. This made her give up the protection of the Empire of Qin and leave the imperial palace of the Empire of Qin. Thinking of this, Yi Qianxian felt a burst of depression in his heart. Looking at Ma Chenyi and the imperial palace of the Empire of Qin, everyone's eyes were filled with murderous intent. This time, if he had not suddenly rushed back, who knew if this woman would have fallen into the hands of Elder Xia? Thinking of the dirty thoughts that Elder Xia had towards Luo Qingtong, Yi Qianxian could not restrain his urge to kill. This time, the imperial palace of the Empire of Qin could not absolve themselves from the blame. "My lord," Luo Qingtong tugged at his sleeve and shook it gently in a place where no one could see. Can you just stop now? Luo Qingtong whined coquettishly. Seeing that Yi Qianren still hadn't moved, she called out again, Qianren. Her voice was so high that it almost reached the sky. Finally, Yi Qianxian moved. He grabbed Luo Qingtong's hand that was tugging at his sleeve and pulled her into his arms. You vixen. He gritted his teeth and transmitted his voice. If one looked closely, they would find that his ears were red. He looked at Luo Qingtong with a burning gaze. If you call me that from now on, I will let them go. Yi Qianxian looked at the little woman in his arms and transmitted his voice with a cold snort. In order to stop him from making a move, this woman had even resorted to acting coquettishly, but the effect was damn good. Yi Qianxian was used to seeing Luo Qingtong's strong and charming side. He really couldn't resist her delicate and charming side. This vixen, Yi Qianxian looked angrily at the woman in his arms who was smiling wickedly. Okay. Luo Qingtong looked at him panting with anger, but he had no choice but to compromise. She secretly laughed. She nodded with a smile. Yi Qianxian snorted coldly. In the end, he didn't make a move against the Holy Emperor of the Empire of Qin. According to his original plan, the royal family of the Empire of Qin almost caused Luo Qingtong to get into trouble. He had to teach them a lesson and let them know the price of angering him. But since this woman didn't want to pursue the matter, then forget it. Yi Qianxian closed his eyes slightly. After pulling Luo Qingtong into his arms, he ignored the Holy Emperor of the Empire of Qin and the others. The latter and the others saw this scene. Even if they didn't know what Luo Qingtong and Yi Qianxian secretly talked about, they could guess that it was Yi Qianxian who stopped him from making a move. Everyone was instantly ashamed. Especially the Holy Emperor of the Empire of Qin. Luo Qingtong saved him before, gave him the antidote of the bewitching drug, and helped him see through Mo Qinshuan's conspiracy. No matter what, he should have helped her when Elder Xia made a move against her. But he didn't do it because he was afraid of getting into trouble. To put it nicely, this was a wise move to protect himself. To put it bluntly, he was an ungrateful person. Fortunately, Ma Qingyi and the Grand Dean did their best to help Luo Qingtong before. Otherwise, today's matter would definitely not be settled. The Holy Emperor of the Empire of Qin felt guilty and didn't know what to say at all. On the contrary, the sage transcendence beside him only knew how powerful Yi Qianxian was after he took one move from him. Yi Qianxian didn't seem to use much strength, but he was already a little overwhelmed. If he used all his strength, he and the Holy Emperor would have been dead. He was shocked, and at the same time, he was secretly glad that Ma Qingyi did his best to help Luo Qingtong before. Otherwise, the royal family of the Empire of Qin would really be doomed. Thinking of this, he immediately said to Luo Qingtong, this time, the royal family of the Empire of Qin is indeed in the wrong. Thank you for not pursuing the matter. I can assure you that from today on, no one can threaten Ma Qingyi's position as the crown prince. The future candidate for the Holy Emperor of the Empire of Qin will definitely be him. If he wants, he can try to take over the state affairs of the Empire of Qin now. I won't stop him. The saint transcendence from the Empire of Qin's holy dynasty could see clearly. Since Luo Qingtong didn't pursue the matter with the imperial family of the Empire of Qin for the sake of Ma Qingyi, they would definitely be happy to help Ma Qingyi. Moreover, if Ma Qingyi was promoted, it would also be beneficial for them to repair their relationship with the Black Field. After all, the Holy Emperor of the Empire of Qin had offended him badly. Ming Zun didn't pursue the matter now, but it didn't mean that he would still have dealings with the imperial family of the Empire of Qin in the future. This was a great loss to the imperial family of the Empire of Qin. As soon as the saint transcendence from the Empire of Qin's holy dynasty said this, the Holy Emperor of the Empire of Qin immediately reacted and hurriedly said, that's right. If Yi is willing, he can follow me to handle the state affairs now. The Holy Emperor of the Empire of Qin had been taking bewitching drugs for several years in a row, and his body had suffered great damage. He originally wanted to slowly hand over the state affairs to Ma Qingyi. Now, the Saint Transcendence's words were exactly what he wanted. He could also take the opportunity to express his goodwill to Luo Qingtong. Why not? He almost didn't hesitate at all and agreed to this matter. Luo Qingtong naturally knew what they were thinking, but this was indeed beneficial to Ma Qingyi. Since they expressed their goodwill, she would accept it. It could be considered as returning the favor to Ma Chunyi for protecting her. Okay. She nodded at the Holy Emperor of the Empire of Qin and the Saint Transcendents from the Empire of Qin, indicating that this matter was over. Seeing this, the two of them immediately breathed a sigh of relief. However, soon, Luo Qingtong's next sentence made their hearts jump again. However, I still want to borrow someone from you. That person's life, death, honor, and disgrace will all be at my disposal. I don't know if you are willing to? Who do you want to borrow? The Holy Emperor of the Empire of Qin looked at her and asked cautiously. He was afraid that she would say that she wanted to borrow him. He had just learned how powerful Xianxia was from the Saint Transcendents from the Empire of Qin. At this moment, he was frightened and even more regretful of what he had done before. He was afraid that Luo Qingtong would let the imperial family of the Empire of Qin off and would settle the score with him. But soon, the name Luo Qingtong said made him heave a deep sigh of relief. Mo Qinshan Mo. Transcendence from the Empire of the Empire of the Empire of Qin. From now on, he is, the imperial family of the Empire of Qin can't interfere. The imperial family of Qin. Mo and she transcendence of Li of. Transcendence. Yi was. Had. He. Of Yi yes, Yi of Yi. Of Yi. King Yi of. Originally, she had planned to let Mo Qinshan be imprisoned for a period of time after his position as king of Qin was taken away. When he was almost forgotten, she would ask someone to get him out secretly. After all, he was a descendant of the imperial family of the Empire of Qin. Even if he was abolished, she could not do whatever she wanted to him, but now, it saved her a lot of trouble. She could just ask the Holy Emperor of the Empire of Qin for him. The Holy Emperor of Qin felt guilty to her and wanted to mend their relationship. When he saw that she did not want him, but that rebellious and unfilial son who dared to plot against him, how could he say anything else? Naturally, he waved his hand and agreed to it directly. He personally wrote an imperial edict, allowing Luo Qingtong to go directly to the prison to get him. In the prison of the holy capital of the Empire of Qin. Mo Qinshan was in prison and his face was full of annoyance and disappointment. He just couldn't understand how the matter of him drugging the Saint Emperor had been discovered. He had done it so secretly. The people by the Saint Emperor's side had all been controlled by his bewitching drugs. How could he be found out? And the evidence was so irrefutable that he couldn't even make a comeback. But fortunately, Mo Qinshan sneered. He felt the abundant dragon qi in his body, and the depression in his heart was swept away in an instant. Even if the sage emperor found out that he had drugged him, so what? At most, he couldn't control him and establish an advantage in front of Ma Chunyi. He still had one last trump card. The sage emperor wouldn't have thought of it, right? Ma Chunyi's bloodline power and dragon qi in his body were almost exhausted by him. How could such a crown prince be able to support the Empire of Qin? Sooner or later, his father would come back and beg him. At that time, he would still be the king of the Empire of Qin. Or even the ruler of the Empire of Qin. Mo Qinshan was full of confidence, fighting spirit, and hope when he thought of this. He kept touching the point in his mind where he was connected to that heavenly doctor divine hand. He hoped to get in touch with him as soon as possible and ask him to help him absorb the last bit of dragon qi in Ma Chunyi. In this way, he could leave this prison as soon as possible. Just as Mo Qinshan was trying to contact Feng Luan, the latter also came out of the secret realm that the wisp of smoke took her to. After being grounded for a few months, Feng Luan seemed to be locked up in her residence of the Princess Royal. In fact, with the help of the wisp of smoke, she had already hidden from the transcendent sage of Great Yong and went to the secret realm that the wisp of smoke had chosen to cultivate. At this time, her strength had completely stabilized at the peak of the martial spirit realm, and she was very close to the sage realm, but no matter what, she couldn't break through, so she came out of the secret realm. She also wanted to see how the situation was in the Empire of Qin. According to her estimation, the dragon qi in Ma Chunyi's body should have been absorbed by Mo Qinshan. Soon, the great Qin's sage emperor would be controlled by her bewitching medicine. The two rulers of the Empire of Qin had been crippled, so it would be easy for her to take control of that colossus. However, Feng Luan's plan was perfect. He did not expect that when he came out, he would be greeted with such a situation. What did you say? As soon as he came out, he received Emo Qinshuan's voice transmission. Feng Wuan thought that Emo Qinshian was calling to tell him that he had succeeded and no longer needed him. She sneered in her heart and secretly scolded Emo Qinshian for being an idiot who didn't even know that he had fallen into her trap. But he didn't think that the other party would tell him such a piece of news. You failed to drug the sage emperor? Feng Wuan's voice was cold and harsh. Compared to Emo Qinshuan's predicament, she was more concerned about the failure of drugging the emperor. Did that mean that she would no longer be able to control him? If that was the case, how was she going to control the empire of Qin dynasty? You idiot, how do you do things? At this moment, Feng Wuan was furious. For a moment, she didn't care about hiding her real voice and immediately shouted angrily. Emo Qinshian, this idiot, such a simple matter was going to be messed up by him. How long did she spend to drug the sage emperor of the empire of Qin? How much effort did she put in? Otherwise, did he think that he, a prince who had just risen and hadn't even replaced Ma Chenyi, could so easily lay hands on the people around the sage emperor of the empire of Qin and drug them to control them? Feng Wuan was furious. At this moment, her face was cold and harsh. How dare you? Suddenly hearing Feng Wuan's real voice, Emo Qinshian was stunned. He was a little surprised that she was a woman and had been hiding her identity. But very quickly, he was awakened by her scolding. He shouted angrily, how dare you insult me? Who do you think caused me to be like this? If it weren't for the fact that your medicine didn't work and was found out, how could I be like this now? And I can't absorb the dragon qi in Ma Chenyi's body. This king's good hand of cards has been ruined by you. I haven't scolded you yet. How dare you insult this king? You are such a sneaky bitch. Emo Qinshuan's face was full of anger. He vented all his losses during this period on Feng Wuan. In an instant, the latter was so angry by his words that she leaned back. On the other side of the voice transmission, Feng Wuan couldn't wait to rush over and kill Emo Qinshian. This idiot actually called her AB*TCH after ruining her plans? Who was the one who ruined her good hand? Why did she choose such a brainless idiot before? She thought he was easy to control. Now, she had shot herself in the foot. Feng Wuan was so angry that she was trembling all over. After a long while, she tried to calm down. She calmly recalled Emo Qinshuan's words, and then keenly grasped the key point. You said that you can't absorb the dragon qi in Ma Chenyi's body? How could this be? That was the method of seizing luck that she personally cast for Emo Qinshian and Ma Chenyi. No matter how strong the dragon qi in the latter's body was, it could only be robbed. Feng Wuan relied on this method to rob the power of the bloodline of countless royal children of Great Yong and integrated all of it into her body, making her the first princess and the first genius. She had never failed, even the transcendent saints couldn't tell. Why could she suddenly not get the dragon qi in Ma Chenyi's body? Yes. Emo Qinshian gritted his teeth and said, ever since he got the 7-leaf blood refining lotus, I can no longer absorb his dragon qi. Didn't you say that the 7-leaf blood refining lotus wouldn't affect your luck seizing technique too much? What's going on now? Now that I've been locked up in the imperial prison and the fact that I drugged imperial father has been exposed, there's almost no chance for me to make a comeback. Only this dragon qi is left. Immediately cast a spell for me and absorb all the dragon qi in Ma Chenyi's body. At that time, the true dragon blessing in his body will shatter. Even the ancestral temples would be shaken. He could no longer remain as the crown prince. At that time, I'll be able to get out. This is my only chance to turn things around. You have to help me. Otherwise, I will tell imperial father that you were the one who gave me the bewitching drug. Emo Qinshian didn't tell Feng Wuan that the emperor of the empire of Qin already knew that she was the one who drugged Ma Chenyi and was sending people to track her down. He wanted to threaten her to help him, so that she wouldn't withdraw completely in order to protect herself. After all, he didn't know anything about her. At this time, Emo Qinshian suddenly realized how deep this heavenly holy doctor had been hiding. He didn't know anything about her, and he didn't even know whether she was a man or a woman before, but he trusted her so much. Thinking of this, Emo Qinshian broke out in a cold sweat. After he succeeded, he must find the other party and kill him to prevent future troubles. Thinking of this, Emo Qinshian suddenly remembered Feng Wuan's real voice. No one knew that he had a special ability, which was to imitate the voice of anyone he had heard. As long as it was a voice he had heard, he could imitate it. Then he would ask people to find the person according to the voice. I must find this heavenly divine doctor and kill him. Mo Xianxian thought of this, but did not know that Feng Yuan also wanted to kill him. If she could not control the Saint Emperor of the Empire of Qin, what was the use of keeping this idiot? There were thousands of descendants of the royal family of the Empire of Qin. Did he really think that she had to find him and help him to the throne? After being a martial king for a period of time, he really thought that he was a noble descendant. He had completely forgotten what he was like before, hadn't he? He even dared to call her a bitch, Feng Yuan sneered. She had already sentenced him to death in her heart. Seize the dragon energy in Ma Qianye's body for him. Of course she would seize it for him. Not only that, she would also seize all the power and aura in his body. It was time to eat a piece of fat meat that she had kept for so long. After seizing the dragon energy in Ma Qianye's body, she would absorb all the power and aura in his body. By then, she should be able to achieve her goal of breaking through the Saint Realm, right? Thinking of this, Feng Yuan's smile became even colder. The skill of seizing luck that she taught Mo Xianxian was originally tampered with. Unfortunately, the other party did not know that he was just a pig that she had kept. After she killed him and absorbed his power, she would find a chance to help a descendant of the royal family of the Empire of Qin rise to the throne. Wasn't it the same, idiot? Feng Yuan's eyes were cold as he replied, okay. I will help you. Tonight at midnight, I will activate the skill of seizing luck for you and seize all the dragon energy in Ma Qianye's body. You just have to wait. Just wait for death, Feng Yuan sneered. At the same time, she also wanted to see what was causing trouble in Ma Qianye's body. It actually prevented the art of seizing fate in Mo Qianxuan's body from absorbing his dragon qi. There was no way it was a seven-leaf blood refining lotus. Feng Yuan was very clear about this. She thought of the fact that Mo Qianxian had drugged her. Could it be that the Saint Emperor had already sensed something at that time, and also discovered that something was wrong with Ma Qianye's body? Then, he asked the Saint Transcendence to stop the art of seizing fate from absorbing the dragon energy in Ma Qianxian's body. If that was the case, it was not impossible. After all, the amount of heaven and earth spirit qi that a transcendent saint could use was astonishing. If he wanted to stabilize the dragon energy in Ma Qianye's body and prevent it from being absorbed by Mo Qianxian, it was still possible. However, that was only when the art of seizing luck in Mo Qianxuan's body was operating on its own. If she activated it, then no matter how the other party tried to stop her, he wouldn't be able to stop her. As Feng Yuan thought of this, she suddenly smiled proudly. When she broke through to the saint state, she wanted to see what evil Dr. Ghost Eye and Luo Qingtong could use to compete with her. By then, she could completely merge with the heaven and earth elixir fire that the wisp of smoke gave her and directly become an alchemist. Humph. So what if I don't have the talent to become an alchemist? I have the elixir fire and can still become an alchemist directly. Evil Dr. Ghost Eye, I will never lose to you. Feng Yuan sneered. The grand event about the hidden world was about to begin. At that time, she would make Luo Qingtong lose face in front of thousands of people and make her suffer a fate worse than death. Just as Feng Yuan and Mo Qianxian cut off contact, Luo Qingtong also came to the celestial prison with the imperial edict personally issued by the Emperor of the Empire of Qin. Seeing Mo Qianxian sitting in the cell, Luo Qingtong's eyes flashed slightly. The bloody light in her eyes burst out, and then she laughed softly. It seems that I came at the right time. She looked at Mo Qianxian meaningfully. With Luo Qingtong's eyesight, she naturally saw that the skill of seizing fate in Mo Qianxuan's body seemed to have been touched by someone. Besides Mo Qianxian himself, who else could touch the skill of seizing fate in his body? Naturally, it was that heavenly doctor. Looks like you've made contact with that heavenly medicine sage. That saves me a lot of trouble. Luo Qingtong originally thought that when she was nourishing Ma Qianye's dragon qi, she would exchange blows with the heavenly doctor who was hiding behind Mo Qianxian. She missed him very much. She missed the treasures he gave her. However, the other party did not take any action. Luo Qingtong was quite disappointed. Now that she was about to reverse the skill of seizing fate in Mo Qianxuan's body, that heavenly doctor suddenly appeared. What a pleasant surprise. It was not in vain that she did not even bother to interrogate those outer disciples of the celestial palace and directly came to see Mo Qianxian. Luo Qingtong laughed softly. That clear laughter was so pleasing to the ears of others. But in Mo Qianxuan's ears, it was as if he had seen a ghost. You. He looked at Luo Qingtong in horror and raised his trembling hand to point at her. He did not know how she knew that the heavenly doctor behind him was that heavenly doctor. She also knew that he had just contacted the other party. This woman was simply too terrifying. In the past, Emo Xianxia looked down on Luo Qingtong and thought that she could only be his slave. Before Luo Qingtong came in, Emo Xianxia still looked down on her. However, he did not expect that the other party would actually expose the matter of the heavenly doctor divine hand behind him. In an instant, cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Emo Xianxia felt that he had underestimated Luo Qingtong all this time. He had always thought that this young girl from the Marquis's mansion from an inferior country only had a little talent, but now, it seemed that the other party was not as simple as having a little bit of talent. Emo Xianxia suddenly realized that ever since Luo Qingtong came to the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin, he had been having a hard time. Let's not talk about the fact that he couldn't absorb Ma Chenye's dragon energy. But every time he wanted to deal with Luo Qingtong, he would be rebuked by her. Was this just a coincidence? In the past, Emo Xianxia only thought that it was the Grand Dean and Ma Chenye who protected Luo Qingtong, so he had to go back, but now, he suddenly thought of something. Why would the other party protect Luo Qingtong? What did this girl from the inferior eastern fence country have that was worthy of their protection? Emo Xianxia was shocked. For the first time in his life, he felt that he seemed to have overlooked something. He was just about to trigger the connection in his mind and tell the heavenly doctor what he had discovered and ask her to be careful. Luo Qingtong knew about their relationship. That won't do, Your Highness. Luo Qingtong's face was full of smiles. I still want to have some fun with this heavenly doctor's sage hand. You can't ruin my plan. Since Luo Qingtong dared to tell Emo Xianxia that she knew about them, she was not afraid that he would tell the news to the heavenly doctor. She waited for him to make a move and see if he was the one she thought he was. Take him away. Luo Qingtong ordered calmly. As she waved her hand, Emo Xianxia suddenly found that two internal guards of the imperial house of the Empire of Qin walked towards him. What was going on? Emo Xianxia looked at the two approaching internal guards in shock. He didn't know why the internal guards of the Empire of Qin would listen to Luo Qingtong's order. And, he glanced around and found that everyone outside the prison was respectful to Luo Qingtong. He was still immersed in the shock of Luo Qingtong calling out his connection with the heavenly doctor and did not notice this. What's going on? This is the prison. I'm King Wu of the Empire of Qin. Even if I'm disabled, she has no right to tell me what to do. Let me go. Where are you taking me? Emo Xianxia struggled to be taken out of the prison cell. The two internal guards of the Empire of Qin firmly held him down and didn't give him any room to escape. Emo Xianxia wanted to use force at first, but the two internal guards directly dislocated his limbs and sealed his strength. Emo Xianxia was in so much pain that he broke out in a cold sweat. His handsome face was full of twisted expression. Let me go. Who allowed you to treat me like this? Ma Chenye? How dare he treat me like this for this woman? I'm a member of the royal family. Father will not let him go if he knows. Before he could finish his sentence, the inner guard beside him had already laughed coldly. Your Highness King Wu, don't worry. You don't need to worry about the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince has been announced as the only candidate for the Crown Prince. He is the next successor of the Emperor. As long as he is willing, he can inherit the throne at any time. More importantly, the Emperor has promised him the ability to govern the country. So you don't need to worry so much. No matter what, the Crown Prince will be fine. But you? The internal guard sneered and looked at him and said. Coldly, it is the Emperor's order to hand you over to the heavenly doctor. Don't even think about struggling. Just leave with Lord Evil Doctor. Perhaps you can even die a good death. After all, His Majesty has already promised Lord Evil Doctor that she will control your life and death in the future. What? Hearing this, Emo Xianxuan's face turned pale. He stared at the inner guard in shock. He could not believe his ears. His father's order? And, the heavenly doctor, what heavenly doctor? Emo Xianxuan stood in his mind, for words appeared uncontrollably, the heavenly doctor Ghost Eye, and the internal guard seemed to see the panic and speculation in his heart. He sneered and said, yes, it is the heavenly doctor Ghost Eye. Emo Xianxuan, you didn't expect this, did you? Luo Qingtong is the heavenly Dr. Ghost Eye. He slumped to the ground like a puddle of mud. The two guards didn't even look at him. They dragged him out of the prison like dragging a dead dog. When he was about to leave the prison, he saw the imperial guards and Ma Chunyi outside. When he saw the personal chamberlain of the great Qin's sage emperor standing at the front, all the hope in Mo Qinshuan's heart was shattered. Evil Dr. Ghost Eyes. Luo Qingtong was really the evil Dr. Ghost Eyes, and it was really his father's order to let her deal with him. Mo Qinshuan panicked in his heart. How could he talk about ambition if he lost his life? Luo Qingtong would never let him go. He wouldn't have any chance to turn this situation around, even if he did absorb Ma Chunyi's dragon spirit in the end. So what, if he fell into the hands of Luo Qingtong? She would have countless ways to kill him. No. No. Luo Qingtong. I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you everything about that heavenly doctor. Mo Qinshuan struggled with all his might. He didn't want to die. Okay. Luo Qingtong looked at him indifferently. With her eyesight, she could naturally see that the skill of seizing fate in Mo Qinshuan's body was actually tampered with. He was bound to die, so she didn't need to do anything. That divine doctor should have made up his mind to kill Mo Qinshuan from the beginning. Thinking of the bewitching medicine that the emperor of the Empire of Qin had been drugged, Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes and could already guess the other party's plan. She should want to use Mo Qinshuan to destroy Ma Chunyi and control the emperor of the Empire of Qin. Then she would kill Mo Qinshuan and absorb his strength. What a good plan! She not only got the Empire of Qin, but also gained strength. She also swept away all obstacles. What a deep thought. What a vicious heart, but unfortunately, she met her. Luo Qingtong asked someone to take Mo Qinshuan to the crown prince's mansion. The latter told him everything. This included the fact that the heavenly sage doctor was a woman who had been hiding her identity all along. Furthermore, the other party was preparing to make a move tonight. A woman? Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes. That heavenly holy doctor was actually a woman? Was this a coincidence? The other party was related to Feng Yuan and happened to be a woman. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes and smiled. The truth of the matter was getting closer and closer. At this moment, Mo Qinshuan's voice sounded again. Yes. The heavenly holy doctor was a woman. If she hadn't left a trace in her agitation, I wouldn't have known. I can imitate her voice for you. I want you to investigate her identity. But you can't deal with me. Luo Qingtong. Once you're done, you have to let me go. Don't hurt me, and don't torture me. Mo Qinshuan's body trembled. This was the only bargaining chip he could use to negotiate with Luo Qingtong. But he believed that Luo Qingtong would agree. After all, this was related to Ma Chunyi's life and death, and that heavenly holy doctor was hiding in the dark. She would definitely want to know. He knew that the heavenly holy doctor and the evil Dr. Ghost Eyes had some grudges. Okay. Luo Qingtong looked at him and nodded carelessly. Perhaps Mo Qinshuan himself didn't know that he was doomed. What was there for her to deal with someone who was bound to die? With Luo Qingtong's promise, Mo Qinshuan relaxed at once. He imitated Feng Yuan's voice. Hearing this voice, Luo Qingtong smiled. It's her. Feng Yuan, she thought of the first princess of Great Yong, the first princess of Great Yong. She was the culprit who blinded the original owner's eyes and crippled her strength. She was targeted by the royal family of Tianyu and betrayed by her own sister. Luo Qingtong smiled meaningfully. Didn't Yuan Shui say that she was in love with Yuan Ma? She wanted to marry him, but she had to give up because of the engagement with her. So the royal family of Tianyu desperately targeted Luo Qingtong to make room for Feng Yuan. How could she fall for Xianxia in a blink of an eye? Thinking of the scene when she was in the capital of Great Chu, the heavenly doctor came to provoke her. If she had known that she was Feng Yuan, she would not have let her out of the gate of the capital of Great Chu Black Field. Luo Qingtong's eyes were cold. She didn't care who she liked. She also didn't care if she liked or loved. But if she liked Xianxia, she couldn't let anyone touch her man. She's going to make a move tonight? Luo Qingtong looked at Mo Qinshuan with a smile. The smile on her lips was faint and cold. The blood-red color in his eyes also shone brightly, as if it contained boundless killing intent. I'll wait for her. At the same time, in the Great Yong dynasty, After Feng Yuan cut off the contact with Xianxia, she immediately walked out of her Princess Royal's residence. Princess. The saint has ordered that you are still under house arrest and can't go out. The soldiers guarding outside directly put up their weapons and blocked her way. I want to see grandfather. I have something important to report. It's related to the fate of Great Yong. My luck has changed. Feng Yuan's expression was proud as he raised his head slightly and looked at the soldier. All of you, quickly go and report this matter to Imperial Father and Grandfather Bing. Because of the theft of Great Yong's fate, that saint transcendent from Great Yong did not immediately return to seclusion after being alarmed. Instead, he continued to deal with this matter. Furthermore, the affairs of the Great Yong dynasty had always been controlled by Feng Yuan. After the latter was grounded, there were a lot of things that no one knew how to deal with, so they all piled up there. The transcendent saint from Great Yong was so angry that he fiercely reprimanded the sage emperor of Great Yong. After that, he personally took care of these matters. He was in a terrible fix because of these matters. When he heard that Feng Yuan was looking for him, he immediately summoned him into the palace with a gloomy face. What do you want to say? Great-grandfather. Feng Yuan looked at this transcendent saint of the Great Yong sacred dynasty and bowed to him. I can restore the fate of Great Yong. It can even make it stronger than before. Great-grandfather, please give me a chance. Lend me the authority to control the ancestral temple temporarily. She said with certainty. Oh? The transcendent saint of the Great Yong sacred dynasty looked at her suspiciously. Are you really confident? Whether I am or not, great-grandfather, just wait and see. You will naturally know, Feng Yuan said proudly. After devouring the true dragon's fate and bloodline power in Ma Chenye's body, the fate of the empire of Qin would definitely be shaken. At that time, she would be able to absorb some of it to replenish Great Yong's fate. At that time, Great Yong's fate would be restored and even stronger than before. She would also be able to return to her peak. She would regain the favor of the empire. All right. The transcendent saint of the Great Yong dynasty looked at her for a long time and finally decided to trust her and let her try. After all, before she was grounded, she had never disappointed him. Otherwise, he would not have allowed Feng Yuan to surpass the Great Yong emperor and control the affairs of Great Yong. In the eyes of this transcendent saint of the Great Yong dynasty, as long as Feng Yuan had the ability, so what if she wanted to become the invisible Great Yong emperor? He could fulfill her wish, but if she did not have the ability and wanted to mess around, he would not let her off easily. Thinking so, the transcendent saint of the Great Yong dynasty immediately gave her the authority to control the ancestral temple. Thank you, great-grandfather. After Feng Yuan obtained the authority to control the dragon energy in the ancestral temple, her heart was filled with confidence. She would definitely make up for her mistakes and become the first princess of Great Yong again. She would be conferred the title of princess, the Empire of Qin dynasty, the crown prince's residence. After knowing that Feng Yuan would take action tonight, Luo Qingtong immediately began her preparations. She had already stabilized the dragon energy in Ma Chenye's body. However, there was still something missing to reverse the luck-seizing technique. Luo Qingtong called Ma Chenye and Xianxia to her room at the same time and drew an inscription pattern on each of them. There was a small interlude in this. Luo Qingtong had just brought the two of them into her room when Xianxia followed behind. The corners of Luo Qingtong's lips twitched as she looked at the tall man sitting on the soft couch in her room without moving an inch. Xianxia's gaze was fixed on them. Luo Qingtong did not doubt that if she asked Ma Chenye and Xianxia to take off their clothes to draw the inscription pattern, Xianxia would not hesitate to kill them both. Fortunately, Luo Qingtong's inscription technique had reached a very profound level. She had already grasped most of the intermediate-level inscription patterns and could draw a few high-level inscription patterns. Under such circumstances, it wasn't impossible for her to draw inscription patterns from afar. After all, not every inscription master required others to take off their clothes to draw inscriptions. As long as one possesses sufficient strength and a solid foundation, as well as a clear understanding of where the meridians of the human body are located, it doesn't matter. It just so happened that Luo Qingtong had all these points. Therefore, under Xianxia's urgent gaze, she directly engraved inscription patterns on Ma Chenye and Xianxia through their underwear. The power in Luo Qingtong's hands entered their bodies through their undergarments. 2 inscription patterns formed in their bodies one after another. Mo Qinshuan's eyes were filled with horror as he watched the inscription mark enter his body and disappear. He had no idea what Luo Qingtong had done to him. This fear of the unknown made him very afraid. After being caught and brought to the Crown Prince's mansion, Mo Qinshan realized how ridiculous he had been to despise Luo Qingtong. The girl's ability was strange and unpredictable. Her strength and talent were very powerful. What's more, she had the protection of the Black Field, Mingzun. What was wrong with him at that time? He had to make life difficult for Luo Qingtong. He even wanted her to be his slave. This was ridiculous, but fortunately, he saved his life with the help of the heavenly doctor. After tonight, he would leave here immediately. He would stay far away and never get involved in this matter. The ability that Luo Qingtong showed was really beyond his expectation. He didn't know what the inscription brand that entered his body was, but it didn't prevent him from perceiving the power of the brand. The dragon chi in his body, after perceiving the aura of the brand, suddenly surged, as if it was very excited and close to it. The girl's ability was so powerful and changeable. She should be the divine phoenix in the 9th heaven. Even if she came to the world, she would rest in the strongest parasol tree that was least afraid of being burned by her light. Ma Chenyi looked at Xianxia, who held Luo Qingtong and left as soon as she finished the inscription, and felt an indescribable sense of loss and sadness in his heart. It was night. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The sky was clear. Large black clouds floated above the black night sky. Even though it was a pure black night sky, it still gave off a sense of clarity and solitude. The sounds of insects and birds were very clear in the quiet holy capital. The moon secretly showed its side face in the corner of the clouds, and a few stars were faintly discernible around it. Luo Qingtong stood in the middle of the main courtyard of the Crown Prince's mansion, and Ma Chenyi and Mo Qinshan stood on both sides of her. The two of them faced each other from a distance, and they were extremely far away from each other. There was also an extremely complicated defensive formation engraved on the ground beneath their feet. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes and waited. Just then, buzz. There seemed to be a faint trembling sound in the air. Luo Qingtong suddenly opened her eyes and looked in the direction of Mo Qinshan. The latter's body was trembling violently. The skill of seizing luck in his body began to operate wildly. Someone was using the mind to control the skill of seizing luck in his body from a distance. The bloody light in Luo Qingtong's eyes flickered, and she stared in the direction of Mo Qinshan without blinking. Suddenly, in the next second, boom! Mo Qinshuan's body suddenly trembled, and a very powerful force suddenly woke up in his body. Roar! In Luo Qingtong's pupil technique, a huge black flood dragon suddenly emerged from Mo Qinshuan's body. The head of the flood dragon was triangular, and it stuck out its tongue and floated above Mo Qinshuan's head. Hiss! In the distance, in the room that Luo Qingtong had specially prepared for them, the Grand Dean, Grand Tutor Jiang, and the others could see the scene through the visible brand carved by the girl. All of them gasped. Oh my god! Mo Qinshan had such a thing hidden in his body. No wonder His Highness the Crown Prince's strength has been stagnant all these years and has been forced to lay low. The Grand Supreme Dean couldn't restrain the shock and anger in his heart. So this was the reason why His Highness the Crown Prince had been unable to increase his strength all these years and was said to have reached the limit of his potential, unable to break through any more. Mo Qinshan deserved to die. Grand Tutor Jiang and the others were the same. How could they not see that the black dragon in Mo Qinshuan's body had already grown dragon horns and dragon claws? It was only a step away from becoming a dragon. Thinking of Ma Chenyi's silence all these years, how could they not know who was behind all this? But among them, the most hateful one was the heavenly doctor. If not for him, Mo Qinshan wouldn't have had the chance to absorb the power of fate and bloodline in Ma Chenyi's body, not to mention that he even wanted to control the Holy Emperor, just when everyone was shocked. Its long and thick body was more than 100 feet long. The snake's head was ferocious, and when it crawled, it was indescribably ferocious and terrifying. The group of people watched it crawl out of Mo Qinshuan's body in an S shape. Its two huge eyes were as big as copper bells. In this dark night, its eyes were shining with coldness. Your Highness. Previously, no one knew why Luo Qingtong wanted Mo Qinshan to be so far away from Ma Chenyi. Now, when they saw the black dragon of luck crawling out of Emotionshuan's body, they knew why Luo Qingtong did this. The huge black dragon slithered towards Emotiony, spitting out its forked tongue. The Grand Principal and the others in the room couldn't help but exclaim. Machenyi was also shocked by the scene in front of him. He had the power of the real dragon bloodline, so he could naturally see the image of the black dragon in Emotionshuan's body. It turned out that this black dragon had been staying in Emotionshuan's body and absorbing his real dragon luck. Just as Machenyi was thinking about this, with a buzz, a dragon shape suddenly appeared in his body. Roar! The dragon head was held high, and the dragon whiskers were flying. Above Machenyi's head, an azure dragon suddenly appeared. Real dragon luck, under the stimulation of the black dragon in Emotionshuan's body and the skill of seizing luck, the real dragon luck in Machenyi's body also suddenly appeared and floated outside. Roar! Roar! The black dragon and the black dragon both raised their heads and stared at each other covetously. The Crown Prince of the Empire of Qin. Great Yong Sacred Dynasty, Princess Royal's residence. Feng Yuan sat cross-legged in her bedroom, using her mind to control the skill of seizing luck in Emotionshuan's body. At this moment, she felt the aura of the real dragon luck in Machenyi's body suddenly emerge. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and a cold and ruthless smile appeared on her lips. Boom, her hand suddenly formed a seal, and then her whole mind, following the connection with Emotionshuan's skill of seizing luck, suddenly rushed into the black dragon. Roar! After Feng Yuan poured his mind into it, the black Jiao dragon's eyes instantly lit up. His eyes, which were as big as copper bells, suddenly lit up like two huge lanterns. In the next second, it fiercely raised its head and opened its mouth wide. Then, it fiercely bit towards the azure dragon that had appeared from Machenyi's body. Compared to the black flood dragon's body, it was much bigger. Machenyi's true dragon providence was only a few feet long because it had lost too much of its power. Compared to the black flood dragon, it was much smaller. Seeing that the black dragon was about to bite Emotiony was shocked. The Grand Principal, Grand Tutor Jiang, and the others in the room couldn't hold themselves back anymore. Your Highness! The group of people instantly became very anxious. They didn't know why Luo Qingtong hadn't done anything yet. Once the azure dragon was devoured, the real dragon providence in Machenyi's body would be immediately broken. At that time, the fate of the Empire of Qin would be fundamentally shaken. Just as everyone was anxious, Luo Qingtong felt Feng Yuan's mind pouring into the black flood dragon. At the same time, after the black flood dragon had completely left Emotionshuan's body, the bloody light in her eyes suddenly lit up. In an instant, the bloody light filled her eyes like a waterfall. Seal! As Luo Qingtong suddenly pointed out two streams of energy from her hands, puff puff. There was a sudden explosion in Emotionshuan and Machenyi's bodies. The two inscription marks drawn on their bodies were instantly activated. Buzz! A seal mark suddenly appeared outside Emotionshuan's body. It cut off the connection between the luck-seizing technique in his body and Feng Yuan's side. At the same time, roar! 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 For loud roars that ordinary people couldn't hear suddenly resounded. A huge inscription mark pattern suddenly appeared around Machenyi's body. The inscription mark within the inscription mark flew out. All of a sudden, the lines were completed, drawing out the images of giant beasts one after another in the air. Screech! The sky was filled with fire rain, and the phoenix spread its wings. The phoenix cried in the sky. Roar! The violent roar, the white tiger leaped, and the king of beasts. Roar! The snake head and tortoise body, the black tortoise stepped on the ground, as firm as a rock. Roar! The dragon head was raised high, the green dragon stretched out its claws, and soared into the clouds. Sacred beast luck fixing diagram, the four sacred beasts appeared, protect the azure dragon. Roar 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 roar. For a loud roar sounded, and the four sacred beasts suddenly appeared on the left and right sides of the azure dragon. Coincidentally, they surrounded the giant black flood dragon that was biting over in a frenzy. The phoenix spat fire, the white tiger showed its claws, the black tortoise protected, and the green dragon swung its tail. Together with the counterattack of the azure dragon above Machenyi's head, they rushed toward the giant black dragon. Rumble! The six giant beasts were suddenly entangled together. They kept rolling and fighting. His mind entered the black dragon, and Feng Yuan, who was controlling its attack, didn't notice at all. He was surrounded in an instant. In an instant, he was bitten by the 5 giant beasts. Roar! That huge black flood dragon suddenly began to churn in the dark night sky. The invisible shrill roar spread and drifted in all directions. Damn it! Who is it? The moment the black flood dragon was bitten, Feng Yuan knew that his luck-seizing technique had been seen through. Furthermore, according to the characteristics of her luck-seizing technique, he had specially prepared a way to break it. It wanted to completely devour her black flood dragon's luck here. Xiaochen felt the luck in the black flood dragon continuously flowing into Ma Chenyi. The latter's aura instantly skyrocketed. Martial spirit realm. He had just entered the martial spirit realm. Inferior martial spirit realm. Feng Yuan was so angry that his eyes turned red. She was planning to keep this power for herself. No way. He had to go back immediately. Bang bang bang. She suddenly raised her head and swung her tail, using all her strength to control the black flood dragon to return. However, when she controlled the black dragon to rush toward Xianxia, she found that the connection between the latter and herself had been cut off. Not only that, but a sealing mark also appeared outside his body. Bang! The black flood dragon controlled by Feng Yuan was suddenly bounced back by the sealing formation as if it had hit a steel plate. Then, the 4 sacred beasts and the azure dragon behind it transformed and immediately flew up to bite her again. Bastard! Feng Yuan was furious. In the Princess Royal's residence of the Great Yong Sacred Dynasty, Feng Yuan's face was red with anger, and her eyes were red as if they had been dyed. She couldn't understand who had seen through the luck-seizing technique she had set up and protected Ma Chenyi so well that not a drop of water could leak out. He had also calculated that she would seize the power in Mo Qinshuan's body. Now the luck-seizing technique was reversed. If she didn't think of a way, all the things she had done before would be in vain. Great Yong's fate, power of the true dragon, heed my command. Go! Feng Yuan's voice boomed. Within Great Yong's holy capital, a loud and proud sound suddenly rang out from the ancestral temple, which seemed to be floating above all the buildings and towering above the clouds. In an instant, an enormous dragon's body suddenly appeared and coiled around the temple. Its head was held high as it let out a long roar. Boom! 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 Countless strands of Great Yong's power of destiny suddenly surged out violently. In an instant, high up in the sky where no one could see, they gathered above Feng Yuan's residence. Boom! Boom! With the convergence of Great Yong's fate, Feng Yuan's mind was instantly strengthened. In an instant, the black flood dragon that she controlled suddenly shook its head. Roar! In the blink of an eye, countless golden lights appeared on the black Jiao dragon. A golden dragon instantly appeared above the black flood dragon's head. The blessing of Great Yong's fate, bang! 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 Roar! When the golden dragon appeared, the 4 sacred beasts surrounding the azure dragon outside Ma Chenyi's body instantly let out tragic cries. After a violent explosion, they suddenly shattered and turned into countless spots of light, disappearing into the night sky. What? Seeing this scene, the Grand Principal and the others were all shocked. This is the true dragon of Great Yong's imperial family, the golden dragon of the nation. Grand Tutor Jiang exclaimed when he saw the enormous golden light above the black flood dragon's head. No wonder the evil physician said that the heavenly doctor was related to Great Yong's imperial family. Now it seems that they are indeed related. He knew that Luo Qingtong had asked Ma Chenyi to investigate the heavenly doctor in the direction of Great Yong's imperial family. Now it seemed that the other party's suspicions were completely correct. Unfortunately, before they could investigate the identity of the heavenly doctor, the other party had already made things difficult for them. Great Yong is truly ambitious. Grand Tutor Jiang was furious. Previously, when Great Chu's imperial throne was almost stolen, it was inextricably linked to Great Yong. Are they targeting the Empire of Qin? What a huge ambition. Weren't they afraid that they would die from overeating? The Empire of Qin's sage emperor and that transcendent saint, who had already fallen asleep in the imperial palace of the Empire of Qin, saw the appearance of Great Yong's golden dragon of fate. Their hearts were suddenly stirred, and they opened their eyes. At the same time, in the imperial ancestral temple of the royal family of the Empire of Qin. Roar! Sensing the aura of Great Yong's golden dragon of the nation, the azure dragon of the empire of Qin's ancestral temple also suddenly appeared. Rumble. The golden dragon of the Yong Empire abruptly circled above the ancestral shrine, its pair of dragon eyes glaring angrily at the golden dragon of Great Yong, who had dared to appear in its territory and even dared to attack the true dragon descendant of the imperial family of the Empire of Qin, which it sheltered. In a flash, the golden dragon of Great Yong let out a furious roar. Its entire body shot up and flew towards the golden dragon of Great Yong that had appeared in the crown prince's residence. Kill it! Ignoring the azure dragon of the Empire of Qin that was flying towards him, Feng Wan's gaze was fixed on Ma Chenyi. In other words, he was staring at the image of the azure dragon that Ma Chenyi had revealed. Once the power of Great Yong's golden dragon of fate was used, it would cause the power of the azure dragon of the Empire of Qin to tremble. Feng Wan had already prepared for this. It would take some time for her opponent to get here. This little bit of time was enough for her to control the black flood dragon to devour the power of the azure dragon outside Ma Chenyi's body. At that time, the Empire of Qin's crown prince's true dragon luck would be cut off, and the power of the azure dragon of the Empire of Qin would be shaken and depleted. At that time, it would be enough for her to retreat. No one would be able to stop her from devouring Ma Chenyi's true dragon luck. As Feng Wan thought of this, he controlled the black flood dragon, which had shrunk in size and was riddled with scars. It suddenly raised its head and bit at the azure dragon outside Ma Chenyi's body. Its eyes were ferocious and vicious, unlike an ordinary person. Roar! As the black flood dragon and the power of the golden dragon of Great Yong's national luck above its head violently rushed over. Suddenly, a series of explosions sounded around Ma Chenyi's body. Under his feet, lines and lines of formations rose up. They formed layers and layers of protection around his body. However, the power of the national luck that Great Yong had accumulated over the years was too strong. Under such circumstances, those defensive formations could not stop the black flood dragon and the golden dragon of Great Yong's national luck. Bang, bang, bang. The black flood dragon controlled by Feng Wan's mind was completely crushed. It directly shattered the protection around Ma Chenyi. Its head was raised high, and its bloody mouth suddenly opened, biting at the azure dragon outside Ma Chenyi's body. Your Highness the Crown Prince. The Grand Principal, Grand Tutor Jiang, and the others in the room could not help but break through the wall and rush out. However, after rushing out of the room, they could not see the black flood dragon and the azure dragon in an instant. The power of the national luck was in harmony with the heavenly Tao. It was not something that ordinary people could see. Experts above the Saint Realm would not be able to see it without special abilities. Just as the Grand Supreme Dean and the others were panicking, Beiqing and Windfeather exchanged glances under the eaves not far away. They then looked at their High Lord with worry. Master, if the black flood dragon controlled by Feng Wan devoured the true dragon of Ma Chenyi's body, the evil physician would not feel good. Moreover, if the other party broke the evil physician's trap, would the evil physician be injured? Master would probably take action, right? Under the eaves, Yi Qianren stood with his hands behind his back. Dressed in a black robe, he seemed to have completely blended into the night. The man's gaze was deep. The dark gold mask on his face flickered with a cold light under the moonlight. Yi Qianren stared at Luo Qingtong, who was standing in the middle of the courtyard. Her gaze never left the young girl. Good. Luo Qingtong remained silent and did not move when she saw the black flood dragon, accompanied by the power of the golden dragon of Great Yong, biting the azure dragon outside Ma Chenyi's body. It was not until the black flood dragon and the power of the golden dragon of Great Yong approached the azure dragon inside Ma Chenyi's body that she suddenly moved. Boom! The young girl's figure flew up. In an instant, her red clothes fluttered like fire. It was like a beautiful phoenix in the ninth heaven, and also like the red lotus fire rising from the boundless purgatory. It was as if it wanted to burn everything and destroy the heavens. 8-directional dragon lock formation. Rise. Luo Qingtong's figure flew up. The entire holy capital of the Empire of Qin was suddenly filled with the sound of rattling chains. 1 chain, 2 chains, 3 chains, 8 chains, with the Crown Prince's residence as the center, 8 extremely thick chains suddenly appeared from the void. Buzz. In the 8 directions of the holy capital of the Empire of Qin, the ruins of the formation suddenly appeared on the largest building. Luo Qingtong had originally drawn it as a precaution. She did not expect Feng Wan's ambition to be so great that he actually used so much of Great Yong's accumulated national fortune. However, since he had used it, then he would never return, all of them would stay. Boom! When the 8-directional dragon-locking formation rose, the black flood dragon and the power of Great Yong's golden dragon appeared above its head, shockingly appearing at the heart of the formation. It turned out that the place where Ma Chunyi was located was the center of the 8-directional dragon lock formation. Luo Qingtong allowed them to completely enter before activating the 8-directional dragon lock formation. Rumble. Swish. As the chains stretched out from the void, they wrapped around the golden dragon of Great Yong's golden dragon of Qin. At the same time, the azure dragon outside Ma Chunyi's body suddenly raised its head and swung its tail, biting toward the black flood dragon. Without the support of the golden dragon of Great Yong's golden dragon of Qin, the black flood dragon, whose power had been devoured, was no match for the true dragon's fortune in Ma Chunyi's body. It was bitten fiercely, and the power of fortune that originally belonged to Ma Chunyi continuously flowed back. The aura in Ma Chunyi's body skyrocketed, and the azure dragon outside his body grew larger and larger. The black flood dragon's body, however, was shrinking rapidly. However, Feng Wan did not care about this. Imperial Ancestral Dragon Qi. Her eyes almost popped out of their sockets as she watched the power of Great Yong's golden dragon being restrained. The latter raised its head and swung its tail, struggling with all its might. However, no matter how hard it tried, it could not break free from the shackles of those chains. The dragon-locking formation that Luo Qingtong had drawn was powered by the power of the entire holy capital of the Empire of Qin. Dragon luck as the suppression. How could the power of Great Yong's golden dragon break free? Under Feng Wan's shocked gaze, the Empire of Qin's azure dragon power, which had risen from the imperial ancestral temple of the Empire of Qin, arrived. Roar! It fiercely raised its head and bit down on the golden dragon form of Great Yong's fate. In an instant, the power of the golden dragon of Great Yong let out a mournful cry as the power of the nation within its body was continuously absorbed. Not good. In the holy capital of Great Yong, ever since Feng Wan had used the power of the imperial ancestral temple of the imperial ancestral temple, the saint transcendents of Great Yong had been paying close attention to the situation in the imperial ancestral temple. This time, when the power of the golden dragon of Great Yong was being devoured, his heart suddenly palpitated violently. In the next second, he suddenly heard a mournful cry that ordinary people could not hear coming from the imperial ancestral temple. Something had happened to Great Yong's power of fortune. Moreover, it was a major matter. The transcendent saint from the Great Yong sacred dynasty was both anxious and angry. His figure flashed, and he instantly appeared above the imperial ancestral temple of the holy capital of Great Yong. Boom! Stop! As his voice rang out, Yi Zichen's voice sounded. In an instant, his mental power appeared above the golden dragon formed by Great Yong's national fate. It turned into a huge palm and blasted towards the chains formed by the 8-sided dragon lock formation that bound the golden dragon. Humph! With the appearance of the huge palm, the supreme saint of the Empire of Qin sacred dynasty in the Empire of Qin sacred dynasty snorted heavily. Great Yong's national fate suddenly appeared in the holy capital of the Empire of Qin. Thinking of how the Empire of Qin's sacred emperor was bewitched and how the heavenly doctor was related to Great Yong's royal family, how could the supreme saint of the Empire of Qin's sacred dynasty not know that Great Yong's royal family was up to something again, although he didn't know that Ma Chunyi's true dragon fate had been stolen, since Great Yong's national fate appeared in the holy capital of the Empire of Qin and was captured by the azure dragon of the Empire of Qin's national fate. Therefore, there was no reason to let Great Yong go. Since Great Yong had delivered himself to their doorstep, they should stay here forever. On this point, the supreme saint of the Empire of Qin's sacred dynasty and Luo Qingtong's thoughts were exactly the same. However, Luo Qingtong did it casually in order to make things difficult for Feng Wan. On the other hand, the supreme saint of the Empire of Qin's sacred dynasty did it for the benefit of the Empire of Qin's royal family. Boom! The supreme saint of the Empire of Qin's sacred dynasty rose up in an instant. At the same time, he blasted his palm towards the huge palm that blasted towards the 8-sided dragon lock formation. blocking the mental power of the Supreme Saint of Great Yong. Rumble. The two's powers collided. The mental strength of the Saint Transcendent from Great Yong was supported by the destiny of Great Yong, while the Saint Transcendent from the Empire of Qin was also supported by the destiny of the Empire of Qin. In an instant, the two were evenly matched. However, that Saint Transcendent from Great Yong wasn't physically present. It was impossible for him to contend against this Saint Transcendent from the Empire of Qin just by relying on the power of his mind. In an instant, after a series of earth-shaking tremors, the palm formed from the mental strength of the Transcendent Saint of the Great Yong sacred dynasty was blasted back. As for Great Yong's golden dragon of destiny, its cries grew louder and louder as it was devoured by the azure dragon of the Empire of Qin. The power of providence was being lost more and more. The fate of my Great Yong. That Transcendent Saint from the Great Yong sacred dynasty sensed this scene through his mind, and his eyes almost popped out of his head. At this moment, Feng Wan's voice rang in his ears. Great-grandfather, there's definitely someone controlling that formation. Find her and kill her. There won't be a problem. There's no need to go head-to-head with that Saint Transcendent from the Empire of Qin. At this moment, Feng Wan was controlling the Black Flood Dragon, but it was unable to struggle. It was bitten by the Azure Dragon outside Ma Qianye's body and was constantly being devoured. However, she could give up on the power of providence absorbed by Mo Qianxian, but nothing could happen to Great Yong's power of providence. Otherwise, thinking of this, Great Yong's power of providence was trapped here because of her. If it was really absorbed by the Azure Dragon of the Empire of Qin, then, after returning, what awaited her would be the thunderous fury of that Saint Transcendent from Great Yong's royal family. Thinking of this, even though Feng Wan had many tricks up his sleeve, he couldn't help but shudder. This was also because that Transcendent Saint's mental strength was extraordinary. He could communicate with the heaven and earth spiritual qi, so he could find Luo Qingtong's location so quickly. Looking at the young girl who was flying through the air, her sleeves and skirt fluttering in the wind, her figure and face half covered, a vicious expression suddenly appeared on the face of the Transcendent Saint from the Great Yong dynasty. Then, the large palm formed from his mental power viciously grabbed towards Luo Qingtong. Kill this woman, and the formation that binds Great Yong's fate will be removed. When the time comes, I will be able to receive the golden dragon formed by Great Yong's fate back. As the Transcendent Saint from the Great Yong dynasty thought about it, a ferocious glint appeared in his eyes. Rumble. That huge palm instantly blasted towards Luo Qingtong with the force of 1,000 caddies. He would not give that Transcendent Saint from the Empire of Qin dynasty a chance to save him. However, to the surprise of that Transcendent Saint from the Great Yong sacred dynasty, that Transcendent Saint from the Great Qin sacred dynasty saw his actions and only glanced in his direction before looking away. He actually ignored it completely. What was going on? The Transcendent Saint from the Great Yong sacred dynasty was shocked. Was the other party not afraid that he would kill this young girl? As long as he could kill the other party, the crisis of Great Yong's golden dragon of destiny would be resolved. How could that Transcendent Saint from the Empire of Qin not see this? While the Saint Transcendent from Great Yong was astonished, the Saint Transcendent from the Empire of Qin sneered in his heart. He shot a glance at a certain black figure standing under the eaves of a nearby building and immediately shook his head at that Transcendent Saint from the Great Yong sacred dynasty who was courting death. The other party was too stupid. The Blackfield Underworld Venerable would not care about him if he only fought with him. But now, he was attacking Luo Qingtong. I'll just watch him get into trouble. Sure enough, just as the Transcendent Saint from the Empire of Qin dynasty thought that, Xianxia's figure flashed under the eaves. In an instant, the man's black figure appeared in front of Luo Qingtong. The young girl's eyes were tightly shut, and her spiritual power was spreading out. No one knew what she was doing. Xianxia glanced at her and stood in front of her with his hands behind his back. Bang, with one hand behind his back, he suddenly waved his other hand. In an instant, the weather changed and the world shook. Xianxia's palm met the palm of the Transcendent Saint from the Great Yong sacred dynasty. In an instant, the huge palm that seemed to be formed from the power of thought that spanned across the heavens and earth disappeared like smoke in thin air. Ah! That Transcendent Saint from the Great Yong sacred dynasty suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream as his mental strength was completely destroyed. Not only that, but an extremely vast and majestic force also violently blasted through the connection between his spiritual power and his body. Bang! In the palace of the Great Yong Sacred Dynasty, the supreme saint of the Great Yong Sacred Dynasty, who was sitting upright, was sent flying and smashed into the pillar behind him. After breaking 2 pillars, he heavily slammed into the wall behind him. Boom! The entire hall was shaken by this. At the same time, the transcendent saint from the Great Yong Sacred Dynasty instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. Blackfield Underworld Venerable. He was both shocked and horrified. Why would the other party suddenly appear in the Empire of Qin's territory? And why would he suddenly attack me? Wasn't the Blackfield's Ming Zun someone who didn't care about external affairs? As long as you didn't provoke him, he wouldn't do anything. Moreover, the other party's strength seemed to be even stronger than before. Just as the saint from the Great Yong Dynasty was in shock, in the sky above the Crown Prince's residence in the Empire of Qin's Sacred Dynasty. After Xianxia repelled the saint from Great Yong, he didn't stop. His eyes were cold as he looked at the struggling golden dragon of Yong in the 8-directional dragon lock formation. He raised his hand and waved. Bang! Roar! The golden dragon of Great Yong instantly raised its head and let out a shrill cry. Under Yi Qianxian's wave, its body instantly shattered and turned into countless strands of fate energy, which were absorbed by the azure dragon of the Empire of Qin. Thank you, Ming Zun. Seeing this scene, the saint from the Empire of Qin's Sacred Dynasty was overjoyed. Yi Qianxian's move instantly saved him a lot of effort. Otherwise, the golden dragon of Yong would probably have to hold on for a long time. At that time, who knew what kind of method Great Yong would come up with to save the golden dragon of Yong? At this moment, all of the golden dragon of Yong's fate energy belonged to the Empire of Qin. Just say that the saint from Great Yong was courting death. Now, he had completely lost the golden dragon of Yong's empire. The saint from the Empire of Qin was extremely grateful to the saint from Great Yong for that palm strike on Luo Qingtong. The evils he brought on himself were the hardest to bear. As the golden dragon of Yong was wailing and shattering, the ancestral temple in Great Yong's sacred capital trembled violently. Rumble! It trembled violently as if it was wailing. Then, with a series of cracking sounds, countless cracks appeared. In the next second, more than half of it collapsed. Ah! My Great Yong's fate energy! Seeing this scene, the saint from Great Yong's Sacred Dynasty, who had just crawled up from the ground, was furious. The golden dragon of Yong's fate energy that had been accumulated for so many years was actually all absorbed overnight. The ancestral temple collapsed. The Great Yong's royal family had suffered great losses this time. All of the royal family's descendants lose at least 20% of their strength. How could the saint from Great Yong's heart not feel? He roared angrily, then slammed the ground heavily. His figure quickly leaped up and headed towards Feng Yuan's princess royal residence. Feng Yuanyong. The transcendent saint from the Great Yong Sacred Dynasty looked extremely furious. He hated himself for believing the other party, Yong 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 Bi Yong Yong Yong, Yong Yong Yong's Yong 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 die. Meanwhile, in Great Yong's sacred capital's royal residence, when Feng Yuan's golden dragon of Yong was shattered, the black flood dragon that she was controlling could no longer resist the bite of the azure dragon formed by the true dragon's fate energy in Ma Chenye's body. In an instant, it was torn into pieces. Her mind was severely injured. In an instant, she returned to her body and rolled off the bed. How can this be? How can this be? Feng Yuan was shocked. She did not know how she had lost. Why was she still defeated even after using the golden dragon of Yong's golden dragon of Yong? Who was it? Feng Yuan's mental strength was not as strong as that of Great Yong's transcendent saint. She could not show herself and could not see the scene in the Xingdu of the Empire of Qin. She could only rely on her breath to sense. Therefore, she did not know that it was Luo Qingtong who had ruined her plan. At this moment, a light, charming, androgynous voice suddenly sounded in her mind. Caught him. In the Xingdu of the Empire of Qin, in the Crown Prince's residence. Luo Qingtong's figure was suspended in midair. The dragon-locking formation of 8 directions had not completely disappeared and was surrounding her. All of a sudden, the girl's tightly shut eyes opened. In an instant, the scene in Princess Feng Yuan's residence in the Xingdu of Great Yong appeared in Luo Qingtong's blood-red eyes. Feng Yuan's pale face and disbelief were also reflected in her eyes. Luo Qingtong had just closed her eyes to search for the exact location of Feng Yuan's body. The latter was too confident. She had tampered with the art of seizing fate in Ma Qianye's body. She wanted to use him to absorb all the true dragon's fate in Ma Qianye's body before killing him and absorbing his strength. At this moment, Luo Qingtong happened to find Feng Yuan's body through that trace of connection. Not only that, she also had a big gift to give to the other party. Evil Dr. Ghost Eyes. Suddenly hearing the voice in his mind, Feng Yuan was shocked, and then he immediately came back to his senses. She could recognize the other party's voice even if it turned into ashes. So, all of this was your doing? Feng Yuan could not help but gnash her teeth. Why was it her again? Last time in the Xingdu of Great Chu, it was her who ruined her plan. This time, it was her again. This be *tch, not only did she occupy Mingzun, she also ruined her plan time and time again. If Luo Qingtong was here, Feng Yuan really wanted to eat her alive. That's where you're wrong, Luo Qingtong said in a melodious voice. Shouldn't I be the one saying that? Celestial Sage Hand, you first coveted Great Chu, then spied on the Empire of Qin. You're quite ambitious. Shouldn't you be the one playing tricks in the dark? Luo Qingtong deliberately did not reveal Feng Yuan's identity. Let the other party think that she had hidden it very well, he would have plenty of chances to play with her slowly in the future. Humph. Hearing Luo Qingtong's words, Feng Yuan snorted and said coldly, so what if it's me? Evil Dr. Gui Tong, I've lost to you again this time. But I won't keep losing. I forgot to tell you, I'm already at the peak of the martial spirit realm, close to the saint realm. He would be able to break through to the saint realm very soon. What about you? As she spoke, although her face was pale, she sneered loudly. Evil Dr. Gui Tong, you'd better pray that you don't fall into my hands alone. Otherwise, so what if you have 1,000 tricks? Just based on strength, I can completely crush you. Feng Yuan used his own fierce roar to hide the fact that he was in a sorry state and was inferior to Luo Qingtong. The other party's strength was not as good as hers, but he could beat her again and again. When the other party's strength caught up, what advantage would she have in front of the other party? Feng Yuan was well aware of this, but he was not willing to show weakness in front of Luo Qingtong. She would not lose, as long as her current strength was stronger than evil Dr. Gui Tong. She still had a chance to turn things around. Yes, your strength is stronger than mine. Luo Qingtong chuckled in her mind. Feng Yuan's mind was slightly damaged. If Luo Qingtong hadn't released the restriction outside Mo Qinshuan's body, how could she come back safely? She would definitely be like that transcendent saint of the Great Yong sacred dynasty. Her mind would be completely destroyed and she would be seriously injured, and now, although Feng Yuan's mind power was damaged, his main body didn't receive any damage. It was completely because Luo Qingtong deliberately let her come back. As for why she did this, Luo Qingtong's lips suddenly curved into a smile. That smile was both evil and seductive. It was full of evil and domineering. Of course, I want you to have a taste of your strength being taken away. Thank you for what you did in Mo Qinshuan's body. You saved me a lot of trouble. When Luo Qingtong said this, the look in her eyes suddenly changed and became very cold. Reverse. She raised her hand and pointed out. Long before, the skill of seizing fate in Mo Qinshuan's body had been completely analyzed by her. Even where Feng Yuan's trick was and how to reverse the power of seizing fate, Luo Qingtong had deduced it. When this finger was pointed out, in an instant, the aura in Feng Yuan's body was suffocated, and then quickly reversed and flowed, surging wildly along a connection in the dark. Impossible. Feng Yuan guessed what Luo Qingtong was going to do at the moment when she asked. But her heart was full of disbelief. Mo Qinshuan was already dead when she activated the skill of seizing fate in his body. How was it possible for Luo Qingtong to reverse his actions and absorb his strength when his aura was cut off? Wait. She sensed for a moment and suddenly screamed. Evil Dr. Ghost Eye. You actually established the connection of the skill of seizing fate in your body. His strength had been absorbed by her, this bitch. Yes. Luo Qingtong's voice was slow for a while. I have seen through your skill of seizing fate. Is it difficult to draw a picture according to the gourd? The only difficult thing is to transfer your connection. But when I just found you, I had already succeeded. Luo Qingtong had closed her eyes after activating the 8-sided dragon lock spell because of this. but now, she had succeeded. Boom, boom, boom. With Luo Qingtong's voice and Feng Yuan's resentment, Feng Yuan's strength was constantly absorbed. Evil Dr. Ghost Eye, you bitch. He felt that his strength was constantly declining. On the other end, Luo Qingtong's strength was constantly increasing. Feng Yuan was so angry that she was trembling all over. The arrangement that he had made to absorb Mo Qinshuan's strength actually helped his opponent in the end. Luo Qingtong absorbed his strength. If Feng Yuan's psychological quality was a little worse, he would have vomited blood and fainted on the spot, while Feng Yuan's strength was constantly declining. On the other side, in the sky above the Crown Prince's mansion of the Empire of Qin, Luo Qingtong's aura was constantly rising. Qingtong. After absorbing the strength of Mo Qinshan, Ma Qingye's strength had risen to the peak of the martial spirit realm and touched the existence of the sage realm faintly. The strength that had been dormant all these years had all been replenished. He even had a chance to win. For a moment, he could not hide his excitement and wanted to come up to Luo Qingtong to thank her. Boom! Yi Qianxian raised his hand, and an air wall instantly surrounded Luo Qingtong. She's improving. The man's voice was cold. The Grand Supreme Dean and the others rushed over and saw some clues. Your Highness, don't go over there. The evil doctor should be dealing with the heavenly doctor. The Grand Supreme Dean and the others could not see where Luo Qingtong's sudden improvement in strength came from. But when they thought of the heavenly doctor hiding behind Mo Qinshan and coveting the Empire of Qin, they could guess that the other party must have done something to Mo Qinshan. But now, she was caught by the evil doctor and was absorbing her strength. The group of people thought so and immediately retreated to a place not far away. They looked over here without blinking, so as not to disturb Luo Qingtong. Bang, bang, bang. The aura around Luo Qingtong's body was constantly improving. Low-level Martial Emperor Realm. Middle-level Martial Emperor Realm. High-level Martial Emperor Realm. The strength that Feng Yuan had improved from the experience in the secret realm was all for her. Feng Yuan's eyes were red from the absorption. She was about to break through to the Saint Realm, but under Luo Qingtong's absorption, she continued to lose strength. Master. Finally, seeing that the strength in her body had fallen from the peak martial spirit realm to the high-level martial spirit realm, Feng Yuan finally could not bear it. She used her mind to call out the wisp of green smoke that had returned to her body after sending her back. When the latter woke up and saw this scene, he was shocked. What's going on? The wisp of green smoke said angrily. Then, it suddenly attacked and stopped Luo Qingtong from continuing to absorb the strength in Feng Yuan's body. In the Crown Prince's mansion of the sacred dynasty of the Empire of Qin. Blood flowed in Luo Qingtong's eyes. The appearance of that wisp of green smoke was accurately reflected in her eyes. There was such an existence in Feng Yuan's body. Luo Qingtong looked at the wisp of green smoke, and her lips suddenly curled up slightly. At this moment, she sensed that outside Princess Feng Yuan's mansion, an extremely violent and terrible force was flying towards here. It's that transcendent saint from the Great Yong sacred dynasty. Luo Qingtong sensed the aura and laughed. Thinking of Feng Yuan's loss in the Empire of Qin dynasty, the smile on Luo Qingtong's lips became even more evil and leisurely. She allowed the power of the green smoke to cut off the connection between her and Feng Yuan. Luo Qingtong retracted her consciousness and sensed the power in her body. She nodded with satisfaction. Martial Emperor Peak. To be able to raise my strength by so many levels in one night, I really have to thank the first princess of Great Yong for her contribution. Luo Qingtong's eyes were full of smiles. Her blood-red eyes curved into the shape of a crescent moon. Her appearance was both demonic and pure. Her strength had reached the peak martial emperor realm, which was the limit. After all, the breakthrough between small realms was just a gradual increase in quantity. It was fine as long as she had enough strength. But the breakthrough of a big realm was completely different. In addition to having enough strength, one also needed to have enough comprehension and opportunity to break through the barrier and advance to the next realm. Luo Qingtong. Thanks to Feng Yuan's contribution, Luo Qingtong was able to increase her strength by so many levels. In fact, Feng Yuan was so angry that he vomited blood. She had suffered a lot in that secret realm and managed to raise her strength to a level that was only a step away from the sage realm. She thought that after absorbing Xianxia's strength, she would be able to break through to the Sage Realm. But now, not to mention breaking through to the Sage Realm, her strength had fallen to the high-level Martial Spirit Realm. The strength that she had painstakingly accumulated was all given to Luo Qingtong, and all of this was her own fault. She wanted to absorb Xianxia's strength, but Luo Qingtong took advantage of this weakness and absorbed her strength. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan was mad with anger. Puff! She raised her head and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then she screamed loudly and tore her hair desperately. Just when she was hysterical and could not control herself, bang! The door to her room was kicked open by someone. The transcendent saint of the Great Yong Sacred Dynasty rushed in from outside with bloodshot eyes. He looked angrily at Feng Yuan, who was lying on the ground in a sorry state, and waved his sleeve fiercely. Feng Yuan. In the next second, a slap landed on Feng Yuan's face. In an instant, Feng Yuan was sent flying. Bang! Feng Yuan's body hit the wall of her bedroom heavily, and then smashed through the wall and flew out. Bastard! I must have been possessed by a ghost to listen to you. Do you know how much our great Yong royal family has suffered this time? Without the protection of the country's fate accumulated over so many years, our great Yong sacred dynasty has become the weakest among the 4 dynasties. Not only that, the power of the royal bloodline has decreased by more than 20%. Feng Yuan, you deserve to die. The transcendent saint from the Great Yong sacred dynasty looked at Feng Yuan as if he wanted to eat her alive. After suffering such a great loss, he would almost become the sinner of the entire Great Yong royal family, and all of this was because of Feng Yuan. The transcendent saint of the Great Yong sacred dynasty could not hold back his anger as he spoke, and he rushed forward again. Seeing that the other party had lost his mind, the wisp of green smoke in Feng Yuan's body could no longer sit still. It suddenly appeared, and with a flash of Feng Yuan's body, they disappeared from the room. How dare you run? The transcendent saint of the Great Yong royal family was furious. A strong gust of wind gushed out violently, and with a boom, the sleeping chamber was smashed into pieces. Then his body suddenly, and his voice spread throughout the entire Great Yong sacred capital. Pass down my order. From today onwards, strip Feng Yuan of her princess status and all her privileges. Send men to arrest Wan Yong sacred dynasty. Bring her Yong that Feng Yong saint of the transcendent saint of the great transcendent saint of the Great Yong royal great saint of the Great Yong saint of the Great Yong saint transcendent of the Feng saint of the Feng Yuan. That bastard had almost harmed the entire Great Yong royal family, thinking that they had not only lost the power of the country's fate that Great Yong had accumulated over the years, but also had to face the questioning of the Empire of Qin. Why had their power of the country's fate appeared in the sacred capital of the Empire of Qin and even attacked the crown prince of the Empire of Qin? The veins on the forehead of the transcendent saint of the Great Yong sacred dynasty throbbed. He must bring Feng Yuan back. That would be the end of this matter, otherwise, he would not be able to answer to the Empire of Qin, having his power of the country's fate devoured and having to lower his head to the other party. The transcendent saint of the Great Yong sacred dynasty felt that he had never been so aggrieved before, and all of this was caused by that traitorous grandson of Feng Yuan. At the same time, the wisp of smoke took Feng Yuan away from the capital of Great Yong and stopped in the wilderness far away from the capital. Then, it asked Feng Yuan angrily, "What did you do when I was asleep? How did things turn out like this?" The wisp of smoke sounded really angry. How long had it been since she fell asleep? Feng Yuan had become like this. That transcendent saint from the Great Yong dynasty clearly wanted to beat her to death. What had she done to anger him to this extent? He even gave the order to strip her of her status as a princess and put her on the wanted list. From being a princess above all others, she had become like this. Was Feng Yuan crazy? I didn't do anything. I just wanted to follow the original plan and take control of the Empire of Qin. It's that evil Dr. Gui Tong. It's him. He caused me to become like this. Half of Feng Yuan's face was swollen at this moment. She had just been slapped by that transcendent saint of the Great Yong dynasty, and she had almost lost all her teeth. At this moment, her graceful, luxurious, and complacent temperament was completely gone, leaving only a hysterical breakdown. Feng Yuan didn't know how she ended up like this. She had also heard the orders of that transcendent saint from Great Yong. If it weren't for that evil Dr. Gui Tong, she definitely wouldn't have ended up like this today. The empire of Qin's royal family should have long been in her hands. Ma Qianye's true dragon's fate was broken, and Mo Qianxian would definitely die. At this time, she should have become the most powerful person in the Great Yong dynasty, second only to the emperor. However, the truth was the opposite. Her chance to return to glory was all ruined by evil Dr. Gui Tong. Not only that, she had also become a wanted person in the entire Great Yong dynasty. From a princess to a wanted criminal, not to mention the wisp of smoke, even she couldn't accept it. She still hadn't completely broken down, which was already considered a strong psychological quality. That evil Dr. Gui Tong is really difficult to deal with. After listening to Feng Yuan's story, the wisp of smoke's face turned serious. He had once told Feng Yuan not to take her seriously. Now, it seemed that the speed of evil Dr. Gui Tong's improvement was too shocking. If this continued, Feng Yuan would definitely not be her opponent. Go to the western wilderness. After thinking for a moment, the wisp of smoke made a decision. He said, the Yong dynasty, the Great Yong dynasty, the Great Yong dynasty, the empire, the Great Yong dynasty. That transcendent saint from the Great Yong dynasty will not let you off. And if the royal family of the Great Qin sacred dynasty were to find out about your identity as the celestial doctor, they would never let you off. You have to regain the Great Yong dynasty. Before Yong started, the Great Yong go to the western wilderness. I have a way to let you directly break through to the Saint Realm. When you return to the Great Yong dynasty as a Saint Realm expert, the Great Yong dynasty's transcendent Saint Realm expert will forgive you no matter how big your mistake was. At that time, as a Saint Realm expert, you will also be able to shine in that Great Yong dynasty's transcendent Saint Realm expert. At that time, that evil Dr. Gui Tong won't be your opponent. Alright. Feng Yuan nodded. Fiercely. She had really lost too miserably this time. Evil Dr. Ghost Eye, didn't you rely on various methods to absorb my strength? When I become a saint, I want to see what use your methods are. I will definitely crush you, Great Yong. I will definitely return. Feng Yuan followed the wisp of green smoke and swept towards the far west wilderness. As for the empire of Qin's sacred dynasty, Luo Qingtong felt it was a pity that she couldn't continue to leave her mental strength in the Great Yong sacred dynasty to watch the show. Then, she descended. Qingtong. Ma Qianyi and the Grand Supreme Dean ran over. You're really something, kid. The Grand Supreme Dean looked at the abundant aura around Luo Qingtong, and his eyes lit up. With a single glance, it was obvious that this evil doctor child had taken advantage of the heavenly doctor. Thinking of how the evil doctor had attacked Ma Qianyi and almost destroyed the true dragon fate in his body, the Grand Supreme Dean applauded in his heart. Serves them right, they let the evil doctor hide in the dark, they even set their sights on the sacred emperor. Thinking of this, the Grand Supreme Dean suddenly clapped his hands. Right, this time, the Great Yong sacred dynasty's golden dragon fate made a move. They definitely can't get away with it. I will immediately ask the sacred emperor to issue an imperial edict to demand an explanation from the Great Yong royal family. Not to mention anything else, how did the heavenly doctor use the true dragon fate of the Great Yong royal family? They must give an explanation. And that heavenly doctor, they must also hand him over. No need. The saint transcendence of the empire of Qin's sacred dynasty strode forward at this time. I have already asked the sacred emperor to issue an imperial edict. This time, the Great Yong sacred dynasty must give an explanation. The Great Chu sacred dynasty can also participate. Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. She didn't say that Feng Yuan was the heavenly doctor. She would let the Great Yong royal family make things difficult for him. At that time, Feng Yuan would naturally suffer, and didn't Feng Yuan like acting? She gave him this opportunity. The smile on Luo Qingtong's lips was clear. Wouldn't it be boring if the answer was revealed so quickly? Let the imperial family of the empire of Qin and the imperial family of Great Chu force the imperial family of Great Yong. Luo Qingtong was very happy to see Feng Yuan struggle. However, it was unlikely that he would be able to see the other party suffer. Luo Qingtong thought of the wisp of green smoke she saw in Feng Yuan's body. Things were really interesting, she liked challenging things. Good. If Great Chu is willing to join forces, that would be even better. The moment Luo Qingtong's words left her mouth, everyone immediately recalled Luo Qingtong's other identity, Great Chu's Princess Xingning. If the Great Chu was willing to join forces, then the pressure on Great Yong would be even greater. As for Blackfield, everyone ignored Yi Qianren, who was at the side. This kind of small matter didn't require Blackfield's help. Moreover, Luo Qingtong didn't intend to completely expose her identity as the evil Dr. Ghost Eye, so there was no need to use Blackfield's power. Luo Qingtong also thought so. Why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? Moreover, if she guessed correctly, Feng Yuan should have left Great Yong under the protection of that wisp of green smoke. If they couldn't deal with the main character, why would they need Blackfield's help? The group didn't stay in the Crown Prince's residence for too long and dispersed. Luo Qingtong still needed to consolidate her strength. After a tiring night, she was also tired. She lazily leaned on Yi Qianxian. Luo Qingtong yawned as she was put on the bed by Yi Qianxian. The man held her wrist and sent his aura into her body to check. "I'm fine." Luo Qingtong's eyes curved. She knew that Yi Qianxian was worried that she suddenly increased so much power, and that there would be problems with her cultivation. However, Luo Qingtong knew the source of the power, so she naturally knew that there was nothing wrong. Feng Yuan did those things to Imo Qinshuan's body in order to prepare for her to improve her own strength. Luo Qingtong copied it exactly and then reversed it. She used Feng Yuan's method, so there was no problem. That was why Feng Yuan was so angry after she absorbed his power. Thinking of his livid expression at that time, Luo Qingtong couldn't help but chuckle. She helped Feng Yuan to get back some of the debt he owed the original owner of the body. As for the rest, when she met Feng Yuan in the future, she would slowly get it back little by little. Embarrassed, humiliated, and unbearable, Feng Yuan would soon know that this was just the beginning. Luo Qingtong spent 3 days to consolidate the strength in her body. Yi Qianxian checked her body and found that there were no hidden dangers or hidden problems in her body, so he was relieved. In the following time, Luo Qingtong finally had time to interrogate the outer core disciples of Celestial Palace. In the dark prison cell. After the outer core disciples of Celestial Palace were caught by Bei Qing and others, they were locked in the dungeon of the Imperial Palace of the Empire of Qin. Up until the moment they were caught, they were still in a daze. They couldn't figure out how Luo Qingtong, who was chased out by Elder Xia, could appear in front of them unscathed. And why did the people of Blackfield suddenly intervene in the affairs of Celestial Palace? Could it be that they, a big sect in the hidden world, couldn't compare to a student of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin? Even if the other party was a princess of the Great Chu sacred dynasty, she couldn't compare to Celestial Palace. However, when they learned of Luo Qingtong's identity, they realized how much trouble they had caused. What shocked them even more was what Luo Qingtong asked them. "Tell me, how much do you know about the tomb of the saint? Why did Celestial Palace send you out this time?" Luo Qingtong hugged the little pig and leaned against the armchair. She looked indifferently at the terrified outer sect disciples of the Celestial Supreme Palace. Squatting on her shoulder was the little golden mouse that was dedicated to acting cute. At this moment, the little mouse was using its little paws and head to rub Luo Qingtong. There was no need to mention how adorable she looked. Looking at the little mouse's actions, the outer core disciples of Celestial Palace didn't know what to say. That was their sect's precious mouse, and it was so affectionate towards Luo Qingtong. What did she do to it, and how did she let it escape from Elder Xia's control? The group of people looked at Luo Qingtong with even more fear. They didn't know how many tricks she had up her sleeve, and now, Luo Qingtong spoke of the tomb of the saint. Looking at the map in the young girl's hand, the group of Celestial Palace's outer sect disciples trembled even more violently. This map had fallen into the hands of Luo Qingtong. It seemed that Elder Xia was really doomed, and Luo Qingtong had also cracked the secret of the map. They looked at each other. Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows. She looked at the outer court disciple from Celestial Palace and felt that he was quite smart. He didn't take the opportunity to negotiate with her, but directly said that he would be loyal to her. They were smart enough to know that they would die regardless of whether they spoke or not, so they chose the path that was most likely to lead to their deaths. Okay. Luo Qingtong nodded. Elder Xia had been executed, so it didn't matter whether she killed these outer court disciples from Celestial Palace or not. Since they were willing to swear allegiance to her, she would leave them alive and give them to Yan Nyang. They would be useful. After all, these outer court disciples from Celestial Palace weren't weak. Since they didn't want to die, Luo Qingtong didn't have to kill them. As for betrayal, since Luo Qingtong dared to accept them, she wasn't afraid that they would betray her, they wouldn't have the chance. Okay. Seeing that Luo Qingtong agreed, the group of Celestial Palace outer sect disciples heaved a sigh of relief. They immediately told her what they knew about the Saint Monarch's tomb. We're not particularly clear about these things. We only know that the sect sent us to the Saint Monarch's tomb because it is said that the secret of the land of the fallen immortals is hidden inside. As for what it is, we don't know. The group of people shook their heads. Land of the fallen immortals? Luo Qingtong's eyes narrowed. She had been suspicious before. With Celestial Palace's status and strength in the hidden world, why would they suddenly send a group of people to find the Saint Monarch's tomb? It had to be known that most of the powerhouses in True Spill continent had to look up to a Saint Realm powerhouse. But for the hidden world, it should be considered ordinary. After all, Elder Xia, an outer elder, was already a transcendent saint. Yes, land of the fallen immortals. The outer court disciples from Celestial Palace nodded. You people from True Spill continent may not know, but this happened in the hidden world. It is said that a long time ago, for some unknown reason, many experts from outside the realm suddenly came to the hidden world, and then a great battle broke out. That battlefield is the land of the fallen immortals. It's said that the land of the fallen immortals hides an extremely powerful treasure. Those experts from the other realms are fighting for it. However, no one knows if this is true or not. The sect has received news that the secret of the land of the deceased immortals is hidden in the sacred emperor tomb. That's why they sent us here. As for why he sent a few outer court disciples and an outer court elder, it was naturally to deceive others. After all, the secrets of the treasures in the land of the fallen immortals were extremely tempting. If news of this were to leak out, the entire hidden world would probably respond to it. Celestial Palace was not the strongest sect among them, so they might not be able to get anything. Naturally, they had to be careful and hide it. However, they did not expect that Elder Xia was greedy because of the gold-seeking hamster's reaction to Luo Qingtong. This news and the map were all given to Luo Qingtong. After listening to their words, Luo Qingtong had a thoughtful look on her face. After she made them all swear an oath, she sent them to Xianxia so that she could make the best use of them. Then Luo Qingtong began to prepare for her trip to the far west wilderness. After she obtained the map of the sacred emperor tomb, she had this plan. After absorbing Feng Luan's strength and reaching the peak of the martial emperor realm, she was even more determined to go. Staying in the empire of Qin's sacred institute was no longer useful for her strength improvement. She might be able to comprehend some breakthroughs by going to the far west wilderness. It was not yet time for that grand event, so Luo Qingtong still had time. Xianxia? Looking at the message in her hand, Luo Qingtong frowned slightly. It was written that she wanted to ask Luo Qingtong a favor in her personal capacity. She wanted to invite Luo Qingtong to come to the Black Field of the Empire of Qin. Luo Qingtong frowned slightly. She thought of the outer disciples of Celestial Palace that she had sent to the Black Field of the Empire of Qin. Could it be related to this matter? Luo Qingtong always knew that Xianxia's identity was not ordinary. Ordinary women did not have Xianxia's charm and temperament, let alone her exquisite skills that seemed to come from a big family. But Luo Qingtong did not care about this. As long as the other party worked hard for her, it did not matter where they came from or whether they had any trouble. Since Xianxia woke up, she had been helping Luo Qingtong to properly manage the power in the Black Field. She had never let her worry about it. Even the matter of Suyu was the same. Based on this point alone, if she had any request, Luo Qingtong would not disappoint her as long as it was within her power. What's more, Chu Lingfeng, that blockhead, was loyal to her and even sold his life to her. Luo Qingtong came to the Black Field of the Empire of Qin. Xianxia was already waiting for her at the mansion. Master. Seeing Luo Qingtong, Xianxia bowed deeply and saluted to Luo Qingtong. Yes. Luo Qingtong looked at her and nodded. Between you and me, there is no need for such a big salute. Xianxia, if you have something to say, just say it. As long as I can do it, I will do it for you. Luo Qingtong made her promise. Yes. To be able to meet Master is the luckiest thing in Xianxia's and Sun's lives. Yan Yang looked at Luo Qingtong and bowed deeply again. She knew how important Luo Qingtong's promise to her was. This meant that as long as Luo Qingtong could do it, she would definitely support them, no matter what. Yan Yang's eyes were moist. When she was on the verge of death in the Blackfield city of Eastern Fence Country, she had never thought that she would be reborn one day. Not only that, but he could also live with more dignity. Now, in the entire main city of the Empire of Qin's Blackfield, who wouldn't respectfully call her shopkeeper Yen when they saw her, no one dared to look down on her just because she was a woman and her cultivation was not high. It was because of the person standing behind her, evil Dr. Ghost Eye. Luo Qingtong gave her and her son a new life, helped her son to improve his strength, and gave her the hope to live on. Now, she was willing to support her. Yan Yang felt that even if she died for Luo Qingtong, she would not be able to repay her kindness. She bowed deeply to Luo Qingtong with tears in her eyes, then took a deep breath and said to Luo Qingtong, "Actually, it's not a big deal. This time I specially invited Master to come, just to ask Master. If this time we go to the far west wilderness and coincide with the appearance of the Saint King's tomb, at that time, if the far west wilderness is in turmoil, can you take care of family who in the wilderness city for me?" Yan Yang's eyes were deep, and she bowed again to Luo Qingtong. Family who? Luo Qingtong looked at Yan Yang. The wilderness city was the first city in the far west wilderness. This family who could live in it, so their strength must not be weak. Yes, family who. Yan Yang lowered her head, the tears in her eyes were faintly discernible. That's Yan Yang's family. The current head of the family, Hu Zhongtian, is my father. Looking at Luo Qingtong, Yan Yang took a deep breath and said, "Master, if you see family who in trouble, please help him. If not, just forget it. Don't mention my name, okay?" Luo Qingtong looked at her and nodded. Although she didn't know why Yan Yang, with such a high status, was reduced to a city in the Blackfield of Dongli country and almost died there. But this was her private matter. If she didn't say, Luo Qingtong wouldn't ask more. "I'll remember this," she said. "Thank you, Master." After saying goodbye to Yan Yang, Luo Qingtong returned to the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. The Grand Dean was very happy because of the improvement of Ma Chenye's strength. He knew that Luo Qingtong was a lucky girl. As soon as she came to the Saint Academy, his worries were solved. Not only that, those annoying guys from the Elders Association were also gone. How wonderful the world was. However, before he could be happy for long, he heard the news that Luo Qingtong told him. What? His face turned green as he roared angrily. "You want to leave the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin and go to the Western Wilderness?" Even the Grand Principal didn't know how to hide the emaciated look on his face. Damn, this girl was too much. How long had she been in the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin? She wanted to run away? Moreover, he had given her more than half a year's leave. Because of this, the whole Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin was almost turned upside down. Although it was suppressed by this girl in the end and the Elders Association were slapped in the face, it was still a violation of the rules of the Saint Academy. Once was enough, but a second time, this girl should leave him a way out. If other students also asked him to do this, what would he say? The Grand Dean's face was as green as a newly picked vegetable leaf. "But I don't want to." Luo Qingtong looked at him innocently. She spread out her hands and turned in a circle in front of the Grand Supreme Dean. "Look at my current strength. If I stay in the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin, I won't have any chance to improve in the short term. Logically speaking, I should go out and gain experience." Luo Qingtong blinked her eyes and looked at the Grand Supreme Dean. "If I go to the far west wilderness, I might be able to make some progress. I really don't stand a chance in the Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin. Wait, don't talk about those things in the Sky Hall's training ground. They're completely useless to me." These words were simply heart-wrenching. However, what was even more heart-wrenching was that the Grand Supreme Dean actually couldn't refute it. When Luo Qingtong fought with the members of the Dragon Regiment in the Sky Hall's training ground, he knew that the training there would be of no use to her. The great teacher of the Array Institute had been pestering him for a long time, saying that he wanted Luo Qingtong to be the lead disciple in their institute. None of the students in his institute could catch up to Luo Qingtong's level. The Grand Supreme Dean was pestered by him until he agreed to let Luo Qingtong go to his institute to be the honorary lead disciple of the Array Institute. As for those secret realms, they naturally couldn't be compared to the ones in the far west wilderness. Moreover, the Grand Supreme Dean knew that the group of people from the Celestial Palace was going to the far west wilderness. There must be something going on there. Luo Qingtong must have obtained something good from Elder Xia, so she must go to the far west wilderness. The Grand Supreme Dean thought about it and couldn't find any reason to oppose Luo Qingtong going to the far west wilderness. He was simply heartbroken. The dignified Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin was actually disliked to this extent. The highest dean looked at Luo Qingtong with resentment. Finally, he nodded and said, "All right, you can go. Even if you are going to experience the world in advance. However, you must be there on time for the grand event in 3 months." As the highest dean spoke to hear, his entire face turned solemn. He said in a low voice, "Don't blame this old man for being long-winded. Little baby girl, I know that you have revered deep protecting you, but in this world, there are thousands of good things, tens of thousands of good things, but none of them are as good as yourself. Your ability is extraordinary, far from what the average person can hope to achieve. I am not afraid to say some things that will anger you. If it weren't for revered deep protecting you, then with your alchemy, array formations, and strange branding methods, all the other influences would have already taken action and imprisoned you, turning you into their exclusive property. Even I am not exempt from this. After all, in this world, it is easy to find a strong powerhouse. But for someone like you, with your incredible ability and monstrous talent in all aspects, it is impossible to obtain. You are a giant treasure that has been moved away, a little baby girl who doesn't even know it. Everyone wants to take you for themselves. You must have known your own abilities before, thus you have always hidden your identity as evil Dr. Ghost Pupil. But hiding your identity will always be revealed one day. If revered deep is careless, and your strength is not strong enough, then what awaits you may be a calamity of complete annihilation. Little baby girl, this grand meeting is related to entering the hidden world. The environment there is greatly beneficial to you, and it is also the path you must take to leave the True Spill continent. You must not miss this opportunity. The highest dean carefully warned. It was clear that his words were truly concerned for Luo Qingtong. He was afraid that after Luo Qingtong went to the far western wilderness, she would accidentally miss this grand meeting. When he had brought Luo Qingtong to the Empire of Qin's Holy Academy, he had the idea of having her bring glory to the Empire of Qin's Holy Academy. But this was also beneficial to Luo Qingtong. Even if he missed this grand meeting, there was still another grand meeting for him to make a comeback. But if Luo Qingtong missed this event, it might be a great loss. After all, the increase in strength didn't wait for anyone, especially someone as talented as Luo Qingtong. If he missed it once, how much improvement would he miss out on? Unknowingly, he had wasted an opportunity. All right, Grand Principal, I understand. Luo Qingtong looked at him and nodded. With her sharp perception of people's hearts, she naturally knew that the Grand Principal's words were not selfish and were completely out of consideration for her. However, so the Grand Principal also had thoughts about me before? Luo Qingtong crossed her arms and looked at the Grand Principal with raised eyebrows. Ha, ha. The Grand Supreme Dean laughed dryly. That's human nature. But I'm just saying. I was warned by Ming Zun before I had the chance to do anything to you. Where would I get the chance? He muttered. He had gone to look for her as soon as he had heard of her reputation. But at that time, he was purely curious and wanted to sound her out. If she was good, he would have dug her out. Later, Luo Qingtong's reputation spread that she was an alchemist. He already knew that she was one of Ming Zun's people, so how could he have any ideas about her? Luo Qingtong looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile, causing him to feel a chill in his heart. When Luo Qingtong walked out of the office, the Grand President was on the verge of tears. This evil Dr. Brat still wanted to extort him for the Heavenly Evil Group before leaving the cultivation resources he had accumulated over the years. However, when he recalled that Luo Qingtong had promised him before she left that she would heal his internal injuries completely after she returned and her abilities increased, the Grand Supreme Dean felt comforted. Forget it, I'll just treat it as paying the consultation fee in advance. Even if he begged others, they wouldn't be able to cure him, only this evil doctor child had the ability to do so. Right. When you leave, remember to tell me when you go to the Soul Institute to test your innate talent. You brat, you've been here for so long, but you still haven't tested your talent. Although you definitely have it, you should at least test your innate talent. Looking at Luo Qingtong's departing figure, he raised his voice. Got it. Luo Qingtong waved her hand with her back facing him, then left. In the courtyard of the Heavenly Evil Group, Yuan Hu, Su Xiaoxiao, Ling Tianhan, and the others were all waiting for Luo Qingtong. Beside them were Ma Chenyi and Yu Qingwei. Boss. Seeing Luo Qingtong return, Yuan Hu and the others all gathered around her. Ma Chenyi and Yu Qingwei stood to the side and watched. Qingtong. Ma Chenyi looked at Luo Qingtong and nodded slightly. He didn't have time to thank Luo Qingtong that day before she was carried away by Yi Qianxian. Today, when he heard that Luo Qingtong was preparing to leave, he specially came to thank her and say goodbye. I'm going to enter the Imperial family's secret training grounds to cultivate and consolidate and improve the dragon qi in my body. After being silent for so many years, there are still many areas where the dragon qi in my body hasn't improved. He looked at Luo Qingtong and smiled. We'll meet again at the gathering in 3 months. I hope you'll surprise us like last time when you asked for leave. Haha. Luo Qingtong looked at him and laughed. Okay, you guys wait. Ma Chenyi looked at her deeply and then left with a smile. The young man's smile was gentle and elegant, and his gaze was calm and reserved. He was becoming more and more domineering and awe-inspiring. He memorized Luo Qingtong's face deeply in his heart. Then, he turned around and left with a smile, not leaving a trace of loneliness in front of others. Some people were destined to be divine phoenixes above the 9 heavens. Ordinary people could not obtain them. He did not wish to be able to obtain Luo Qingtong. He only wished to be able to walk side by side with her in this lifetime. He did not wish to be left behind by her. Then, he would not let down this life and this heart of his. Looking at the young crown prince's back, Yu Qingwei's eyes were filled with sadness. I didn't expect you to be the evil Dr. Ghost Eye. She looked at the gorgeous young woman across from her and chuckled softly. I didn't lose unjustly, a woman who could make the Blackfield's underworld revered fall in love with. No wonder that person would place her in his heart. Yu Qingwei looked at Luo Qingtong with a tearful smile. But even if I lost to you now, that doesn't mean I'll always lose. Luo Qingtong, I'll definitely work hard to catch up to you. I'll be waiting for you at the gathering in 3 months. She would definitely catch up to her and tell that person that she was not worse than the evil Dr. Ghost Eye. He could look at her one more time, even if it was just one more time. Alright. Luo Qingtong did not know that Yu Qingwei's words had a deeper meaning. She looked at the elegant young woman in front of her and gently nodded. Yu Qingwei was a rare opponent that she liked. The other party's heart was strong, and her temperament was calm. She did not give up or become jealous when facing setbacks, and only worked hard to improve herself. After Yu Qingwei and Ma Chenyi left, only Yuan Hu, Su Xiaoxiao, Sima Zhu, Ling Tianhan, Ling Yuer, Ling Tianchen, and Chu Wenhao were left. The other members of the Heavenly Demon Group were not here. Luo Qingtong's departure was not made public. Only those close to her knew about it. As for the others, if they found out, then they found out. If they didn't, then they didn't. It wasn't worth much attention. The reason why Luo Qingtong established the Heavenly Demon Group in the Empire of Qin was to fight against the Dragon Group, and also to protect Yuan Hu and the others from being bullied. Luo Qingtong never liked living under someone else's roof. In her opinion, there was nothing more reliable than her own power and influence. Even if Ma Chenyi helped her, she never thought of going to the Gue Yuan Group. Reality proved that she was right. If she had brought Yuan Hu and the others to the Gue Yuan Group, who knows how many people would have laughed at them. Even the members of the Gue Yuan clique looked down on them. Of course, in the end, Luo Qingtong slapped them all in the face. And now, the Heavenly Demon Group was the foundation for Yuan Hu and the others to settle down in the Heavenly Palace of the Empire of Qin. Luo Qingtong left them a large amount of cultivation resources. As long as Yuan Hu and the others weren't stupid, they would know how to make good use of it. Now that Mo Qianxian was dead, the Heavenly Palace's Dragon Group was disbanded. In the heavenly palace of the Empire of Qin, the Gui Yuan group, Qingwei group, and the heavenly demon group were the strongest. As long as Yuan Hu and the others made good use of the cultivation resources she left behind, even if she wasn't in the heavenly palace of the Empire of Qin, no one would be able to bully them. Boss, Yuan Hu and the others watched as Luo Qingtong took the cultivation resources she extorted from the Grandine. They wanted to say something but stopped. Luo Qingtong looked at them. What's wrong? Nothing. Yuan Hu and the others shook their heads and said nothing. Even Yuan Hu, who was always quick on his feet, was the same. They actually wanted to ask Luo Qingtong if she could take them there. Then, when they thought of their own abilities and where Luo Qingtong was going, they were all dumbfounded. The western wilderness was outside of the Empire of Qin. It was already out of the east. In the Great Qin Sacred Dynasty, the few of them were still small fries. Not to mention a place like the western wilderness. If he went with Luo Qingtong, he might only be a burden to the other party. They might as well stay in the Academy of the Empire of Qin Academy and improve their strength. Because it was. But it was. Only by increasing his strength would he be able to keep up with Boss's pace. Otherwise, they would be left behind by Luo Qingtong in the future. They thought of what Luo Qingtong had said to them before, "Don't be left behind by me. I won't wait for you." They didn't have any extravagant hopes or ideas. They would wait for Luo Qingtong in the Academy of the Empire of Qin. They would wait for her to come back and participate in that grand event. Then, they would enter that mysterious place with her. They absolutely didn't want to be left behind by Luo Qingtong. The separation at this moment was to make it easier for them to meet and follow each other in the future. Thinking of this, they all fell silent. Luo Qingtong nods and looks at them. Work hard. I prepared many kinds of fake soul seals for you. As long as you're willing to work hard, talent will never be an obstacle to your strength. But no matter how good your talent is, you still need enough strength to support it. Otherwise, you won't be able to display its power. So, work hard. I hope that when I come back, I'll be able to see your improvement. Don't let me down. Yes. Boss, don't worry. Yuan Hu and the others look at Luo Qingtong, then clench their teeth and leave one by one. Even Su Xiaoxiao, although looking at Luo Qingtong with tears in her eyes, reluctantly leaves in the end. She said that she wanted to be boss personal combat pharmacist, so she must not be left behind, she must not. After the group of people have all left, Luo Qingtong looks up at the sky not far away and asks in a deep voice, "Where's your master?" After that man checked her body to make sure there was no problem, he disappeared without a trace. Where did he go? Replying to the evil doctor, "Master, he." Feng Yu's figure appears in midair. He doesn't know why Luo Qingtong can accurately find their presence every time. If they didn't know that Luo Qingtong's strength is indeed weaker than theirs, they would have thought that the other party's strength is stronger than theirs. That's why she can see their figure and aura at a glance. Thinking back to when they were in the Blackfield sub-city, they sent people to monitor Luo Qingtong and thought that they weren't discovered, they were simply drunk. How long has the evil doctor been lying to them? Feng Yu's heart is stifled as he thinks about it. Just as he is about to answer Luo Qingtong's question, all of a sudden, a figure appeared behind the girl. This venerable is here. Xianxia's figure appears and takes Luo Qingtong's figure into his arms. Miss this venerable? Under the dark gold mask, the man's eyebrows raise slightly. Yes. I miss you. Luo Qingtong was not pretentious and admitted it directly. She was already used to having Xianxia by her side. She felt strange after not seeing him for a few days. Luo Qingtong also knew that she was wrong. If it was her previous life, such a habit could easily become a fatal danger, and she would be used and betrayed by others. But when it came to this man, she didn't feel any fear or danger at all. It was because the man by her side would never become a burden or a threat to her. Instead, he was her strongest backing. This man was simply too treacherous. He used this method to invade her heart step by step. However, Luo Qingtong had to admit that Xianxia's approach was just right. If he was too tough, she would sense danger and run away. If she was too weak, she would feel that this man was no challenge to her. Only Xianxia, who was both tough and gentle, accompanied and waited for her, could make her unknowingly fall for him. There's simply no way to resist this kind of waiting and warmth. Luo Qingtong depressingly buries her head into the man's arms and hugs his thin and strong waist tightly. Xianxia originally just asked casually. He didn't expect Luo Qingtong to actually admit it. That pair of deep and cold eyes instantly burst forth with a myriad of rays of light. That laughter was low and pleasant, mixed with indescribable joy. This sovereign also missed you, he said word by word. This woman was slowly opening her heart to him, revealing her softness to him. When he thought of this, Xianxia's heart was filled with indescribable joy. His voice was low and hoarse, making one's ears tingle. When Luo Qingtong heard this, she felt as if someone had electrocuted her. Strange, her ears trembled slightly, inexplicably feeling a little hot. She raised her hand to touch her earlobes, feeling that this feeling was very strange. When she heard this man speak before, why didn't she feel this way? Luo Qingtong was stunned. At this moment, Xianxia's voice sounded again. I've returned to the Black Field these few days. Qingtong, I'll be leaving in a few days to go to the Outer Realms. Luo Qingtong already knew about what happened over there, so Xianxia didn't deliberately hide it from her. He looked at the young girl in his arms, and the scene when he returned to the Black Field surfaced in his mind. Yes, the strength of your meridians has indeed recovered to 1/10 of their previous strength. That Qingtong girl indeed has the power to heal the drawbacks of your heavenly veins constitution. After Elder Yu checked the situation in Xianxia's body, he immediately came to this conclusion. He clicked his tongue in amazement. He did not expect that after thinking of so many methods, he was unable to alleviate Xianxia's situation at all. Luo Qingtong actually managed to repair close to 10% of his meridians. However, the strength of this power was slowly decreasing. It was very clear that Luo Qingtong's recovery was only temporary. The strength of Xianxia's meridians would still weaken as time passed. It's a pity that that girl's strength isn't strong enough. Otherwise, she could directly heal all the strength of your meridians and see if they would weaken again. Of course. If we can find the source of her energy, we might be able to completely cure your heavenly vein constitution. Before Elder Yu could finish, Xianxia's cold voice rang out, don't touch her. Xianxia's eyes were cold. The light within it was extremely cold. Got it. Elder Yu glanced at him unhappily. Sigh, it's a pity that you've taken a liking to that girl. Otherwise, I would have captured her and used some extreme methods to investigate the source of her energy. I wonder if that girl's blood and flesh would be of any use to your heavenly veins physique. Sigh sigh sigh. Facing Xianxia's sudden attack, Elder Yu hurriedly flipped over and dodged to the side. F***ck, you little brat, you're going to attack just because you want to? I was just saying it casually. If you don't let me touch her, who would dare to touch her? I didn't eat too much. Anyway, the illness is yours. But... Elder Yu looked at Xianxia and laughed. I couldn't tell that you're actually a rare affectionate person. You're so protective of that girl. I really don't know how those people who know you would be taken aback if this matter were to spread to Tiandu, especially those people who threw themselves at you. I don't know how they're going to cry in hell. The man that they tried every means to obtain, who disdained them, had a soft spot for a little girl that they couldn't handle, who knew how many people would be angered to death if this were to spread. How could they understand Luo Qingtong's goodness? Everyone thought that he was protecting Luo Qingtong, otherwise, who knew what state she would fall to? But they didn't know that the girl's ability was extraordinary. She was willing to give him a chance to protect her, so he could get what he wanted. Otherwise, the other party would have run away in minutes without a trace. The world was so big, and only such a woman he didn't dare to say he could catch. These people didn't know Luo Qingtong's goodness at all. They didn't know what kind of potential and brilliance the girl had. She was willing to give him a chance to protect her, willing to believe him, so she exposed her secret in front of him. Elder Yu thought that he could slaughter her at will, but he didn't know who would be the one to be slaughtered when they really faced each other. Xianxia was too lazy to explain to them. When that woman grew up and walked side by side with him, these people would know how wrong they were. He picked up a rare pearl, and when it was covered in dust, he carefully wiped it, brushed away the dust, and sheltered it from the wind and rain. In the end, it bloomed with dazzling brilliance, but it was not because of his hard work and care. It was because of its original brilliance. Luo Qingtong was that bright pearl to him. He waited for the day when her brilliance bloomed and shocked the world. No one, no matter what, could hurt this pearl in his palm. Xianxia was willing to wait for Luo Qingtong to grow up and cure the drawbacks in his body. If there was no one to walk with him in the 3,000 great daos, even if he could live for a long time, what was the point? But since you don't want to touch that girl, then we can only think of other ways. Before, we found a lot of ways to prolong your life. You were so proud and arrogant that you didn't want to try if you couldn't completely cure the drawbacks in your body. You'd rather end your life at 28 years old. Now you can at least try, right? Otherwise, you might not be able to hold on until that girl grows up. After all, your strength is really too abnormal. Elder Yuelao thought so, muttering in his heart. They didn't know what this brat he was thinking. In the past, they had found many ways to extend his life beyond the age of 28. But this kid couldn't find a way to heal his meridians, so he wasn't willing to try. Now he was finally willing, right? Of course. Xianxia's voice was cold. He had said that he would wait for Luo Qingtong to cure him, so he would definitely wait. In the past, he felt that there was no meaning in living like this. Instead of dragging a body that could die at any time, it was better to let nature take its course. But now that he had Luo Qingtong, even if it was to protect her in the future, he would never allow himself to die like this. He was willing to work hard to live for her. Xianxia looked deeply at the girl in his arms and said in a low voice, I may be away for a long time. At that time, try not to find me through the 10 directions dragon ring and the 9 nether phoenix ring. The place he was going to was too dangerous, and it was difficult for him to take care of her spiritual body. Okay. Luo Qingtong was slightly stunned when she heard that Xianxia was going to leave. Then she nodded and said, I'll wait for you to come back. Luo Qingtong didn't ask Xianxia what he was going to do in the outer realm. He always had his reasons for leaving. Everything else was useless, and what Luo Qingtong hated the most was useless work. If she wanted this man, she had to have the strength to match him. At that time, she would destroy the heavens if anyone dared to stop her from being together with him. Let's see who would dare to stop her. But right now, her strength was far from enough. Luo Qingtong didn't stay long in the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin. After dealing with all the matters at hand, she prepared to leave. Before leaving, she went to the Soul Institute with Xianxia to test her soul imprint talent. However, the results were out of everyone's expectations. How is this possible? The Grand Supreme Dean looked at the light emitted by the Soul Institute's testing stone in shock. Pure white, this is rank 0? Luo Qingtong's soul imprint talent was actually rank 0? Didn't that mean that her soul imprint was the trashiest type? There was almost no room for improvement? Instantly, everyone present was a little dumbfounded. Especially Su Xiaoxiao and the rest. In their eyes, Luo Qingtong was almost omnipotent. How could her soul imprint talent be so low? This was really out of everyone's expectations. One had to know that even Yuanhu's trashiest soul imprint was close to rank 10. Luo Qingtong's soul imprint was really too low. It meant that it was almost impossible for her to become a soul master. Even if she became a soul master, there was no room for improvement. This was really out of everyone's expectations. It's fine. The Grand Supreme Dean laughed dryly and said, it's fine even if she can't become a soul master. Being a martial artist is also pretty good. But everyone knew that a martial artist's strength could never be compared to a soul master's. The further one progressed, the more obvious this difference in strength became. When a soul master attacked, he could rely on his own soul imprint's attribute to display different effects of attack and defense. It had a huge boost to his strength. This was something that martial artists couldn't compare to. In the early stages, a martial artist could still contend with a soul master. However, once a soul master's soul seal was completely awakened and they entered the martial emperor realm, they would be able to communicate with the power of heaven and earth. Luo Qingtong's talent as a soul master was so low that it would inevitably affect her strength and combat strength in the future. Unknowingly, they would fall behind soul masters of the same rank. How could this be? Su Xiaoxiao and the others were anxious. Although they comforted themselves that with the false soul seal, Luo Qingtong's future strength would not be affected too much. However, the drawing of the fake soul seal was also based on the improvement of Luo Qingtong's strength. If Luo Qingtong's strength was not good enough, in the future, it would be impossible for the drawing of the fake soul seal to surpass her level. Thinking of this, everyone suddenly felt very sad. Such a powerful boss, how could her soul seal talent be so low? He didn't know if her heart would be able to take it. After all, Boss had always been a top genius, a monstrous genius. Now that her soul seal talent was suddenly so low, he didn't know if her mood would be affected. In reality, Luo Qingtong wasn't affected at all. She looked at the testing stone in the middle of the Soul Institute's testing hall with a bit of astonishment. Was it her misperception? She clearly felt that after she poured her spiritual power into it, the light inside soared. What was going on? Luo Qingtong blinked her eyes. Her ocular sorcery ability was definitely not trash. In her previous life, she was the supreme ocular sorcerer of the 24th century. After coming to this strange world, her ocular sorcery ability had never disappointed her. So, was there a problem with the testing stone? It could not test the talent level of her ocular sorcery ability. If that was the case, then it could explain why the light she felt soar in the beginning, but when it finally exploded in front of everyone, it was a pure white level. Luo Qingtong found it funny when she thought of this. She did not think that she would be trash like this. But this was good too. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind and rain. Luo Qingtong liked to see those who were arrogant in front of her, but in the end, they were ruthlessly slapped in the face. She did not care much about the results of this test. At this moment, Xianxia held her hands. It's okay, my talent level is also 0. As he spoke, he suddenly took a step forward, raised his hand, and pressed on the testing stone. After a short moment of silence, the testing stone suddenly emitted a white light with a boom. It was just as Xianxia said, his talent level was also 0. The Grand Supreme Dean and the others were almost stunned when they saw this. Holy shit, F***ck, this is definitely a fantasy. How powerful was Ming Zun? His soul seal talent was actually 0? Everyone was dumbfounded. Only Beiqing and Fengyu remained calm from the start to the end. Master had the heavenly pulse body. No matter what kind of talent he had, he was an existence that was off the charts. Okay, this testing stone could only test a normal talent. How could it estimate the level of a talent like Master's? It must be the same for the demonic physician. That was why it showed a pure white level of 0 talent. After all, they had all followed Xianxia for a long time, and they all knew how powerful the other party was. This? Looking at the white light that Xianxia had produced, the Grand Supreme Dean suddenly took a step forward and tested his soul seal talent. After confirming that the testing stone was normal, he looked at Luo Qingtong and Xianxia in disbelief. Mother ****. These two people were simply two weirdos. He had prepared a long string of comforting words for Luo Qingtong, but they were all useless now. Even someone as powerful as Underworld Venerable had 0 soul imprint talent. Who could guarantee that Luo Qingtong wasn't as abnormal as Ming Zun? The group of people instantly felt gratified. Even Su Xiaoxiao and the others were the same. Looking at their expressions, Luo Qingtong's lips curled up slightly as she looked at the man beside her. Was this man trying to comfort her? Luo Qingtong's eyes curved as she held Xianxia's hand tightly. The man's large palm was so thick that it almost covered her entire hand. Just like every time he stood in front of her, Luo Qingtong felt an indescribable warmth in her heart. What to do? She was more and more reluctant to part with this man. She was also more and more reluctant to let go of this man. Xianxia, you forced your way into my heart step by step. Do you know what the result will be? You will be entangled with me until death, and you will never be able to withdraw. Luo Qingtong's temperament was evil and unrestrained. Once she decided to open her heart to someone, that person would never have any room to retreat. If he loved her, he would live. If he didn't, he would die. There was nothing in her world except black and white. Xianxia left right after Luo Qingtong finished testing her soul imprint. Beiqing and Fengyu also left with him. Luo Qingtong stood there watching their departing figures. When she turned around, her eyes were incomparably sharp. Let's go. She must improve her strength as soon as possible. so that she can better stand by that man's side. Luo Qingtong's figure swept towards the direction of the far west wilderness. She had just walked forward for a short distance, and before she could release her spirit ship, a figure appeared in front of her in an instant, causing her to raise her eyebrows slightly. Huh. Elder sister, this really has nothing to do with me. In front, Xianxia's small face was bitter as he came out from behind a tree. Beside her, there was a very evildoer Huang in purple clothes. The mole at the corner of the man's eye looked like it was dripping blood. Paired with that feminine and handsome face, it was very enchanting and strange. But his temperament didn't make people think that he was a woman. At this moment, he was standing beside Xianxia. He chuckled and nodded towards Luo Qingtong, saying, Huang. Miss Qingtong, or should I say evil Dr. Ghost Eye, I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time no see. Huang's words were very contradictory. But Luo Qingtong understood his meaning at once. Looking forward to meeting you for a long time was because of evil Dr. Ghost Eye's reputation. Not seeing him for a long time was because she saved him last time. Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows and looked at him. At the side, Xianxia's small face was wrinkled. Elder sister, this matter really has nothing to do with me. I swear I didn't inform him, he came to find us himself. He even used Dudu to threaten me, bad brother. Xianxia pouted his mouth at the side, looking very unhappy. She originally didn't want to bring Huang to find Luo Qingtong. Originally, when Luo Qingtong left, she was going to secretly get rid of him and leave with Luo Qingtong, heading towards the far west wilderness. Who would have thought that he would see the clues from his actions and threaten her with Dudu? Following Xianxia's words, Luo Qingtong's gaze fell on Huang's bosom. There was indeed a small white ball in the latter's purple robes that was rising and falling. What did you say? Don't slander me for no reason. Huang unhappily looked at his unreliable younger sister. That fat cat of yours followed me of its own accord. As he spoke, he shook out the fur ball in his arms. The chubby white cat was holding 2 small dried fish in its mouth. When it saw Xianxia at the side, it fiercely used its small claws to pull and put away the 2 small dried fish. He had an appearance of being afraid that Xianxia would confiscate it. Beep. Beep, Xianxia's voice almost broke through the horizon. This greedy cat, 2 dried fish were enough to buy it over. Was it worthy of him? Luo Qingtong looked at this pair of brother and sister who were getting along with each other very strangely. The corner of her mouth slightly pulled, then she carried the little pig and prepared to leave. On her shoulder, the little golden mouse also curiously tilted its head and looked at Xianxia and Huang. Its eyes were somewhat restless. It really wanted to jump on their bodies and grab something, but in the end, it gave up. It's better to hold on to its big treasure. A big treasure is better than any other treasure. The little golden mouse used its small claws to tightly grab a strand of Luo Qingtong's hair. Wait a minute. He raised his hand to stop Luo Qingtong, but the girl quickly dodged. Then, she raised her hand, and a wind and lightning sword instantly swept out. The sword tip stopped in front of Huang's body. Keizhong point. A bloody light flashed in Luo Qingtong's eyes. When it flashed, she spat out these 3 words coldly. Instantly, Huang's face slightly changed. What Luo Qingtong said was the flaw in his current posture. The girl pulled him out from the brink of death and cured his heart disease. Huang didn't think that what she said was just a coincidence. Clearly, the girl in front of him was only a martial emperor, but Huang had a feeling that even if he tried his best, he might not be able to make her stay. He finally knew the rumor that the Blackfields Ming Zun, in order to find the whereabouts of the evil Dr. Ghost Eye, spent a lot of effort, and almost couldn't get it. Thinking about how when she was a martial emperor, she used the heavenly lightning to kill a martial sage in front of him, the corner of Huang's mouth twitched, and he took a step back. I don't have any evil intentions. His face was helpless. I heard that you want to go to the far west wilderness? Is it for the Saint King's tomb? He raised his hand and gently touched the tear mole at the corner of his eye. Coincidentally, I also have a map of the Saint King's tomb. Let's go together. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes and looked at him. Xianxia at the side quickly raised his hand and said, Sister, he indeed has a map of the Saint King's tomb. It is said that the Saint King's tomb maps will sense each other when they are close. If you bring us along, when we reach the far west wilderness, we can take care of each other. My brother can definitely be used as an evil-repelling weapon. If you meet someone looking for trouble, you can also let him go. Free labor and bodyguards, it's a waste not to take it. Sister. Anyway, even if you don't let him follow, he will still go to the far west wilderness. When Xianxia said this, Yu Huang's face instantly turned green. His demonic and evil sect master image. His domineering and evil overlord image of the 3 islands and 7 lands. Fuck, this Xianxia was really born by his parents to trick him, right? However, after Luo Qingtong heard Xianxia's words, she nodded and agreed. In any case, the map of the sage monarch's tomb in her hand was only a fragment. Since the other party had the map of the sage monarch's tomb, they would definitely encounter each other in the future. Since that was the case, it was not impossible to travel together. Furthermore, Luo Qingtong's lips slightly raised, and said to Yu Huang, "Take out your map fragment." Alright. Thinking that Luo Qingtong wanted to confirm the authenticity of the map fragments, Yu Huang straightforwardly took out the map of Saint Monarch's tomb. Luo Qingtong took out her 2 maps of the Saint Monarch's tomb and compared them with Yu Huang's map. Soon, the 3 maps overlapped, immediately revealing many hidden mechanisms and corresponding room locations that had not been revealed in the previous maps. Luo Qingtong's eyes turned slightly, the blood in them surging. Soon, she activated her eye technique, and the overlapped map was imprinted in her eyes. Alright. She put away her 2 maps of the Saint Monarch's tomb. Her eyes slightly narrowed, and the map diagram in her eyes deepened. It was a pity that the energy contained in these maps was too great. After Luo Qingtong entered the martial emperor realm, she opened another powerful eye technique, restoration. Previously, when she was treating Yi Qianxian's meridians, she used it to restore his meridians to their peak condition. Unfortunately, she did not succeed in the end. Relying on this skill, Luo Qingtong was a rare antique master in the 24th century. She restored a lot of antiques. At the same time, her forgery skills were unparalleled. However, Luo Qingtong disdained to do this kind of thing. Anyway, it was not difficult for her to get real antiques. Why would she want to forge them? Because of this, Luo Qingtong and several international underworld organizations had quarreled several times. The other party wanted Luo Qingtong's ability very much, but in the end, they failed to catch her and were attacked instead. Luo Qingtong destroyed their nest and sent them to hell to forge the antiques. After memorizing the 3 overlapped maps, Luo Qingtong agreed to go with Yu Huang. As long as the other party did not play any tricks, she naturally would not do anything. But if the other party had some ideas, such as using the map to threaten and coerce her, then Luo Qingtong would definitely not hesitate to kick the other party away. Anyway, she had already memorized the overlapped maps of the other party and her own 2 maps. For Luo Qingtong, she would never give anyone the opportunity to threaten her. She only likes to strangle the threat in the cradle. Yu Huang joined Luo Qingtong's team just like that. Yu Xianxia looked at Luo Qingtong's agreement, his heart suddenly felt relieved. Mother. My unreliable big brother almost ruined my chance to follow my sister, otherwise, I would not help him to plead. It was because he was afraid that after Luo Qingtong drove him away, she would also drive him away. However, Yu Xianxia just wanted to stick to Luo Qingtong. The other party's ability was so strong, and he was also domineering. How good would it be to follow him? She didn't want to be with her annoying brother. Moreover, if she didn't stay by her sister's side, Yu Huang, that scoundrel, would capture her back. She didn't want that. As for Yu Huang, although he looked at Yu Xianxia, his face turned green. But in view of the fact that she could speak up for him in front of Luo Qingtong, he didn't force her to leave. Otherwise, he would have sent someone to bring her back to the imperial sect after joining Luo Qingtong's team. Other than setting him up, what else could this sister of his do? Yu Huang looked at Yu Xianxia with a headache. After the addition of this strange pair of siblings, Luo Qingtong's team became 3 people, 1 mouse, 1 pig, and 1 cat. Luo Qingtong's lips twitched inexplicably as she looked at the string of pets. Squeak squeak. After the white cat joined the team, the little golden mouse ran into Luo Qingtong's lapel, leaving only a small round and furry head, looking at the white cat. The latter coldly snorted, glanced at it and ignored it, only focusing on eating her own dried fish. Meow. How could a mouse taste better than dried fish? This mouse was afraid that it would eat it. This was simply a joke. Looking at the white cat who was eating the dried fish, the little golden mouse's heart was very doubtful. As a mouse, it had never been despised by a human, no, a cat like this. It was simply tearing up. The group of people and pets embarked on the journey to the far west wilderness. When he left, Yu Huang deliberately released his magnificent spirit boat airship. After Luo Qingtong saw the style of his spirit ship, she decisively turned around and boarded her own spirit ship. Yu Huang was left behind looking at his specially made-up spirit boat flying ship with a gloomy face. "Isn't the spirit ship beautiful?" He looked at Yu Xingqi beside him. The latter's lips twitched. "Beautiful. Too beautiful. Brother, you can sit by yourself. I'm going to sister." That red and green color, that wantonly fluttering in the wind, that rose petals flying all over the sky. That's right, there was also that fragrance that drifted thousands of miles away. Especially that spirit ship was specially designed to look like a luxurious carriage. It was simply showy to the extreme. Yu Xingqi felt that don't even mention Luo Qingtong, even she felt ashamed to sit on it, okay? She rolled her eyes at her brother, then turned around and chased after Luo Qingtong. "Sister! Sister, wait for me." After Yu Huang finished listening to her words, he looked at the beautiful and flirtatious flying boat and his face turned green. "Luo Li. You're dead if you go back." He gritted his teeth and said. Damn it, he asked him to inquire about evil Dr. Gui Tong's preferences. He told him that the other party would definitely like this kind of gorgeous style. The more flirtatious and gorgeous, the better, and the result? If the other party was here, Yu Huang would choke him to death, and somewhere unknown, a certain person who was being nagged by his own sect master sneezed several times. Achoo achoo. Strange, the weather isn't cold, why did he suddenly sneeze so many times? Luo Li's face was strange. But very quickly, he became happy again. Sect master went to see evil Dr. Gui Tong today. The plan he proposed would definitely win the favor of the evil doctor. This was the information he got from Ming Zun's protector. It was absolutely reliable. At that time, he didn't know how the sect master would reward him. Thinking of this, he felt happy. On the way to the outer realm with Yi Qianxian, Beiqing whispered to Feng Yu, "Last time, that person from Imperial sect was eavesdropping. Why didn't you seize the chance to catch him, and deliberately said some nonsense? You even deliberately twisted the preferences of the evil doctor? That person is a trusted aide of the Imperial sect master. Both sides are not prepared to go to war. Even if we capture him, won't we still have to throw him out and let him go? I told him that on purpose. If he told you Huang, that would be fun." Feng Yu chuckled as he spoke. He said it according to the taste of the most gaudy dancer. At that time, if Yu Huang really found the demonic doctor, he would be in big trouble. He looked so devilish and evil, and his hobbies were so gaudy and strange. The evil doctor might take him for a sissy. Thinking of this, Feng Yu suddenly burst into laughter. In front of the two of them, Yi Qianren, who had completely heard their whispers, curled her lips slightly. Well done, he had forgotten about Yu Huang. That troublesome person. Yi Qianxian's eyes darkened when he realized that the other party had actually dared to covet his treasures. Let's speed up and return as soon as we get what we need. He suddenly felt uneasy about leaving Luo Qingtong alone in the True Spill continent. As Yi Qianxian and the others were rushing to the outer realm, Luo Qingtong, Yu Xingqi, and Yu Huang also arrived at the Western Wilderness half a month later. Western Wilderness, Windflower City. In a restaurant at the city gate, Luo Qingtong and the others appeared in the lobby. Why did I dress up like this? His hair was adorned with pearls, his hair was swaying, his face was like Shizi, his lips were red, and his eyebrows were extremely enchanting. Even if his face was full of resentment, he still looked like a sick Shizi, so beautiful that it made people intoxicated. What's more, Yu Huang's face was extremely enchanting, and when he dressed up as a woman, his lethality was even greater. In an instant, since the three people entered the restaurant, those pig eyes and drooling eyes staring at Yu Huang never stopped. Instead, as the three people entered, they became more and more passionate, and more explicit. Of course it's because you attract too much attention. Hugging the little white cat, the little loli who was bouncing beside Luo Qingtong said. Yu Xingqi poked Yu Huang's heart without hesitation. You don't know how many people you have provoked since we entered the territory of the far west wilderness and got off the flying ship. It seriously delayed our journey. Yu Huang gritted his teeth and looked at his little sister who was cheating her brother. Then I'm not attracting any more attention? He said and waved his hand. In an instant, the beauty's sleeves fluttered, and a violent force blasted out from it. Instantly, a drooling pig-faced wretched man who wanted to come up and hit on her flew out. In an instant, the restaurant became silent. Everyone looked at this beauty who was obviously not to be trifled with, and in an instant, they all shrunk their heads and withdrew their gazes. Yu Xingqi followed beside Luo Qingtong who was dressed up as a man. He made a face at Yu Huang, and continued to provoke him without fear of death. That's because before you changed your clothes, not only men, you even provoked women, okay? Those love-struck fools are simply unreasonable, they can't be beaten away. If you don't dress up as a woman, who will? On the way here, there are fewer people looking for trouble, don't you know? She said and rolled her eyes at Yu Huang. The little white cat in her arms looked at her master's action, and also rolled her eyes at Yu Huang. Looking at this master and pet who were asking for a beating. The veins on Yu Huang's forehead bulged. He felt that he was able to endure until now and not choke Yu Xingqi to death. He really broke through his limit. She was definitely a sister that he had picked up from the streets. Just when the blue veins on Yu Huang's forehead were about to explode, Yu Xingqi's eyes turned, approaching Luo Qingtong, and asked, "Sister, what are we doing here? Shouldn't we go to the first city in the center of the far west wilderness, the Savage City?" The Saint King's tomb was not far from the Wild City. The Savage City was the most prosperous and bustling place in the far west wasteland. It was the most developed area in the far west wilderness. Most of the families and forces that had come to the far west desolate region were gathered there. That place was known as the #1 city in the far west wilderness. Yu Xingqi and Yu Huang originally thought that Luo Qingtong would directly go to the Wild City, but they didn't expect that after she entered the far west desolate region, she would turn around and come here. I need to stay here for a while. Luo Qingtong was dressed in black, dressed as an inconspicuous man. The aura and demonic aura around her body were covered by the Xianxia 100 transformations on her body. At this moment, Luo Qingtong didn't look any different from the other pioneers who came to the far west wilderness. Only Yu Xingqi and Yu Huang, who were beside her, looked like two young ladies from some big family who ran out to play. Luo Qingtong's gaze swept over his charming and enchanting female attire. In an instant, the corner of her mouth twitched fiercely and she raised her hand to support her forehead. It was obvious that Yu Huang himself did not have a trace of seductive manner. His actions and sitting posture were very proper. But he couldn't resist the other party's face, which was simply too monstrous. Just a casual raise of her eyebrows or a glance was enough to give off a seductive feeling. This kind of vixen déjà vu, that's amazing. Luo Qingtong looked at him, the corners of her mouth twitching. If she had known that this fellow was so attractive, she would never have agreed to go with him. The three of them sat down in a private room in the restaurant. Luo Qingtong sat by the window. Her slender fingers gently held the white wine cup and gently swayed it. She looked down at the busy street below. Fenghua City. Suyu and the others had sent a message saying that they were in this city. Fenghua City wasn't considered a high-level city among the developed cities in Savage City, but it wasn't low either. Without a certain level of strength, it was impossible to enter. The wilderness of the far west wilderness was extremely dangerous. This was the wasteland of the various large families and forces. It was different from the mountain barren areas in the eastern region. The demonic beasts here were even more ferocious. It was natural selection. And even more powerful, the mountain ranges in the eastern domain were all close to the cities. Powerful demonic beasts wouldn't live there. However, the depths of the far west wasteland was a paradise for powerful demonic beasts. The night of the far west desolate region was the hunting ground for demonic beasts. All kinds of violent demon beasts. Without the protection and defense of the city, ordinary martial artists would not be able to withstand the hunting of the demonic beasts. Luo Qingtong's eyes scanned the streets. She hadn't seen Suyu and the others in a long time. The same went for the Luo clan's Iron Army and the Heavenly Demon Group. He wondered how they were doing now. The news they sent back was good. However, in a place like the far western wastelands, one would have to endure a lot of pain and suffering in order to make a name for oneself. Luo Qingtong came this time to see them. At the same time, he could also increase their strength. If it was suitable, he would see if he could bring them along to the Saint Monarch's tomb to search for opportunities. Therefore, Luo Qingtong deliberately took a detour and didn't go directly to Wild City. Instead, she made a trip to Fenghua City first. Luo Qingtong, Yu Sihuang and Yu Xingqi ate together. Because of Yu Sihuang's violent actions, which directly sent people flying. Until the three of them finished their meal, they didn't encounter anyone who came to provoke them. However, after they left the restaurant, someone quietly followed them. The veins on Luo Qingtong's forehead throbbed, and he directly bought a gauze hat and placed it on Yu Sihuang's head. If you dare to take it down, then scram with them. Also, take care of them. Luo Qingtong gritted her teeth and looked at him. The latter's face turned green. I got it. In fact, Yu Sihuang himself couldn't take it anymore. As the future overlord of the southern region's 3 islands and 7 lands, the sect master of the imperial sect, he grew up surrounded by people. When had he ever been coveted like this? The way those people looked at him was simply too disgusting. Yu Sihuang's face turned green. He directly put on the gauze hat and clenched his fists, walking towards those people hiding in the dark. Luo Qingtong and Yu Xingqi continued to walk forward. A voice drifted into Luo Qingtong's ears from not far away. TSK, heavenly diabolism is in trouble this time. That's right. At the same time, another voice was heard. I heard that the Qing family has invited a very powerful big shot to teach the heavenly diabolism a lesson. He's playing with the heavenly diabolism in the dark color arena. That's right. The Qing family is determined to deal with the heavenly diabolism this time. They must have spent a lot of money to invite that big shot. But I don't know why they have such a deep hatred for the heavenly diabolism. I heard that the Qing family was involved in the extermination of the deputy leader of the heavenly diabolism, Su Yu's family. And Su Yu's master seems to have robbed something from the Qing family. In short, the hatred between the two sides is irreconcilable. However, what the Qing clan did this time is really too vicious. I heard that they found the remaining members of the Su Yu's family and released them. They are playing with the heavenly diabolism's Su Yu in the dark color arena like playing with a dog. At the corner of the street, a group of 3 people was talking as they turned the corner. However, just as they appeared at the corner of the street, a figure suddenly appeared beside them. Luo Qingtong raised her hand and hooked the person who was talking the most enthusiastically to her. What are you doing? The person who was talking enthusiastically wanted to resist the moment Luo Qingtong hooked him. However, before he could do anything, he instantly felt his limbs and bones losing strength. He could not exert any strength at all. In an instant, his expression turned to one of extreme horror. He was so frightened that his legs almost turned to jelly. Nothing, I just found what you said interesting, so I wanted to ask you where the dark color arena is. Luo Qingtong looked at his horrified eyes and patted his shoulder with a smile. However, the smile in her eyes was so cold that it did not enter her eyes at all. The Qing family, a big shot, Luo Qingtong chuckled. The smile on his lips became more and more evil. The other party really had no memory at all. After suffering such a huge loss last time, they still dared to cause trouble for Su Yu and the others twice in a row. Did he think that in the far west wilderness, the emperor was too far away, and he couldn't care less about Su Yu and the others? As Luo Qingtong thought about it, the smile on her lips became brighter and brighter. Ever since she entered the city, she hadn't received any warning from Su Yu. So, which big shot had blocked Su Yu's warning? He didn't want their news to spread and let her know. Interesting, she was going to meet them now. The smile in Luo Qingtong's eyes was cold. She raised her hand and patted the person who seemed to have stiffened all over. Bring me to the dark arena. I will reward you. Too lazy to ask him again, Luo Qingtong let him lead the way. That person was restrained by Luo Qingtong, so how could he dare to say a word? Moreover, although the other party's cultivation was not high, it was obvious that a casual pat could make him lose all his strength. He was not to be trifled with. He immediately led the way obediently. Together with his companions, he brought Luo Qingtong to the dark color arena. This is the place. Okay. Luo Qingtong nodded, then patted him on the shoulder and let him go. Reward. Before the man could react, he found that the power that had been drained from his body had returned. Not only that, but his body was also particularly light. It seemed that Luo Qingtong's pat just now had dispersed all the hidden dangers that had accumulated in his body for so many years. The man was aghast and looked at Luo Qingtong with unspeakable awe. However, when he raised his head again, Luo Qingtong's figure had disappeared. Even the figure of the little lowly dressed in a pink robe next to him had disappeared. While the man was still in a daze, Luo Qingtong and Xianxia had already swept into the strange bladed building. Dark color arena? It was a bit interesting. Luo Qingtong looked at the decoration in the building that was obviously different from the bloody arena in the black field, and her lips curved slightly. It was the first time that she had seen another arena other than the black field's bloody arena. She didn't know if there was any difference between the dark color arena and the bloody arena. If there wasn't, she was afraid that she would be very disappointed when Luo Qingtong's figure stepped into the dark color arena. Somewhere in the dark color arena, Suyu and the people of the Luo clan's Iron Army were confronting a group of people. That group of people was the Qing clan's force in the far west wilderness. The leader was an elder of the Qing clan. Looking at his strength, he was at the peak of the martial emperor realm. His aura was faintly integrated with the surrounding spiritual energy, as if he had touched the level of the martial emperor realm. At this moment, he was looking at Suyu and the others with a sneer, and said coldly, "How about it? Suyu? Isn't my suggestion fair? The remaining people of your Su clan are all here. As long as you manipulate them to win the life and death battle, I'll let one of them go. How about it?" The elder of the Qing clan looked at Suyu's expression with a strange smile. He wasn't afraid that the other party wouldn't agree. Their Qing clan had invited that big shot over. No matter how powerful those strange magic tools Suyu and the others possessed were, could they do anything to that big shot? That was an elder of a great sect in the southern mountain range. Moreover, he was a Saint Realm expert. If Suyu and the others wanted to die, they could just snatch him away. Let's see how they die then. The elder of the Qing family looked very cold, watching Suyu's expression as if he was waiting for a good show. He was waiting to play this little bastard to death, relying on the power of evil Dr. Ghost Eye. He actually dared to make a move against the Qing family. It was a pity that his entire family had been wiped out, and he was a bastard born as a slave. Evil Dr. Ghost Eye didn't even bother to pay attention to him. She wasn't even willing to avenge him. He even sent him to an extremely dangerous place like the Western Wasteland. When the people of the Qing clan first offended Luo Qingtong, they were terrified for a while. Later, when they found that Luo Qingtong didn't have any intention of avenging Suyu, they became bolder. They thought that Luo Qingtong disdained to stand up for a slave. The reason why she dealt with them before was that they had offended her by coming to snatch Suyu away. It was a slap to her face, so she acted. She didn't expect the Qing clan to be so ruthless. Their Su family's generals, who were supposed to be executed because of their defeat in the war, had all been secretly swapped out by them. They were hidden in the dark and tortured. Suyu's heart was glad and resentful at the same time. She was glad that she wasn't impulsive at that time and asked Master to exterminate the Qing clan. Otherwise, it would be impossible to know that these Su clan people were still alive. She was resentful because the Qing clan actually tortured the Su clan people like this. Suyu looked at the Su clan's generals who were led out of the arena. Each and every one of them didn't have an intact and miserable appearance. Her eyes were red. Her cousins, as well as her uncles from the direct line of descent, as well as the numerous clan generals who were loyal to the direct line of descent of the Su clan, Suyu's hands clenched tightly. "I promise you." She had no other choice. The elder of the southern mountain range invited by the Qing clan was watching all of this with cold eyes from the top of the private room upstairs. If she dared to snatch them. Not to mention the Su clan people, even the people of the Luo clan Iron Army behind her would not be spared. She couldn't bring the people of the Luo clan Iron Army into danger because of her own selfishness. Master gave the Luo clan people to her so that she could lead them to gain experience in the western wilderness and make a name for themselves. She didn't want to use them for her own personal gain and revenge, so Suyu fiercely bit her lips and agreed in a stern voice. "Haha. Good." The elder of the Qing clan laughed out loud when he saw that she had agreed to it. The so-called life and death battle was a special gambling game in the Western Wilderness arena. Because the people of the Western Wilderness went out to hunt every day and engaged in life and death battles, they accumulated a lot of negative emotions in their hearts. These negative emotions couldn't be completely vented by watching other people's gambling games. But if they were asked to fight by themselves, they cherished their bodies, so it was impossible for them to do so. Therefore, in the arena of the Far West Desolate region, a so-called literary battle was invented. That was, through a special artifact, the participants of the fighting game could use their spiritual power to control the movements of the contestants in the arena. Like a marionette, he manipulated the opponent to attack and defend. This method not only satisfied the sadistic mentality of the Far Western Desolate region's martial artists, but also allowed them to vent their negative emotions. It was very popular in the arena of the Far West Wilderness. And now, the elder of the Qing family was going to bet with Suyu in this kind of literary way. He wanted Suyu to personally control the generals of the Su family and watch the Su family's people die helplessly under his hands. The arena for the Wen battle was a very special room. Inside the room, the use of all power was restricted. Only the most primitive and pure physical strength could be used in the battle. The mental strength of the participants would enter the room through a special artifact, controlling their respective competitors to fight. Usually, the contestants for this kind of literary battle were all slaves. However, today, the people who stood in the middle of the fighting field were from both the Qing clan and the Su clan. Those generals of Su clan who were imprisoned and tortured by Qing clan were dragged out of the troop like dogs and pushed into that room. With the physique of the Su clan's people, even if Suyu was a Sage Realm expert, she wouldn't be able to defeat him. Third great uncle is really powerful to think of such a way to torture Suyu. When the time comes, he will personally control his own Su clan's people to die. Presumably, his heart will be in great pain. This can be considered as revenge for the evil Dr. Gui Tong killing one of our Qing clan's foreign elders and robbing us of our Earth-level spirit ship. The Qing clan's disciple thought so and suddenly felt even more proud. As for the Qing clan's elder, it was needless to say. Who let Suyu be under the control of evil Dr. Gui Tong? They couldn't deal with evil Dr. Gui Tong, so naturally, they could only vent their anger on him. It just so happened that he had enmity with their Qing clan, so it was just like killing two birds with one stone, the Qing clan's elder thought and suddenly sneered as he put on the special magic tool issued by the Dark Arena. When the magic tool was put on his finger, he suddenly felt that he seemed to have established a subtle connection with the Qing clan's disciple in the room. At the same time, in the room, the Qing clan's disciple clearly felt that his control over his body was taken away. However, because he knew this when he first came in, he didn't panic in his heart. Suyu's side was the same. After she injected her spiritual power into the magic tool, she immediately felt that she had established a connection with the Su clan's general. Jia, Suyu, are you ready? Ready, then let's begin. After the Qing clan's elder controlled the disciple's movements, he slightly moved his body. Then, with a boom, he launched an attack at the Su clan's general. Bang! Suyu controlled the body of the Su clan's general to dodge. However, after a long period of abuse and torture, the Su clan's general's physical quality was very weak. She barely controlled him to dodge to the side, but he was still swept by the attack of the Qing clan's disciple controlled by the Qing clan's elder. In an instant, the Su clan's general vomited blood and flew to the side, heavily smashing into the wall. Cousin. In the Wen duel room, all the pain from the attacks would be borne by the contestant. The person who was controlling it would not feel any harm. However, when he saw the Su clan's general being sent flying while vomiting blood, Suyu felt as if his heart was being ruthlessly torn apart. She was the youngest in the Su family, but because of her high innate talent, she was raised as a boy. She had been the pride of the Su clan's main branch for 18 years. These Su clan's generals had also protected her for 18 years. In the end, she couldn't do anything to help them, she couldn't even save them. Third brother. Looking at the Su family's high-ranking officer being ruthlessly thrown out, the Su family's troops under the control of the Qing family instantly burst into a commotion. The Su family's generals, who had been tortured until they were as thin as firewood, looked at the scene in the Wen duel room with red eyes. Their eyes were filled with hatred as they looked at the members of the Qing family. Trash of the Qing family! All of you will die a horrible death. Since you can't beat our Su clan, you resorted to underhanded means. In the future, when hell reincarnates, we will not let you off. You people of the Qing family, just you wait. That's right. Fight again. We soldiers can die in battle, but we can't kneel to live. Fight again. Following their voices, the Su family's general, who had been sent flying while vomiting blood, stood up shakily. His internal organs were almost displaced by the attack just now, and the blood he spat out was red with a tinge of black. He wiped the blood from his lips while supporting himself on the wall behind him to stand up. Again. Suyu, your cousin's dignity is in your hands. Don't let me die too cowardly. He spat out the blood in his mouth as he spoke. Humph. Shameless boasting. I'll fulfill your wishes and send you off one by one. The Qing family elder sneered and controlled the Qing family disciple on his side to launch an attack. Being able to let you die under Suyu's control is considered a worthy death. Haha. The Qing family elder laughed loudly and controlled the Qing family disciple to launch an extremely ferocious killing move. Cousin. Just when Suyu's eyes were red and she didn't dare to look, a voice suddenly resounded in her ears. 8 steps to the left, turn right, and roll. Swing your blade. Following this extremely familiar voice, Suyu subconsciously followed the meaning of the words. However, swing the blade, where did the blade come from? Everyone was attracted by the voice of these words. Their gazes shifted to the room where one duel was taking place. On the other hand, the elder of the Qing family who was controlling the disciples of the Qing family laughed wantonly. Haha. Where did this fool come from? That Su family general doesn't have a weapon in his hand. Idiot. The opponent was attacked from the beginning, so how could he have a chance to touch a weapon? Furthermore, even if he has a weapon in his hand, he can't dodge the attack controlled by me. However, before he could finish his words, he was instantly like a chicken that was choked by the neck. In an instant, all the mocking laughter came to an abrupt end. Under Suyu's control, the Su family's general took 8 steps to the left, then turned to the right, and then fiercely rolled. Coincidentally, it rolled to the side of the weapon rack. There was a saber right in front of him. This series of actions miraculously allowed him to avoid the attack of the Qing family disciple controlled by the Qing family elder. This caused the Su clan's general, who was clearly an arrow at the end of its flight, to be swept away by the aftermath of the attack, too. Not receive the slightest bit of attack or collision. Clang, as he rolled to the side of the weapon rack, he pulled out the long saber and suddenly swung it. Ah! Along with this miserable cry. Under the control of the elder of Qing clan, the disciple of Qing clan who had just released his killing move covered his arm as he screamed miserably and rolled on the ground. His right hand had been severed. In the Wen duel room, one could not use any power other than physical strength. Even if the true strength of the Qing clan's descendant was enough to instantly kill the extremely weak Su clan's general, however, under the situation where he couldn't use any cultivation power, his arm was forcibly severed. In the next second. At the same time, the Su family's general also fell heavily to the ground, panting heavily. He won, he actually won. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. They didn't know why the Su family's general was clearly going to die in the next second, but at the last moment, he suddenly turned the situation around. His last series of actions was simply like moving clouds and flowing water, perfect as a textbook. Every step he took was just right to avoid the attack of the Qing family's disciple and get the saber. Direct counterattack. This series of actions was simply the pinnacle of actual combat. The person who spoke must be very experienced in actual combat. Everyone thought so and immediately looked towards the door where the voice came from. There, Luo Qingtong was dressed in green, elegant and plain, looking very unremarkable. But her face was filled with an undisguised evil smile, which made the elegant and plain aura around her unconcealable, revealing an indescribable evil and domineering aura. Everyone looked at this obviously very ordinary-looking youth, but inexplicably couldn't move their eyes away. Luo Qingtong slowly walked in from outside the door. The smile on her lips was extremely evil and unrestrained. Life and death battle? Interesting. I'll play with you. As Luo Qingtong's figure walked in from outside, the Qing family's elder who had lost a Qing family's disciple looked at her with a cold expression. Who are you? What qualifications do you have to play with me? His voice was cold and stern. The other party ruined his good thing, simply deserved to die. She actually dared to say that she wanted to continue playing with him. The Qing family's elder's face was gloomy to the extreme. On the other side, after Suyu let the Luo family's Iron Army's people help her cousin up, she immediately looked over with a pleasantly surprised expression. Moss. She was about to speak, but Luo Qingtong raised her hand to stop her. Yi Jiao, Xianxia's nameless pawn. What? Qing family's elder doesn't dare to play with me? Luo Qingtong walked over to Suyu and the others. She sat down in front of a group of excited people. At the same time, she used her eyes to signal them to sit down. Suyu and the others couldn't suppress the excitement in their hearts. Seeing that Luo Qingtong didn't want to reveal her identity, they immediately suppressed the excitement in their hearts and forced themselves to sit down calmly. But in fact, their hearts were already crazily thinking, "Master is here, Master is here." This is really too great. The group of people were really sullen. Especially the Luo family's Iron Army's people. Seeing Suyu's people's heart, they couldn't bear it. Luo Qingtong's appearance. Everyone was surprised, but their hearts were also filled with joy and excitement. Master. Kill Qing family's peoples. They had previously abused the Su family so miserably. Master's master Su. You must help Suyu to vent her anger. The Luo family's Iron Army's people suppressed their voices and whispered to Luo Qingtong. The words of the Su family's general in the Wen duel room just now deeply moved them. The Luo family's Iron Army's people were almost all from the army, so they empathized with the Su family's people. Because of this, they especially hated the Qing family's people. Don't forget, the Luo family's old man was also wholeheartedly devoted to the country. In the end, he was almost killed by King Dongli's cunning rabbit and cooked dog. Yes. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes slightly. She had just arrived here, and she had already learned almost everything from the onlookers. The people of the Qing family were really looking for death. Luo Qingtong's eyes were cold. The bloody light in her eyes glowed, and there was a murderous aura in her beautiful eyes. Humph. I didn't know that there was such a person like you in the heavenly diabolism. Yi Jiao, the elder from the Qing family, looked coldly in Luo Qingtong's direction with an unfriendly gaze. There was no such person before the heavenly diabolism. You also said that there was no such person before. Luo Qingtong looked indifferent. She lazily leaned against the back of the chair she was sitting on. His eyes were shimmering with crimson mist as he looked at the elder of the Qing family. Can't you just join now? She smiled wantonly. So you people of the Qing family are in charge of everything, and you even care whether the heavenly diabolism recruits new members or not. She raised her eyebrows as she spoke. It was an ordinary face that had been disguised, but when the girl raised her eyebrows, it revealed a myriad of charm, enchanting and domineering. It was as if an originally ordinary robe suddenly emitted endless light, transforming into a rainbow-colored feather robe. Luo Qingtong didn't suppress her aura anymore. She leaned back in her chair, and her eyes were cold and domineering. She stared at the elder of the Qing family in front of her. She looked like she was saying, I just can't stand you, so I deliberately joined the heavenly diabolism to fight against you. Bite me if you dare. Looking at the young man's provocative eyes, the blue veins on the elder's forehead twitched. Good. 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 He sneered 3 times, and looked at Luo Qingtong with anger. Nowadays, any Tom, Dick, and Harry wants to stand up for others. Why don't you take a look at yourself first? That Qing family elder looked at Luo Qingtong's ordinary face with disdain. She looked like she was only 15 or 16 years old. Luo Qingtong used Xianxia's 100 changes to conceal her aura and temperament. She also weakened her appearance, but she didn't change her facial features. Therefore, the elder from the Qing clan was able to see through her real age at a glance. He immediately felt disdain in his heart. He was just a brat who was still wet behind the ears. He actually came to stand up for someone else. He had seen too many of such hotheads. That Qing family elder didn't put Luo Qingtong in his eyes at all. What he didn't know was that this ordinary youth that he looked down on was actually the evil Dr. Ghost Eye that they hated so much that they gnashed their teeth in anger but couldn't afford to offend. Not only that, his opponent was a peak martial emperor who could instantly kill him. His disdain and arrogance made him look like a clown, which made people laugh. Really? I wonder what a person who can't even compare to a Tom, Dick, or Harry. Luo Qingtong didn't get angry when she heard the words of that Qing family elder. She used her gaze to suppress the anger in Suyu and the others' hearts. She looked at that Qing family elder indifferently, and the smile on her lips was wanton and mocking. That elder from the Qing clan instantly recalled the match he had just lost to the other party. Not only did he not manage to deal with Suyu and the others, but he also lost a Qing family disciple. Fine. I'll play with you. The Qing family elder looked coldly at Luo Qingtong. However, Suyu, the winner of the Wen battle is still the two of us. It's not impossible if you want this kid to play for you. We'll raise the stakes. The Qing family elder sneered and said, the life and death battle is not supposed to injure the participants. But today, I want to change the way we play. Your Su family is going to fight against our Qing family. If the people on the stage are injured, the people participating in the Wen battle below the stage will also be injured. How about it? Do you dare to bet? The Qing family elder sneered as he looked at Luo Qingtong and Suyu beside her. He originally wanted to make this request, but he wanted to make Suyu sad and feel despair before making the request. He didn't expect this kid called Yijio to suddenly appear and win this round for Suyu. However, they wouldn't be so lucky in the next round. The Qing family elder's expression was cold, but Suyu and Luo Qingtong's expressions were indifferent. I agree. Suyu said without hesitation. She believed in her master. Good. The Qing family elder sneered and replied. However, at this moment, Luo Qingtong's voice sounded. Wait, the youth's voice sounded, and the Qing family elder sneered and looked at her. What? Are you afraid? Since you're afraid, then get lost. This isn't a place for children to play games. The Qing family elder said with disdain. His target wasn't Luo Qingtong, but the other party who deliberately came out to stir up trouble. After dealing with Suyu and the others, he would slowly deal with this kid. No, elder of Qing clan, you misunderstood me. Luo Qingtong said as she slowly got up from her seat and leaned forward. With her hands crossed in front of her body, she raised her head and looked at the elder of Qing clan with a sneer. What I'm trying to say is that it's just the two of you. What kind of bet is that? Luo Qingtong smiled and looked at the members of the Qing family. If you want to play, then play big. Look at how badly the people on the stage are injured. Everyone on the other side must be injured like that. How is it? She looked at him with a smile. Do you people from the Qing clan dare to bet with me? Luo Qingtong deliberately emphasized the word everyone. As long as that elder of the Qing clan agreed, not only the members of the Qing clan in the far west wilderness, but also the members of the Qing clan in the Rising Sun Nation would not be able to escape. Luo Qingtong didn't want to get involved in the matter between the Qing family and Suyu. After all, this was Suyu's personal grudge. She should take revenge with her own hands. However, the members of the Qing clan had obviously crossed her bottom line this time. Luo Qingtong didn't want to keep them alive anymore. She wouldn't let anyone from the Qing clan off. Fine. The elder of Qing clan sneered at Luo Qingtong. He didn't understand the meaning behind Luo Qingtong's words. However, even if he did, he didn't care. In his opinion, Luo Qingtong couldn't possibly win against him. Betting everyone as a bet would only make the members of Heavenly Diabolism die more miserably. He originally wanted to humiliate Suyu, and then kill all the people of Heavenly Diabolism here. This elder of Qing clan wasn't stupid enough to let Suyu and the others go back after humiliating them. He would let them tell Blackfield and Evil Dr. Ghost Eye and then take revenge on the Qing clan. Suyu, what do you say? He looked at Suyu sinisterly. The latter nodded without hesitation. Just do as he says. Whatever master says, they will do. Suyu believed that Luo Qingtong wouldn't lose. Even if Luo Qingtong really asked them to die, she wouldn't even blink. Not to mention the people from the Luo family's Iron Army behind her. They swore to follow Luo Qingtong's orders for life, never question. This was one of the essential qualities of a soldier. Good. Since none of you have any objections, then let's begin. The sneer in the eyes of Elder Tian from the Qing family became even colder. Suyu and the others were really grabbing onto a random person as a life-saving straw. Did they really think that this Xianxia could help them win these literary battles just because he had some ability? Idiot, since he dared to make such a request and let Suyu fight with him. Of course, he came prepared. He wanted to humiliate Suyu to death and let her see with her own eyes how the Su family members died one by one in her hands. He had been careless previously and allowed Xianxia to take advantage of him. The other party's combat experience was indeed extremely rich. It was really good to have such keen combat instincts at such a young age, but if Suyu and the others thought that they could win by relying on him, then they were gravely mistaken, because, opening Heaven's eyes. The Qing family elder looked in the direction of Luo Qingtong and the others and sneered as he raised his hand to wipe his eyes. In an instant, there seemed to be a ball of energy revolving in his eyes, forming the appearance of an eye within an eye. It was a new unique skill that the elder from the Qing clan had obtained. It could force one's energy into his eyes, allowing his eyes to see through the opponent's moves in a short period of time and predict what the opponent's next move would be. Ever since the Qing family elder obtained this unique skill, he had experimented with it several times in private. He found that this opening Heaven's eyes was indeed miraculous. The only drawback was that it consumed too much strength, and it could only see one movement of the opponent clearly. After the Qing clan elder made his move, the surrounding people instantly noticed the change in his eyes, and they immediately cried out in alarm. Look! That's the eye of a Qing clan elder. Looks like it's a very powerful unique martial art. The Qing clan sent the Heavenly Diabolism's people to participate in this one duel. Obviously, they are well prepared. I knew it. The Qing family has the upper hand, so why are they fighting with the Heavenly Diabolism? They even said that they will let one person go if they win one round. So he was just toying with them. Yes. It seemed like the Qing clan was determined to deal with Xianxia's people. It was estimated that none of these Su family members would survive. All of you will die on the literary battle stage. What are you talking about? Don't forget that the Heavenly Diabolism's people have promised the Qing family that they will be as injured as the people on the stage. I think they're finished. Yes. Sigh. It was also proposed by Xianxia who just came. Otherwise, Suyu would suffer at most. Great, the entire Heavenly Diabolism's people are going to be in big trouble. Yes. A group of people shook their heads and sighed. The Heavenly Diabolism's people are also unlucky. They originally wanted to win the Wen duel with Xianxia's strength. That's right. That Xianxia is too arrogant. Now, he and the Heavenly Diabolism are going to be in trouble. A group of people were talking at once. Many people looked at the Heavenly Diabolism sympathetically. Among these people, many were familiar with Suyu and the rest. They had even worked together before. They admired Suyu and the rest's character. But this time, the Qing family had invited the elder from the southern region to oversee the situation. No one dared to help them. When they saw that the Heavenly Diabolism was going to lose, they sighed and felt pity in their hearts. When those people of Qing family saw the elder's action, they immediately laughed complacently. They were all aware of the Qing clan's elder's hidden trump card. The other party had been hiding until now, just to give the Su family a critical blow at this moment. They looked at the direction of Luo Qingtong and the rest with a complacent expression, waiting to see the despair on Suyu and the rest's faces. However, Suyu and the rest's faces didn't change at all. They sat calmly beside Luo Qingtong and didn't have any doubts or uneasiness. They wouldn't regret their master's order even if they had to die. Moreover, how could these people understand their master's ability? Suyu and the rest's faces were as calm as a mountain. Luo Qingtong chuckled and looked at the elder's eyes meaningfully. Forcing the breath in one's body into one's eyes to form a new pupil within the pupil, which can temporarily see through the opponent's actions. Luo Qingtong's eyes curved slightly. Interesting. She murmured softly. Then she raised her voice and looked at the elder of the Qing family. Since you're ready, let's start. She originally thought that there was no suspense in this battle of words. She didn't expect the opponent to have such a trump card. This ignited a lot of interest in Luo Qingtong. She would fight with this opening Heaven's eye. As Luo Qingtong spoke, the blood-red vortex in her eyes suddenly began to spin. Bring him here. The Qing clan elder sneered and waved his hand. In the face of Luo Qingtong's calmness, he and the other members of the Qing clan took it as a bluff and forced themselves to remain calm. when the Su family's people died one by one in their hands. Let's see how those people from the heavenly evil faction would be able to maintain their calm. Humph, he wanted those people from the Su clan to be turned into human rods. At that time, the heavenly diabolism's people would also end up like this. As the elder of the Qing family waved his hand, a general of the Su family and a disciple of the Qing family appeared in Wendo's room. This time, the disciples sent by the Qing clan were all tall and sturdy, and it was obvious that they were experts in brute force. This disciple of the Qing clan might not be very strong, but in terms of physical strength, he was the strongest among the Qing clan's disciples. His figure was like an iron tower as he walked into Wendo's room. His footsteps made thumping sounds on the ground. Among the people from the Su family, the one who was led out was the thinnest one. Not only that, his age was also relatively old. His figure staggered a little as he walked out. "Uncle." Seeing the figure of the Su family's general, Su Yu's palm clenched tightly. The people from the Qing clan were too shameless. The heavenly diabolism was bound to lose. This was an unfair fight to begin with. Moreover, it was obvious that the elder from the Qing clan had cultivated a technique that could help him win the battle. The heavenly diabolism had no chance of winning at all. That young man called Yi Jiu, no matter how powerful his combat experience was or how sharp his combat instincts were, could he be compared to the Qing clan elder who had opened his heaven's eye? Sigh. The Su clan was bound to lose. Everyone sighed inexplicably in their hearts. Luo Qingtong had already received the special Dharma weapon from Su Yu that could participate in the battle. She was rather surprised to find that the refining of this Dharma weapon was not ordinary. It seemed that the background of the dark colors arena was not small. Luo Qingtong looked at this special Dharma weapon that was obviously not refined by an ordinary weapon refiner and put it on her finger. In an instant, she felt that the Su clan's general in the Wenduel room was already under her control. "Haha. Kid, since you're ready, then come." That Su clan elder laughed sharply and then fiercely controlled the Qing clan disciple who was as strong as an iron tower to launch an attack. Bang bang bang. The two of them fought in the battle room. Although it was the Su clan general and the Qing clan disciple who were fighting inside. But the real battle was between Luo Qingtong and the Qing clan elder's consciousness. Both of them controlled their own people and launched attacks on each other. For a moment, the entire battle room was filled with muffled sounds of fists. The two people who were being controlled were carrying out the most primitive battle. Under the control of the Qing family's elder, the sturdy Qing family's disciple kept launching attacks. And that Su clan general, under the control of Luo Qingtong, was only constantly defending. The surrounding people saw this and shook their heads constantly. The difference in physical quality of both sides is too great. Although this Yi Jiu is considered smart and knows how to defend and wait for the opportunity to attack, but that Qing clan disciple's attacks are too fierce and that Su clan general's body is too weak. How could a body that had been abused and hollowed out withstand so many attacks? Even if he only suffered a little damage at a time, the accumulation was enough to cause the Su family's general to suffer great damage. Who knew when his body would reach a critical point? Then, when the next attack came, he couldn't take it anymore. And he was sent flying. However, while all of them were thinking like this, they didn't know that the heart of that disciple from the Qing clan was filled with astonishment after every single attack. His fists seemed to land on the Su clan's general every time. But, in reality, he hadn't hit anything. Every time the Su family's general retreated to defend, it was actually when his attack range was exhausted. It looked like it had blocked his attack, but in fact, when his attack reached that point, it no longer had any attacking power. He didn't even touch or injure the other party. Terrifying. It was too terrifying. What kind of precise calculation and attack prediction was this? To be able to defend at such a precise point every time, the other party hadn't been attacked at all. Granduncle, you mustn't be fooled. This Qing clan disciple had no way of telling the Qing clan's elder what he felt when he attacked. It was just like how when they were attacked, the person controlling them would not be able to feel the damage at all. The disciple of the Qing clan was terrified to the extreme. But the Qing clan's elder was completely unaware. Boom. After another heavy punch, the Su clan's general seemed to be unable to bear it. He staggered back a step as if he was about to be blown away. Seeing this scene, the Qing clan's elder suddenly laughed out loud. Finally unable to bear it, right? Die. He was very proud in his heart. He thought that Yi Jiu was very powerful. in the end, he didn't even use open heaven's eyes. The opponent couldn't hold on. That's right, the Su clan's generals were so weak. This time, the one he chose was the weakest among them. Against the strongest disciple on their side, there was no suspense at all. The Qing family's elder laughed and controlled the Qing family's child to jump up high in an instant. The child rushed towards the Su family's high-ranking officer who was about to be sent flying. He directly punched towards the Su clan's general's left arm. He wanted to break his opponent's arms and legs one by one and turn him into a human stick before killing him. The Qing clan's elder had a sinister smile on his face. On the other hand, the face of the Qing clan's disciple under his control was twisted in extreme horror. This was because he clearly saw that the Su clan's general, who seemed to have been beaten back and was about to fly out, had a smile on his face. It was a relaxed, relieved, and comfortable smile. On Xianxia's side, Luo Qingtong's lips were also slightly hooked up. Boom! Her mind moved fiercely, and in an instant, the Su clan's general attacked. Just as the Qing clan disciple leaped high into the air and charged at him, the Qing clan disciple leaped high into the air. The opponent's center was wide open. Luo Qingtong controlled the Su clan's general and rushed towards the Qing clan disciple. Bang! She directly let the opponent kick her. As for the Qing family's elder, he noticed that something was amiss when the Su family's general moved. He hurriedly controlled the Qing family disciple to dodge. However, the latter was in midair and was a natural target. How could he dodge the attack of the Su family's general? Left with no other choice, the elder of the Qing clan had to activate his heaven's eye. In an instant, he saw through the landing point of the kick from the Su clan's general. He immediately forced the Qing clan's disciple to twist his body, avoiding the kick from the Su clan's general. However, before he could reveal a smug smile on his face, the next second. Bang! Just as he controlled the Qing family's disciple to turn around, Luo Qingtong seemed to have seen through his intentions. She directly changed the direction of her leg and blocked the Qing family's disciple's path. It was as if that kick had been waiting for him all along. Boom! Luo Qingtong's lips curled into a smile. In the next second, she controlled the foot of the Su clan's general to sweep fiercely. In an instant, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. A large part of his chest had caved in, his entire back was bent out of shape. Obviously, the kick that Luo Qingtong used on the Su family's general had broken all his ribs. Not only that, those broken ribs had pierced into his body. It didn't break out of his back because the body of the Su family's general was too weak. The strength that he could exert wasn't that strong, otherwise, this kick was enough to kick this Qing family's disciple to death. Luo Qingtong's lips curled up slightly. She controlled the Su family's general to walk in front of the Qing family's disciple who was screaming and rolling on the ground. With one kick, she crushed all his limbs. How could Luo Qingtong not know what the Qing family's elder wanted to do? He wanted to turn the Su family's people and Xianxia's people into sticks. She would help the Qing family's people. Luo Qingtong controlled the Su family's general's movements and slowly crushed the Qing family's disciple's limbs. If she didn't see wrongly, when he first entered this Wendual room, the Qing family's disciple's eyes were very excited and bloodthirsty, right? He must have spent a lot of energy and effort to snatch this opportunity from the Qing family's people, right? How could she let it go to waste? Luo Qingtong felt that it was necessary to let the other party stay in this Wendual room a little longer, so that the people outside could better appreciate the things that he wanted to do to the Su family's people, but in the end, it was retribution that fell on him. Luo Qingtong's lips curled up slightly. In the Wendual room, the Qing family's disciple screamed miserably. Luo Qingtong's lips curled up slightly as she looked at the Qing family's people who were already pale beyond compare. How is this possible? The Qing family's elder looked at Luo Qingtong in disbelief. He didn't know how the other party saw through his actions in the end. He had clearly used open heaven's eyes. Logically speaking, he should have avoided the opponent's attack. However, Luo Qingtong controlled the kick of the Su family's general. It was as if she was deliberately waiting for him when he controlled the Qing family's disciple to twist his body. What was going on? That Qing clan elder's eyes were filled with disbelief. He could not figure it out no matter how hard he tried. What they didn't know was that he had indeed seen through the kick of the Su clan's general and had successfully avoided it. However, Luo Qingtong also saw through his dodging action. He could rely on his open heaven's eye to see through Luo Qingtong's control over the Su family's general. However, Luo Qingtong was able to see through every action of the Qing family's disciple under his control. Luo Qingtong's pupil technique was simply a cheat-like existence in a situation where she couldn't use any power to protect her body and couldn't use any cultivation base, an invincible killing machine. The Qing clan elders' heaven's eye-opening couldn't compare at all. Come. Let's continue. Luo Qingtong controlled the Su family's general and kicked the Qing family's disciple who was crushed like mud out of the Wen-duel room. In the eyes of the Qing family, the young man's smile was a forced calmness and a bluff. But now, they realized that he simply didn't put them in his eyes at all. Who was this person? Where did he come from? How could he have such a terrifying combat ability and combat experience? Even the Qing family elder couldn't defeat him even after using Heaven's Eye. The Qing family elders looked at the smile on Luo Qingtong's face and shuddered in their hearts. All of a sudden, they had a feeling. That was, agreeing to this bet, maybe it wasn't the heavenly diabolism's tragedy and mistake, it was theirs. They were gravely mistaken. The group of people looked at Luo Qingtong with stiff faces and terrified hearts. The surrounding people were also shocked and regretful. Those people who just said that Luo Qingtong was bound to lose and that the heavenly diabolism people were unlucky were now staring at the scene in the room with wide eyes. Oh my god! The crowd didn't know how Luo Qingtong did it. He was obviously the weakest general of the Su family who had been abused and had no strength left. He actually won against the Qing family's tall and strong disciple. Looking at the Qing family's disciple who had been tortured until he didn't even look human anymore, the crowd fell into a deep silence and shock. They suspected that the elder of the Qing clan was too careless and didn't use his unique martial art, but looking at the shocked and horrified faces of the Qing family elders, their faces turned ashen. They were speechless for a moment. The Qing family elders weren't that stupid. They had been slapped in the face before and now they were slapped again. Therefore, the elder from the Qing clan had actually used the pupil of eyes in his eyes, but he was still defeated by his opponent in the end. This Shijiao, how strong was his combat acuity and intuition, combat experience, how rich was he? What kind of great power was this genius youth that came out to play? Even if he was a superpower in the 4 regions of the True Spill continent, he would definitely be a peerless genius who was carefully cultivated and cared for. While the crowd was shocked, Luo Qingtong had already brought the Su family's general out of the room. She asked the heavenly diabolism people to settle him down and then looked at the Qing family elder who had a pale face. Qing family elder, let's continue. She chuckled and tapped her index finger on the table in front of her. As long as your Qing family people can win this round, we will raise the stakes and consider it our loss. How about it? Luo Qingtong's words was a provocation and contempt. She was returning all the disdain and contempt that the Qing family had shown to the Xianxia people just now. How dare they attack her people? Today, she would show these people from the Qing family what despair was, what is. You. The veins on the Qing family's elder's forehead were bulging from Luo Qingtong's words. The people of the Qing clan behind him also wore terrified and embarrassed looks on their faces. Luo Qingtong said such words in an absolutely crushing manner. This was the biggest slap to the Qing family's face. Continue. The elder from the Qing clan gritted his teeth and said word by word. He clearly knew that Luo Qingtong's words were a humiliation, but he had no choice but to accept it, because if he accepted to continue, then they would still have a chance to turn the tables. If he didn't accept, then the bet would be their Qing clan's final resting place. He didn't believe that his open heaven's eye was useless against the other party. There were so many people in the Su clan. There were so many rounds of Wen duels, it was impossible for him to not win a single round. He wanted Luo Qingtong to swallow all the words she had said. The muscles on that Qing clan elder's face twitched fiercely. In front of everyone, he had humiliated himself by agreeing to Luo Qingtong's request to continue, and all of this. In his original plan, he should be the one to speak arrogantly to the people of Xianxia. The third round of Wen duels began. This time, that Qing clan elder used his open heaven's eye right from the start. His eyes were focused on the Su clan's general's actions, and he launched an attack with a bang. And this time, Luo Qingtong was not prepared to defend like before. She narrowed her eyes and looked at that Qing clan disciple in the Wen duel room. He directly manipulated the Su family's general to rush forward and launch an attack, gain the initiative by striking first. Luo Qingtong controlled that Su clan general's actions and in an instant, that Qing clan elder sneered. The pupil in his eye began to spin violently. That Su clan general's actions were completely seen through by him. However, when he controlled that Qing clan disciple to counterattack that Su clan general's actions. Bang! That Su clan general's actions when charging in front of him suddenly changed. His original action of swinging his fist suddenly turned into a kick. With a bang, that Qing clan elder could not react in time and did not have time to change his move. The pupil in his eye flickered rapidly. He had already predicted the Su family's general's move the moment he lifted his foot. But it was too late, that Su clan's general had changed his move at the last moment. The elder of Qing clan needed some time to see through the attack and maneuver that disciple to dodge the attack. When his open heaven's eye saw through the kick of the Su clan's general, that kick had already ruthlessly landed on the stomach of the Qing clan's child. Bang! The disciple of Qing clan arched his body in a split second as he flew across the ground and heavily hit the wall more than 10 meters away. With a muffled bang, the Qing clan disciple could only lie on the ground and groan. This again, the elder of the Qing clan almost vomited blood. Every time he predicted his opponent's move, his opponent would immediately change his move. In the end, it was as if he was the one who had taken the brunt of his opponent's attack. It was as if his predictions had been completely seen through by the other. How could there be such a terrifying person in this world? Luo Qingtong manipulated the actions of the Su family's high-ranking military officer like moving clouds and flowing water. It was as if all of his actions were in front of the other party, without any concealment at all. The other party could do whatever they wanted to him. Every time he attacked, he felt as if he was stuck on a spider's web, unable to exert his strength. The elder from the Qing family almost vomited blood when he thought about it. How is this possible? How did things turn out like this? He looked at Luo Qingtong in disbelief. He did not know how she could see through his prediction of opening heaven's eye and react in time. Could it be that she was really a genius with superb combat awareness? Other than this, there was no other explanation for her actions. The elder of the Qing clan felt that it was indescribable. Luo Qingtong's movements were still elegant and slow. Just like in the previous round, she crushed the limbs of the Qing family's disciple and kicked him out of the Wen duel room. Come on! Luo Qingtong smiled as she looked at the people from the Qing family whose faces had turned green. The elders from the Qing family looked terrible. At this moment, they could see that the elder from the Qing family's opening heaven's eye was not very useful against Luo Qingtong. Even if he used opening heaven's eye, he could not defeat Luo Qingtong. This realization made the faces of the people from the Qing family turn green instantly. However, the elder from the Qing family was still unwilling to accept the reality. Let's continue. He gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. Then, they continued to the next round. However, the speed of this match was even faster. Bang! The disciple from the Qing family who was controlled by him was sent flying out and suffered the same fate as the other disciples from the Qing family. At this moment, the other disciples from the Qing family felt a chill in their hearts when they saw this scene. They wanted to retreat. However, when they thought of Luo Qingtong and the elder from the Qing family who raised the stakes, they felt extremely hopeless. Even if they retreated, if they lost the Wen duel, they would still end up being turned into human sticks. At this moment, the people from the Qing family started to regret. What did it mean to lift a rock only to drop it on one's own foot? What did it mean to fail in acting tough and get slapped in the face? What did it mean to go for wool and come home shorn? They wanted to use this battle to deal with Xianxia's people, but they didn't expect that they would be slapped in the face. Moreover, he was the one who went up to be beaten up. The whole place was silent. Everyone watched as the members of the Qing clan turned from arrogant to embarrassed. His mouth was wide open and he couldn't close it. Bang! 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 Luo Qingtong won one match after another. In the end, almost all the people of the Su clan were won over by her. Boom! In the last match, the Qing clan's disciple controlled by the Qing clan's elder was ruthlessly smashed into the ground by the Su clan's general controlled by Luo Qingtong. At the same time, in the direction of the Qing family, the elder of the Qing family suddenly screamed. He covered his eyes and rolled around violently. Dark red blood flowed out from the gaps between his fingers covering his eyes. It was because he had used open heaven's eyes too much in the literary battles and had directly exploded his own eyes. The shrill voice of the elder from the Qing family and the disciple from the Qing family in the Wen dual room rang out one after another. When everyone heard this, they felt a chill in their hearts. With such a terrifying fighting ability, no matter how weak the opponent was, he had the ability to challenge those of a higher level, and as he grew stronger, this ability to challenge those of a higher level would be even more terrifying, because on the path of martial arts, the higher the level, the greater the disparity in strength. It was almost impossible to cross, however, Luo Qingtong could rely on her ability to challenge those of a higher level to reduce this disparity. Even if her strength was not enough, she could still fight against those of a higher level. In the eyes of other warriors, this was very inconceivable and terrifying. Just as everyone was looking at Luo Qingtong in shock, she slowly stood up and looked at the frightened members of the Qing family and said, "All right. The Wen battle is over. You should also carry out your bets." As Luo Qingtong's voice sounded, the surrounding people remembered that not only did the Qing family bet on the Wen battle with the people of the heavenly diabolism, but they also added bets, and the content of the bets. They looked at the people of the Qing family and saw that their faces were pale. They looked at Luo Qingtong and the others with fear in their eyes. At this moment, the screaming elder of the Qing family suddenly grabbed a disciple of the Qing family and stood up. He angrily shouted at Luo Qingtong and the others, "Little bastards, don't think that you can deal with us like this. So what if you won the Wen battle? Today, none of you from the heavenly diabolism can leave the dark arena." The elder of the Qing family had a ferocious expression. His eyes had become two bloody holes, which made him look very scary. The veins on the Qing family elder's forehead bulged as he raised his head abruptly and shouted towards a certain room on the second floor, "Elder Pan. Please make your move. Fight against the people of the heavenly diabolism. According to the agreement we had before, all the profits of the Qing family in the far west wilderness these years will belong to you." The voice of the elder of the Qing family sounded. Everyone immediately looked up at the room on the second floor. Everyone remembered that the people of the Qing family had something to rely on to deal with the people of the heavenly diabolism. The Wen battle was just a way to humiliate the opponent. Although they lost, as long as the elder of the southern region sect was there to support them, the people of the Qing family would be fine. In fact, the people of the heavenly diabolism would be in trouble. After all, the elder of the southern region sect. Not only was his own strength, but his sect was also very powerful in the far west wilderness. Hearing the words of the Qing family's elder, Su Yu and the others had a slight change in expression. "Master," Su Yu stepped forward and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Luo Qingtong. "It's nothing." Luo Qingtong was elder of the heavenly diabolism of the southern region sect. In the private room on the second floor, after hearing the words of the Qing family's elder, a figure immediately rushed out from the room. It was an old man who looked very short and small, like a dwarf. He jumped out of the private room on the second floor and looked in the direction of Luo Qingtong and the others. The old man looked shrewd and wretched. He glanced at Luo Qingtong and waved his sleeve. "What?" The elder of the Qing clan was still waiting for Elder Pan to vent his anger for them. When he heard Elder Pan's words, he immediately shouted, "Elder Pan, didn't we agree on this? You will help us get rid of the heavenly diabolism and we will reward you." The elder from the Qing family did not expect Elder Pan to ask the heavenly diabolism to scram. Did this mean that they could not avenge themselves? More importantly, once the heavenly diabolism left, they would tell Blackfield and evil Dr. Ghost Eye about this. The Qing family would be finished in the Sunrise Country. The elder from the Qing family became anxious at the thought of this. "Humph." As soon as he spoke, Elder Pan from the southern domain sect let out a cold harumph. He raised his hand and a gust of wind shot out. In an instant, the elder from the Qing clan, who had just crawled up from the ground, was sent flying again. "Do I need you to tell me what to do?" Elder Pan from the southern region sneered at the elder from the Qing family and said, "I did agree to help you get rid of the heavenly diabolism. However, that was based on the fact that you won. Now, what kind of battle is this? You've lost your lives to others. I've saved your lives, so I'm already worthy of this reward. Do you still want me to deal with the heavenly diabolism?" Elder Pan coldly snorted. In fact, he felt that Luo Qingtong's ability was extraordinary. She might be a genius disciple secretly groomed by some big faction and went out to gain experience. In addition, the man's ordinary face gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This elder Pan felt that it was better for him to be a little more cautious. It would be better if he just chased them away, he should not go too far with her. With this thought, he waved his hand and said, "All right, you heavenly diabolism scram. Otherwise, I will change my mind." Elder Pan. The elder from the Qing clan was anxious. He didn't care about the blood on his head and his sorry figure as he hurriedly said, "Elder Pan, you can't. Please make a move. We, the Qing family, are willing to pay twice as much." "Humph. I'm not in a good mood today, so I'm not going to fight anymore. If your Qing clan wants to deal with them, do it yourself." Elder Pan looked at Luo Qingtong and the others and said, "What? Why aren't you guys scramming? If you don't scram, I'm going to attack." Elder Pan said. He didn't want to go too far with the other party. But if the other party insisted on not leaving, then for the sake of his own face, he would have to make a move against the other party. Just as Elder Pan's words rang out, Yu Xingqi's crisp voice sounded from outside the door. "Really? How impressive and domineering. May I know which part of the southern domain you're from, and which sex elder? Tell me your name so that my brother and I can see who is so powerful that he dares to treat my sister like this." "Brother Jiao, you're being rude." Yu Xingqi had been left outside by Luo Qingtong to wait for Yu Sihuang. Now that the latter had come back from teaching people a lesson, they all stepped into the hall together. Seeing Luo Qingtong and the other Qing family members confronting each other, Yu Sihuang slightly knit his brows. He didn't think that Luo Qingtong needed to spend too much energy to deal with a small upper-class country's aristocratic family. So, there was a variable in this. His eyes swept around and immediately saw Elder Pan, who was standing in front of the Qing family members but was completely ignored by him because of his height. King. That Elder Pan, when Yu Sihuang and Yu Xingqi walked into the hall together, his eyes had already popped out. "My mother. This was the king of the southern region's 3 islands and 7 lands, the sect master of the imperial sect? If it wasn't for Yu Sihuang's iconic evildoer face that didn't change and Yu Xingqi, this little devil girl by his side, Elder Pan would have thought that he had recognized the wrong person. How did King become like this?" Elder Pan's eyes widened as he looked at Yu Sihuang's head full of vermilion hairpins and cloud hair, swaying as he walked, captivating the soul. "My mother." Elder Pan looked at everyone's stunned eyes staring at Yu Sihuang's body and didn't know what to say. "King. What kind of stimulation did you receive? Sect master, have you ever thought that as the head of the 3 islands and 7 lands, the sect master of the imperial sect, this hobby of dressing up as a woman and walking in front of people is very inappropriate?" Elder Pan's eyes popped out. The elder of the Qing clan shouted loudly as if he had caught hold of something that could be used against him. "Elder Pan, they are in cahoots with that Yi Jiao. They are deliberately looking down on you." Speaking up to here, he let out a long breath. Being despised and looked down on like this Elder Pan should want to make a move and kill all of Xianxia's people, right? Haha. That Yi Jiao's 2 friends were really their Qing family's god helpers. Originally, Elder Pan was already prepared to not care about their Qing family and Xianxia's matters. Now that the 2 of them had appeared and said such words, how could Elder Pan possibly spare them, not to mention the contempt in their words towards Elder Pan and the southern region sect behind him. That Qing family elder was proud in his heart, and sneered at Yu Xingqi and Yu Sihuang. "You 2 women, what do you know? This is an elder of the southern region's 3 islands and 7 lands, shocking Heaven Gate. Among the 3 islands and 7 lands, the shocking Sky Sect's strength is one of the best. Elder Pan is the person in charge of the startling Sky Sect's forces in the western wastelands. His strength and prestige in the startling Sky Sect is extremely high. How dare you disrespect Elder Pan? You must be tired of living." That Qing clan elder's face was filled with arrogance and disdain. What he didn't know was that Elder Pan's heart was about to collapse when he heard his words. That wretched and shrewd old face was completely green, black, and green. Bang! Without waiting for Yu Sihuang and Yu Xingqi to say anything, that Elder Pan had already rushed in front of them, and fiercely slapped that Qing family elder's face. Boom boom boom. A burst of explosive sounds. That Qing clan elder was instantly sent spinning on the spot by Elder Pan's slap. Then he was fiercely sent flying. At the sight of such a scene, all the other members of Qing clan who were echoing the words of that elder were dumbfounded. What was going on? Did that elder Pan make a mistake? Even if he wanted to flip out, he should be targeting Xianxia and Yijiao. Why would he make a move against their Qing family elders? The Qing family members were at a loss as they looked at Elder Pan, who suddenly flipped out. The latter fiercely slapped the Qing family elder and sent him flying. After not knowing if he was dead or alive, he quickly lowered his head and said to Luo Qingtong and the others, "I'm sorry, Master Jiao. This time I had eyes but couldn't see. Please don't lower yourself to my level. These Qing family people, I'll immediately take care of them for you. As for the things they gave me, I'll give them all to Xianxia as an apology for offending you this time." Cold sweat broke out on Elder Pan's forehead. He was really going to be killed by the Qing family. They dared to call the king a woman, they even said they knew something. That was fine. They even boasted about him and the shocking heaven sect in front of the other party. If it was the previous Yu Sihuang, it would be fine. Although the imperial sect had a large influence in the 3 islands and 7 lands, Yu Sihuang was suffering from a heart disease. He wanted to unify the 3 islands and 7 lands, but he was powerless. He was almost killed by the Silver Sword people, but it was different now. The Silver Sword people couldn't kill Yu Sihuang and instead allowed the latter to obtain an opportunity. His heart disease was cured and he came back to destroy the Silver Sword. The entire 3 islands and 7 lands were now under Yu Sihuang's control. The other party's strength was also constantly increasing. In this kind of situation, the Qing family people actually boasted about how strong the shocking heaven sect was in front of the king of the southern mountain range. This was simply trying to kill them. Elder Pan hated that he couldn't just choke the Qing family people to death. They caused him to go against the sect master. He couldn't kill them. Elder Pan's face was filled with killing intent. He didn't dare plead for mercy to Yu Sihuang. The latter was still dressed as a woman. If the latter's identity was exposed, there was no need for him to beg for mercy. He could just wait for death with the entire shocking heaven sect. Therefore, he could only place his hopes on Luo Qingtong. It could be seen that Yu Sihuang and Yu Xingqi attached great importance to this Shijiao. And just now, Yu Xingqi opened his mouth to support Luo Qingtong. With this thought in mind, he lowered his posture in front of Luo Qingtong. Looking at this scene, the whole place fell silent. The onlookers didn't expect things to turn out this way. Who exactly was this Shijiao, to actually cause this Elder Pan of the southern region's 3 islands and 7 lands heaven shocking sect to lower his head respectfully? While everyone was secretly guessing and shocked, Luo Qingtong looked indifferently at Elder Pan. "Since you didn't make a move this time, I'll let this go. You've dealt with these Qing family people. The Qing family's influence in the western wilderness, not a single one will be left." Luo Qingtong's voice was cold. That Elder Pan hurriedly complied. His gaze glanced at Yu Xingqi and Yu Sihuang. Seeing that they didn't have any objections, he immediately rejoiced that he made the right bet. This Shijiao was indeed able to influence their decision. The faces of the Qing family members were extremely ugly. They did not know what was going on. Wasn't Elder Pan the backer that the Qing clan had invited? The other side had clearly agreed to the Qing family's conditions and wanted to make a move against Xianxia. Not only did he not make a move, he even wanted to destroy their Qing family. Everyone's faces turned pale. A core disciple of the Qing family quickly said, "Elder Pan, don't forget, you accepted that buy." Before he could finish his words, Elder Pan had already waved his hand fiercely, chopping off his head. "Humph! Kill everyone from the Qing family, don't leave a single one alive." Elder Pan's face was cold. The deal between him and the Qing family was indeed because of someone pulling the strings. That person was the Bai family's young master from Savage City in the western desolate region, Bai Jing Tang, but that was in the past. Moreover, he did not know that Xianxia had a relationship with Yu Sihuang at that time. With Yu Sihuang here, not to mention the Bai family's young master, even if the entire Bai family was here, he would not be able to go against Xianxia. The Qing family actually wanted to use Bai Jingtang to pressure him. Instantly, the killing intent in Elder Pan's heart became even stronger. He directly waved his hand. Immediately, in the private room on the 2nd floor, the trusted subordinates of the shocking heaven sect that followed him jumped down and began to massacre the Qing family members. The original backer had turned into a death god, the Chung family members could not react in time and all of them died under the hands of the shocking heaven sect. They cried out and begged for mercy, but Suyu and the others did not even care about them. How the Chung family treated them before was still vivid in their minds. Not to mention the miserable state of the Su family's generals in front of them. The Qing family members all deserved to die. If it wasn't for Luo Qingtong coming this time, Suyu and the others would be controlled by others. Adding in the presence of Elder Pan and the shocking heaven sect, who knew how many losses Xianxia would have suffered, perhaps the entire Xianxia would have died here. In this kind of situation, how could Suyu and the others spare the Qing family members, since the other side wanted to deal with them before, then they would have to properly taste this bitter fruit. Let's go. Luo Qingtong's face was calm. She brought Suyu and the others out of the dark arena. Yu Sihuang and Yu Xingqi followed by her side. As they walked out of the hall. Just then, an elder in a dark arena uniform chased up from behind and called Luo Qingtong, "Mr. Yi Jiu Yi, please wait a moment. Your humble servant is the manager of the Dark Colors Arena." He Jiu Yi Jiu Yi 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 Jiu Jiu Yi 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 Yi. Foreign dignitary? Luo Qingtong raised her brows and looked at him. Yes. The deacon of the Dark Colosseum smiled and said, "Our Dark Colosseum likes to invite experts from all walks of life to become our guest elders. If you become a guest elder of our Dark Color Arena, young Master Yi will not be restricted in any way. On the contrary, if you become a guest elder of our Dark Color Arena, you can enjoy VIP treatment in our Dark Color Arena. In addition, if Gongzi encounters any trouble or difficulties outside, by virtue of your status as a guest, you can ask our Dark Color Arena for help. But there is only one free chance a year. At other times, if Gongzi wants to use our Dark Color Arena's strength, you have to use contribution points to exchange." The deacon of the dark-colored arena smiled and said, "Young master, when our dark-colored arena needs you, you can take part in a literary battle for us. Every time you win, you'll get a chance to fight for our dark-colored arena. You can use it to ask our dark-colored arena to do anything we can." "Oh? So many benefits?" Luo Qingtong looked at the Dark Color Arena's deacon. To be honest, she was also very interested in this Dark Color Arena. Not to mention other things, the literary battle method was really very original. It was similar to the Roman Colosseum's primitive and bloody battle, but it could also satisfy the participants' heart's brutality, and it would not cause any harm to the opponent. Just based on this point, who knows how many people would be attracted to come and gamble, more. Importantly, the other party's special tool for the literary battle was really not ordinary. Luo Qingtong guessed that there must be a saint-level tool refiner or above behind the other party. Luo Qingtong was very interested in that tool. If this thing was used well and improved, it would definitely be a great tool for training soldiers. However, the person who refined the tool had added a trace of divine sense, and it was connected to the other party's mind. Luo Qingtong was unable to analyze the tool's composition and refining method, otherwise, the other party would capture her aura. Moreover, with her current strength, it was not enough to refine this special tool. As a result, Luo Qingtong wanted to join the other party, and see if she could get some of these special tools. But thinking of the guest's request, which was to help them in the literary battle when they needed it, Luo Qingtong immediately gave up on this idea. She had too many things to do, and might not have the time. Forget it. Thinking like this, she wanted to refuse. At this time, Yu Sihuang's voice sounded in her ear. "You can agree. Behind the Dark Color Arena, there are people from the hidden world. You will enter the hidden world sooner or later. If you agree to his request, it will be good for you and your subordinates. As for his request for the literary battle, it is not mandatory. Just agree to it. When he asks you to go to the literary battle, you will go if you have time. If you don't have time, don't go. As far as I know, the Dark Colors only do this once a year. They gather all the guest elders of the Wen Duel and ask them to help with the Wen Duel. And from the last time, it has been just a few days." Yu Sihuang's voice is suddenly, "Luo Qingtong, of course, Luo Qingtong, Luo Qingtong's, Luo Qingtong. As the Lord of the Southern Region's 3 islands and 7 lands, he would definitely know more about these matters than he did." Of SSSA's words, SSSSSSS. Luo Qingtong's eyes flashed. If the dark color was really related to the hidden world, then there was absolutely no harm in becoming a guest. Luo Qingtong did not forget that she had to go to the hidden world to find news about her father and mother. Not to mention that her mother was from the outside world, she might not necessarily go to the hidden world. But her father, as a person from the True Spill continent, would definitely go to the hidden world to find her. Luo Qingtong thought so and immediately said to the deacon of the dark-colored arena, "Okay." As she spoke, she raised her hand and took the guest elder token from the deacon. The latter also had a face full of confidence and didn't think that Luo Qingtong would refuse their request. When he explained to Luo Qingtong, the guest official token was already prepared. When Luo Qingtong agreed, he directly handed it over. Luo Qingtong looked at the two words Yizhou engraved on it and smiled slightly. You dark-colored arena people are really confident. Even the token was made on the spot. They weren't afraid that she wouldn't agree. We dark-colored arena people believe in our strength. Of course, we also believe in your choice. It won't be wrong. The deacon of the dark-colored arena said with a smile. Guest official Yi, take care. He said, slightly bowed to Luo Qingtong and then retreated. Looking at his back, Luo Qingtong's heart was somewhat pensive. It seemed that the dark-colored arena people attached great importance to the Wen duel. They invited so many guest chamberlains to the hidden world to compete, it was likely that there were some benefits involved in this. But this had nothing to do with Luo Qingtong for the time being. According to what Yu Huang said, the last guest official Wen duel just ended not long ago. Even if the dark-colored people wanted to invite people to the Wen duel, it would take at least half a year. Luo Qingtong thought so and immediately put away the dark-colored guest official token in her hand. Tong Tong, Yu Huang swayed his hair and walked in front of Luo Qingtong. Just as he was about to say something, the young man smiled and used the sword hilt to press against the weak spot on his waist. Don't call me that disgusting. What Tong Tong? Luo Qingtong only felt goosebumps rising. Yi Qianxian didn't call her that, this Yu Huang could also do it. Luo Qingtong looked at his body swaying gracefully and amorous appearance and her lips twitched. She suddenly had a very strong feeling, and that was, agreeing with Yu Huang to travel with her, was definitely a very big mistake, especially for her. Annoying. Isn't this showing off my daughter's delicate appearance? Otherwise, why would I dress up like this? Yu Huang threw the handkerchief in his hand at her with a coquettish face. He had a sad face before, thinking that his sister's idea of him dressing up as a woman was too deceitful. It destroyed his image as the future overlord of the 3 islands and 7 lands. But now looking at Luo Qingtong's reaction, he suddenly felt that this idea wasn't bad. At least compared to when he and Luo Qingtong first met, the other person's face was not so cold and her face was Face's face. Yu Huang prepared to continue to try and get closer to her. It was rare that Yi Qianxian, that demon god, wasn't here, so he naturally wanted to seize this opportunity. Thinking like this, he suddenly looked at Luo Qingtong with a bitter face and said, Tong Tong, you're too much. You're simply throwing me away after using me. You heartless man. I even helped you just now. Naturally, Yu Huang was talking about Elder Pan. Originally, he was still considering whether to kill the other person to silence him. Who let the other person see his current appearance and know his identity, but that Elder Pan was smart, directly sticking to Luo Qingtong. The latter said to spare his life, so Yu Huang didn't care. After the other person felt his murderous aura, he didn't dare to go back and talk about it. Yu Huang's current appearance was really pitiful. He looked exactly like a pitiful woman who was abandoned. Luo Qingtong's lips twitched fiercely. She wanted to ask him if he was addicted to acting. When she was free, she would find a brothel for him to act as a top courtesan. Only then would his evil and enchanting face not be wasted. Luo Qingtong thought like this. She glanced at him angrily. Then she said to Suyu and the others, let's go. Let's just let him act alone. She was not going to accompany him. As for the favor, she cured his heart disease before and saved his life. How many favors did she owe him? He was not done yet. And he wanted her to repay him? Luo Qingtong simply turned around. Suyu and the others looked at Yu Huang with sympathy. Then they immediately followed her footsteps. Hey, such a beautiful girl, how could she fall in love with their master? their master was a woman, he was definitely going to be a heartless man. The group of people did not know the identity of Yu Xihuang and Yu Xingqi. They immediately sighed in their hearts. But after knowing Yu Xihuang's identity, they suddenly felt like they were struck by lightning. It was simply overturning their worldview. When Yu Xihuang saw Luo Qingtong and the others leave, he couldn't care less about pretending anymore. Hey! Tong Tong! You wait! He hurriedly chased after them. Yu Xingqi carried the little white cat and followed behind him. He could not help but roll his eyes. He did not want to admit that this person was his brother. What should he do? The group of people walked out of the dark arena. Luo Qingtong was preparing to ask Suyu about the recent situation in the western wilderness. Then she heard a burst of noise coming from the front. She looked up and suddenly saw a group of people walking over with great fanfare. The leader was a man, wearing a white robe with bamboo embroidered on it. That outfit was elegant and graceful. But the other party's eyes were somewhat deep and cold. He didn't seem to be such a noble person. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes and saw that the group of people were stunned when they saw them. Then, the leader of the group, a young man in white, hurriedly walked towards them. Suyu, are you all right? I've received news from my subordinates that the Qing clan has asked Elder Pan of the Astonishing Heaven sect to act against the people of the heavenly diabolism. You. Thank you for your concern, young Master Bai. The matter has been resolved. Seeing this person, Suyu frowned and immediately took a step back to avoid the other party's outstretched hand. The latter's hand was still in midair. Suddenly, anger and sternness flashed in his eyes. At the same time, there was also a deep sense of doubt. What's going on? Bai Jingtong's eyes shone with a cold light. He was the one who brought Elder Pan and the Qing clan together. At this moment, Suyu and Xianxia's people should be trapped in the dark-colored arena, with no one to respond to them, their faces filled with despair. When most of the people of the heavenly diabolism were killed, he would make a move. With the identity of the Bai clan, he would save Suyu. How could he not be grateful to him? At that time, what could he do to him? Didn't he have no choice but to obey him? How did they come out of the dark arena? Who was the one who ruined his plans? Bai Jingtang was furious. The matter here was almost over, so he had to return to his family as soon as possible. However, he was extremely unwilling to let go of such a beauty for no reason. However, Bai Jingtong's thoughts were very deep. Even though he was angry, he didn't show it on his face. Even when Suyu avoided his hand, he didn't show any anger on his face. I forgot that, Suyu, you don't like it when I get too close. But Suyu, I really do care about you. You can choose not to accept my feelings, but the Qing family has tried to deal with you again and again. This time, they even invited a big shot like Elder Pan. Your heavenly diabolism alone won't be able to deal with them. Bai Jingtang smiled at Suyu. I'll say it again. As long as you agree to become my person, I can openly use the Bai family's power to protect them. At that time, I'll naturally ensure the safety of the heavenly diabolism people. As for the Qing family and Elder Pan, I'll personally talk to them. Suyu, think about it carefully. Your heavenly diabolism might be able to escape this time, but next time, you might not have such an opportunity. Don't you think so? As soon as he said this, Luo Qingtong, who was standing next to Suyu, raised her hand and seduced Suyu, who was as cold as jade, in front of her. She raised her head and kissed Suyu on the cheek. Then she raised her eyes and looked at Bai Jingtang. I'm sorry, young Master Bai, but Suyu is already mine. You're too late. Luo Qingtong listened for a long time and finally understood. It was obvious that this young Master Bai was gay and had taken a liking to Suyu. Was he going to force her? Luo Qingtong didn't think it was a coincidence that he came at this time. She had seen the look in the other party's eyes just now. This time, the Qing family and Elder Pan came to cause trouble. Even if he wasn't the instigator, he definitely had something to do with it. She still wanted to use this to threaten Suyu. Unfortunately, he didn't know that she'd dealt with all the members of the Qing clan. The one who did it was Elder Pan. Luo Qingtong looked at Bai Jingtang indifferently, the smile on her lips indescribably frivolous and evil. You. Bai Jingtong's expression finally changed. He looked at them and then looked at Suyu, who was obediently being hugged by Luo Qingtong. He was furious. Never would he have thought that his meticulously planned scheme would be taken advantage of by someone else. What made Bai Jintang even more excited was the fact that Suyu was lying in Luo Qingtong's arms without the slightest bit of struggle or unwillingness. That B*TCH, previously, when facing him, he even pretended to be unable to accept it, but now, it was lying obediently in the man's arms like a dog. Bai Jintong's face was ferocious. However, he quickly adjusted himself. There were so many people here. He couldn't ruin his own image for the other party. Bai Jintang retracted his ferocious expression and then looked up at Luo Qingtong and the others with a sad smile. Is that so? Then congratulations to Suyu and everyone from Xianxia. As he spoke, he took a step to the side with his fan and opened up a path. Please. Then I thank young Master Bai for his congratulations. Luo Qingtong didn't hesitate to stab him in the heart. Suyu buried her face in her master's bosom. She looked embarrassed, but in fact, her face was twitching helplessly. After not seeing her for so long, her master's domineering temperament had not changed at all, but to be able to solve this problem of Bai Jintang was also good. Suyu did not know what was going on with the other party. He inexplicably took a fancy to her, and then began to pursue her. The problem was that she was a woman. How could a homosexual like her fall in love with a different gender? Master's move was perfect to prevent future troubles. Thinking like this, she let her master take liberties with her. At this time, Yu Huang caught up from behind. Seeing this scene, he suddenly stomped his feet. Tong. Jiao, I also want. Luo Qingtong looked at him and rolled her eyes. I don't like women. She hugged Suyu and left. Luo Qingtong's words were completely correct. She originally did not like women. Yu Huang gritted his teeth and glared behind her, and then chased after her. Tianxia's people also quickly followed. After Luo Qingtong and the others all left, Bai Jintang suddenly raised his head with a cold face. Pong, he crushed the fan in his hand. Slut. His eyes were cold, looking at the direction Suyu and Luo Qingtong left. This pair of adulterous men, he originally thought that Suyu was a peerless and pure product, like a distant cold jade that could not be touched. He did not expect that he was a slut that could be casually hooked up with. If he knew that the other party was a kindred spirit, and was just pretending to refuse, why would he waste so much effort? He would have set up a trap to get him. Bai Jintong's eyes were cold. The people around him heard his words, and immediately said to him to curry favor. Young master, this Suyu really does not know how to appreciate favors. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Young master, you treated him well, but he did not appreciate it. Now he turned around and hooked up with someone else. Young master, I think he was just toying with you like a fool. That inconspicuous young man just now, I'm afraid he's already her lover. Young master, I don't think you should think about being gentle and gentlemanly. We might as well tie him up and *CK him. When the time comes, we'll teach them a lesson. How dare they play tricks on you, young master? Bai Jintong's gaze turned even colder as he listened to the person beside him. The anger in his heart grew even more intense. He clenched his hand into a fist and said coldly, go and find out what's going on in the dark-colored arena. How can Tianxia's people be fine? Also, what is the background of that young man? Report back to me after you've found out everything. As he spoke, his expression was extremely ferocious. They better have some sort of power here, otherwise I'll make them wish they were dead. The person he had his eyes on had actually been intercepted halfway. Even if she was a slut, it was still a slap to his face. No matter what, he would not let this matter rest. Bai Jintong's expression was cold. Their Bai family was one of the top families in the wild city of the far west wilderness. He had come to Fenghua City this time for an important matter, so he had brought many of his family's elites with him. No matter what the other party's background was, the far west wilderness was their territory. After Luo Qingtong and Suyu walked far away, she let go of the other person and said, what's the matter with this Bai Gongzi? She didn't know that Suyu's charm was so great that even men couldn't escape her men's charm. At this time, should she be glad that Yu Huang, that scourge, was wearing women's clothes? Otherwise, it would be more troublesome. I don't know. Suyu frowned, her face helpless. This Bai Jintang suddenly came to Fenghua City a while ago. He comes from one of the 4 great clans in Wild City, the Bai clan. It's said that he came to Fenghua City for some important matter, so he brought many experts from the Bai clan with him. He came here and suddenly said that he fell in love with me at first sight. Saying this, Suyu's face showed a trace of disgust. It wasn't because Bai Jintang, as a man, expressed his love for her in men's clothes, but because he was the Bai clan's young master. Although he looked graceful and elegant, his reputation was very bad. When the other party came to find her, Suyu was afraid that her matter would bring trouble to Xianxia, so she sent a letter to the Black Field to investigate Bai Jintang. The result was that they found many of the other party's dirty secrets. Bai Jintang not only liked men, but because of his identity as the Bai clan's young master, he had a deep taboo. None of the people he fancied had a good ending. If they didn't go missing, they would die very miserably. Suyu didn't have a good impression of the other party. Every time Bai Jintang tried to get close to her, she would bluntly reject him. She also said that she didn't have any interest in being a homosexual. Suyu's words weren't wrong. She was originally a woman in men's clothes, so it would be strange if she was interested in being a homosexual, but she didn't expect that the other party wouldn't give up, but after this time, he should give up. After all, her master had already said that she was her person. This time, the Qing clan's matter shouldn't be unrelated to the other party. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes. Be careful, don't go out alone for the next few days. Bai Jintang thought that he hid his emotions very well. However, Luo Qingtong had been hunted down and killed many times. She was very sensitive to the changes in people's hearts and emotions. She did not miss the viciousness in the other party's eyes and the ruthlessness in that instant. Luo Qingtong reminded Suyu that he was likely to make a move in the next few days. Yes, master. I understand. Suyu nodded. But he shouldn't have much time left. I heard that there's some movement on their side. It should be that there's some progress on the matter that they came to Fenghua City to do. In addition to what master said to him before, he should have given up. Suyu didn't think that he was some kind of calamity that could bring disaster to the country and its people. He didn't think that he could cause Bai Jintang to disregard everything. Not to mention, she had been eyeing countless men all this while. She was probably just one of the names on his hunting list. Although he wanted to get her, it was insignificant compared to what he had to do. However, in order not to bring trouble to Luo Qingtong, Suyu decided to go out less for a while. However, master, why did you suddenly come to the far west wilderness this time? The surprise in Suyu's heart hadn't completely disappeared. Luo Qingtong's appearance was really a surprise to her. Yes, there's a little matter. It's about the Saint King's tomb. Luo Qingtong revealed the purpose of her trip to the far west wilderness. Everyone here was on the same side. The group of people walked towards Heavenly Diabolism's base. On the other side, Bai Jintang had also received the news that his subordinates had gone to investigate. Eldest young master, it is said that the youth calls himself Yijiao. We don't know his background, but that elder Pan seems to be very respectful towards him. Those people from the Qing family were all killed by him just to curry favor with this Yijiao. In addition, the Qing family's plan to humiliate Suyu was also shattered by this youth called Yijiao. The Bai family's people handed over the information they had gathered. They couldn't help but sigh at the good luck of Suyu and the others. Originally, their eldest young master had set up a flawless trap. Suyu and Heavenly Diabolism's people were being made difficult. The Qing family already had enmity with Suyu. They also had the Su family's hostage in their hands. Adding on Elder Pan's support, Suyu and the others would not be able to escape this calamity. At that time, their eldest young master would lead the Bai family's people to make a move. They would pretend to owe the Bai family a favor and persuade Elder Pan to stop. At that time, they would kill the Qing family's people and save the Su family's people to vent Suyu's anger. Why would they worry about not being able to win Suyu's heart? Even if the other party was a man, they would probably be bent because of this kindness and care. They would let their eldest young master do whatever he wanted. Moreover, this Suyu was said to be loyal and devoted to the master behind Heavenly Diabolism. Their eldest young master saved Heavenly Diabolism's people and saved Heavenly Diabolism from danger. He would definitely be moved to tears. Would they still be afraid that he wouldn't submit to their eldest young master? This subordinate had seen Bai Jintang use this method more than once. There had never been a time when it had failed, but this time, Suyu had made a mistake. Not only was he intercepted halfway, he was also fiercely slapped in the face. The scene of Suyu obediently snuggling up to that youth called Yijio would probably make their eldest young master explode with anger. After all, when the other party was facing him, he didn't care about anything. But now, he was so obedient towards this youth. How could their eldest young master not be angry? Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so desperate to find out more about the other party. One had to know that this matter had been ordered by the clan. They had been keeping watch for such a long time, and were about to reel in the net. Young master, don't let this cause you to miss out on important matters. Humph. Yi Jiao. Bai Jintang looked coldly at the news presented by his subordinate. The scene of Suyu snuggling in Luo Qingtong's arms appeared in his mind. The anger in his heart burned fiercely. It wasn't because she was deeply in love with Suyu that she couldn't hold back her anger. Instead, it was him who had tried to please the other party, only to be slapped in the face. The latter turned around and threw herself into the arms of an ordinary young man. The other party had neither looks nor family background. So what if the other party was capable of causing Elder Pan to feel fear? He was probably a genius disciple from one of the southern domain's great sects. That Elder Pan was afraid of him, but he wasn't. Thinking of this, Bai Jintang's eyes were filled with malice. But out of caution, he still asked that subordinate, did that Elder Pan say what the other party's background was? If the other party was really not to be trifled with, then even if he was slapped in the face, Bai Jintang would give up on taking revenge on the other party. After all, he still had important family matters to attend to. He couldn't afford to get into too much trouble. Moreover, their Bai family in the far west wilderness wasn't able to cover the sky with one hand. Yu Huang was still dressed as a woman. Elder Pan would be crazy to say the other's identity. As for Luo Qingtong, he really didn't know her identity. Oh. Bai Jintang sneered. You didn't see anyone secretly protecting that Yi Jiao at the scene? Have you asked the Dark Colors Arena about this? Yes, I did, the subordinate replied. The Dark Colors Arena's people confirmed that there was no one protecting him. But that subordinate said with some hesitation, the Dark Colors Arena's people said that Yi Jiao had already been hired as a guest elder by their deacon. Young master, I'm afraid we can't openly make a move against them in front of others. The Dark Colors Arena's guest elders had the ability to use the Dark Colors Arena's strength. If they made a move against them in front of others, the Dark Colors people would definitely not ignore it. Humph. Who said I'm going to make a move against them in front of others? Bai Jintang sneered. He wasn't that stupid to leave such a big handle for others to catch. Since that Yi Jiao's origin wasn't ordinary, he would naturally act in secret. At that time, he would definitely make the other side cry for the heavens, cry for the earth, but there would be no response. Night. Luo Qingtong was in Suyu's room. She had just finished asking the other about the situation in the far west wilderness when she suddenly felt a strange aura, suddenly filling the entire room. Her eyes flashed slightly, and in an instant, she popped a pill into Suyu's mouth, who hadn't discovered anything strange. Then she softly shushed her, and then softly fell back to the ground. Seeing her action, Suyu instantly understood. Suddenly, with the pill that Luo Qingtong gave her in her mouth, she also closed her eyes and softly fell to the ground. That pill melted in her mouth, there was no need for Suyu to chew and swallow it. As soon as she closed her eyes, she felt two figures rush in from outside the door. Then, each of them carried her and Luo Qingtong, and rushed out the way they came. Luo Qingtong sensed carefully and found that no one else in Heavenly Diabolism was hurt. The other party seemed to be targeting her and Suyu. She immediately understood. These people were also lucky, as Yu Huang had received a message from Elder Pan that he had something to do. Otherwise, before they could even make a move, their necks would have been broken by the other party and thrown in front of them. Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. She was not in a hurry. Whoosh, after the two of them left the Heavenly Diabolism's encampment, there were immediately people in charge of receiving them. Luo Qingtong and Suyu were placed on the carriage and they quickly left Fenghua City. I didn't expect things to go so smoothly. The two men who kidnapped Luo Qingtong and Suyu laughed. Young master really didn't miscalculate. Sure enough, there's no one protecting him. That's right. When the time comes, we'll just shift the blame to Elder Pan and this matter will be over. Who told that Elder Pan to be so stupid? When he saw that young master sent people to question the dark colors, he wanted to investigate the matter clearly and tell Heavenly Diabolism's people. Young master can beat him at his own game and kidnap him. When the time comes, we'll let Elder Pan take the blame. The two men laughed. Luo Qingtong then knew why Yu Sihuang was called out by Elder Pan. Her lips slightly twitched. That Elder Pan was also unlucky. He was inexplicably used by Bai Jintang. Otherwise, they wouldn't have succeeded today, but this also saved her a lot of trouble. Originally, Luo Qingtong thought that if young master Bai didn't come to provoke them again, this time's matter would be over. She also didn't have time to dawdle with the other party. But if the other party insisted on finding trouble, then don't blame her for cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. Bai Jintang wanted to shift the blame to Elder Pan for tonight's matter. That means no one else knew that they were kidnapped. This is very good. Luo Qingtong's lips slightly curled up. After Suyu ate Luo Qingtong's elixir, she had been awake the whole time. When she heard the words of these two people, she immediately blamed herself. This was another trouble she had caused, and she had even implicated her master to suffer along with her. She wanted to move, but although the elixir given by Luo Qingtong could keep her awake, in order to not let the other party discover any clues, she really couldn't move her body. Luo Qingtong saw her look towards her side and immediately put her index finger to her lips, silently shushing her, telling her not to be anxious and to continue pretending to be unconscious. At this time, the carriage stopped. The two people in front jumped off the carriage, came to the back of the carriage, opened the curtain, and carried Luo Qingtong and Suyu again, and walked to the front of the manor. It's done? There were specialized people waiting outside to provide support. Looking at the two people carrying Suyu and Luo Qingtong, that person sneered, and then said, "Send them to young master's room. When young master and the other officials have finished their discussion, then slowly deal with them." Yes. The two people responded, and immediately carried Luo Qingtong and Suyu inside. The two people were thrown into a room. After they left, Luo Qingtong opened her eyes and looked around. Luo Qingtong's eyes slightly narrowed, looking at the exquisite decorations and furnishings. Sure enough, it was the residence of young Master Bai. The decorations here were very luxurious. It was just a temporary residence, but the decorations were so luxurious. This Bai Jintang really knew how to enjoy life. Luo Qingtong thought, and raised her hand to release Suyu's body. "Master." As soon as the latter's body was released, she immediately opened her mouth impatiently. "Let's leave here quickly?" Suyu's heart was anxious. Bai Jintang's strength wasn't weak, and with so many experts of the Bai family here, she was worried about Luo Qingtong's safety. "I'm fine." Luo Qingtong nodded at her. She walked to a nearby cabinet and suddenly narrowed her eyes. Then, she raised her hand and suddenly flicked 3 times on a vase placed in the cabinet. 3 flicks of Qingtong, 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 Qingtong. Then, Qingtong, 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 Qingtong. Qingtong, Qingtong of Qingtong's Qingtong, Qingtong, Qingtong. As Qingtong as it revealed a secret passage that was large enough for one person to pass through. A strange smell wafted out from it. Luo Qingtong's eyes narrowed slightly. When she smelled this scent, a sharp glint suddenly appeared in her bloody light. This smell was all too familiar to her. Murderous aura, faintly emitted from Luo Qingtong's body. Her expression was cold as she rushed in through the secret door. Suyu followed behind her. The two of them entered the secret door, and the door closed behind them. After moving forward for a short distance. "Bastard!" Suyu looked at the scene in front of her and could not contain the anger in her heart. She saw that at the end of the secret passage was a huge room. There were all kinds of special torture instruments placed inside. There was a man sitting or lying on top of each torture instrument. These people were of different ages, but the only thing they had in common was that they were all very handsome. These people each had their own temperament, but at this moment, these handsome men with different temperaments were all covered with signs of abuse. They were either hanging or kneeling and looked like they were on the verge of death. There were a few people who had completely lost their lives. "Quick! Quick, leave!" One of them heard the movement and raised his head to look at Luo Qingtong and Suyu. He tried his best to weakly shake the shackles on his hands and called out to them weakly. Master. Suyu's eyes were red. She looked at these people and she had seen some of them in Fenghua City. So these people were all men that Bai Jintang had kidnapped and played with after coming to Fenghua City. Not only did he like men, but he also had a special hobby. He even had such a hobby of abuse, looking at the men who had their eyes gouged out, their hands chopped off, their legs chopped off, and their bodies bound with all kinds of torture instruments. The anger in Suyu's heart burned fiercely. She thought of herself and her master. If her master was not powerful enough and had made preparations beforehand, would they also have ended up like this after being kidnapped? This Bai Jintang was simply wretched. At the same time, Suyu was very glad that when Bai Jintang had taken a fancy to her, he did not seem to be prepared to kidnap her. Otherwise, she and the people of Xianxia would not be able to escape the fate of destruction. They would not have been able to wait for her master to arrive. This kind of person was simply too disgusting and too terrifying. Just as Suyu was raging in her heart, Luo Qingtong's eyes were also very cold. When she had just opened the tunnel, the smell that she smelled was the smell of death and decay. It was a mixture of blood and tears, and it was simply too disgusting. When Luo Qingtong wasn't strong enough in her previous life, she was also locked up in such a place and forced to watch countless tortures and deaths. Those people wanted her ability. They wouldn't do anything to her, but they wanted to use such a method to disgust her and make her submit. Luo Qingtong was deeply disgusted by such things. Once she had the strength, she would immediately destroy that organization. She also let those who participated in the matter of forcing her have a taste of those torturous beggars. Now, this underground passage evoked a very unpleasant memory of this matter in the depths of her heart. At this moment, Luo Qingtong very wanted to kill someone. Bang bang bang. Luo Qingtong's aura burst out, shattering all the torture instruments. Give these to them. If they can live, they can live. If they can't, they can only die. Luo Qingtong handed several bottles of liquid medicine to Suyu. She was not an immortal. Many people here had already been destroyed to the point of certain death. Their internal organs and bones were all destroyed. It was already not bad for them to be able to drag their last breath and live until now. Not to mention those who had their eyes gouged out and their hands and feet chopped off. The most important thing was that many people here had the will to die because of this kind of abuse. Since they didn't want to live, how could Luo Qingtong save them? She also didn't want to waste her effort. Thank you, mistress. Suyu knew that Luo Qingtong took out the elixir because of her pleading earlier. There were indeed a few people she knew here, and they were all the same. She thought that if she wasn't mistress, she might have ended up in the same situation. She might have ended up in an even more miserable state because she was a woman. Suyu's heart couldn't bear it. She rushed into the room with the elixir bottle and fed the elixir into the mouths of those people one by one. At the same time, Luo Qingtong heard the faint sound of footsteps coming from outside. She narrowed her eyes and moved quickly to the back of the secret door. Bai Jintang stepped into the room with his trusted aide behind him. What's going on? Where are they? Bai Jintang frowned when he saw that there was no one around. He turned to look at his trusted aide behind him. The latter did not seem to have expected this. He looked around, then asked the guard outside, and said, "Young master, he's been sent in." It should be those two servants who didn't hear clearly and sent them down. Do you want me to bring them up again? He asked. There's no need. Hearing that they were sent down, a cold smile appeared on Bai Jintang's face. So what if they were sent down? That place was supposed to be their final resting place. Who told that Suyu to not know how to appreciate kindness? Bai Jintang sneered. He originally wanted to pamper that Suyu for a while and wait until he was tired of playing with her before seeing if he could test out his new torture device on her. But he didn't think that the other party would be so shameless. Since she wasn't willing to follow him, then he'll just let those people who were unwilling to submit and were captured by him enjoy the feast he had prepared for them. In fact, if it wasn't for Suyu's appearance and temperament being of the highest quality, he would have already made his move based on the other party's repeated rejection. What had happened during the day had worn away his last bit of patience, refusing a toast only. To be forced to drink a forfeit. Humph, knowing that they were in the secret room, Bai Jintang didn't care anymore. He looked at the group of Bai family experts behind him and said, "Let's do as we've just discussed." Immediately bring people to that place overnight and lie in ambush. Wait for that thing to appear. I'll rush over tomorrow. But the group of Bai family experts were very worried and said, if we're not by your side, what if? There's no what if. Bai Jintang waved his hand. It's only one night, what big thing can happen? This young master Bai Jintang is only a step away from the martial spirit realm. Moreover, I still have the saint stage protective talisman that my ancestor drew with his own essence blood at great cost. In a small place like Fenghua City, how could anyone possibly injure me? Bai Jintang's gaze was arrogant. You don't say no. That's more important this. Besides, the family is still waiting for us to return and deal with the Hu clan together. That old bastard that olds. He's guarding that bitch's daughter's thing and won't even let it go. But it doesn't matter. He won't be able to hold on much longer. Bai Jintang sneered. When he's dead, that thing will still fall into our hands. As he said that, Luo Qingtong, who was behind the secret door, narrowed her eyes. Saint Monarch's tomb, how did he know about the Saint Monarch's tomb, and he said it so openly? Furthermore, judging from the breathing of the others, they were also aware of this matter, and there wasn't any shock or emotion that appeared. Then this matter was interesting. Luo Qingtong knew about this because she had the map of the Saint Monarch's tomb in her hands and had cracked the secret. Yu Si Huang and the people from Celestial Palace were the same. Was it the same for the Bai family? But if that was the case, shouldn't Bai Jintang be hiding it? After all, the Saint Monarch's tomb was such a big matter. Since the Bai family wanted to rely on this matter to rise, they should keep it a secret, but at this moment, Luo Qingtong didn't hear the slightest hint of avoidance from his words. In this case, if the people present were not the confidants of the Bai family, then, the matter of the Saint Monarch's tomb had been spread by people for some reason. Luo Qingtong leaned towards the second possibility. After all, there were times when the confidants of the Bai family were unreliable. The Saint Monarch's tomb was such a big matter. Even if the Bai family wanted to tell, they could just choose one or two trusted confidants to tell. There was no need to tell every confidant. The only possibility was that the secret of the Saint Monarch's tomb was no longer a secret, so they didn't avoid it. Then the question was, how did this news leak out? The people who owned the Saint Monarch's tomb couldn't wait to hide this news, but someone actually made it public. And, why did Bai Jintang specifically mention the family? Who was the other party involved with the Saint Monarch's tomb? Luo Qingtong's mind turned one thought after another. She was grateful to Bai Jintang for bringing her here. Otherwise, she wouldn't have known about these things and missed out on a lot of information. Luo Qingtong was thinking when she suddenly heard Bai Jintang say, "Okay, all of you go and get ready." The group of people left. Luo Qingtong heard the sound of Bai Jintang going into the inner hall to change his clothes. She suddenly narrowed her eyes, turned around and went back. The other party needed some time to change his clothes, which was enough for her to make arrangements. "Master." In the dark room, seeing Luo Qingtong appear, Suyu quickly greeted her. Behind her was a group of 7 or 8 people. When they saw Luo Qingtong, they immediately knelt on the ground. "Master, thank you for saving my life." They knelt on the ground and kowed out heavily to Luo Qingtong. Luo Qingtong looked at Suyu. The latter coughed softly and explained to her, "They are all loose cultivators who were captured by Bai Jintang not long ago." The latter didn't have time to torture them. At this point, Suyu's heart was filled with rage. "Mistress, you don't know how disgusting Bai Jintang is, how excessive, those people. Suyu didn't know how to continue. When she went to rescue them earlier, she realized that the abuse they had suffered was simply outrageous. Many people's lower bodies were rotten. It was a ghastly sight. After being fed medicine by Suyu, they recovered some strength and immediately committed suicide. Bai Jintang, on the other hand, didn't torture the people behind her, because they had only been captured a few days ago. Bai Jintang was still thinking about how to make use of the Qing clan to set up a trap. He only locked them up and tortured them. As soon as they were released from their restraints, they immediately asked Suyu to recognize Luo Qingtong as their master. They probably knew that although they were saved, it was impossible for them to leave this place alone. If they wanted to live, they could only rely on Luo Qingtong. Suyu didn't dare to agree without permission. She could only let them wait for Luo Qingtong to come back and beg on their own. After hearing Suyu's words, Luo Qingtong nodded slightly. She had turned back to see if any of these people had survived. If there were, she could use them. Since these people were willing to recognize her as their master, it would save her a lot of trouble. Luo Qingtong didn't like to help others for no reason. She had never been a person with excessive sympathy. Her sympathy had long been worn out by the betrayal and use of these people when she was hunted down in her previous life. To Luo Qingtong, there were only two kinds of people in this world who were worthy of her help. One was those who had helped her. The other was her own people. The first kind was a favor that she had to repay, the latter was a responsibility that she had to bear. The others could only pray for their own good fortune. In this world, no one had ever had to help anyone. Luo Qingtong only knew that those who had helped her had flourished for 3 generations, those who hated her had to go through purgatory, the others had nothing to do with her, call her cold-blooded or selfish, but she was such a person. She did things her own way, unbridled and unrestrained. She had never been afraid of anyone's words. Alright, since you have recognized me as your master, I will definitely bring you out safely. But now, you have to listen to me first. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes. She already had a plan in her heart and needed these people to cooperate. Of course, it was fine if they didn't want to cooperate. Luo Qingtong had other ways. But in that case, for her plan to go smoothly, she could only kill them. So these people's recognition of her as their master was actually saving themselves. Yes. Master, please give your orders. These lucky survivors of the darkroom purgatory were willing to do anything in order to leave this place, not to mention that they had already recognized Luo Qingtong as their master. Naturally, they would wholeheartedly obey her orders. For them, only Luo Qingtong could possibly get them out of here. For this, they were willing to pay any price. Okay. Luo Qingtong nodded, then said to them, you guys will do this later. She told them about her plan in detail and gave them something. Remember, do as I say. No matter what happens, there can't be any mistakes. Otherwise, if this fails, I will be able to leave, but you will definitely be left here to accompany them. Luo Qingtong said, glancing at the people who committed suicide because of the abuse. Yes. We know. Please rest assured, Master. As they looked at the corpses, the scenes of hell that they had seen in the past few days reappeared in their minds, causing them to firmly remember Luo Qingtong's words. Okay. Luo Qingtong nodded. At this moment, the sound of the secret door being opened was heard. Luo Qingtong gestured to these people, then lay down on the ground with Suyu. Those people gritted their teeth and returned to where they were originally, on the torture instruments that humiliated them. Bai Jingtang appeared in the dark room with a satisfied expression. His gaze swept across the scene in front of him. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on Luo Qingtong and Suyu. Humph. He sneered as he looked at their tightly shut eyes. He raised his hand and splashed a ladle of water on their faces. Master. Suyu cried out in alarm in her heart. Afraid of disrupting Luo Qingtong's plan, she could only clench her teeth and swallow her words. But in her heart, she had already cut Bai Jingtang into 1,000 pieces. This bastard, how dare he treat master like this? To Suyu, this was more infuriating than all kinds of punishment on her. The blood in Luo Qingtong's eyes was also rapidly spinning. She pretended to wake up slowly and raised her hand to wipe the water off her face. But in her heart, she sneered, this Bai family's eldest young master is really courting death. What to do? She felt that the ending she had previously imagined for him was somewhat unworthy of his degree of courting death. Suyu and Luo Qingtong pretended to wake up slowly, and the people they saved also pretended to be startled by the sound of water. One person shook the shackles in his hands and cried out in panic at Bai Jingtang, eldest young master, please spare me, I'm willing to do anything. Please don't torture me like this anymore. As he spoke, he lay on the ground and cried. The others also pretended to be frightened, constantly begging Bai Jingtang to spare their lives. Because they had been captured not long ago, Bai Jingtang had not touched them even once. He had only ordered people to lock them up here, and then let them watch the miserable state of those who had been abused. He did not suspect their cries and pleas. When Luo Qingtong woke up and saw the miserable state, she seemed to be frightened. Then she grabbed Suyu and shrank back, shouting sternly, you! Bai Jingtang, why did you capture us here? I'm telling you, I'm not to be trifled with. If you know what's good for you, quickly let me go. Otherwise, you'll have a good time in the future. Luo Qingtong praised her acting skills as she spoke. It had been a long time since she had played a role that was so tough on the outside but weak on the inside. She was really afraid that she wouldn't be able to act like a coward and would be exposed. However, it turned out that she had not forgotten the skills that she had practiced in the past that allowed her to change her face at any time. It was also awesome. Suyu echoed her. That's right, by Jing Tang. Do you know who she is? You'll be scared to death if I tell you. Hurry up and release us. Suyu's acting was a little bad. However, due to the anger in her heart and the fact that most of her words were her true self, Bai Jingtang didn't notice anything amiss. Humph. Bai Jingtang looked at the two of them and sneered, I don't need to know who she is. I only need to know that from now on, there is only one possibility for her, and that is that she is a dead person. That is enough. But you, bitch. Bai Jingtang clenched his teeth and looked at Suyu. No wonder you fell into his arms so quickly. So it's because you've taken a fancy to the power behind him? But unfortunately, from today onwards, neither of you will be able to walk out of here. The feeling of holding their lives in his hands made Bai Jingtang feel very comfortable. In order to better humiliate Luo Qingtong and Suyu, he raised his hand and released the group of people who were begging him for mercy. Come and serve me. Everyone pretended to be afraid to disobey and humiliated as they walked over. At that moment, Bai Jingtang suddenly kicked one of them. Crawl over here. Ah. That person clearly didn't suffer much damage, but he acted as if he was out of strength and fell to the side. Young master. Hearing this sound, the people guarding outside quickly rushed in from outside. The Bai family's experts weren't present, so the other people in charge of guarding the secret passage were very worried about Bai Jingtong's safety. Scram. Bai Jingtong's mood was disturbed, and he looked at them with dissatisfaction. Then he raised his hand and sent a gust of wind towards them. He thought about how he was going to enjoy himself here. Not only was he going to destroy Suyu, but he was also going to make Yi Jiu understand what despair was. He immediately said coldly, all of you, get out. Without my orders, no one is allowed to come in if they hear anything. He didn't have the habit of letting people watch him enjoy himself. Yes. The people guarding outside didn't dare to refute. Bai Jingtang looked gentle and refined, but he was actually very violent. Most of the people around him knew this. Their gazes swept across the secret room and saw Luo Qingtong curled up into a ball. She wasn't even as responsible as Suyu, and their faces filled with disdain. They then looked at the people who were cowering around Bai Jingtang. Most of them had already been tortured here, so they couldn't do anything to Bai Jingtang. The group of people saw this and immediately retreated with relief. Seeing their backs leave, Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes slightly. These people's auras were only average. She had sensed the auras of those experts at the secret passage before, so they should have already left. But just in case, it was better to wait a little longer. So Luo Qingtong kept her head buried behind Suyu and didn't move. Bai Jingtang wanted to make trouble for her, but the people around him saw through his intentions. They immediately suppressed the anger and killing intent in their hearts, and kept flattering him and begging for mercy. Bai Jingtong's purpose in capturing these people was to enjoy himself. It was just that these people were unwilling to submit, so he used them to torture them. Now that he saw them taking the initiative, his interest was piqued. For the time being, he was too lazy to care about Luo Qingtong. Anyway, the night was long. Sooner or later, he would let the other party know the consequences of offending him. One night was enough for him to torture the other party to death. As Bai Jingtang thought of this, he felt an indescribable sense of pride in his heart. He didn't immediately make a move against Luo Qingtong. The group of people circled around him, and their killing intent towards him grew stronger and stronger. At this time, Luo Qingtong estimated that it was about time for the Bai clan's experts to leave this place. Suddenly, he slowly stepped out from behind Suyu. Seeing Luo Qingtong's actions, Suyu's angry and helpless expression suddenly disappeared. Master. She said respectfully. Luo Qingtong casually raised her hand, and pushed the messy hair hanging in front of her forehead to the side. Then she looked at Bai Jingtang, who seemed to have sensed something was wrong. His expression suddenly froze, and the corners of her lips hooked up in a wild and unrestrained smile. Do it. Her aura changed in an instant. In an instant, Luo Qingtong's face and temperament became incomparably evil and enchanting. The murderous aura and coldness emanating from her body made her look like an exquisite and enchanting demonic flower in full bloom. Every glance and smile was filled with an aura that could captivate souls. Absolutely domineering, extremely alluring, following Luo Qingtong's blossoming smile, even Bai Jin Tang, who had already sensed that something was wrong, was stunned for a moment. His eyes flashed with an absolutely stunning light. Around him, the faces of the people who had been forcing themselves to smile around him all changed in an instant. Boom. Following Luo Qingtong's voice, the group of people immediately stood according to the positions that Luo Qingtong had told them before. The group of people were very smart. They had already found their positions when they were trying to curry favor with Bai Jin Tang. At this moment, when Luo Qingtong's voice sounded, they immediately stood still. In an instant, Bai Jin Tang, who had come back to his senses, found that the space around him seemed to have been isolated. What's going on? Bai Jin Tang, who hadn't paid any attention to the group of people in front of him from the beginning, suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. He looked carefully and found that the positions of these people were actually a bit tied. Humph. You think you can stop me like this? What a joke. Seeing that the other party wanted to use this method to trap him, Bai Jintong's expression was cold. He looked at Luo Qingtong's face, which was no longer covered up, and her evil and enchanting temperament with amazement. He raised his head and laughed. I didn't expect you to be even better than Suyu. He looked up and down at the youth's figure, his eyes full of lust and coldness. Since you delivered yourself to my door, then I'll play with you properly before sending you to your death. Bai Jin Tang was already certain that Luo Qingtong was definitely not an ordinary person. This kind of grace and temperament, even the genius disciples of ordinary super forces might not be able to cultivate. She must be a genius among geniuses, the core of the core, otherwise, she would be a candidate carefully protected by the super experts of those super forces. Since he had offended such a person, he definitely couldn't let her go. Otherwise, there would be no end of trouble. Thinking this, Bai Jintong's lips curled into a cold smile. His figure flashed, and he appeared in front of one of the people surrounding him. Haha. You want to trap me with just these people who can't even stand properly? Bai Jin Tang laughed and raised his hand to slap towards that person. That person gritted his teeth and thought of what Luo Qingtong had told them before. No matter what happened, they had to do as she said. There could not be any mistakes, otherwise, they would have to bear the consequences of failure themselves, and what Luo Qingtong told them was to stand at their positions and not move. If Bai Jintong's attack, Luo Qingtong Tong, Qingtong Luo Qingtong, Luo Qingtong's a Qingtong, a Luan's or not. That person seeing that Bai Jintong's palm was getting closer and closer, he suddenly gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. He didn't dodge, he would die if he tried to hide anyway. If he didn't dodge and followed Luo Qingtong's instructions, he might still have a chance to survive. They had already acknowledged the other party as their master. If the other party wanted to deal with Bai Jin Tang, they would not abandon them. With that thought in mind, the man stood there motionless. Bang! Bai Jintong's palm seemed to carry the force of 1,000 caddies. Originally, he thought that he would be able to blast a huge hole in that person's body and send him flying away. However, when that palm landed on that person's body, it shockingly passed through his body. It was as if it had hit empty air, and it emitted a muffled bang sound. This, Bai Jin Tang and the man were both stunned. The latter opened his eyes and saw that he was unharmed, then looked at Bai Jintong's shocked expression, and laughed. Haha, Bai Jin Tang, you finally met your end. The man finally reacted. The formation they had formed not only trapped Bai Jin Tang inside, but also prevented him from leaving. At the same time, it also allowed them to hide. In other words, they had formed a space of their own. Unless Bai Jin Tang could break the formation they had formed, there was no way he could hurt them. Thinking of this, he suddenly laughed out loud, even louder than Bai Jin Tang's earlier laughter. Trash. Just wait for your death here. The man looked at Bai Jin Tang with a cold gaze. The latter's expression finally changed. His gaze swept across the people surrounding him. After a few consecutive palm strikes hit empty air, his expression immediately darkened. "It's you." His gaze shifted to Luo Qingtong beside him. The latter had been watching him put on a monkey show all along. When she saw that he had finally shifted his gaze to her, she immediately walked forward with a smile. "That's right, it's me." Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. When she had formed the formation, she had pushed Suyu out. Now, there were only two people in the formation, her and Bai Jintang. "Humph. You're quite capable." Bai Jintang's expression was a little ugly. The other party could temporarily form a formation to trap him, using people he had tortured to the point that they had almost no strength left. Their formation skills were not to be underestimated. Could it be that she was the disciple of some hidden formation master? If that was the case, then he had really caused a big mess this time. He could not let the other party escape from his hands. Fortunately, the other party was only a peak martial emperor. Bai Jintang sneered as he looked at Luo Qingtong's aura. His heart was filled with disdain and ridicule. "You think you can kill me after trapping me with such little strength? You even trapped me in here with you. You're really stupid." Could it be that the other party thought that by trapping him in this array formation, he would not be able to use his strength? Bai Jintang sneered. He immediately waved his sleeve and charged towards Luo Qingtong. "I'll catch you first. Let's see what you can do after we break this formation." With a cold smile, he appeared beside Luo Qingtong with a boom. Bang! Luo Qingtong looked at his attacking figure. The bloody light in her eyes suddenly flashed, and she swept to the side. In an instant, the attack hit nothing but air. Boom boom boom. Bai Jintong's attacks came one after another. He attacked Luo Qingtong violently. Luo Qingtong did not fight him head-on. The bloody light in the girl's eyes flickered. Every time, she dodged the attack at the right time. Inside the formation, waves of air rose one after another. Its power was monstrous. Bang! The range of the formation was limited. After a few attacks, Bai Jintang had suddenly forced Luo Qingtong into a corner. Looking at the seemingly defenseless youth, Bai Jintang laughed complacently. "Haha. You can't run away this time, right? Come and accompany me obediently." "Master." Suyu, who was outside, immediately became anxious when she saw this scene. However, she had been by Luo Qingtong's side for quite some time. She knew that if Luo Qingtong didn't give any orders, she would definitely be confident. She immediately suppressed her anxious mood and didn't rashly go forward to destroy the human formation formed by those people. The movements in this underground secret room couldn't be hidden from the people outside. At this time, no one had come in to investigate. Firstly, it was because of Bai Jintong's previous orders. Secondly, it was because this human formation had covered most of the sounds and movements. Otherwise, with Bai Jintong's strength, his attacks would be enough to shake this underground secret room. The people outside would definitely be aware of it. Suyu's heart was anxious, and needless to say, the hearts of those who formed the human formation were even more anxious. They hadn't been by Luo Qingtong's side before, so they didn't know the latter's ability. At this moment, seeing that she was forced into a corner, they suddenly became anxious. They almost couldn't restrain their desire to take action. After all, if Luo Qingtong was really caught by Bai Jintang, then they wouldn't be able to escape. The human formation that they had formed could not trap Bai Jintang without limit. It was all supported by the spiritual weapons Luo Qingtong gave them. Otherwise, with their recently recovered bodies, it would be impossible for them to withstand Bai Jintong's forceful breaking of the formation. Once Luo Qingtong was caught, there would be no one to restrict Bai Jintong's movements. The formation they formed would definitely be broken. The group of people was anxious, but thinking of the words Luo Qingtong said to them before, they didn't dare to act rashly. After all, if they made a mistake and couldn't trap Bai Jintang, then it would really be a mistake with good intentions. Just as everyone's hearts were tormented, Luo Qingtong looked at Bai Jintang's attack and laughed. Idiot. Her figure easily dodged this attack. Obviously, she had been forced into a dead end and there was no way out. But for Luo Qingtong, it was completely useless. She easily passed through the formation and hid herself in another space, just like the people who formed the formation. Then, she came out from behind Bai Jintang. In the blink of an eye, Bai Jintang was the one forced into a dead end. Sword. Luo Qingtong raised her hand. In an instant, a black and white longsword surrounded by light appeared in her hand. The girl held her sword horizontally in front of her chest. It was the standard heaven-conquering arts starting stance. Luo Qingtong smiled wickedly at Bai Jing Tang, who had suddenly turned around, and then suddenly waved her hand. Heaven-conquering art. Seizing heaven's fortune. As Luo Qingtong's voice rang out, a sword light that seemed to split the heavens and earth appeared before Bai Jingtong's eyes. Then, with an aura that made people tremble, it flew towards Bai Jing Tang. Luo Qingtong's right hand held the 1,000-year soul guiding wood. The power that had been absorbed from the elder of the celestial palace was suddenly drawn into the sword light. This caused Luo Qingtong's sword to have an extremely terrifying power. This. Bai Jing Tang looked at the sword light flying towards him, and the disdain and ridicule in his eyes instantly changed. He felt that Luo Qingtong's sword light definitely had the power to kill him. How was this possible? The other party was merely a martial emperor. Bai Jing Tang couldn't believe what he was seeing. However, the power contained in the sword light was real. Bai Jing Tang had a feeling that if he didn't dodge this sword light in time, he would definitely die here, and he was now forced into a dead end of the array. The array enveloped the space on his left and right. Unless he immediately broke the array, he would have to face this sword light head-on. Damn it! He cursed under his breath. He originally thought that Luo Qingtong was a person who was too clever for her own good. But he didn't expect that the person who thought herself clever was him. This Xianxia definitely did it on purpose, luring him into this dead end, and the powerful battle strength that the other party had displayed made Bai Jingtong's heart feel an indescribable chill. This time, he had really kicked an iron plate. He had provoked someone who he shouldn't have. No. He definitely couldn't let the other party leave here alive. Thinking of this, Bai Jingtong's eyes revealed a murderous glint. At this time, he didn't care about hiding anything or what he couldn't bear to do. He immediately raised his hand and fiercely tapped his chest. Ancestor's talisman, appear immediately. Bai Jing Tang immediately used the Ancestor's talisman he had on him. This Sage Realm talisman was directly connected to his heart meridian. Activated by the Bai family's unique secret method, it would immediately release an attack comparable to the power of the Sage Realm. This was drawn by the Sage Realm experts of the Bai family to protect the important members of the family. It was extremely costly and couldn't be used carelessly. As the eldest grandson of the third generation, Bai Jing Tang naturally had one. But after using it, he could forget about getting a second one for 10 years. If he encountered any danger in the future, he could only rely on himself. Thinking of this, his heart dripped blood, and the gaze he looked at Luo Qingtong with became even more ferocious and evil. This Xianxia, damn it. Buzz. Bai Jing Tang tapped his finger. In an instant, a blood-red mark appeared in his body, where his heart was. However, before Bai Jing Tang could rejoice, the blood-red mark that he had driven out floated in midair and spun once before falling silent again. How is this possible? Looking at the blood-red mark that had fallen silent again, Bai Jing Tang was stunned. Before he could activate the mark again, Luo Qingtong's attack arrived with a boom. The sword light viciously slashed his body. In an instant, a blood-curdling scream rang out as Bai Jingtong's legs were severed. He was sent flying before crashing heavily into the ground. How is this possible? How is it that my Sage Realm talisman? It's you? It's you? Bai Jingtong's expression's face he laid on the ground without any resistance. The muscles on his face twitched as he glared fiercely at Luo Qingtong. She had already looking at her. That's right. You're not that stupid. It's me. Looking at him, Luo Xie's eyes looks at the secret door. She had already heard Bai Jing Tang mention the Sage Realm talisman in his body. How could she give him a chance to use it again? Her repeated dodging just now was not only to lure Bai Jing Tang into the array's blind spot, but also to secretly destroy the blood-red mark in his body. Others might not be able to do anything to that thing. But for Luo Qingtong, all she had to do was find the line connecting the blood-red mark to Bai Jingtong's heart meridian and obstruct it. You. Bai Jing Tang was just venting his anger. He didn't expect Luo Qingtong to be the culprit. He looked at the youth in front of him with shock and fear. He didn't know how the other party had done it. That was a protective amulet drawn by a Saint Realm cultivator using his own blood essence. How could one destroy it without the same level of power? Not to mention, how did the other party know that he had a Saint Realm protective amulet? Bai Jingtang didn't know that Luo Qingtong didn't need to destroy the blood amulet. She only needed to make it unable to absorb the power of his heart meridians. As for the existence of the protective amulet, it was completely revealed by him. However, Luo Qingtong couldn't be bothered to explain this to him. She asked the people who had formed the array to disperse and deactivate it. Then, she raised her hand and fed a pill into Bai Jingtong's mouth. You! What did you feed me? Bai Jingtang was horrified. He repeatedly vomited, but nothing came out. The pill melted in his mouth. How could he spit it out? Of course it's something good. Luo Qingtong sat on the chair that Suyu had brought for her. She looked at Bai Jingtang with an indifferent expression. Alright, tell me. What's your purpose in coming to Fenghua City? How did you know about the Saint King's tomb? Also, what's going on with family Hu? You. Bai Jingtong's expression changed in horror. He was just about to say that Luo Qingtong could forget about getting any information from him, but he found that his mouth opened uncontrollably and he told her everything. Bai Jingtong's eyes bulged. He desperately tried to stop himself from speaking. However, he couldn't do it even if he used all his strength. It was as if this body was no longer his. There was another him reading his thoughts and controlling his speech. Bai Jingtong's gaze finally became thorough. He thought of the pill that Luo Qingtong had just fed him. You. Who are you? After he had revealed all his secrets, he finally regained control of his thoughts. His voice was hoarse and difficult as he spoke. Someone. You can't afford to offend. Luo Qingtong looked at him and suddenly smiled evilly. She stood up and kicked Bai Jingtang to the people who were looking at him with hatred. I'll leave him to you now. You can do whatever you want with him. There are so many torture tools here, it should be enough for you to enjoy to your heart's content. Luo Qingtong looked at them and said. She never liked to mistreat her own people. Since these people had helped her and recognized her as their master, she would naturally avenge them. She had purposely left Bai Jingtang alive so that she could dig out as much information as she could from him. Secondly, it was to avenge these people. They had been tortured by Bai Jingtang, so they were most likely very willing to teach Bai Jingtang a lesson and let him know what was called hell on earth. Yes. The group of people was very agitated. After kowtowing to Luo Qingtong, they immediately surrounded Bai Jingtang with ferocious voices. The latter's cries were mournful and shrill as he continued to cry out in alarm. But the people waiting outside had received his orders and simply turned a deaf ear to these cries. They only sighed in their hearts that their young master was really getting more and more playful. They didn't know what kind of torture those people below had suffered to make them cry out so miserably. Just as they were thinking this, a faintly discernible smell swept over them. Plop plop. The group of people waiting outside fell to the ground one after another. Luo Qingtong's figure appeared in the room. She was about to wave her sleeves and spread the smell around the manor. Boom. At the entrance of the holiday villa, an explosive sound suddenly rang out. Who is it? Everyone in the Bai family manor is alarmed. Luo Qingtong senses the aura, then her mouth twitches. Hand over the people you caught. In the dark night, Yu Si Huang is wearing a purple robe, mysterious and charming. His sleeves are fluttering, the tear mole at the corner of his eye, under the moonlight, looks indescribably dark red like blood. It makes the man's face look even more evil. In the darkness of the night, it was as if a soul-sucking demon was haunting it. I'll count to 3, if you don't hand over the people, I'll flatten this place. Yu Si Huang raises his hand to touch the tear mole at the corner of his eye, looking at the people coming out of the villa, his eyes flashing with a cold and violent murderous aura. He received Elder Pan's message and went out, but when he came back, he found no trace of Luo Qingtong and Suyu. In his rage, he almost wrings Elder Pan's head off. It's this idiot, just passing on a message and he called him out to take credit, otherwise, how could Luo Qingtong and Suyu disappear? Fortunately, Yu Xingqi's fat cat can track, so he found this place in the middle of the night. These Bai family people are really tired of living. Yu Si Huang's eyes are full of killing intent. The people from the Bai family holiday villa were shocked to the core. They look at the man under the moonlight, like a demon. They don't know how they provoked such a strong person. Only Bai Jintong's confidants have a change of expression. Not good. It's the two people young master caught before. They didn't expect that just to help Bai Jintang vent his anger would attract such a strong person. Seeing Yu Sihuang's body overflowing with a terrifying aura, their complexion changed. At this time a lazy voice faintly rings. Why are you talking so much with them? Just directly kill them all. Luo Qingtong's figure appears in the night. Sensing Yu Sihuang's aura, she directly shows herself. The other party came, it saved her a lot of trouble. Otherwise, those people with higher strength wouldn't be affected by the powder, and she would have to kill them one by one. Luo Qingtong's appearance startles everyone. Yu Sihuang and Yu Xingqi behind him, their eyes lit up. Sister. You're fine. I said you'll be fine. Yu Xingqi hugs the little white cat and jumps in front of Luo Qingtong. Yes. Luo Qingtong looked at her with narrowed eyes. Yu Sihuang directly shakes his sleeves. Boom. In an instant, the man was like a demon king descending from the heavens, attacking the people from the Bai family holiday villa. If it's watching people killing people, you then watching Yu Sihuang's people. Yu Sihuang's movements were elegant, his bearing was gorgeous. Walking through the blood-red bodies of those people, there was an indescribable beauty. Bang! When he landed on the ground, no one from the Bai family holiday villa was spared. Master. Suyu and those people in the underground secret room heard the commotion and came out after dealing with Bai Jintang. The battle outside has already come to an end. Luo Qingtong looks at them, then nods her head. Let's go. Bai family's goal in coming to Fenghua City is still waiting for her to act, thinking that the Bai family's experts have already gone ahead. Luo Qingtong's lips slightly curl. She directly burned down the Bai family's courtyard and then left with Suyu and a group of people from the underground secret room. Tong Tong, where are we going? Yu Sihuang's figure appeared beside Luo Qingtong and asked with a smile. With a lazy face, his face was strange and evil. He saw that Luo Qingtong didn't seem to have any intention of returning to the city. Instead, she was heading towards the wilderness north of Fenghua City. His gaze swept across everyone present. Except for Suyu and Yu Xingqi, the others had suffered heavy injuries before. Although they were healed, because they didn't recuperate, they looked strong on the outside. Where was Luo Qingtong going with this group of people? Moreover, the wilderness woodland at night was extremely dangerous in the far west wilderness. He wasn't afraid. It wasn't impossible to protect a few more people, but staying outside the city for a long time at night, moreover, looking at Luo Qingtong's appearance, it seemed that she was preparing to go into the wilderness. Yu Sihuang immediately asked. To intercept. Luo Qingtong's lips curved into a smile. She glanced at Yu Sihuang and knew what he was worried about. However, she didn't want to alarm the Bai family this time. Therefore, she didn't want to return to the city to bring more people. With someone helping to take the lead, she only needed to pick up the leftovers. Why should she use her own forces and increase the number of casualties? Luo Qingtong already had a plan when she asked about the Bai family's purpose. Just follow me. With Luo Qingtong's automatic infrared radar, there was no need to be afraid of encountering a group of beasts on the way. As for the smell on everyone's body, Luo Qingtong directly sprinkled a circle of medicinal powder on them. The group of people rushed towards the depths of the wilderness north of Fenghua City. The sky was filled with sand. In the depths of the northern wilderness, the Bai family's people were lying in ambush in the nearby wilderness. Their eyes were fixed on a tall hill in front of them. On top of a towering hill that was nearly 100 meters high, there was a lavender tree towering over it. The lavender tree was about half the height of a person. There was only one fruit on it, and it was suffused with a faint purple color. That purple color was still some distance away from the purple color of the tree trunk. It was clearly fainter. At the very top of the fruit, there was a small piece of white. At this moment, the top of the fruit was slowly turning purple at a speed visible to the naked eye. Clearly, this fruit was about to ripen. Purple jade heart fruit. This fruit was one of the objectives of Bai Jintang and the others when they came to Fenghua City. After Luo Qingtong heard this news from Bai Jintong's mouth, she naturally wouldn't let go of this great opportunity to obtain this fruit. This clear heart purple jade fruit could strengthen Luo Qingtong's spiritual power, and for beasts, it could increase their intelligence. Roar. As the clear heart purple jade fruit was about to ripen, an extremely burly figure suddenly appeared on the barren hill in the distance. An invisible aura of lightning lingered around the figure. The huge beast looked like an ape beast, but it had a body of elegant purple hair that covered its entire body. Lightning beast. Seeing the appearance of the lightning beast, the Bai family's people who were lying in ambush on the distant hill instantly froze. Sixth Elder, the lightning beast is here. A few people from the Bai family rushed to an old man who was at the peak of the martial spirit realm. The latter was a branch elder of the Bai family. This time, he followed Bai Jintang to Fenghua City to capture the lightning beast. When he heard the words of the Bai family members who went to lure the beast, he immediately nodded and said, "Okay. Everyone, hold your breath and wait for the lightning beast to come. Don't disturb it." Yes. The group of people nodded in agreement, and then focused on the scene below. On a hill not far away, Luo Qingtong and the others also held their breath and watched the scene below. It's actually a lightning beast. Looking at the huge figure that appeared in the distance, Yu Sihuang's brows furrowed. The Bai family is really bold. Among the sacred beasts, the lightning beast is known for its violent temper and powerful attack power. Most importantly, it has the bloodline of the berserk beast. Once it goes crazy, its strength increases with the intensity of its bloodline power and the degree of its violence. There are only a few sacred beasts that can be compared to it. This lightning beast has obviously just entered the growth stage and has not gained intelligence yet. But, if they want to kill this lightning beast, why didn't they send a Sage Realm expert? With the lightning beast's strength, it was almost impossible to kill it unless one was a Sage Realm expert. They don't want to kill it, they want to capture it. Luo Qingtong replied casually. When she heard Bai Jintang say this, she was also surprised. Capturing the lightning beast, the Bai family really dared to think, and they seemed to have made clear preparations. Since Luo Qingtong knew this, she naturally would not miss the opportunity. Even if she did not want this lightning beast, it would be good to give it to Suyu and the others to increase their strength. What? Capture the lightning beast? Yu Sihuang was shocked when he heard this. He seemed to have thought of something and was about to speak. Roar. The lightning beast roared violently at this moment. It looked around anxiously, looking left and right, as if it was very uneasy. It even turned a blind eye to the temptation of the clear heart purple jade fruit in front of it. What's going on? Luo Qingtong looked at the lightning beast's uneasiness and frowned. Cough. At this time, Yu Sihuang who was beside her coughed lightly and said, "It's probably because it sensed my presence." Yu Sihuang's gaze swept over the group of people from the Bai family. No wonder there were no saints among them. The saint realm would cause the thunder beast to sense danger and flee. This thunder beast had clearly just entered the growth stage, so it was more sensitive to danger. Yu Sihuang's strength was above the saint realm. Naturally, it would cause the lightning beast to feel uneasy. In fact, if not for the fact that Luo Qingtong had sprinkled some powder on his body to avoid trouble when she rushed over earlier, this lightning beast had most likely fled as soon as it stepped into the range of his aura. Luo Qingtong's lips twitched when she heard his reason. *CK, Bai Jintang didn't mention this before. Fortunately, she was cautious. However, Luo Qingtong also knew that although the pill was able to make Bai Jintang reveal everything, but some of the details were not so comprehensive. Fortunately, it was not too late to remedy it. She thought and immediately said to Yu Sihuang, "You leave first." When she made the plan before, she did not include Yu Sihuang in it. "Hey, Baiyan, we are not being kind, right? You are throwing me away after using me." Yu Sihuang looked at her with an aggrieved face. Roar. The thunder beast suddenly roared, then turned around and walked back, not even caring about the bright purple jade fruit that was about to ripen. It couldn't find the source of the dangerous aura, and it didn't dare to rashly go forward, so it could only leave. Watching the thunder beast leave, Luo Qingtong's lips twitched slightly, and she directly pushed Yu Sihuang out. Then, with a bang, she poured all the powder on his body that could cover his scent, almost burying him in it. "Be quiet, restrain your aura." Luo Qingtong said, and raised her hand to draw an aura concealing array around Yu Huang. After doing this, she suddenly raised her hand and flicked her sleeve. With a swish, a strong wind suddenly shot out from between her two fingers, and in an instant, it swept toward the bright purple jade fruit tree. Puff! There was a slight sound. That formless and traceless gust of wind instantly broke through the array that enveloped the purple jade clear heart fruit tree. Without damaging the array, it opened a hole in the array. In an instant, a faintly discernible fragrance floated out from it. That's right, there was a formation around the purple jade bright heart fruit tree. From Luo Qingtong's blood-red eyes, the level of the array was quite high. It seemed to be a Saint Realm array arranged by an array plate. If Luo Qingtong didn't guess wrong, the effect of this Saint Realm array should be to deal with the Thunder Beast, and to prevent the scent of the bright purple jade fruit tree from drifting out. Otherwise, there wouldn't be only one lightning beast appearing here. This proved that the Bai family had been deliberately scheming. For this Thunder Beast, who knows how long they had been waiting here, but now, all of this was going to benefit her. Luo Qingtong's lips slightly curled up. The next second, roar. The Thunder Beast smelled the rich fragrance of the bright purple jade fruit tree, and Yu Huang's aura were all covered by Luo Qingtong. In an instant, the figure that was about to turn around and leave turned back once again. Dong dong dong. It ran towards the purple jade clear heart fruit. His size caused the entire ground to tremble. Not good. Originally, when the Bai family saw that the Thunder Beast was about to leave, they were very anxious. However, when they sensed the scent of the purple jade bright heart fruit leaking out, they became even more anxious. The purple jade bright heart fruit was a miraculous fruit that could awaken the intelligence of beasts. If it weren't for the fact that they obtained a Saint Realm formation disc from that great one and covered it up, that smell would have spread out and this place would have become the territory of a Saint Beast. It was impossible for them to get any closer, not to mention trapping the Thunder Beast. At this moment, the smell of this clear heart purple jade fruit spread out. Although it was only a trace, if it was smelled by other demonic beasts, they would definitely swarm over. At that time, they could forget about catching the lightning beast. Thinking of this, they were about to go crazy. However, how could Luo Qingtong let this happen? She only opened the flaw of the array for a moment, and let the smell lure the Thunder Beast back. Then, she suddenly pulled back her hand. In an instant, the hole closed. Rumble. The amethyst bright jade fruit was about to ripen. Seeing the purple color at the top of the fruit continue to spread, the Thunder Beast drooled and immediately attacked the shrouding array frantically. Boom boom boom. As for the spirit formation, it was instantly activated and began to frantically counterattack the lightning beasts. Rumble. The array and the Thunder Beast's attacks overlapped. In an instant, the entire area around the amethyst bright jade fruit tree was filled with the sound of collision. The brush moved like dragons and snakes, shooting wildly in all directions. It was terrifying to the extreme. The Thunder Beast broke a corner of the array, and in an instant, the smell of the amethyst bright jade fruit rushed out, causing the Thunder Beast to become even more frantic. The Bai family people watched nervously, but they didn't know that Luo Qingtong's mental strength had already invaded the array at this moment. She instantly took control of the array and began to attack the Thunder Beast. According to the Bai family's estimation, the Thunder Beast would be exhausted if it wanted to break the array. At that time, the energy of the array would be almost exhausted. In this way, the array would explode and use the last bit of energy to seriously injure the Thunder Beast. Then Bai Jintang would rush over at this time and use the ancestral token to deal the final blow to the Thunder Beast. In this way, the Thunder Beast would completely lose the power to resist. However, as they watched, they felt that something was wrong. Wasn't the time spent in this battle a little too short? The offensive power of this formation was much stronger than they had imagined. In less than 2 hours, that lightning beast was actually already covered in wounds all over, and the array still hadn't reached its limit. If this continued, the Thunder Beast would definitely run away. Sure enough, seeing that there was no hope of breaking the array and that it might even lose its life here, the Thunder Beast held back no matter how greedy it was. It looked longingly at the clear heart purple jade fruit, then after letting out a wild roar, it began to turn around and run out. Not good. Seeing this scene, the sixth elder became extremely anxious in his heart. Once the Thunder Beast ran away, it would be impossible for them to lure it back. And because the attack time of the array was too short, they didn't wait for Bai Jintang to arrive. With this kind of mistake, the sixth elder secretly blamed Bai Jintang for being blinded by lust and messing up the important matter. There was no other way, since they had already reached this point, they definitely could not let the thunder beast escape. Thinking of this, the sixth elder suddenly gritted his teeth and shouted, "Attack! Stop it! We must not let it escape." With his order, the experts of the Bai family who were lying in ambush all rushed out from their hiding. In an instant, the amethyst bright jade fruit was surrounded by experts of the Bai family to the amethyst bright jade fruit. Looking at those martial grandmasters and martial spirits, Luo Qingtong's lips curled up. There. Quite a number of experts to Luo. Unfortunately, they all chooses to die. This time, she's, Luo Luan, to Luto BS of the time, of course. As soon as the Bai family's powerhouses rushed out of their hiding place, they charged towards the lightning beast. Roar! The thunder beast had just run out from the array and was still feeling a lingering fear. When it suddenly saw so many experts surrounding it, how could it not know that it had fallen into the human's trap? End of chapter 1225. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.